I crossed over to a high martial world, becoming a worthless martial artist at the third tier whom everyone could bully, and was even framed by my green tea girlfriend and a reserve team member, as long as I performed actions deemed impressive by the system, forcing me onto the arena to be humiliated. In desperation, I awakened the brag to God system. You can earn bragging points and directly exchange them for cultivation and martial arts realms. Facing a powerful enemy, I spent the 300 points from the beginner's gift pack, instantly mastering 2 mortal grade martial arts to perfection. My vital energy surged, breaking through 3 stages in a row, when everyone thought I would be brutally killed. With a single slash, I severed my opponent's arm. The second slash scared him so much he lost control of his bladder. End up on your knees begging for mercy like a dog. In this battle, I've raked in thousands of showing off points, and unlocked the mysterious wheel of fortune. As for that woman who betrayed me, she has secretly contacted the even more powerful vice-captain of the school team. A new crisis is brewing quietly. Chapter 1, Soul Transmigration into a High Martial World. Flexing is the main goal. Nanshan No. 1 High School. Training Grounds. 7th Random Match. Red Team Yi Xiao, Class 7 Senior Year 3. Blue Team Substitute Chen Yu from the school team. Both sides, please prepare. Raucous noise reverberated throughout the vast arena. The dazzling lights were almost unbearable, forcing Yi Xiao to squint. Where is this? Looking at the familiar scene before him, Yi Xiao rubbed his groggy head, feeling momentarily dazed. What am I? Did I time travel? What time travel? What are you talking about, brother Yi Xiao? On the left seat, Su Qian froze upon hearing this, blinking her eyes in confusion. Gazing at the woman before him, both familiar and foreign memories of the original host flooded in like a rushing stream. This is a thriving high martial world where martial arts flourish. The martial path thrives, revered above all. The original owner was also named Yi Xiao, with an exceptionally complicated background. Parents deceased, has a girlfriend, consistently ranked first in academic subjects, and was a mid to upper tier martial arts student. At first glance, it looks like the template of an everyday life protagonist. In the future, while not necessarily glorious, it's still full of promise, a warm home with a loving wife and children. After digesting the memories, Yi Xiao found that something was seriously off, like 12 parts out of 10. Damn! Yi Xiao glanced at Su Qian, sensing her crude acting skills, and inwardly sighed over what an idiot the original owner had been. Isn't this just a classic case of a green tea bitch? From the original host's memories, it was learned that the girl named Su Qian standing before him was actually the original host's girlfriend, and her intentions were extremely malicious. At this moment, the annual school-wide challenge competition was being held in the martial arts arena. The competition consists of 12 rounds, and the winner of each round can randomly challenge any student in the audience to a rematch. The chosen individual could either accept or forfeit. Yet the winner of the 7th round's random match, Zhang Yu, a substitute from the school team who had never met the protagonist before, directly called out the protagonist by name. Meanwhile, the girlfriend who harbors deep affection for him was adding fuel to the fire on the sidelines, all under the pretext of a so-called friendly sparring match. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the original owner's naivety. This was clearly setting himself up for a trap, wasn't it? If these two weren't involved, he'd eat his words. Besides, as a mere novice 3-stage martial artist, how could I possibly take on a 6-stage reserve player from the school team? This is even worse than a level 1 Hui trying to fight a level 15 Alan. If I go up now, with my current pathetic skills, wouldn't I just get beaten into minced meat? Faced with such an unfair match, Yi Xiao isn't some naive fool. Of course, he's going to refuse. Just as he was about to refuse, a crisp voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! As a born-to-show-off prodigy, yet forced to stay suppressed for so long, what a waste of talent! To combat illegal pretentious forces, to safeguard the peace of the pretentious world. Pretentious deity system, binding successful. Ha! Yi Xiao froze momentarily, then erupted with inward ecstasy. Pretentious deity system? Me, I have a cheat system. Yi Xiao suppressed his excitement and quickly asked. System, what can you do? Just focus on showing off, forget about fame and fortune. Perform acts recognized by the system as impressive, and you'll earn bragging points along with random rewards. Spend bragging points on upgrades. The more people who witness your act, or the more impressive it is, the more points you'll earn. Note, the host cannot forcibly show off, as that would be too low class and no rewards will be issued. Considering that the host has yet to show off, a beginner's package has now been issued. Beginner's package, * 300 show-off points. Can I add points? Yi Xiao was inwardly ecstatic and hurriedly opened the blue panel in front of him. Name, Yi Xiao. Realm, Martial 3rd Stage. Chi Blood, 35 of 40. Physique, 35. Martial Arts, Phantom Slash, Mortal Rank, Proficient, 18%. Iron Arm, Mortal Rank, Proficient, 30%. Show-off points, 300. So, can I allocate points freely? Currently, only martial arts points can be allocated. Chi and blood stats will be unlocked after the host completes their first boastful display. I see. Yi Xiao, are you too scared to come up here? At that very moment, a sharp voice rang out from the dueling platform. Yi Xiao looked up and realized it was indeed that moron Zhang Yu. Before he could even pretend, this guy was already putting on airs. He wasn't like the original owner who took abuse lying down. With his cheat ability, anyone who dared provoke him would be sent flying. Chen Yu, was it? Perfect, you've just crossed me. Chen Yu's words immediately sparked murmurs among the audience. Who is Yi Xiao? I've never heard of him. I know him, he's my classmate, a standard martial arts student at the 3rd level, nothing special. That's unfortunate. In every random match, Chen Yu beats his opponents so badly they can't get out of bed for half a month. This time will probably be no different. Indeed, the gap between the school team and ordinary martial arts students is like an insurmountable chasm. Even substitute members of the school team are leagues beyond what regular martial arts students can challenge. Feel bad for Yi Xiao for a second. Feel bad my foot. He might not even step onto the field, he's no pushover. Going up there would just be asking for trouble. Exactly. Most people forfeit anyway. There's no shame in ordinary martial arts students losing to the school team members. Yi Xiao isn't some kind of. If he doesn't forfeit, I'll livestream myself eating shit. Ha, you've got spunk, pal. I'll hold you to that. Amid the crowd's flattery, Zhang Yu, clad in his school team uniform, smirked faintly. He absolutely reveled in this feeling of being the center of admiration. At this moment, he was the center of attention. After giving Yi Xiao a challenging glance, he couldn't help but feel elated inside. Kid, a mere 3rd-level martial artist like you dare to compete with me for a woman? Trash will always be trash. You'll never catch up to me in this lifetime. If you dare to step up today, I'll cripple your martial foundation and make you wish you were dead. Yi Xiao slowly stood up, just about to say something when, afraid that Yi Xiao might refuse, Su Qian swayed her graceful figure and coquettishly leaned against him. With a shy blush on her delicate face, she shook his arm and pleaded coyly. Brother Yi Xiao, you must accept it. Practicing with the school team members will definitely be greatly beneficial for your martial arts journey. Please go pretty please. If you don't go, I'll never talk to you again. Looking at Su Qian laughing heartily before him, Yi Xiao also smiled. But this smile was no longer the ingratiating one from before, it radiated confidence from within. With the cheat system by his side, he felt completely at ease. Being nice to me? Thanks, you're such a dear. Don't worry, in a while we'll beat your brother Zhang Yu into a pulp. Great. Yi Xiao pushed Su Qian away with some disdain, yet still wore a gentle smile on his face. Since you want me to go, then I'll definitely go. Let's go now. I knew brother Yi Xiao is the best. Mwah. Su Qian's eyes lit up at these words, inwardly marveling at Yi Xiao's foolishness. To reel him in, she confidently offered him a sweet kiss. But before Su Qian could lean in for the kiss, Yi Xiao dodged her in disgust. How disgusting. Who knows how dirty that bitch's mouth is, thank goodness I didn't touch it. Pushed aside, Su Qian looked utterly bewildered. When she realized they were rejecting her, the forced smile on her face began to crack. Did that good-for-nothing Yi Xiao take the wrong medicine today? He would have been over the moon at this time. Why is he so cold to me now? Forget it. Su Qian's eyes turned cold, but at the thought of what would happen next, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of satisfaction. Don't be upset, he'll be finished soon. Big brother Zhang Yu is indeed a 6th dan martial artist, wouldn't crushing a 3rd dan loser be a piece of cake? Don't blame me for being heartless, Yi Xiao. Blame yourself for being too weak, only the strong are worthy of me. Without bothering with Su Qian's inner schemes, Yi Xiao raised his gaze toward the duel platform. From the judging panel, the referee casually inquired, Yi Xiao, do you accept? The referee thought he would refuse and was already prepared to announce the list for the next round of matches. In fact, it wasn't just the referee. Whether it was the school administrators or the students in the audience, everyone subconsciously assumed Yi Xiao would decline. It wasn't out of disrespect, but because refusing would be the logical thing to do. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xiao didn't refuse, he simply smiled faintly. I accept. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. Detected that the host is showing off in front of the entire school faculty and students, boasting points plus 100. Can showing off make me stronger? Interesting. System, allocate points. Chapter 2, defeating Zhang Yu in one strike. You spent 100 boast points on the martial skill Phantom / Mortal grade. Boasting is so hard, while diligent cultivation is so simple. Your 100 boast points equate to a decade of hard training for others. Your martial skill Phantom / Mortal grade has been perfected. You have spent 300 pretend points on the martial art Iron Wall, Mortal rank. Pretending is so hard, yet you persist in doing it despite the difficulty. You're truly the model worker of the high martial arts world. Your 300 points of awesomeness are comparable to 30 years of arduous cultivation by others. Your martial art Iron Wall, Mortal grade, has been mastered to perfection. You have accumulated 400 show-off points, equivalent to 40 years of hard cultivation by others. Your chi and blood increases by 30 points. Congratulations on breaking through to the 6th stage of martial arts. Your physique increases by 50 points. Judging solely by physical attributes, you've reached the 8th stage of martial arts level. Open my panel. Name, Yi Xiao. Realm 6th stage martial arts. Chi and blood 65 out of 70. Physique A5, 8th stage martial arts level. Talent, non-martial arts ghostly shadow / mortal grade, perfected. Iron arm, mortal grade, perfection. Pretentious points 0. The next second, Yi Xiao felt every cell in his body roar, scorching blood coursing through his limbs and veins like raging flames. His chi and blood surged abruptly, muscles tensing throughout his body as if forged from steel. Is this the power of cheats? Now this is the treatment a transmigrator deserves. Yi Xiao's lips curled slightly as he strode confidently onto the dueling platform. Zhang Yu? Sorry, but you've pissed off a cheater. The audience erupted in uproar, completely losing their cool. They couldn't believe Yi Xiao actually had the guts. What? Did I hear that right? Yi Xiao actually agreed. Is he insane? Chen Yu is a 6th dan martial artist, 3 levels above him just in cultivation alone. And that's not even counting Chen Yu's martial arts training. I heard Chen Yu has a yellow grade martial art that he's already mastered to the proficient level. Yi Xiao probably only has 2 mortal grade martial arts at most, and they're likely just at the skilled level. How is this even a fair fight? Hey, I heard Chen Yu might have a thing for Yi Xiao's girlfriend, Su Qian. I've seen Su Qian walking with Chen Yu multiple times. Yi Xiao probably couldn't take it anymore and decided to step up. Damn, that Yi Xiao is seriously pitiful. Not only does he get cheated on, but he's also about to get beaten up by the bull. What kind of Japanese drama plot is this? What a cock. Ha 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 ha. Hey, where's that guy who promised to eat shit on livestream? Why the hell are you running away? Actually, I don't think Su Qian was wrong. Chen Yu is on the school team's substitute roster, way more promising than Yi Xiao. If I were Su Qian I'd do the same. After all, you can't stop someone from finding a better person, right? Not joking around? What joke? Yi Xiao is just worse than Chen Yu. Us fairies never settle for less. Doesn't seem like acting. Take this headbutt first. On the leadership podium, Liang Meng, the homeroom teacher of the senior year special combat class, arched her willow leaf brows in disdain, her tone dripping with contempt. Overestimating your own abilities. That student Yi Xiao is simply asking for humiliation. Even if Chen Yu isn't the strongest, he's still a student from our elite combat class and a school team reserve. How dare an ordinary student step onto the stage? The elite combat class at Nanshan No. 1 High School was a special program that gathered the most talented martial arts students from the entire senior year. To put it bluntly, it was like the accelerated classes of past generations. As the homeroom teacher of the special martial arts class, Liang Meng naturally looked down upon Yi Xiao, who was just an ordinary martial arts student. After all, even if Chen Yu ranked at the bottom of the special martial arts class, he was still someone Yi Xiao couldn't even hope to compare with. Teacher Qian, just look at how your student behaves. Such unbearable arrogance. Homeroom teacher Qian Jianxian forced an awkward smile, wiping sweat from his temples, feeling so embarrassed he could dig out a 5-toed pit in the ground. Teacher Liang, actually, Yi Xiao wasn't really taught by me. I was only in charge of assigning cleaning duties. At this moment, Chen Jianxian felt so awkward he could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He truly hadn't expected that Yi Xiao, who was usually quiet and seemed like such a mild-mannered person, would show such guts today. Could it be an acute onset of adolescent restlessness, unable to control his fists and feet? But goddammit, can't you at least pick someone weaker? Why the hell did you have to pick someone tougher than you? What's up? You a masochist or something? Just can't go a day without getting beaten, huh? Speechless, Chen Jianxian was truly at a loss for words. He actually had a soft spot for Yi Xiao. The kid never caused trouble and was so well behaved. But now, all he could do was silently pray in his heart that Yi Xiao wouldn't get the shit beaten out of him. As for Chen Yu losing, he had never even considered the possibility. That Yi Xiao. Liang Meng seemed still unsatisfied and wanted to add more. Principal Song Jiang stroked his graying beard and said leisurely, enough. When the brave are angered, they draw their blades against the stronger opponent. The coward rages but draws his blade against the weaker. Daring to challenge someone stronger, isn't that also a form of fearless courage? With that, Song Jiang shifted his gaze to the training ground, watching Yi Xiao stride confidently toward the dueling platform, and chuckled with interest. Perhaps it's a mutual admiration between kindred spirits. I, too, was once this fearless, never backing down in the face of a stronger opponent. Regardless of the match's outcome, I quite admire this young man's courage. Ahem, the headmaster is right. Liang Meng, hearing the headmaster's words, also realized she had been somewhat inappropriate and promptly corrected her attitude. Listening to the headmaster's lecture is truly worth more than reading 10 years worth of Zaya Honshu. Qian Jianxian also quickly chimed in. On the martial arts stage, Chen Yu was brimming with confidence. After flipping his hair in a flamboyant manner, he spoke. Yi Xiao, right? Chen Yu's eyes were filled with disdain as he pointed his greatsword directly at Yi Xiao, his tone dripping with condescension. I'm utterly baffled. Where did you get the courage of a bear and the daring of a leopard to step onto this stage? Aren't you afraid? Chen Yu's gaze turned icy. That I'll cripple you? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the barking like a dog? Yi Xiao stood at the corner of the dueling platform, casually picking up a longsword from the weapon rack. The long blade is held at the waist, its edge pointing straight to the ground, while his lips part slightly. Anyone who didn't know better would think a stray dog had wandered onto campus. After hearing his words, the smile on Chen Yu's face gradually faded, his eyes turning increasingly sinister. I hope you remember what you said today. Wait till I beat you half to death. Barking again? What's it to you? It's your zodiac year or something. Very well. A cruel smile crept across Chen Yu's lips. I was originally going to spare your life, but now I've changed my mind. Let's see if your body is as tough as your mouth. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out in perfect timing. Begin the match. Ghost slash. A faint smile played at the corners of Yi Zhao's lips. Clang. As the words fell, the aura of a sixth-stage martial artist erupted explosively. Under the gaze of thousands in the spectator stands, Yi Zhao's figure vanished abruptly from his original spot like a phantom. In the next second, he had already appeared behind Chen Yu, his long blade raised high, its edge gleaming coldly. A tremendous screech suddenly filled the air, a sonic boom created by the rapid slicing of the atmosphere. With a momentum capable of sweeping through armies, the long blade slashed furiously toward Chen Yu's left arm. There was a loud clang, and suddenly, an arm tightly gripping a great sword flew into the air. Chen Yu hadn't even reacted yet, only feeling a chilling sensation down his spine as the aura of death enveloped his entire being. It wasn't until an intense, searing pain flooded his mind that he realized his left hand had been severed. Aha! Chen Yu clutched his mangled left shoulder, his face contorted in agony as he knelt on the ground, howling uncontrollably. How is this possible? How could he be this strong? Chen Yu's face was etched with terror, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. I'm a 6th-degree martial artist. Why can't I even see his shadow? Is he pretending to be weak to trick his opponent? In the spectator stands, thousands of students stood frozen in place. It took quite a while before someone finally snapped out of it. Did I see that right? Yi Zhao actually severed Chen Yu's left hand. How is this possible? Yi Zhao is only at martial arts stage 3, while Chen Yu is at stage 6. Even with martial techniques factored in, how could Yi Zhao win? Yi Zhao was playing dumb all along. That slash just now was the basic level martial technique phantom slash, and it's highly likely he's mastered it to perfection. Moreover, that energy fluctuation suggests his cultivation is at least at stage 6. Mastering a technique to perfection? Aside from Shui Yan, the top-ranked student in the elite combat class, I don't think anyone else in our school has achieved that. This is terrifying. Yi Zhao has been hiding his true abilities all along. Who knew Yi Zhao was the real genius all along? Su Qian has probably cried herself to sleep in the bathroom by now. Ha ha ha. That cheating bitch deserves it. Su Qian silently listened to the mocking voices around her, tightly gripping the hem of her floral dress, regret swirling in her eyes. How is this possible? No, it can't be. Brother Chen Yu must have been careless. How could that loser possibly defeat Brother Chen Yu? That's absolutely impossible. Cough, cough, cough. On the podium, Chairman Jiang suddenly witnessed the scene and choked on his water, coughing violently uncontrollably. After coughing, Song Jiang predictably turned crimson with rage and vented his frustration at Liang Meng, Chen Jianshan, and the others, who were equally stunned. What kind of mutual admiration is this? This kid is just here to bully the weak. Phantom slash at the Dzogchen level requires at least a 6th grade martial artist's cultivation. You're pretending to be weak to prey on the strong? Which class is this student from? Such promising talent, and they haven't been assigned to the elite martial class. What are they waiting for? At that moment, Chen Jianshan was still bragging to his colleagues beside him, boasting that Yi Zhao was his prized protege, personally trained by his own hands. But upon hearing Song Jiang call his name, he instantly broke out in a torrent of sweat. Pete Principal, I really had no idea. On the duel grounds, Yi Zhao gazed with a smile at Chen Yu writhing in unbearable pain on the ground, the blood still dripping continuously from the long blade in his hand. Host detected severing the left arm of reserve team member Chen Yu, showed off successfully in front of all the teachers and students. Well done, didn't lose face. Reward, * 200 show-off points. Just a single left arm could earn 200 show-off points? Then Yi Zhao's smile grew even more intense. Under Chen Yu's horrified gaze, he drew his blade once more. Chapter 3, Zhan Yu begs for mercy, stuns the entire audience. Clang! A chilling gleam flashed as the long sword traced a graceful arc, slashing toward Chen Yu once more. Stop! Just as the blade was about to touch Chen Yu, the referee bellowed urgently. This is a match. Stop at the point of contact. Yi Zhao, you've already won. Stop now. Seeing Yi Zhao still refusing to hold back, cold sweat poured down the referee's forehead. He couldn't let this continue. Given Yi Zhao's reckless fighting style, he genuinely feared Chen Yu might die. He'd be implicated too. Detected host successfully showing off in front of the old referee, causing his blood pressure to spike. Show off points +1. Hearing the system notification, Yi Zhao's lips curled slightly as his long sword abruptly halted. Another point earned, but it was still nowhere near enough. Staring at the referee's weathered face, a wicked idea rapidly took shape in his mind. After all, in these challenge matches, while severed limbs were rare, they weren't unheard of. When deep-seated grudges existed between students, such incidents could occur. The school turned a blind eye after all, they were all martial artists' injuries could be patched up at the infirmary. But there was one absolute rule: death was strictly forbidden. What if he did just that? I understand, referee. Yi Xiao scratched his head and gave the referee an awkward smile. Seeing Yi Xiao was reasonably compliant, the referee finally smiled knowingly. Since you agree, then put down the knife. But before the referee could finish, Yi Xiao raised his blade once more. Without explanation, he swung it down violently, unleashing boundless killing intent from the blade's edge. This time, however, the target was no longer an arm, it was Chen Yu's head. Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Put the sword down immediately. Seeing this, the referee turned ashen-faced with fear and instantly collapsed to the ground. Yi Xiao's gone mad. Is he trying to kill Chen Yu? This is terrifying. Never mess with Yi Xiao again, he's a madman. Don't worry, I'll definitely stay far away from him. I sure don't want to get stabbed like that. The crowd below the stage buzzed with whispers, convinced Yi Xiao was a complete lunatic. Those who had previously spoken ill of Yi Xiao trembled in fear, dreading his revenge come harvest time. Witnessing this scene, Principal Song Zhang's face darkened. He abruptly stood up. He wanted to stop the blade, but it was already too late. With a sharp clang, the scorching blade sliced through the air, descending mercilessly upon Chen Yu's head. No, the referee screamed in despair. As the referee for this match, if someone died, losing his job would be the least of his worries. He could even face life imprisonment. Thousands of students below the stage covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the bloody scene. On the podium, Xian Jianxiang, Yi Xiao's homeroom teacher, was now ashen-faced. Ignoring Liang Yu's incessant chatter beside him, he closed his eyes in utter despair. Regardless, that sharp blade had finally come down. Detected, host successfully pulled off a show-off move in front of Principal Song Jiang. Show-off points +1. Detected host successfully showing off in front of the referee old man, show-off points +0.5. Detected host successfully showing off in front of Su Qian, show-off points +0.2. Congratulations! Host has earned a total of 500 show-off points. Contrary to everyone's expectations of a bloody scene, Zhang Yu's head didn't fly off in a 360-degree spiral. Only a peculiar scent wafted through the air. Everyone looked up to see a long sword radiating a murderous aura stuck right beside Chen Yu's head. Chen Yu was not dead. Nor was this the scent of blood. The source of the smell was Chen Yu's underwear. Song Jiang. Referee. Liang Meng. Su Qian. Qian Jianxiang. Audience. Host successfully detected showing off in front of the crowd. Show-off points +0.5. Show-off points +1. Congratulations, host. Total show-off points earned, 500. Detected intense humiliation from Chen Yu, the school team reserve. Show-off points +100. TSK TSK TSK. Glancing at Chen Yu's soaked crotch, Yi Xiao wrinkled his nose in disgust. With such pathetic courage, you still dare to bully people like a gangster. Yi Xiao planted his right foot on Chen Yu's face. Under the latter's terrified gaze, he spoke slowly. Call yourself a dog and I'll spare your life. Brother Yi. Oh no. Grandpa Yi. I'm a dog. Woof woof woof. Chen Yu's terrified voice echoed through the martial arts arena, lingering long after. Witnessing this scene, everyone was so shocked their scalps tingled. This Yi Xiao, he's ruthless. How had no one noticed this beastly talent before? Guess he just likes to play it cool. That's right. I told you you're a dog. Didn't you believe me? From now on, whenever you see me, just tuck your tail between your legs and act like a dog, got it? I understand. Yi Xiao gave Chen Yu a gentle smile, then kicked him unconscious right before his terrified eyes. Detected host overwhelmingly defeating school team reserve Zhang Yu and utterly shattering his resolve. Reward, show-off points +500. Congratulations on completing your first mission. Bonus +500 show-off points. The Fortune Wheel feature is now activated. Fortune Wheel, spend 1,000 show-off points per spin. Rewards range from ancient artifacts to an 80-year-old granny's foot binding cloth, everything imaginable. Newcomers get half price on their first 3 spins. So many show-off points. And the system even unlocked new features. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the news, his greedy expression unmistakable. I need to go back and study this carefully. With that thought, Yi Xiao ceased his pondering. Sheathing his long sword, Yi Xiao descended from the combat platform under countless gazes, some probing, some stunned. With calm composure, he pushed open the gate and gradually faded from view. Only after he had walked 2 li away did the crowd below the platform finally snap out of their shock. Holy! 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 What the hell did I just see? Shen Yu isn't dead. Yi Xiao didn't kill him, he did it on purpose to scare the crap out of him. Ha 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 ha. This Chen Yu, how's he gonna hang around the school team now? He's embarrassed himself to death. That smell, ugh. But Yi Xiao is seriously strong. That kind of power is good enough for the school team. Next time we see him, Yi Xiao might already be on the team. Su Qian must be kicking herself right now. Ha 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 ha. No one could have imagined that Yi Xiao, who had always kept a low profile, could completely crush Chen Yu, the school team's reserve player. After all, even their reserves are from a team where every member is a powerhouse. Listening to the surrounding jeers, Su Qian felt like her teeth were grinding to dust. That good-for-nothing Chen Yu. Good for nothing but messing things up. Can't even beat an ordinary student. So what if he's a 6th rank martial artist? What's he so cocky about? I've got plenty of backups. Some are way better than you. Su Qian's eyes blazed with fury. I'll find someone even better right now. With that, she pulled out her phone. Seeing the name Chen Hao, school team vice captain, in her contacts, Su Qian smirked triumphantly. Yi Xiao, don't gloat for too long. If Chen Yu can't handle you, what about Chen Hao? He's a monster at the 9th rank of martial arts, and he even possesses a B-grade martial arts talent. At Nanshan First High School, aside from Shui Yan, he's among the strongest few. At this thought, Su Qian's pent-up frustration vanished, replaced by a surge of excitement. Yi Xiao, just you wait. I'll make you beg me on your knees. On the podium. Principal, that kid scared the living daylights out of me. The referee approached the podium with a mournful expression, brimming with grievance. You must take my side on this. That's right, Principal. No matter how talented this student is, his vile character will never let him amount to anything. We recommend expelling him outright. Liang Meng, relishing the chaos, seized the moment to deliver another blow. Shen Jianxiang desperately wanted to speak up for Yi Xiao, but his lowly position and insignificant status meant every word he uttered drew 10 more in retort. Now, his face splattered with spittle, he stood in a corner brooding in silence. Finally, Song Jiang spoke up. Chapter 4, SSS Rank Martial Talent. 6 Armed Azura. I don't think we need to be so harsh. True to his reputation, Song Jian was magnanimous and chivalrous. Stroking his beard, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. At least no one died. But Principal. Liang Meng froze at the words, about to speak further. But Song Jian waved him off. No need for further words. My mind is made up. Besides, this matter isn't entirely Yi Xiao's fault, is it? Don't assume I'm too old to see through all the twists and turns. I was quite the romantic back in my day. He stole someone's girlfriend, then teamed up with her to humiliate the guy. So Yi Xiao beating him up wasn't unreasonable, was it? That Zhang Yu got what he deserved. Seeing Song Jiang acting like an old prankster, the referee realized it was pointless to stay and simply patted his butt and left. Liang Meng, however, was utterly exasperated. If anyone knew Song Jiang, it was her. That old fox never gets up early without a reason. He's probably got his eye on Yi Xiao. After all, the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge was next month. He probably wanted Yi Xiao to join the school team and represent the school in the competition. Sure enough, Song Jiang suddenly chimed in with a grin. Hey, Liang Meng, Yi Xiao's actually a pretty decent kid. I plan to place him in the special martial arts class. He'll become a member of the school team and join us for the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge in a month. The 100 Schools Alliance Challenge is a provincial-level event hosted by Jin Province, carrying immense prestige. Most universities in Tianjin Province participate. This tournament is a clash among the elite, directly impacting the rankings of major universities. Generous rewards are distributed according to each university's final ranking. Top-ranked teams can even bypass the martial arts college entrance exams and gain direct admission to prestigious martial arts universities. Rumors even suggest that elite institutions like Yenjing Martial Arts University and Huaqing Martial Arts University will allocate several spots. Upon hearing this news, martial arts students across the province erupted in excitement. What does admission to a top martial arts university signify? Let's put it this way, every graduate from Yenjing or Huaqing Martial Arts University is a martial arts prodigy. And consider this, based on past trends, Tianjin Province hasn't produced a single student admitted to elite martial arts universities like Yenjing or Huaqing in ages. This is because Tianjin Province has a poor martial arts cultivation environment with low spiritual energy concentration, ranking last among the 23 provinces. This has left its students lagging behind as well, making it incredibly difficult to compete with students from other provinces. The spots at these elite martial arts universities are undoubtedly a massive temptation. This year's 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament promises to be exceptionally fierce, and Nanshan No. 1 High School is determined to give it their all. Nanshan No. 1 High School was once Tianjin Province's premier institution, but it has fallen into decline in recent years. As the former top school, it has endured constant bullying from Tianjin No. 1 High School and other institutions in the province. As the newly appointed principal of Nanshan No. 1 High School, Song Jiang is determined to restore its former glory. Although they already have Shui Yan, a super talented student, who wouldn't want an extra edge? Clearly, Yi Xiao would be an excellent choice. I understand, Principal, Liang Meng said with a sigh. Song Jiang nodded with satisfaction at her words. With him saying this, Liang Meng would certainly not make things difficult for Yi Xiao anymore. Besides, they had no prior animosity, and now they were teacher and student. Then it's settled. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Jiang was about to leave when Liang Meng suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, Principal, is Yi Xiao joining the school team as a full member or an alternate? Full member. But he's only at the 6th rank in martial arts cultivation. Full members are at least 7th rank. Song Jiang smiled at this, his eyes dark and inscrutable. You've seen too little of the world. That boy's capabilities far exceed 6th Dan. Just look at his terrifying physical prowess, he's easily at the 8th rank level. After hiding his true abilities for so long, how could he possibly reveal his full strength? I hope he'll surprise me. Lying on his bedroom bed, Yi Xiao began studying the system. Open character panel. Name, Yi Xiao. Realm martial arts 6th tier. Vitality 6570. Physical constitution 85, martial arts level 8 standard. Talent, none. Martial arts. Shadow/mortal grade, mastery. Iron arm mortal grade, mastery. Show off points 2300. Martial realm 9th tier, martial artist, martial master, grand master, grandmaster, grandmaster, martial king. 2300 show off points. Staring at the numbers on the interface, Yi Xiao felt a faint sense of wealth wash over him. How to spend it? Yi Xiao pondered silently. Martial arts could wait for now. After all, both his current martial arts had already reached perfection, leaving no new skills to allocate points to. As for cultivation realm, let's start by allocating points first. System, allocate points. Max out my cultivation realm. Notice, martial arts 9th tier realm can be boosted to peak 9th tier with points. To break through to warrior realm, additional show-off points are required to purchase a breakthrough pill. Breakthrough pills vary in price across realms. The pill for advancing to martial artist requires 5,000 show-off points. That expensive? Yi Xiao frowned. Better just max out martial arts realm 9 for now. There's no rush for the martial artist realm anyway, he still needed his remaining points to spin that fortune wheel. With that thought, Yi Xiao hesitated no longer. System, max out my cultivation level. Ding! Realm points being added. With a flick of your finger, a massive amount of show-off points vanish into thin air. 800 points wiped clean. 800 show-off points are incredibly precious, many spend their entire lives trying to achieve such feats. Your 800 show-off points equal 40 years of arduous cultivation for others. Your vitality has received a massive boost. Vitality plus 34. Your physique has undergone a qualitative leap. Physique plus 35. Congratulations! Your vitality has reached 99 points, achieving the peak of martial arts 9th rank. Congratulations! Your physique has reached 120 points, leaving others miles behind and achieving the level of a 2-star martial artist. 40 years of arduous training have tempered your will. Your relentless diligence, day and night, has transformed you beyond recognition, granting you profound new insights into life. Congratulations on awakening the special martial talent, Heaven Man Unity. Heaven Man Unity greatly reduces the effects of any mental attacks. Scorching blood surged through his limbs and bones, his entire musculature and skeleton feeling as though they were being torn apart and rebuilt. Yi Xiao instinctively unleashed a punch, unleashing a fierce gale that instantly roared forth, sending paper scraps flying wildly throughout the room. What immense power! Is this the pinnacle of the 9th martial arts rank? No. His physique alone stood at 120 points. In terms of physical prowess, he was no less than any 2-star martial artist, perhaps even stronger. And this special martial talent, Heaven Man Unity, was utterly absurd. With this, wouldn't he be invincible against enemies specializing in mental attacks? Yi Xiao recalled that the genius school beauty, Shui Yan, had awakened an S-rank martial talent, one related to the spirit. If he ever faced her, wouldn't it be explosive? Suppressing his surging excitement, Yi Xiao began studying the fortune wheel. Fortune wheel, random prize draw. Each spin consumes 1,000 show-off points. First 3 spins for newcomers at half price. Price increases later. Spin now? Glancing at his remaining 1,500 show-off points, Yi Xiao steeled himself. All in. 1,500 show-off points automatically deducted. Wheel spinning. Congratulations, host. You've won 10 pairs of pure cotton underwear. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an endless supply of konjac jelly. Congratulations, host. You've won another spin voucher. Yi Xiao? What the hell is all this stuff? Staring at the 10 cotton underwear scattered across the bed and the mountain of konjac jelly piled on the floor, Yi Xiao pressed his temples in pain. One draw opportunity remains. System, I'll trust you one more time. Using voucher. Redeemed voucher destroyed. Spinning wheel in operation. Congratulations, host. Your luck is off the charts. You have obtained the SSS tier physical cultivation martial talent, 6-armed Azura. 6-armed Azura martial realm awakening consumes vast amounts of personal spiritual energy to transform into Azura form, rendering the body impervious to blades and bullets, immune to water and fire, and temporarily increasing physical strength tenfold. Given the host's peerless innate talent, awakening a peak tier talent on the first attempt warrants an additional 1,000 show-off points. SSS tier martial arts talent. A 1 in a billion awakening probability. Not seen in the entire province of Jin for nearly a century. Even across the entire Yanxia Empire, those who awaken SSS tier talent are few and far between. Undoubtedly the strongest martial arts talent existing today. Yi Xiao's heart trembled with shock, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. Simultaneously, the once clear sky instantly darkened with gathering storm clouds, turning eerily ominous. Gushing black mist engulfed the sky, while piercing ghostly wails echoed relentlessly throughout the city. It was a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Chapter 5, Unparalleled Talent, Shocking the Yanxia. Yanjing, the capital of Yanxia, within the Imperial Guard Mansion. Gazing at the human Emperor Stone erupting with endless crimson light, a flicker of astonishment crossed in Jinshan's eyes. As a protector general, a towering figure in the martial arts world of Yanxia, and a member of the nation's strongest combat force, and Jinshan, with his vast experience and knowledge, knew this was the harbinger of a human martial artist awakening an SSS-tier martial talent. Celestial phenomena? Supreme slaughter? Another prodigy had awakened an SSS-tier martial talent. And Jinshan's eyes burned with intense fervor, for Yanxia desperately needed such supreme prodigies. Across Yanxia, ancient slumbering demons and monsters were constantly reawakening, inflicting immense losses upon humanity. Moreover, spatial rifts keep appearing across the land. Each rift is a battlefield connecting different worlds. Lured by Blue Star's abundant resources, many alien races sought to enslave humanity and seize their home. Countless human martial artists have garrisoned the multiverse battlefields, clashing with these alien races for nearly a century. Yet they've remained at a disadvantage. Currently, humanity's low-tier combat strength remains sufficient, and mid to high-tier forces are barely adequate. But top-tier combat power is exceedingly scarce. Lacking sufficient martial talent, they ultimately cannot break through to the pinnacle tier. Especially those with SSS-tier martial talent, truly peerless prodigies are exceedingly rare. At this thought, Jinshan abruptly rose to his feet, his robust frame striding toward the Tianji Academy. He intended to divine Yi Zhao's location and bring him back to Yanjing for intensive cultivation. For alien spies might very well attempt to assassinate Yi Zhao to strangle the future of the human race. Such incidents had occurred before, and he would not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. It wasn't just in Jinshan. Many high-ranking officials of the Yanxia Empire had also sensed the aura of Yi Zhao's awakened SSS-grade martial talent. Like in Jinshan, they too sought to track down Yi Zhao's whereabouts. At the same time, across the myriad battlefields scattered throughout Yanxia, countless alien warriors also sensed this aura. Some bore horns upon their heads, others stood as sturdy as mountains, while still others possessed countless heads and eyes. Yet without exception, each radiated a terrifying, spine-chilling aura. The human race has produced yet another peerless prodigy. They truly never give up. He must be crushed in his infancy, or he will become a grave threat to our race in the future. 10 years ago, Yan Wujiu also awakened SSS-grade martial talent. We failed to eliminate him then, and now he's reached the martial king realm. He's inflicted immense losses upon our race. We must eliminate this peerless prodigy before he fully matures. Countless alien races, despite their diverse origins, now shared a single purpose. They mobilized countless human spies hidden within cities and stealthy alien races. Any individual displaying exceptional talent was to be assassinated without exception. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty slip away. Because of this, chaos erupted instantly across every city in the entire Yanxia Empire. At this very moment, Jin Province, the Bone Dragon Mountains. In a gloomy cave, dozens of horned alien tribesmen stared at each other, their expressions cold and sinister. The leader, an exceptionally tall alien with limbs as withered as rotten wood, exuded a putrid stench from head to toe. His name was Moses, a minor leader of an alien squad planted by the withered demon clan within Jin Province of the Yanxia Empire. Measured against human martial artists, its combat prowess equaled that of a peak martial master. Its pair of dark green eyes now flickered with a bloodthirsty gleam. Superior orders, another SSS-tier martial prodigy has emerged in Yanxia recently. And according to High Priest Manhwa's divination, it's highly likely to be in Jin Province. How could Jin Province, the weakest province in Yanxia, produce an SSS-tier martial prodigy? An alien race member asked in bewilderment, but the moment the words left its mouth, it regretted speaking. Are you questioning the High Priest? Moses's gaze turned icy, causing the foreigner to collapse in fear. Who didn't know the High Priest's authority was inviolable? Chieftain, I didn't. Moses snorted coldly and dismissed him. This Jin Province 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament will gather all the prodigies of Jin Province. And according to intelligence from our infiltrator within Jin Province's human elite, the venue for this tournament is none other than the Bone Dragon Mountains. Then we'll lie in wait like hunters by the tree stump, burying every one of those geniuses deep within the Bone Dragon Mountains. Understood. With that, the alien warriors rose to their feet, their eyes blazing with a murderous intent that sent a chill down the spine. Enough. Moses turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man lurking in the shadows, his eyes flashing with contempt as a mocking smile curled his lips. Zhang Guangji, you know what needs to be done. Zhang Guangji lowered his eyes, his gaze boiling with rage. Suppressing the urge to carve the alien warrior whose cultivation far surpassed his own into 1,000 pieces, he forced a smile and humbly replied. Your servant understands. As the headmaster of Jin Province's Shadow Martial Arts Academy, one of the judges for the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament, and a 5-star Grand Martial Artist, Zhang Guangji should never have bowed to this foreigner, who was vastly weaker than him. But, who could resist the Kumo clan's generous offer? He had once believed he would never break through to grand martial artist in this lifetime. Yet, after acquiring the Kumul clan's heretical martial arts and feeding on human blood, he had shattered that shackle. Moreover, to prevent his betrayal, the Kumul clan had cursed him should he ever turn against them, demonic flames would consume his body. At this thought, Zhang Guangji resignedly unclenched his fists. Now, he had no choice but to go all in. After all, the Yanxia Empire had zero tolerance for alien spies. Betrayal truly meant extermination of 9 generations. Moses watched the middle-aged man before him with amusement, his heart filled with contempt. A man who would betray his own kin and his nation for power was utterly beneath its contempt. Nothing but a stray dog, it chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, in Nanshan City, Jin Province. As if sensing the scrutiny from all sides, the system abruptly terminated the celestial phenomenon. In an instant, the celestial phenomena vanished without a trace. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and with the system's deliberate concealment, no one noticed. Whether it was in Jinshan and other high-ranking officials of Yanxia, or the countless powerful beings from other realms, all lost their bearings and could no longer probe further. Yi Xiao, exhausted from awakening his SSS tier martial talent, had also fainted. The next day, Yi Xiao entered Class 7 of Senior 3 as usual. The moment he entered, the previously noisy classroom fell abruptly silent. Ignoring the fearful and curious stares, Yi Xiao followed the memory in his mind and took a seat by the window in the back row. Witnessing this, the students dared not utter a sound. They all picked up their books and pretended to read. They were terrified Yi Xiao might lose his temper again and mistake them for Chenyu. After all, Chenyu was still in the hospital, bandaged like a mummy. He selectively ignored everyone. Yi Xiao propped his chin on his hand, staring blankly out the window at the passing scenery. A gentle breeze brushed his soft, tousled hair, while scattered rays of dawn light sank into his deep, piercing eyes. The youth seemed to transcend reality, his handsome features tinged with an almost overwhelming melancholy. Su Qian, who had just entered, was momentarily stunned. How did Yi Xiao become so incredibly handsome? Su Qian thought, feeling a bit dazed. Truth be told, Yi Xiao had startled himself when he woke up that morning. But after the system explained that this was the beauty-enhancing effect attached to the 6-armed Azura talent, Yi Xiao understood. As his martial arts talent developed further, this effect would only grow stronger. Looking better wasn't such a bad thing. But no matter how good-looking you are, it's just an empty shell. Unlike my brother Chen Hao, who's the vice-captain of the school team and a martial arts master at the 9th rank level. Su Qian sneered inwardly. Her purpose in coming today was to humiliate Yi Xiao. Then she'd slam Chen Hao's challenge letter in his face before strutting away with her nose in the air. The thought filled Su Qian with satisfaction. Yi Xiao, she called out. Yi Xiao was deep in thought, pondering whether spices or that other thing had been the best-selling commodity in the 17th century. But as luck would have it, Su Qian's bratty interruption disrupted his train of thought. That thing. Yi Xiao's brow furrowed slightly as he tentatively settled on an answer in his mind. Then he shot Su Qian a sharp look. What is it? He asked coldly. With powerful backing, Su Qian showed no sign of backing down, her expression growing even more arrogant. Let's break up. You're not good enough for me. Don't think you're so great just because you beat Zhang Yu. Let's be honest, Zhang Yu is just a reserve on the school team. But my new boyfriend, Chen Hao, is the school team's vice-captain. And a martial arts master at the 9th Dan level. At the upcoming 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament, he'll be the dark horse who makes a stunning debut. A loser like you wouldn't last a single move against him. Get down on your knees and kowtow to me now. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll tell Brother Chen how to go easy on you. Su Qian's incessant chatter grated on Yi Xiao's nerves. He wasn't the original owner, why waste time entertaining this idiot? All he wanted now was to hone his martial arts, ascend to the realm of martial legend, and fulfill his dreams. Having been transported to this world, he wouldn't leave any regrets behind. Of course, it was far too early to think about that now. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength, ensuring he could protect himself no matter what came his way. As for that Chen Hao guy? Simple. If he dares to show up, one solid slap to the face will settle it. Get lost. Yi Xiao snapped impatiently. Su Qian froze at his words, her face turning ashen. How dare you insult me? How dare you insult me? What gives you the right to insult me? You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. A bastard born without a mother's love. Your parents deserve to die young. You're nothing but a jinx. I'll tell you this, Bang! A fierce gust of wind whistled past, and Su Qian vanished in an instant. After a thunderous crash, Yi Xiao stood tall and slowly withdrew his leg. The classroom turned to see the trash can in the corner overturned and its contents scattered. Su Qian clutched her body, wailing in agony on the floor. Witnessing this scene, the students instinctively shuddered and quickly pretended to read their books. These books are truly books. Su Qian clutched her stomach, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her face twisted in terror as Yi Xiao slowly approached her, her body huddled tightly in the corner. Yi Xiao stopped before her, towering over her with a cold, piercing gaze. Born without a mother's care? You think I won't make you an orphan too? Your parents spoiled you rotten, but I won't be spoiling you. If you dare mess with me again, it won't end with just one kick. With that, Yi Xiao picked up the challenge letter from the ground, glanced at it, and sneered. This challenge I accept it. After the holidays, at the school's martial arts arena I'll be waiting for him there. Got that? Yi Xiao said indifferently. Yes, I heard you clearly. Su Qian stammered, her face twisted with terror. Detected successful punishment of host's adversary Su Qian, inflicting profound psychological trauma. Pretentiousness points plus 300. Just then, a shifty-eyed bald head peered through the back door. Seeming satisfied that the matter was resolved, Zhen Jianxiang cleared his throat and called out toward the room, Yi Xiao, come to the office. With that, Zhen Jianxiang turned and walked away. Get lost. Watching the woman flee in disarray, Yi Xiao raised an amused eyebrow. Another chance to score some cool points. This was pure manna from heaven, wasn't it? In the senior high office, Zhen Jianxiang took a sip of tea. Looking at the handsome youth before him, he spoke slowly. Yi Xiao, you're being transferred to the special martial arts class. Chapter 6, Transferred to Special Martial Arts. Join the school team. Yi Xiao, you're being transferred to the special martial arts class. Yi Xiao replied indifferently. Seeing Yi Xiao's utterly unruffled demeanor, Zhen Jianxiang suddenly felt his worldview crumbling. How could this kid be so calm? After all, entering the special martial arts class was the dream of countless senior martial arts students. After all, getting into the special martial arts class meant having one foot practically in the door of a top martial arts university. You're not even surprised about being transferred to the special martial arts class? Of course I'm surprised. Yi Xiao's tone wavered slightly, yet his expression remained composed. What's there to be surprised about? Yi Xiao wondered inwardly. He'd beaten the school team's reserve, Xinyu, into a bloody pulp. With talent like his, it would be strange if they didn't recruit him. Truthfully, Yi Xiao couldn't be blamed. Ever since awakening the system, his mental resilience had reached heights unattainable by others. A mere spot in the special combat class. Zhen Jianxiang rubbed his temples at the sight. Great, another weirdo military science nerd. Then again, after playing dumb for so long, what kind of normal person could he be? He nearly beat Xinyu to death in that match, and now the guy's still lying in the hospital hooked up to N4. The thought made Zhen Jianxiang's head throb again. At least he wouldn't have to teach him anymore. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly. Principal Song Jiang sees your talent and has granted you official membership on the school team. From now on, you're part of the special martial arts class and an official member of the school team. All martial arts techniques in the scripture hall are available to you at a 50% discount. You may also freely use the training room reserved for the school team. Here is your access token. Zhen Jianxiang pulled a silver white token from the cabinet and tossed it to Yi Xiao. The 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament begins in 1 month. I needn't remind you how crucial this competition is. Use this time to hone your martial arts. Don't disappoint the principal's expectations, and don't squander your own martial arts potential. After leaving the office, Yi Xiao casually stowed the token away before opening his character panel. Open character panel. Name, Yi Xiao. Realm, Martial Arts 9th Tier Peak. Vitality 9999. Physical Constitution, 122 star Martial Artist level. Martial Talent. SSS rank Melee Talent 6 Armed Azura first form unlockable at Martial Artist Realm. Special Martial Talent Heaven Man Unity. Martial Arts. Shadow/Mortal Grade, Mastery. Iron Arm Mortal Grade, Mastery. Show off points 1000. This level of power. Among the martial arts students in the senior class at Nanshan First High School, it seems unmatched save for a few exceptional talents. But when it comes to martial arts techniques. At this thought, Yi Xiao's gaze darkened slightly. Currently, he possessed only 2 martial arts techniques. One was the Shadow Slash, the other the Iron Arm. Though both had been cultivated to perfection, they were merely mortal-grade martial arts, their power ultimately limited. Now that he had reached the peak of the 9th martial realm, his physical strength was approaching that of a 2-star martial artist. Throughout the entire Nanshan First High School, aside from Shui Yan, he was likely the strongest martial arts student. Yet in terms of martial arts, he was truly stretched thin. It's time to learn some higher-level martial arts. With this thought, Yi Xiao hesitated no longer and set off toward the scripture hall. Nanshan First High School, Scripture Hall. At the desk by the entrance, the pure and sweet martial arts administrator rested her cheek in her hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept gently by. Xiao Nanyun abruptly lifted her gaze to see a youth with refined features approaching at a measured pace. Classmate, you need to register your information to enter this hall, Xiao Nanyun said in a measured tone. Her tone was a touch gentler than usual. As a support staff member, Xiao Nanyun had spent many years at the scripture hall. Most days, she encountered disheveled bookworms. Rarely did she encounter a youth of such striking appearance anyone would instinctively soften their demeanor. Yi Xiao took the pen at her words, bent down, and began to write with flowing, elegant strokes. His name speaks for itself. Special Martial Arts Class, official member of the school team Yi Xiao. Special Martial Arts Class? Yi Xiao? Seeing the familiar name on the form, Xiao Nanyun's eyes lit up slightly. You're that Yi Xiao? The one who beat Chen Yu to a pulp? You know me? Yi Xiao halted, speaking with a hint of confusion. Of course I do. You've been all over the campus network lately. Xiao Nanyun fluttered her lively eyes, raised her light blue phone, and gave a sly smile. By the way, you're here to select martial arts, right? That's right. After all, you've mastered both of your mortal grade martial arts to perfection. Wow, you're truly gifted. Would you like me to guide you? Yi Xiao's expression brightened at the suggestion. He'd been fretting over how to find martial arts suited to him. And just as he was about to give up, someone handed him a solution. I'd be delighted. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Before rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, Xiao Nanyun and Yi Xiao came to a halt. How about this common grade martial art manual Blazing Sword? Xiao Nanyun raised an eyebrow, flipping through the red-bound book in her hand. Though it's a common grade martial art, its power rivals that of yellow grade techniques. You're at the 6th stage of martial cultivation, right? You should be able to master it just fine. Yi Xiao shook his head slowly. The rank is too low. No thanks. Besides, I'm not at the 6th stage of martial arts anymore, I'm at the peak of the 9th stage. I can still hold my own against low-star martial artists. Xiao Nanyun rolled her eyes at his words, retorting irritably, Who are you trying to fool, you little brat? There's no one else here. Why would I lie to my teacher? Teacher doesn't buy it. Hearing this, Yi Xiao gave a helpless chuckle. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He had told the truth whether others believed it was their business, not his. The path of martial arts was inherently solitary. Faced with others' doubts, he couldn't be bothered to explain further. It was enough to cultivate himself. Then how about this yellow-grade martial art manual fiery sword technique? Lost in thought, Xiao Nanyun picked up another martial arts manual. Yi Xiao examined its attributes in detail, his eyes immediately lighting up. Excellent. This is good. Highly lethal. Low spiritual energy consumption. Most importantly, it looks badass. This one it is. Yi Xiao declared with characteristic boldness. How much? 40,000 yenxia coins. But as a school team member, you get a perk of 50% discount. Only 200,000 yenxia coins. The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Xiao's smile froze. He pulled out his OBBOA5 phone from his pocket. The characters on the screen were jarringly bright. Balance, 8,700. Damn it. He'd completely forgotten he was broke. This was awkward. Seeming to notice Yi Xiao's discomfort, Xiao Nanyun gave an awkward smile. Is there any yellow-grade martial art that's the cheapest? Like, a few thousand yuan? Yi Xiao asked sheepishly. The cheapest yellow-grade martial arts start at 10,000 yuan. There really aren't any for just a few thousand. How about this? I can find you a top-tier mortal-grade martial art. Master it to perfection, and it won't be any worse than a yellow-grade one. Yi Xiao shook his head. Forget it. Mortal-grade martial arts won't do. Since he couldn't find a suitable martial art for now, he'd make plans for it later. After all, life was long. With that thought, Yi Xiao thanked Xiao Nanyun and prepared to leave. Xiao Nanyun suddenly called out to him. There really aren't any yellow-grade martial arts worth thousands of coins. But why not try the free Earth-grade martial arts? Yi Xiao's footsteps halted at her words. Earth-grade martial arts and free? How could that be possible? But for Xiao Nanyun's sake, he turned his head to look back. There stood Xiao Nanyun beside a tall bookshelf, pointing at a martial arts manual covered in thick dust. This one. As she spoke, Xiao Nanyun swept away all the dust from the book's surface with her spiritual energy. Sunlight filtered through the swirling dust, illuminating the long-forgotten cover. A line of golden characters shone brilliantly. Earth-grade martial arts. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Chapter 7, Earth-grade martial arts? Heavenly Cloud Sword. A free Earth-grade martial art? Yi Xiao couldn't believe his ears at first. Earth-grade martial arts? Those were priceless treasures. The kind money can't buy. In the entire city of Nanshan, there probably weren't even 10 of them combined. And they're all held by the government, the military, or martial arts clans. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to them. Nanshan First High School wasn't some charitable organization. How could they possibly offer Earth-grade martial arts for free? Something fishy is definitely going on. Exactly. Don't be fooled by its free access. In terms of power, the Heavenly Cloud Sword ranks among the top Earth-grade martial arts. Xiao Nanyun nodded slightly. Seeming to notice Yi Xiao's confusion, she continued slowly. However, this Earth-grade martial art does have some drawbacks. Actually, rather than flaws, it's more that it's too profound. This Earth-grade martial art was brought to the scripture hall by Principal Song Jiang. It said he found it on the multiverse battlefield back when he was still active. But because this Earth-grade martial art is so difficult to comprehend, even when the headmaster was at the 9th rank of martial arts cultivation, he only barely managed to master it. Moreover, before reaching mastery, this martial art was even inferior to ordinary yellow-grade martial arts. Thus, it was left here to gather dust. And Xiao Nanyun added in a low voice, once one begins practicing this martial art, it will continuously drain their vital energy and cause their cultivation level to decline unless they reach the great achievement realm. Scared now? Xiao Nanyun smirked triumphantly. So you'd be wise not to cultivate it. In truth, this earth-grade martial art didn't inherently drain one's vital energy. Xiao Nanyun merely feared her student would become so engrossed in it that they'd neglect their own martial path. After all, it was exceedingly difficult to master. What Xiao Nanyun hadn't anticipated was that upon hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't show fear at all. Instead, his breathing grew slightly ragged. It was truly terrifying. Because he had nearly missed out on this earth-grade martial art. Yi Xiao's heart leapt with excitement. Quite profound? Who cares? Realm slipping? What's there to fear? He had the system, didn't he? Just add some points to the boxes, and he'll stack it straight to perfection. Who cares if it's profound? Just do it. With that thought, Yi Xiao hurriedly summoned the system interface. System, can I allocate points to this earth-grade martial art? Ding. Yes, host. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. Teacher, I'll take this earth-grade martial art. After handing the martial arts manual to Yi Xiao, Xiao Nanyun raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, just as I suspected. I thought he was a down-to-earth promising talent. But it turns out he's just another one with his head in the clouds. After all, youth is full of impetuousness. Xiao Nanyun shook her head with a hint of disappointment. Earth-grade martial arts were incredibly difficult to master, let alone a masterpiece like the Heavenly Cloud Sword. Over the years, many students had attempted to master this martial art, quite a few, in fact. But without exception, they all ended in failure. Most couldn't even master the basics. Because earth-grade martial arts were fundamentally unsuitable for practitioners at the martial path segment realm. Those who could master even an ordinary earth-grade martial art at the martial path stages were nothing short of prodigies. They are the cream of the crop among a city's young geniuses. Even Shuiyan, the school beauty and captain of the martial arts team at Nanshan First High, the most prodigiously talented prodigy in all of Nanshan City. She had only just mastered her family's earth-grade martial art, the Soaring Cloud Sword technique. And that breakthrough came only after she had just ascended to the martial artist realm. Moreover, the Heavenly Cloud Sword technique is far more difficult to master than the Soaring Cloud Sword technique. Compared to Shuiyan, what could Yi Xiao possibly be? Could he possibly be more prodigiously gifted than Shuiyan? Impossible. At this thought, she sighed once more. When he finally tried it himself and couldn't make heads or tails of it, she would give him a proper talking to. Flipping open the golden-bound tome in his hands, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. System, analyze the earth-grade martial arts manual in my possession. Ding. Retrieving martial arts information. Martial skill, earth-grade martial art, Heavenly Cloud Sword growth type. Devouring the radiance of the blazing sun, forging a sword of fiery might. The Heavenly Cloud Sword is indestructible. It regenerates whenever sunlight touches it. Its blade unleashes scorching solar energy. Unmatched in power. P.S. Has a chance to ascend to heaven-grade martial arts. Upon ascension, it can awaken a sword spirit to assist in battle. Unlocks growth points upon reaching martial artist realm. Evaluation, a standout among earth-grade martial arts. Should you allocate points to earth-grade martial art Hamatsukagami sword? 200 show-off points for beginner, 500 for proficiency, 800 for mastery, 1300 for great achievement. 5000 for perfection. Newcomers get 50% off this time. All in. Yi Xiao made his decision instantly, and the 1300 show-off points on his interface vanished in an instant. You have spent 1300 show-off points on the earth-grade martial art, Heavenly Cloud Sword. Given the profound nature of earth-grade martial art Heavenly Cloud Sword, Enlightenment Mode is now activated to ensure the host's complete mastery. Enlightenment Mode geometrically increases comprehension in a short time, allowing you to experience instant mastery, learning a martial art in seconds and crushing others with the thrill of understanding what took them decades of arduous effort. Xiao Nanyun, standing nearby, watched as Yi Xiao stared blankly at the book for 2 or 3 minutes straight. She assumed Yi Xiao was utterly baffled by the difficulty and was about to call out to him. But just as her hand reached out, a majestic hum suddenly filled the air. Seeing the halo radiating from Yi Xiao's entire body, she froze in place. Enlightenment? Enlightenment? Impossible. Xiao Nanyun's pupils contracted sharply. Her heart trembled violently, her face frozen in utter disbelief. As a well-read martial arts instructor, she knew this was the enlightenment every martial artist dreamed of. It was a state where a martial artist's insight exploded in an instant, leading to a sudden breakthrough in their understanding of martial arts. This state was exceedingly rare. The vast majority never experienced it even in a lifetime. It typically manifested only in the most exceptional prodigies, whose innate talents were peerless and whose resonance with the world was profoundly deep. Once enlightenment is triggered, martial arts that would take others decades to master could be grasped in an instant by the enlightened individual. Xiao Nanyun could scarcely believe Yi Xiao had suddenly attained enlightenment. The odds of that happening were even more absurd than Yi Xiao defeating Shuiyan. Are you kidding me? This kid just attained enlightenment? He achieved enlightenment just by glancing at it? Detected Xiao Nanyun's Dao heart slightly shattered. Rewarding 500 show-off points. You spent 1,300 show-off points on the Earth-grade martial art Heavenly Cloud Sword. Through relentless martial arts cultivation, your extraordinary dedication and a touch of insignificant technology has successfully placed you in an enlightenment state. Host in state of enlightenment. Your comprehension of Earth-grade martial art Heavenly Cloud Sword has surged dramatically. What others take decades to master, you've achieved in an instant. Congratulations! Your proficiency in Earth-grade martial art Heavenly Cloud Sword has reached the pinnacle. Your gains during enlightenment rival decades of arduous sword training. Congratulations on acquiring decades of swordsmanship experience. You now stand equal to a seasoned sword master. Feeling the surging power within him, Yi Xiao opened his eyes, now gleaming with a sharp intensity. A dull ache spread through his muscles, and calluses formed on his palms as if he'd wielded a sword for decades. A piercing sword intent surged around him, a flash of golden light erupting as an overwhelmingly oppressive aura descended. Even Xiao Nanyun, a martial artist, felt a shiver run through her. Earth-grade martial art Heavenly Cloud Sword, mastered. Xiao Nanyun stared blankly at Yi Xiao, her mind in utter disarray. She had spent years in the scripture hall without even grasping the basics, yet this brat Yi Xiao had mastered it with a single glance? And judging by his mastery, he'd cultivated this art to at least the proficient realm. He'd surpassed even Principal Song Jiang in his youth. Others might not know, but as Song Jiang's granddaughter, how could she be unaware of his true identity? Song Jiang was a prodigy who graduated from Yenjing Martial Arts University and even joined a secret organization in Yanxia. Later, while executing a secret mission, he was ambushed by a powerful foreign enemy and suffered severe injuries. After retiring due to his injuries, unable to sit idle, he came to his hometown of Nanshan City to teach at Nanshan First High School. Rumor has it his injuries caused his cultivation to plummet wildly, yet even at his lowest, he remained a martial arts grandmaster. Yet even such a top-tier genius, at Yi Xiao's age, had barely reached the mastery realm. And he achieved that while still in the martial artist realm. What kind of monster is Yi Xiao? He's even more monstrously gifted than Song Jiang. Under Xiao Nanyun's stunned gaze, Yi Xiao suddenly felt utterly uncomfortable. After clearing his throat, Xiao Nanyun finally snapped out of her daze. You attained enlightenment, she stammered. I have attained enlightenment. What realm has the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Sword reached? Mastery. Oh, mastery. Xiao Nanyun froze at first, then her face flushed crimson and her breathing quickened. Mastery? Mastery. You just flipped through a book and mastered an Earth-grade martial art? And it's the most difficult one, the Heavenly Cloud Sword? Yi Xiao nodded slightly. Just basic skills. Detected Xiao Nanyun's shattered Dao heart. Reward, show-off points 1,000. Watching Xiao Nanyun grind her teeth in frustration, Yi Xiao felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction welling up inside him. Don't envy me, it's all thanks to my innate talent and relentless effort. Plus a little bit of healthy technology. Nothing else matters, only mastery and familiarity. Chapter 8, The Prodigy of Jianzhou. Su Lai arrives. Do you know how high your talent is? No, you definitely don't. After regaining her composure, Xiao Nanyun shook her head slightly, her mind still reeling. Never mind. Since you've obtained the martial art you desired, you should leave quickly. The teacher has important matters to attend to. And soothe your teacher's bitter heart while you're at it. Saying this, Xiao Nanyun pushed Yi Xiao toward the exit. She felt a surge of urgency within her. It turned out everyone had underestimated Yi Xiao's potential. After all, attaining enlightenment isn't something just anyone can achieve. Only those with extraordinary, prodigious talent can achieve it. Xiao Nanyun felt an increasingly strong conviction Yi Xiao might be one of those legendary geniuses who had been quietly building up their strength all along. He had been accumulating strength all along, and now he was finally about to make a stunning breakthrough. Seeing Xiao Nanyun lost in thought, Yi Xiao decisively walked out. His goal had been achieved, even surpassing his expectations. He'd only intended to acquire a decent yellow-grade martial art, yet sheer luck had landed him a precious earth-grade martial art, one he'd even mastered to perfection. A fully mastered earth-grade martial art meant he now faced even low-star martial artists without fear. He could even overwhelm his opponents. In other words, he could now fight across tiers. Moreover, it's a leap across major realms. It must be understood that the martial arts tiers and the martial artists' realm form a vast watershed. Martial arts cultivation stages merely begin to unlock the body's potential, offering only modest gains in physical strength and minimal spiritual energy within the spirit sea. To illustrate, martial path cultivation is like a single drop of water, while warrior realm is like a handful. Upon reaching the martial realm, physical strength surges dramatically, and the spirit sea expands considerably. The gap between the two, if not an abyss, is certainly close to it. This is why it's said that only upon entering the martial realm does one truly become a martial artist. Thus, crossing one or two realms is already considered genius. And someone like Yi Xiao, who leaps an entire major realm. That's unheard of. Even Shui Yan, the school team captain, couldn't achieve that. Only those prodigies from the Central Plains region of the capital might achieve such feats. So Yi Xiao really hit the jackpot. Most importantly, he got this martial art for free. With that thought, Yi Xiao stepped out of the scripture hall and pulled out his old OBBOA5. He glanced at the time. Exactly 4 p.m. Seeing that it was still early, an idea naturally formed in his mind. Although he was already at the peak of the 9th martial arts rank, his physical body was approaching that of a 2-star martial artist. And had just mastered an earth-grade martial art to perfection. But without the tempering of actual combat, there remained a certain deficiency. Currently at the 9th rank martial arts level, practitioners above the 5th rank were permitted to leave the city to hunt demons and monsters. However, hunting was restricted to shallow areas, for even grandmasters dared not venture freely into the depths. Now, he would venture to the outskirts of the demon-infested wasteland beyond the city walls to hunt low-level demons and gain a firm grasp of his current power. He would depart immediately. His mind made up, Yi Xiao's feet seemed to catch the wind. Watching Yi Xiao's receding figure, Xiao Nanyun, watching from the window, felt a surge of hope for the younger generation. Quick! I must tell my grandfather this news. He'll be overjoyed when he hears this. A 6th rank martial arts student had mastered an earth-grade martial art to perfection, and it was the Heavenly Cloud Sword. The Heavenly Cloud Sword at its pinnacle, whoever it pierces is dead. For next month's 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament, besides Shui Yan, our Nanshan First High has gained another prodigy. With that thought, she pulled out her phone and dialed Song Zheng's number. Grandfather, I need to tell you about that Yi Xiao. In the age of high martial arts, demons and monsters had resurfaced, infesting the wilderness. Beyond the city walls lay territories occupied by these creatures. Cities were forced into isolation, relying solely on high magic express trains for travel. Due to the exorbitant cost of these high magic trains, the vast majority of people never left their cities in their entire lives. Except, of course, for the mighty martial artists. In this era, a single powerful martial artist held far greater strategic value than an army 1,000 times its size. Human martial artists stood as humanity's final bulwark against demons and alien races. Thus, high-level martial artists enjoy privileged treatment and exalted social status. Of course, this is contingent upon their service to the state. Meanwhile, outside Nanshan City, a high-level martial arts special train sped along a heavily guarded railway. Within the luxurious carriage, an elegantly dressed elderly man sat across from a defiant-looking youth. Beside them sat a young woman with long black hair, bright eyes, and a radiant smile. After sipping his hot tea, the old man spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Su Lai. Present, master. The youth's lips curved into a defiant smile. You know why I've sent you on this mission, don't you? I know, master. Su Lai chuckled, his face brimming with disdain. It's just to crush some weaklings, right? I hear Nanshan First High has been in decline for years, but recently a prodigy named Shui Yan emerged. At just 18, she's already a 2-star martial artist stronger than many freshmen at top martial arts universities. And it's said she's awakened an S-rank mental martial talent, clear dream mystic sound, capable of bewitching minds and causing defeat without a fight. She certainly is a formidable opponent. At this point, Su Lai paused briefly, his tone turning contemptuous. But in my eyes, Su Lai, she's still nothing to be reckoned with. Hearing this, Chen Shangchun slowly shook his head and took another sip of tea. Alai, you rank 7th among the special martial arts students at our Jinzhou First High School. Compared to Shui Yan, you're both 2-star martial artists who've awakened S-class talents. Of course, I believe you can defeat these trash. The next moment, however, Chen Shangchun's tone suddenly turned stern. But I've told you before, as a martial artist, never grow too arrogant. There are always people better than you, and skies beyond skies. If you don't change this attitude, it will be your downfall someday. What if Nanshan First High has a genius even more formidable than you? Though the odds are practically negligible. Su Lai's brow furrowed at these words, and the anger he'd suppressed for so long finally erupted. Teacher, across the entire province of Jin, how many consecutive years has our Jinzhou No. 1 High School dominated the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament? Yes, Nanshan No. 1 High School had its glory days and dominated the rankings for a long time, but that was 10 years ago. Now Nanshan No. 1 High School is suffering from a generational gap. In recent years, they've consistently ranked at the bottom of the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge. Now they've just produced one Shui Yan. Is that really worth such a big fuss? I, Su Lai, have only ever feared 2 people, Xin Taisher, the top student at our school, and that Chu Xinglan from Shanghai City. Beyond them, I fear no one. We shouldn't have come here. It's a complete waste of our time. Rest assured, Jinzhou No. 1 High will still take first in this year's 100 Schools Alliance Challenge. What does Nanshan No. 1 High even think it is? Once we get to Nanshan No. 1 High tomorrow, I'll beat that Shui Yan to a pulp. I'll prove it to the teachers. Chen Shangchun, who knew Su Lai's temperament well, sighed softly upon hearing this. Seeing that persuasion was futile, he said no more. Su Qingyan, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to pour tea and gently tried to soothe him. Teacher, please calm down. I'll apologize to you on my brother's behalf. Watching the well-behaved and sensible Su Qingyan, Chen Shangchun let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, if only your brother were as sensible as you. I'll take good care of my brother, teacher, Su Qingyan replied obediently. Chen Shangchun nodded slightly at her words. He couldn't fathom how Su Hong, the head of the Su family of Qingyang, had raised such a pair of siblings with such contrasting personalities. One was overly well-behaved and sensible, while the other was excessively proud and arrogant. Truly a handful. But Su Lai was right about one thing: they were nothing but trash. Meanwhile, outside Nanshan City, on the barren bone wastes, Yi Xiao swung his long sword, tearing apart one wasteland wolf after another. He was having the time of his life. Chapter 9, Martial Arts Association. Ghost Masked Mastiff Pack. Finally, the entire pack of wasteland wolves lay slaughtered before him. Bathed in the blazing sunlight, Yi Xiao held a dark gold sword forged from sunlight in his right hand. A blindingly bright sun-like shadow hovered behind him, the air faintly warped by its heat. The air thickened with the scent of bone ash as one desolate wolf after another collapsed to the ground, reduced to ashes. These remains were the result of the Earth-grade martial technique, Heavenly Cloud Sword, unleashed in full force. The Heavenly Cloud Sword is truly terrifying. It's just that there aren't any powerful demons nearby to fully unleash its potential, Yi Xiao said regretfully. Those few strikes earlier hadn't taken much effort at all. He hadn't even drawn the Heavenly Cloud Sword yet when the wasteland wolf was incinerated by the scorching blast that accompanied the attack. With that thought, Yi Xiao gave a light flick of his wrist. The Heavenly Cloud Sword in his hand instantly dissolved into a burst of golden light, vanishing into the air. After extracting the crystal core from the wasteland wolf's body, Yi Xiao began surveying his surroundings. This was the shallow layer of the barren bone wastes, where most of the demons and monsters roaming here were of the first-tier demonic beast level. For instance, the wasteland wolf was equivalent to the realm of human martial arts cultivation. Of course, their strength varied depending on individual development. Yi Xiao specifically targeted those demons equivalent to the 8th or 9th martial arts ranks to pursue and slash. These crystal cores don't contain much spiritual energy. Compared to the resources needed to break through to the martial artist realm, it's still a drop in the bucket. Still, it's better than nothing. A dark gleam flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes as he slowly stowed the crystal core in his hand. In the high martial world, martial prowess reigns supreme, yet not everyone can become a martial artist. In truth, every martial artist is 1 in 100. Even those merely at the preliminary stage of martial cultivation commanded respect from ordinary folk. After all, their social standing was fundamentally different. In his previous life, they would have been considered elite members of society. Nanshan City's population numbered well over 1 million, yet martial artists barely exceeded 10,000 at most. And the vast majority of them were still at the uninitiated stage of martial cultivation. The vast majority, lacking the necessary aptitude, will never become martial artists in this lifetime, destined instead to waste away in mediocrity. Take Zhang Yu from earlier, for instance. Though Yi Xiao had beaten him senseless with ease. Outside this world, Zhang Yu was truly a prodigy. Not only did he stand out among hundreds of thousands of peers in Nanshan City to gain admission to the city's top martial arts high school, he even made it into the elite martial arts class. He was just one step away from martial arts university. Yi Xiao, having traveled through time, not only activated the system but also inherited the original host's martial cultivation qualifications. So, he was truly fortunate. Of course, aspiring to become a martial artist without innate talent wasn't entirely hopeless. After all, one could compensate for personal shortcomings with external aids. Take these demonic crystal cores, for instance, originally meant for martial artists' cultivation. Even mortals who absorb their energy have a chance to step onto the path of martial arts. Though the odds were lower than winning the lottery, it was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, such items not only sell easily but command exorbitant prices. A single first-tier crystal core often fetches thousands of yenxia coins, with higher quality ones commanding tens of thousands. Moreover, the higher the core's grade, the greater its efficacy. For instance, not long ago, the Starsea Merchants Guild in neighboring Starsea City auctioned off a 4th-tier demon crystal core equivalent to the great martial artist realm for humans. Wealthy individuals from across Starsea City competed fiercely, driving the final bid to a staggering 40 million. So becoming a martial artist is absolutely awesome. Not only do you enjoy immense social prestige and respect, but the government even provides subsidies. Of course, you must abide by yenxia's laws. Otherwise, martial artists operating outside government oversight will face enforcement actions. This is precisely why the Martial Arts Association came into being. The Martial Arts Association is a semi-official martial force organization. 70% of its high-ranking members come from official yenxia institutions, such as the government and military. The remaining 30% are drawn from powerful martial artists in the civilian sector. Some are martial arts schools, some are independent martial artists, and others. The Martial Arts Association functions much like a guild in a game. Martial artists who join the association can accept bounties for tasks of varying difficulty levels, earning corresponding merit points in return. Merit points can be exchanged for rewards at the Martial Arts Association. Whether it's gold, martial arts manuals, divine weapons, elixirs, or celestial treasures, anything can be exchanged with enough merit points. When demonic hordes erupt in certain regions or alien races invade through sudden temporal rifts, Local governments or military forces may commission the Martial Arts Association to mobilize registered martial artists for combat. The Martial Arts Association's headquarters is located in the capital, Yanjing, with branches spread across every city in the Yanxia Empire. In time, Yi Xiao would also join the Martial Arts Association in Nanshan City. The heavenly treasures required for advancing to the martial realm were too numerous, and most couldn't be bought with money alone. He must accept commissions to earn merit points, which he could then exchange for rare treasures. This approach would serve a dual purpose, acquiring the essential celestial treasures while enhancing his combat experience. With this thought, Yi Xiao stretched comfortably. Just as Yi Xiao was stowing away the crystal core and preparing to leave, faint cries for help drifted from the distance, capturing his attention. Someone calling for help? And that's the cry of a second-tier demon beast, the ghost-faced mastiff. Ghost-faced mastiff, a second-tier demon beast scattered across the wastelands of Jin province, classified as a basic demon beast. Its face resembles a malevolent specter, its form akin to a Tibetan mastiff but vastly larger. It possesses sharp claws and fangs, feeds on human flesh, and poses a significant threat to martial artists below the warrior realm. Rapid escape is advised. Hearing the piercing roar, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up, and he began to rub his hands together eagerly. Those wilderness wolves earlier were 2 weak mere 7th or 8th tier martial demons. He hadn't even gotten his fill yet. He hadn't even used the heavenly cloud sword much. Relying solely on his physical strength, he'd left the wasteland wolves either dead or crippled, utterly uninteresting. This pack of ghost-faced mastiffs would make perfect test subjects. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the Nanshan Martial Arts Association had recently posted a bounty for hunting ghost-faced mastiffs, and the reward was quite generous. At this thought, Yi Xiao chuckled. Deliberately showing off wouldn't earn him any rewards from the system. But if I rescue people out of humanitarianism, that wouldn't count as deliberate, right? Saving these people while sending those ghost-faced mastiffs to hell to be reincarnated as humans? That'll earn me a bunch of show-off points too. Goodness gracious, I'm practically a living Buddha. At this thought, Yi Xiao laughed even more heartily. But no matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like a good person, more like a demonic tyrant. His mind made up, he hesitated no longer. Following the source of the voice, he swiftly darted forward. Meanwhile, on the rugged Gobi Desert, surrounded by a dozen masked hounds closing in, Gong Qingqing's fair face turned pale, her heart sinking to the depths. If only I'd listened to Dad and brought guards with us. She lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Gong Qingqing's regret now reached its peak. Driven by a desire to explore, she had dismissed her personal guards. With only a few soldiers in tow, she had ventured into the unfamiliar Bone Wasteland. Gong Qingqing wasn't from Nanshan City, she hailed from Jinzhou, the provincial capital of Jinzhou province. She was a student at Jinzhou No. 1 High School, enrolled in the elite martial arts class. Though not top of her class academically, she was a member of the school team. Outside of school, she was considered a top-tier talent. Her father's identity was even more astonishing. Gongmo, master of the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Academy, one of Jin Province's 3 great martial arts institutions, vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, one of the chief adjudicators for the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament, a formidable martial artist at the Grandmaster level. Today, Gongmo had originally intended to visit his own teacher, Song Jiang, who was now the principal of Nanshan No. 1 High School. He had intended to go alone, but unable to resist Gong Qingqing's persistent nagging, he reluctantly agreed to bring her along. Yet how could Gong O have anticipated that Gong Qingqing, whose usual mischief was tolerable, would dare to act so boldly today? She dared to shake off the martial master-level bodyguard he had arranged and venture into the demon-occupied zone with only a few soldiers in tow. Ignorance truly knows no fear. Though this was the shallow layer of the Bone Wasteland, where mostly first-tier demons roamed and second-tier demons were rare. But they weren't entirely absent. Chapter 10, The Fallen Young Miss? One punch instantly kills the ghost-faced mastiff. Moreover, when second-tier demons appeared here, they came in packs. Encountering them would be disastrous. Though the odds of encountering them are slim. What if some unlucky soul happened to stumble upon them? Clearly, Gong Qingqing was that unlucky soul. As fate would have it, less than 5 minutes after setting foot in the barren wasteland of bones, Gong Qingqing encountered over a dozen second-tier demons, ghost-faced mastiffs. She was only at the 9th level of martial arts cultivation. While her talent wasn't bad, it leaned toward support roles. She was simply not skilled in combat. The few soldiers she brought along were just random recruits she'd gathered only at the 7th or 8th martial realm tier, even weaker than her. Now, facing a pack of second-tier ghost-faced mastiffs, how could they possibly survive? Dad, I should have listened to you and brought the bodyguard alone. Gong Qingqing's lovely face turned pale with fright. Her budding figure trembled uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. No, I shouldn't have wandered off. Wah! Roar! At that moment, a ghost-faced mastiff equivalent to a 1-star martial artist could no longer contain its bloodlust. With several fangs bearing snarls, its yak-sized body charged forward. To demons, human flesh was the most exquisite delicacy in existence. With such a succulent feast before them, how could they possibly resist? Miss, run! Several soldiers, seeing this, quickly raised their swords and spears, channeling their spiritual energy to buy time for Gongqingqing. But this ghost-faced mastiff possessed formidable power, matching that of a one-star martial artist. How could a group of martial artists at the cultivation stage possibly withstand a second-tier demonic beast? Did they really think everyone was a cheat like Yi Xiao? It was nothing but futile resistance. In an instant, the ghost-faced mastiff lunged toward them. A biting gale howled as its massive paws slammed down on several soldiers. With a thunderous crash, they were sent flying, kicking up a cloud of dust as they slammed into the ground. They stood no chance. In a single exchange, their entire force was wiped out. Too exhausted to rise, the soldiers could only watch helplessly as the demon-faced mastiff, eyes glowing crimson, lunged toward Gongqingqing. Miss. Run. Gongqingqing watched the masked hound closing in, her sword-wielding hand trembling. As a pampered young lady accustomed to a life of privilege, she had never encountered such a sight. In that moment, even her courage to resist vanished completely. Of course, even if she had resisted, it would have been futile. The outcome would still have been death. It's over. Am I really going to die here? Daddy, if you don't come save me soon, your precious daughter will meet her end. I haven't even been in love yet. I don't want to die, wah. Whoever saves me, I'll marry him. I'll never betray him, and I'll be good to him for the rest of my life. In this moment of crisis, Gongqingqing was so terrified she began babbling incoherently. If someone had actually come to her rescue then, given her stubborn nature, she would most likely have pledged herself to them. But the ghost-faced mastiff knew nothing of such matters. No sooner had Gongqingqing finished speaking than the ghost-faced mastiff's razor-sharp claws flashed coldly, slamming down hard toward her face. Without a doubt, that single blow would tear her apart in an instant, reducing her to a pile of mangled flesh. Miss! No! You bastards! The soldiers watched in horror, their eyes bulging, yet utterly helpless. They were already gravely wounded, unable even to lift a finger. Their eyes filled with sorrow as they clenched the yellow sand beneath them. Gongqingqing closed her eyes in despair as the long sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The disparity in strength was too great, death was inevitable. She gave up resisting. In this unfamiliar wasteland, no one but Gongul would come to save her and no one dared to. After all, this was the shallow layer of the bone-dry wasteland, where most visitors were of low cultivation. Martial arts masters disdained this place, but the weak did venture here. Earlier, Gongqingqing had spotted several martial artists at the martial arts segment level, and even a one-star martial artist passing by. She immediately sought their help. The moment these martial artists saw Gongqingqing, they thought, wow, she's gorgeous. We'll take the hero rescuing the beauty part. But when they spotted a pack of ghost-masked mastiffs lurking in the shallows of the bone wasteland, they bolted hundreds of meters away in an instant. In their frantic flight, some even lost shoes, terrified the ghost-faced mastiffs might spot them. No wonder they fled. Over a dozen ghost-faced mastiffs, the strongest among them reaching the level of a 3-star martial artist. If they engaged in combat, they'd be torn to shreds in minutes. They weren't stupid. Who wouldn't run in this situation? Anyone who didn't run was clearly brain dead. After all, who would willingly court death? As for what to do about Gongqingqing? Well, she's none of their concern. A biting wind howled past as the ghost-faced mastiff's massive claws came crashing down. Gongqingqing closed her eyes as if accepting her fate, waiting for the death knell to toll. But that was clearly impossible. For the overlord Yi Xiao had arrived. Seeing the girl's foolish expression, Yi Xiao, shielding her from the attack, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. A faint line of frustration flashed across his forehead. So afraid of death, yet still dared to come to this place? She really needed a good scolding. The moment Yi Xiao heard the cries for help, he had raced toward this location. Fortunately, the shadow slash skill granted him increased movement speed. To arrive in time, his figure blurred into a streak of light, fearing that Gongqingqing and the others might be devoured by the demons. But thankfully, Yi Xiao arrived just in time. In an instant, Yi Xiao stood tall before Gongqingqing, his posture rigid and unwavering. At that moment, the ghost-faced mastiff's claws struck with sudden ferocity, the biting wind whipping Yi Xiao's robes wildly. Yi Xiao's expression remained composed. Beneath his tousled black hair, his eyes were as cold and deep as a frozen lake. With his right fist empowered by the enhanced effects of the mortal-grade martial art, Iron Arm, Yi Xiao channeled all his spiritual energy. Slowly raising his clenched right fist, he gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating strike. The terrifying physical strength of a 2-star martial artist erupted. The next instant, the jade-like fist collided violently with the massive, pitch-black claw. Centered on the man and the demon, the earth within a 10-meter radius cracked layer by layer, instantly covered in fissures. The ground sank several feet deep as a sky-darkening cloud of dust billowed up from beneath their feet. Dozens of meters away, the gravely wounded soldiers witnessed Yi Xiao suddenly appear and engage the ghost-faced mastiff in a frenzied fistfight, fearless in the face of death. This sight turned their faces ashen with terror. What had they witnessed? A youth who looked barely 17 or 18 daring to engage in close combat with the ghost-faced mastiff. It's over. That youth's aura shows him at most a 9th-rank martial artist, but the ghost-faced mastiff is a second-tier demon beast. And the ghost-faced mastiff's greatest strength lies in its physical might. This youth is likely doomed. Damn it! It's all my fault for being too weak. If I were at the martial artist realm, the young lady and the boy wouldn't have to die. Truthfully, even a martial realm cultivator would face death or crippling injury if they took the ghost-faced mastiff's claw head-on. Looks like we're all going down here today. They strained to open their eyes, desperate to see the battle unfolding. But the smoke was too thick, all they could hear was a dull thud. Only when the dust finally settled could they barely open their eyes. Just as they assumed Yi Xiao had been beaten into pulp. What they saw next left them utterly horrified. After the smoke cleared, Yi Xiao stood perfectly still, not a hair out of place. In contrast, the ghost-faced mastiff had been hurled nearly 100 meters by Yi Xiao's terrifying force, its mangled, bloodied form now embedded deep into a nearby rock wall. This scene left them utterly stunned. What? How is this possible? How old is he? His physical strength surpasses even the ghost-faced mastiff, renowned for its brute power? Damn it, am I dreaming? Pinch me. Detected, host successfully manifested divine presence in public. Congratulations on earning 500 show-off points. Chapter 11, Secret Affection. Demons vanquished. Yi Xiao had no time to spare for them. He had already checked the wounded, these soldiers wouldn't die anytime soon. He'd set them aside for now. With that thought, Yi Xiao turned his gaze to the girl before him. Her smooth, chestnut brown hair flowed down her back, and her eyes were a clear, light green. Her brows were like distant mountain ridges, her skin fairer than snow. When she smiled foolishly, 2 shallow dimples would appear. Add to that the custom-made clothes she wore, clearly of considerable value. She was the very picture of an innocent, naive young thing. Her appearance here likely meant adolescence had arrived, and she'd automatically decided to court disaster. So Yi Xiao deliberately startled her, snap out of it. You're in hell, are you going to be reincarnated or not? Gong Qingqing had kept her eyes tightly shut. Suddenly hearing those words sent her mind into a complete whirl. Wait, is this it? Reincarnation? But I haven't written my suicide note yet. She thought dazedly. Are you going to be reincarnated or not? If not, next person up. Don't just stand there blocking the way. I'll reincarnate. I'll reincarnate. Gong Qingqing jolted awake, hurriedly declaring. You're reincarnating into an egg. Yi Xiao covered his forehead, exasperated. Hearing Yi Xiao's sarcastic remark, Gong Qingqing finally snapped out of it. No wonder she felt no pain, she hadn't actually died. It seemed she had been saved by the person standing before her. The thought that this handsome youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes was her savior. Gong Qingqing felt as though she had a fever, her lovely face flushing like the evening sunset. Detected, Gong Qingqing feels profound gratitude toward the host and harbors a hint of subtle affection. Rewarding with 500 show-off points. Hearing the system notification, Yi Xiao immediately sensed trouble. Damn it, a hint of subtle affection. Yi Xiao shot Gong Qingqing a subtle glance, his eyes brimming with undisguised disgust. I saved your life, and now you're lusting after my body? No way, no way. Though she's stunningly beautiful, that clueless look and her clearly distinguished background. She's definitely trouble. I need to keep my distance. Benefactor? Was it you who saved me? Gong Qingqing stammered, her face flushing as she looked at Yi Xiao. You're calling me your benefactor? Who else could have saved you? Besides, out here in the wilderness, if I didn't save you, who else would have those ghost-faced mastiffs? Yi Xiao shook his head slightly at her words, wearing an expression that clearly labeled her as mentally challenged. Just as expected, utterly clueless. Definitely a handful. Gong Qingqing's face flushed crimson at the look, her embarrassment so intense she nearly dug her toes into the ground. Right. Thank you. Gong Qingqing nearly laughed at her own stupidity. She'd been hoping to make a good impression on Yi Xiao. But how could she have asked such a silly question? How utterly embarrassing. Watching Gong Qingqing's innocent, naive expression, Yi Xiao sighed softly. This girl seems so innocent, but why did she also feel a bit off in the head? No wonder she dared to come to the barren wasteland. She'd probably get sold out and still help count the money for someone else. Forget it. She's none of my concern. I've got important business to attend to. He hadn't even tested the true power of his heavenly cloud sword yet. Earlier, against those wasteland wolves, I hadn't even unleashed the sword's full power, just 10% of its might was enough to wipe them all out. Now that he had fresh test subjects at hand, he might as well hone his skills properly. Yi Xiao waved her off. Don't worry. I can tell you're a martial artist too. Go tend to those people's injuries. Leave the rest to me. After giving Gong Qingqing an encouraging look, Yi Xiao didn't linger. He strode toward the ghost-faced mastiff. Oh, okay. Thank you, benefactor. Gong Qingqing nodded repeatedly at his words. Knowing she couldn't be of much help here, she obediently followed his instructions. Still, she felt uneasy inside. Although Yi Xiao had just instantly killed that ghost-faced mastiff with a single punch, clearly demonstrating formidable strength. To defeat a second-tier demon at such a young age meant he had likely already entered the martial artist realm. Such a talent would be considered a prodigy even in Jinzhou, the most talent-rich region of Jin province. But that ghost-faced mastiff, though formidable, was merely the weakest among them, possessing only the combat strength of a one-star martial artist. The dozen or so ghost-faced mastiffs remaining were no weaker than the one they just faced, and some even possessed the combat strength of a 3-star martial artist. Facing so many stronger ghost-faced mastiffs, even someone as formidable as Yi Xiao would likely face grave danger. After all, Yi Xiao wasn't Superman. She had already called her father for help. Given a martial arts grandmaster's ability to fly through the air, Gong'o should arrive within a minute at the latest. If Yi Xiao could hold out for just one more minute, everyone would survive. Thinking this, Gong Qingqing gazed at Yi Xiao's resolute back and couldn't help but shout. "Benefactor! Don't be afraid, my dad will be here in less than a minute. He's the vice president of the Jin Province Martial Arts Association. The current headmaster of the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Academy. A martial arts grandmaster level powerhouse. Just hold on for 1 minute. Once my dad arrives, he'll slaughter every last one of these ghost-faced mastiffs. Not a single hair will be left." Yi Xiao, who had only taken a few steps away, stumbled upon hearing this. "Your dad's a martial arts grandmaster? Then why are you stuck in this godforsaken backwater? And I saved your ass. And now you want your master dad to steal my ghost-faced mastiff?" Yi Xiao's forehead was covered in black lines. "I finally found a few ghost-faced mastiffs to practice on. And you just hand them over to your dad to steal from me? No way. Absolutely not." At that thought, Yi Xiao's aura of killing intent surged around him. 1 minute, no, half a minute. I'll slaughter every last one of these ghost-faced mastiffs. Yi Xiao hesitated no longer. He turned and strode toward the ghost-faced mastiffs, his aura surging relentlessly until it reached its peak in moments. A dozen ghost-faced mastiffs exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with savage intent. Roar! Finally, with a piercing roar, they bared their foot-long fangs and lunged madly at Yi Xiao. Their massive bodies merged into a single, towering mass, like mountains crashing toward him. 11 ghost-faced mastiffs. The weakest is at least a tier 2, 1-star level, while the strongest has already reached tier 2, 3-star strength. This is going to be tricky. But merely troublesome. The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Xiao's aura abruptly shifted, and scorching waves of heat erupted from his entire body. A dazzling illusory sun appeared behind him, its terrifying pressure bearing down on everyone nearby. His right hand shot upward, summoning countless beams of light that plunged from the heavens. The beams rapidly intertwined in the air, gradually coalescing into a dark gold long sword. This is Earth-grade martial technique, Heavenly Cloud's Sword. Yi Xiao's lips parted slightly as his right hand gripped the Heavenly Cloud's sword tightly, then slashed forward with brutal force. A colossal, dazzling golden sword aura, imbued with the scorching heat of the blazing sun, swept up a whirlwind of dust across the barren wasteland, striking viciously toward the pack of ghost-faced mastiffs. A blinding flash of sunlight erupted, instantly bathing the entire wasteland in golden radiance. The once gloomy sky brightened as if it were broad daylight. The ghost-faced mastiff's expressions changed drastically at the sight, turning and fleeing in terror. But how could mere mortal flesh outrun light? In an instant, the ghost-faced mastiffs were engulfed by boundless golden radiance. The waves of roars, howls, and wails vanished in an instant, leaving only the terrifying rumble of the Heavenly Cloud Sword. When the golden light finally faded, the once ferocious ghost-faced mastiffs had long since been reduced to a sky filled with bone ash, scattered by the wind. The land within hundreds of meters of Yi Xiao's position had lost all vitality, reduced to scorched earth. Chapter 12. Your dad's a martial arts grandmaster? Ghost-faced mastiffs were renowned for their terrifying attacks and speed, but compared to other second-tier demons, their bodies were actually quite fragile. The Heavenly Cloud Blade, however, specialized in both blinding speed and devastating power. It was also a martial art capable of massive area of effect damage. It perfectly countered these high-attack, low-defense ghost-faced mastiffs. Therefore, Yi Xiao channeled the full power of the Heavenly Cloud Blade, confident he could instantly wipe out this pack of ghost-faced mastiffs. Of course, against other second-tier demons, the results might be less than ideal. After all, Yi Xiao was only at the 9th level of martial arts cultivation. Witnessing this astonishing display, Gong Qingqing, who had been cowering in fear, suddenly froze, her mind momentarily blank. My benefactor is actually this powerful. Gong Qingqing thought in utter shock. Wait, did she see that correctly? With a single move, just one move, he instantly took out over a dozen ghost-faced mastiffs? Was this even humanly possible? Such prowess would rank among the top even at Jinzhou First High School. At that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, and a corner of her heart seemed stirred. When her life hung in the balance, she had cried out for help in vain. It was Yi Xiao who descended from the heavens like the Monkey King, rescuing her from peril. She was already filled with gratitude toward Yi Xiao. She had planned to let Gong'o speak his mind when he arrived, determined to fulfill his every desire. But now, she discovered Yi Xiao was not only exceptionally handsome, but also possessed top-tier talent and strength. Even in the talent-rich province of Jinzhou, he would be considered a prodigy. Given time, Yi Xiao would surely carve out his own place in the world. At this thought, the sparkle in Gong Qingqing's eyes grew more intense, and an unfamiliar flutter stirred within her heart. Truthfully, every young woman harbors an inner admiration for strength that simply requires the right opportunity. And Yi Xiao had just barged in, disrupting her thoughts. The heavenly cloud sword? Gong-o, suspended above the dome, recognized the familiar martial art from his memories. A flash of disbelief flickered in his eyes. After receiving his daughter's distress signal, Gong-o had summoned the vast spiritual energy within his spirit sea and rushed here with all haste. Yet what he witnessed first was Yi Xiao using the heavenly cloud sword to annihilate the ghost-faced mastiff pack. It really was the heavenly cloud sword. And the practitioner's cultivation level was no small feat. Such power could only belong to someone at the great achievement realm. That youth, with a bone age of only 18, had actually cultivated a grand achievement earth-grade martial skill. Even in Jinzhou City, the provincial capital of Jinzhou Province, he would be a prodigy among prodigies. Such talent reignited the flame of admiration within Gong-o that had once been extinguished. With the Northern Front's conflict escalating, such prodigies were desperately needed to rise and take command. But where did this youth learn this martial art? Gong-o's mind was in turmoil. After all, the heavenly cluster cloud sword was his master's unique martial art. It was only passed down to his direct disciples. As far as he knew, Gong-o was Song Jiang's seventh disciple and his final one. Song Jiang had personally declared in Yanjing that he would take no more disciples. So where had this youth learned the heavenly cloud sword? Could it be that the master, moved by his love for talent? Had he found himself another junior disciple? Gong-o was somewhat at a loss. But after a moment's thought, he came to a conclusion. Whether or not this youth was his junior apprentice, since he had mastered the heavenly gathering cloud sword, he must have earned the master's approval. And if the master approved, then he was family. At worst, he could just ask him directly later. With that thought, the frown on Gong-o's brow smoothed out. After landing smoothly, he tossed several recuperation pills toward the soldiers. They swallowed them immediately, their injuries beginning to mend. Only then did he turn to look at Gong Qingqing, his tone icy cold. Will you keep running off like this? Seeing Gong-o's icy expression, Gong Qingqing visibly wilted. Her eyes lowered, her face flushed with shame, her fingers interlaced beneath her sleeves. No, I won't dare again. Yet her gaze remained fixed, unwaveringly on Yi Xiao. Seeing this, Gong-o felt a sudden darkness envelop his vision. He pressed his hand to his forehead as his blood pressure shot up. Clearly, Gong Qingqing still hadn't taken his words to heart. What's more, it seemed as though her soul had been stolen by this youth who appeared to be her junior disciple. Though furious enough to make his head ache, he could only sigh helplessly. His precious daughter, he couldn't bear to scold her, let alone raise his voice. Even the slightest harshness made him feel inexplicably distressed. Sigh. He couldn't scold her. He couldn't hit her. Such was the helplessness of an old father. Having collected the ghost-face mastiff's crystal core, Yi Xiao now approached the group. Yet, he sensed something was off about his own state. But he didn't pay it much mind. Earlier, he had dismissed the system notification sound as too loud and disruptive to combat. Only now did Yi Xiao activate the system notifications. The moment he did, a refreshingly pleasant notification tone sounded. Detected, host effortlessly annihilated the ghost-face mastiff pack in full view of onlookers. Shocked all present. Reward, show-off points 500. Detected immense admiration from Gong Qingqing toward the host, along with certain unspeakable emotions. Reward, 500 show-off points. Detected martial arts grandmaster Gong-o displaying extreme curiosity toward the host and harboring intentions to recruit. Reward, 1000 show-off points. Seeing the system reward so many show-off points, Yi Xiao's face instantly broke into a blissful smile. Until a wave of overwhelming weakness suddenly washed over him, freezing the smile on his face. His vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Holy! What the hell is going on? Yi Xiao managed to say weakly. Benefactor! Are you alright? Seeing Yi Xiao collapse to the ground, Gong Qingqing instantly panicked. She scrambled to her feet and hurried over to him. She gently lifted Yi Xiao's face and placed it tenderly on her smooth, fair thigh. Is this better, benefactor? It's okay, but the spot where my head rests feels a bit warm. Feeling the warmth and softness of the young girl's touch, Yi Xiao had initially intended to refuse. But unable to move, he simply enjoyed the young girl's lap pillow. But when he realized her biological father was still nearby, Yi Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality. Wouldn't her father be furious about this? After all, what father wouldn't be furious seeing his own daughter willingly offering a lap pillow to someone else? He'd probably beat him into mincemeat. Yi Xiao thought instinctively. When his gaze shifted to Gong-o's face, as expected, Gong-o's reaction startled him. Gong-o's face had turned a deep liver-like shade of red, and waves of aura unique to a grandmaster were surging forth. Seeing this, Yi Xiao closed his eyes in despair. He wouldn't get beaten to death, would he? I was just trying to save your girl's life. I swear I'm not that punk. 10 minutes later. Nanshan First High School. Principal's office. The Spirit Sea is where martial artists store their spiritual energy. Using martial arts techniques and martial talents all consume spiritual energy from the Spirit Sea. Your sudden weakness earlier stemmed from exhausting all your spiritual energy reserves by unleashing the Heavenly Cloud Sword twice in quick succession. Earth-grade martial arts already consume significant spiritual energy, and the Heavenly Cloud Sword consumes even more than most Earth-grade techniques. With your current spiritual energy reserves, you can barely manage one use of the Heavenly Cloud Sword. Anymore, and you'll end up like this, collapsing to the ground, defenseless. If you habitually drain your spiritual energy like this, cracks will inevitably form in your spiritual sea. Over time, it will rupture, destroying your martial foundation entirely. You'll be plagued by illness in the future, unable to even live as a normal person. You brat! With such remarkable talent, you show no regard for your own body. If you were my disciple, I'd beat you to death. Facing Song Jiang's incessant nagging and Gongmo's face dark as charcoal, Yi Xiao quietly shifted his position, distancing himself from Gong Qingqing. Sitting upright on the sofa, he looked exceptionally well behaved. Chapter 13, A Master Falls from the Sky. Not bad, you little brat. Just now, Nan Yin told me that you caught a glimpse of the Heavenly Cloud Sword in the scripture hall and instantly attained enlightenment. And it was full mastery right off the bat. TSK TSK TSK. Goodness, even this old man wasn't as formidable as you back in the day. Apart from lacking martial talent, in terms of prodigious talent, you're no less than that girl Shui Yan. Having grasped the full story, Song Jiang stroked his graying beard and laughed heartily. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he rose slowly from his chair, strolling cheerfully over to stand before Yi Xiao. He looked at Yi Xiao appreciatively and remarked, "And today, you even saved that girl Qingqing. You took out all those ghost-faced mastiffs in an instant?" Yi Xiao replied, "Instantly." Song Jiang's eyes gleamed with even greater admiration. "Excellent. You've done justice to my Heavenly Cloud Sword. 18 years old, peak 9th rank martial arts cultivation, mastered 2 mortal grade martial arts to perfection. And even attained the Grand Mastery realm in an Earth grade martial art. Across the entire province of Jin, you stand alone in this regard. It's just a pity you lack martial talent." With that, Song Jiang shook his head regretfully. "But don't lose heart. A lack of martial talent doesn't determine everything. With your exceptional comprehension, you surpass many S-tier martial arts talents." Gong O, standing nearby, offered reassurance. "Master is right. Even without martial talent, with your comprehension, you can still become a formidable martial artist. After turning 16, every martial artist has the chance to awaken their own martial talent. But if it hasn't awakened by 18, the chances become slim, no different than searching for a needle in a haystack." Yi Xiao had already turned 18, and in their eyes, he was tacitly deemed to lack martial talent. Hearing their encouragement, Yi Xiao nodded obediently, indeed. Yet on his system interface, the SSS tier symbol stood out starkly. He stole a glance at it. Martial talent, hardening martial talent 6 armed Azura SSS rank. Note, stage 1. Unlocks when the host ascends to the martial artist realm. Specific attributes will be revealed at that time. Gazing at that golden SSS, Yi Xiao simply couldn't muster a shred of sadness. Maybe I'll awaken a martial talent soon, and it might even be a high tier one. Yi Xiao chuckled. This. Song Jiang and Gong O exchanged glances, both seeing regret in each other's eyes. Though Yi Xiao spoke with a smile, they sensed it was forced. Their earlier words had likely struck a nerve with Yi Xiao. That was why Yi Xiao had uttered such absurd words. Awakening martial arts talent after 18? And at a high level? It wasn't that they refused to believe Yi Xiao, it was that the odds were simply too low. So low they couldn't bring themselves to accept it. True, there have been cases of martial talent awakening after 18. Little Yi, we believe you. They all offered words of comfort. Yi Xiao sighed softly at the sight. He'd told the truth, why wouldn't anyone believe him? He hadn't lied, he truly possessed SSS tier martial talent, it just hadn't unlocked yet. Who could understand his helplessness? Seeing Yi Xiao sigh, Song Jiang and Gong O felt even more certain their guesses were correct. It seemed they had indeed wounded the young man's pride. After all, Yi Xiao had just turned 18. It was only natural for him to be sensitive. They mustn't bring this up again, lest they upset Yi Xiao. Gong Qingqing, watching from the side, couldn't bear it any longer. "Dad! Master! Enough already!" Gong Qingqing said, her voice tinged with irritation. She deliberately walked over to Yi Xiao, wrapping her arms tightly around one of his arms. Leaning against Yi Xiao, she shot them a displeased look. "Yi Xiao just saved me, yet you keep rubbing salt in the wound. Yi Xiao, let's ignore them. I know you're the best." With that, Gong Qingqing shot a disapproving glance at Gong O and Song Jiang. Watching the scene unfold, Song Jiang smiled faintly. "Oh, something's brewing here." Song Jiang shot Gong O a meaningful look, his smile brimming with implication. "Girls grow up too fast, don't they?" Gong O's face darkened instantly. "Qingqing, what kind of talk is that? Let go of her right now." With that, Gong O strode toward them, his aura growing increasingly menacing. Watching Gong O approach with a dark expression, the aura emanating from him growing increasingly menacing. And the soft sensation of Gong Qingqing's touch on his arm. No matter how hard he tried to pull his arm free, he couldn't break her hold. Yi Xiao, witnessing this, sighed in utter despair. What kind of situation is this? A few minutes later, Gong Qingqing was pushed out by Gong O. Only Song Jiang and Yi Xiao remained in the principal's office. Seeing Yi Xiao's puzzled look, Song Jiang gave a hearty laugh. Don't be nervous. I just have a small matter to discuss with you. Speak freely, principal, Yi Xiao replied. The heavenly gathering cloud sword was obtained by this old man from a secret realm on the battlefield of the heavens many years ago. Later, I took on some beloved disciples and passed down this martial art to them. Later, due to certain circumstances, I came to serve as principal at Nanshan First High School. Thinking it was just sitting idle, I placed it in the scripture hall. I never imagined that after all these years, no one had mastered it yet you, young man, have achieved perfection. This martial art has become a hallmark of my disciples. No wonder Xiao thought you were my newly recruited disciple. Song Jiang stroked his graying beard and chuckled. Yi Xiao chuckled in response, by that logic, you're practically my half-master. So, what do you think? What do you mean, what do you think? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Yi Xiao understood things clearly. The moment the words left his mouth, he understood. It seemed Song Jiang had taken a liking to him and was considering taking him as a disciple. Sure enough, Song Jiang smiled meaningfully. You possess remarkable talent enough to master the heavenly cloud sword to perfection. I kept it in the scripture hall for so long, yet only you have truly grasped its essence. Today you also saved Qingqing. I have no sons of my own, so Qingqing is like my own granddaughter. I am deeply grateful to you. We're men of honor, let's speak plainly. Yi Xiao, would you like to become my 8th disciple, my final closed-door disciple? Song Jiang's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze intently on Yi Xiao's eyes. Back in the day, countless sought to become my disciples. Don't underestimate me just because I'm now merely the principal of Nanshan First High School. I was quite formidable in my prime. Just look at your uncle Gong O, my 7th disciple. You know his status by now, right? I know, Yi Xiao replied. I have 6 other disciples like Gong O, each stationed at key locations across Yanxia. Once you become my disciple, they'll all be your backing. So, will you become my disciple? Facing Song Jiang's expectant gaze, Yi Xiao had already made up his mind. Chapter 14, Su Lai's Arrival. The crowd's fury. After leaving Song Jiang's office, Yi Xiao returned home. He stretched lazily on his bedroom bed, surrounded by mountains of konjac jelly on the floor. Even now, Yi Xiao still felt a bit dazed. Of course he had agreed to Song Jiang's request. Though Song Jiang hadn't revealed his true identity in detail, he clearly cut a figure of authority. As an orphan with no connections in this world, with such a powerful patron practically offered to him, how could he possibly refuse? Now he was Song Jiang's final disciple, ranked 8th among the 8 disciples commonly called Old 8. He was now a senior brother to Gong O and the newest junior brother. The vice president of the Jin Province Martial Arts Association, the headmaster of the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Academy, a martial arts grandmaster, and now he was his senior brother? It felt like a dream. Moreover, Song Jiang explicitly informed him that he had 6 other disciples like Gong O, now scattered across various fields throughout Yanxia. Yi Xiao naturally had no reason to refuse. However, upon learning that Yi Xiao had become her father's junior disciple, Gong Qingqing felt a pang of sadness. After all, someone she secretly admired was suddenly on the same generation as her father. Back to the main story. Song Jiang had been at Nanshan First High School for a full 2 years. His roots remained in Yanjing. He had originally come here to recuperate. Now that his injuries had shown initial improvement and his cultivation base began to recover, a high-ranking figure from the Yanxia sect was urging him to return. Moreover, word had spread that his master's wife had issued a warning in Yanjing: if old man Song didn't return promptly, she would personally come to Nanshan City and drag him back. Therefore, Song Jiang must return to Yanjing immediately. There was no time to waste. But Yi Xiao had spotted a blind spot. Old man Song Jiang was a hands-off master, leaving his disciples entirely to fend for themselves. After taking him as a disciple, the old man hopped on the high-speed martial arts train bound for Yanjing without a moment's delay. He declared that any future matters should be directed to Gong O in Jincheng province. He declared himself semi-retired, stating that no one below the realm of martial arts grandmaster should come to see him. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Taking this old man as his master felt like falling into a bottomless pit. Gong O, however, remained utterly unfazed as he explained that this was precisely how the old man had always recruited disciples, utterly ruthless. Except for crucial moments, their martial path had mostly been forged through mutual support and trial and error among the senior disciples. Now that Yi Xiao had become their junior disciple, they, as senior brothers, would naturally protect him. Should anything arise in the future, he should come to Jinzhou City and seek out Gong O. When traveling far from home, he could always invoke their master's reputation. Though Song Jiang didn't exactly have a reputation to speak of. Having always kept a low profile, coupled with the need to maintain secrecy about his identity, few knew of him. But that was fine, he still had his senior brothers to rely on. In a month, the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament would commence. When Yi Xiao arrived in Jinzhou City, he would be warmly welcomed. Word had it that 6th senior brother Hanli would also be attending, representing a renowned martial arts university. Their school had been allocated a spot in this year's competition roster. After sharing this news, Gongmo bid farewell to Yi Shao and boarded the special martial arts university train bound for Jinzhou City with a reluctant Gong Qingqing. He had only squeezed in time to see his teacher amidst his hectic schedule. Now that his teacher had gone into hiding, he too must return. Gongmo's workload was overwhelming, every minute was precious. Countless matters awaited his attention, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Following Song Zhang's departure, the government promptly appointed the former vice principal, Chen Dongchuan, as the new principal. The scorching heat of July. The weather gradually turned cooler. That afternoon, explosive news ignited the entire martial arts world of Nanshan City. Su Lai, the prodigy of Jinzhou First High School, issued a challenge letter to all senior martial arts students at Nanshan First High School. The challenge boasted: Nanshan No. 1 High School is filled with mediocrities. Nothing but incompetence. Su Lai vowed to sweep away every so-called genius at Nanshan No. 1 High School. The time was set for tomorrow. The venue, Nanshan No. 1 High School's martial arts arena. The news sent shockwaves through Nanshan City's martial arts community. This was tantamount to Jinzhou's martial arts community declaring war on Nanshan City's martial arts community. Numerous renowned martial arts academies from Nanshan City sent representatives to witness the showdown. Countless media reporters set up cameras in advance and staked out positions, eager to capture some of the buzz. The news even reached Nanshan City Mayor Zhou Qiyue. As his secretary relayed the details, Zhou Qiyue's expression darkened by the second. By the end, he was so furious he leapt to his feet. With the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge approaching, Jinzhou No. 1 High School sends their prodigy to challenge us? That's a truly underhanded move. If we lose, the entire school's morale will be crushed. How can we even compete in the challenge then? If such a scandal erupted during his tenure, it would bring utter disgrace upon the entire city of Nanshan. It could even jeopardize his own career path. With this thought, he urgently dialed the phone number of Zhang Dongchuan, the newly appointed principal of Nanshan No. 1 High School. He issued a strict order to the principal of Nanshan No. 1 High School. This match absolutely cannot be lost. If we lose, not only will Nanshan No. 1 High School become a laughingstock, but the entire martial arts community of Nanshan City will be ridiculed. This match concerns the reputation of Nanshan City's martial arts community. He will personally oversee the competition. Absolutely no mistakes will be tolerated. Meanwhile, Nanshan First High School principal's office. Zhang Dongchuan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression grim. What rotten luck. Why must I face this right after taking office? Zhang Dongchuan pressed his forehead. Thankfully we still have Shui Yan. Otherwise, Nanshan No. 1 High School wouldn't have a single martial arts student worth mentioning. And Shui Yan's martial arts have improved recently. She returned to Yanjing a few days ago to consolidate her cultivation. Judging by the timing, she should have broken through by now. I wonder what her current strength is. But she was already 3 levels stronger than Su Lai before. Defeating him now should be even easier. Judging by the timing, she should be returning soon. The match is tomorrow, she absolutely must make it back in time. Thinking of that silver-haired girl, cold as an iceberg, Chen Dongchuan felt a wave of calm wash over him. Shui Yan was perfect in every way except for the fact that her temporary absence from school was incredibly frustrating. It turned out Shui Yan had recently gained profound insights into martial arts. To ensure a safer breakthrough, Shuizhen, head of the Nanshan branch of the Shui family and Shui Yan's father, had sent her to Yanjing. The main branch of the Shui family resided in Yanjing, where the finest martial arts resources were available. Moreover, it was stipulated that talented young members of the branch families could go to the main branch for assistance. Thus, she had returned to the main Snow family headquarters in Yanjing several days earlier to focus on her breakthrough. Su Lai's challenge had come too suddenly. Even though Shui Yan had been informed immediately, she could only promise to try her best to return tomorrow. After all, the journey itself took time. But after calculating the timing, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should arrive before the match began. All that remained was to wait for Shui Yan's return. Thinking this, Zhang Dongchuan glanced at the special martial arts class roster and sighed heavily. On the school team, aside from Shui Yan, not a single martial artist has reached the realm. The only one barely passable is Chun Hao, the vice-captain at peak 9th rank martial arts cultivation. How utterly disheartening. At this realization, Zhang Dongchuan seemed to age 30 years overnight, his shoulders slumping under the weight of despair. While Jinzhou First High boasted so many prodigies, his own school was barren of talent. Even Su Lai, sent out casually, was terrifying enough. After all, Su Lai from Jinzhou No. 1 High School was no unknown quantity. He ranked 7th among all senior martial arts students at Jinzhou No. 1 High School. Currently, Jinzhou No. 1 High School was widely recognized as the strongest high school in Jinzhou province. To rank 7th among such prodigies speaks volumes about his terrifying prowess. Rumor has it he's awakened S-tier martial talent and reached the realm of a 2-star martial artist nearly matching Shui Yan's stats. He's nothing short of a monster. Apart from Shui Yan, Zhang Dongchuan couldn't believe anyone could defeat Su Lai. As for Yi Xiao, who has mastered earth-grade martial arts, he remains unaware. Song Jiang had departed too hastily to mention it. Thus, he paid Yi Xiao no mind whatsoever. His impression of Yi Xiao was merely that of an ordinary school team member at the 6th level of martial arts. For now, he can only wait patiently for Shui Yan to arrive in time. But he wasn't worried, for even if she took her sweet time, Shui Yan would still make it back. Unless she encountered demons along the way and was delayed. But what are the odds of that happening? Chapter 15, Beyond All Reason. The next day. The time stipulated in the challenge letter arrived. At the entrance of Nanshan First High School. A luxurious black sedan pulled up slowly. The door opened and Chen Changchun stepped out. Su Lai and Su Qingyan followed closely behind, one with an arrogant demeanor, the other dignified and refined. Lai, make sure you perform well later, Chen Changchun said as they walked. Rest assured, Teacher Chen. I couldn't care less about them. Su Lai grinned at the words, his eyes flashing with growing contempt. Taking down Nanshan No. 1 High School is like taking candy from a baby for me. Amidst a flurry of camera flashes and lenses, they arrived at the main gate of Nanshan No. 1 High School. Zhang Dongchuan and the others had been waiting there for quite some time. Those damn bastards. Seeing them arrive, a flash of resentment flickered in Zhang Dongchuan's eyes. It wasn't that Zhang Dongchuan was petty. Jinzhou No. 1 High School had simply gone too far. Less than 3 days into his new position, someone had come to disrupt his opening day, and he still had to put on a welcoming smile. Who wouldn't be upset by this? It was utterly disgusting. As these thoughts surfaced, memories from the past began to flood back. Back in the day, Nanshan No. 1 High School had been so glorious, undisputedly the top martial arts high school in Jin Province. But as time passed, talent dwindled at Nanshan No. 1 High School and had gradually declined. In recent years, even in the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament, Nanshan No. 1 High School, once the undisputed champion, had fallen out of the top 10, a truly lamentable turn of events. Jinzhou No. 1 High School, however, had steadily climbed, surpassing Nanshan No. 1 High School to become the strongest martial arts high school in Jinzhou Province. Sure, it's no surprise that Nanshan No. 1 High School was surpassed after all. Its current students simply couldn't match the caliber of Jinzhou No. 1 High Schools. But back when Nanshan No. 1 High School reigned supreme, it provided no small amount of support to Jinzhou No. 1 High School. Jinzhou No. 1 High School owes much of its current success to Nanshan No. 1 High School's support. Yet in recent years, Jinzhou No. 1 High School has relentlessly suppressed Nanshan No. 1 High School. Now, with the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge approaching, Nanshan First High finally produced a prodigy like Shui Yan. Jinzhou No. 1 High School, sensing the opportunity, grew displeased. So before the competition, they sent one of their top-ranked prodigies. They sent a top-ranked prodigy to challenge Nanshan No. 1 High School, publicly defeating their star student to humiliate them. This was meant to flaunt Jinzhou No. 1 High School's formidable strength. Zhang Dongchuan rubbed his temples, a bitter taste rising in his heart. Though he despised these jerks, he couldn't let face-saving efforts fall apart. With that thought, Zhang Dongchuan suppressed his unease and led the senior teachers forward to greet the visitors. Long admired your reputation, Teacher Chen. Chen Dongchuan shook Chen Changchun's hand, feigning great excitement, and introduced him to the group behind him with a smile. This is Teacher Chen Changchun, homeroom teacher of the special martial arts class at Jinzhou No. 1 High School and a first-rate martial arts master in Jinzhou Province. Every single one of his students has graduated from a top martial arts university. Chen Changchun, not one to refuse a smile, returned the gesture, grinning like a sly fox. Principal Chen, I've missed you too. Ha ha ha. Your school has many distinguished teachers as well. Take Teacher Liang Meng, the homeroom teacher of your special martial arts class. She's also a top-tier master. He shook Chen Dongchuan's hand firmly, his face radiating warmth. The atmosphere had been relatively harmonious until an untimely voice interrupted. Teacher, why waste words with them? With their level of skill, they dare call themselves the special martial arts class? The speaker was none other than Su Lai. He folded his arms, his expression haughty, casting a look of utter contempt toward the special martial arts class members in the crowd. Su Lai sneered, this bunch? I could crush them with one hand. His tone dripped with contempt and arrogance. That was just who he was, not reckless, but utterly confident in his own abilities. He refused to believe anyone stronger than him existed within the confines of this small Nanshan First High School. Even rumors of Shui Yan being his equal held no fear for him. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. The surrounding Nanshan No. 1 High School students instantly erupted in fury. Who the hell is this guy? Talking big like that, doesn't he worry the wind will blow his back out? What a jerk! He's acting like a total asshole. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. How dare he insult our school? I'm going to beat the crap out of him. From the crowd, a chubby kid rolled up his sleeves, face flushed with rage, ready to charge forward. His name was Li Zheng'an, a member of the special martial arts class in the school team, holding an 8th degree martial arts rank. His skill placed him among the top ranks of the school team. Known for his fiery temper and prominent beer belly, he earned the nickname General. Li Zhengyan, have you lost your mind? That's Su Lai, one of Jianzhou First High's top 10 martial arts prodigies. I heard he broke through to the martial artist realm at 18, just like Shui Yan. He even awakened an S-grade martial arts talent. Yeah, Li Zhengyan, you better calm down. What? That impressive? Li Zhengyan froze at the words, his slightly plump body trembling slightly, clearly backing down. But to save face, he stubbornly insisted. So what? As a member of the special martial arts class, how could I back down in the face of a formidable foe? Even if it means death, I won't fear it one bit. Besides, my sword is no slouch either. Li Zhengyan declared with wide eyes and righteous indignation. Hearing this, everyone marveled at Li Zhengyan's fearless resolve. Cheers erupted instantly. A true hero of honor and courage truly worthy of a general. The general's righteousness shines through. General, since your resolve is firm, then go forth. We've all been forged through countless trials, don't let us down. Right. Keep your spirits up. However, Li Zhengyan paused, then rolled his sleeves back down. I've been feeling unwell lately. He clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain as if he'd swallowed 18 tons of castor beans. I suppose I'll let him off the hook. At this, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Put. What a drama queen. How embarrassing. And he calls himself a general. Li Zhengyan's face flushed crimson at the taunts, wishing he could sink into the ground. He quickly pushed through the crowd, covering his face as he fled. Seeing Li Zhengyan's humiliation, someone tried to console him. It's okay, we still have Shui Yan. Yeah, we still have Shui Yan. Well said. Shui Yan is the most gifted prodigy our school has seen in years. With her on our side, how could we possibly lose? Exactly. Once Shui Yan steps in, that Wang Lai or Zhang Lai guy will die like a dog. It's Su Lai. Who cares what his name is? Just take him down. Facing the chorus of condemnation, Su Lai showed no fear, his laughter growing even more arrogant. As for that Shui Yan, tell her to come out and face me. Let's settle this once and for all. Su Lai sneered arrogantly. Chen Shangchun frowned deeply upon hearing this. Su Lai, cease your insolence. What manner is this? Have you no sense of decorum? Chapter 16, Leaderless. Hearing Su Lai's increasingly brazen words, Chen Shangchun's chest heaved with anger, his urge to slap him immediately nearly overwhelming him. This Su Lai is truly brainless. Chen Shangchun cursed inwardly. With all these cameras and media present, it wouldn't take long for his arrogant and rude behavior to spread throughout the entire province. Even if they won the competition, this incident would undoubtedly tarnish their school's reputation. He had once thought Su Lai showed promise, but now it was clear that with such a temperament, he'd never amount to much. If it weren't for his father, Su Wudi, being the headmaster of the Sunfire Martial Arts Academy ranked among the top 10 in Jin province, he would have cursed this fool to death long ago. Brother, stop it. Su Qingyan stepped forward, grabbing Su Lai's arm as he shifted restlessly, her eyes filled with resignation. Let's hurry inside. Qingyan, I. Su Lai tried to say more, still arrogant and haughty, clearly wanting to vent his frustration. But upon catching Chen Shangchun's cold, menacing glare, he wisely shut his mouth for the moment. Meanwhile, Chen Dongchuan, the principal of Nanshan First High School, was drenched in sweat after receiving a phone call. Shui Yan had encountered a flying demon on her return flight and was currently struggling to escape. She likely wouldn't be back anytime soon. At the earliest, she wouldn't arrive until an hour after the competition began. The realization left Chen Dongchuan's face ashen. At that moment, he was the only one present unaware that Shui Yan was not at the school. If the competition started and Shui Yan was nowhere to be found, it would look like she was backing out. No. I must find a way to explain this to the principal and get him to delay things for a bit. Chen Dongchuan grew increasingly frantic, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. All right. With that thought, Chen Dongchuan forced himself to suppress his inner panic and put on a cheerful smile. Let's head to the martial arts arena first. All right, it's getting late. Let's head in, Chen Shangchun replied. Under the glare of countless cameras, the group proceeded toward the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, Nanshan First High School, martial arts arena. This is outrageous. On the podium, Mayor Zhou Qiyue's face turned ashen. Su Lai's utterly contemptuous expression had already been captured by the cameras and broadcast onto the arena's giant screen. After witnessing Su Lai's actions on screen, both the students below and the dignitaries on the podium were consumed by rage. Such an arrogant and insolent student is destined for nothing great. Zhou Qiyue sneered coldly. Zhou Qiyue's entourage was filled with prominent figures from Nanshan City's martial arts circles. Prominent figures like Song Dongyang, head of the Greenwood Martial Arts Hall, Li Dashi, head of the Giant Rock Martial Arts Hall, and Su Jianding, head of the Diamond Martial Arts Hall, were all present. These three martial arts academies were the strongest in Nanshan City. Led by them, dozens of other academies, large and small, had sent representatives. Representatives from the Nanshan Martial Arts Association were present, including a vice president. This clearly demonstrated the gravity they placed on Su Lai's challenge to their dojos. At this moment, their expressions were all rather grim. After all, they were all Nanshan natives. Nanshan No. 1 High School was the city's finest institution, gathering the most talented students from across Nanshan. By disparaging Nanshan No. 1 High School students, Su Lai was essentially implying that the martial arts community of Nanshan City had no worthy successors. As senior figures in Nanshan City's martial arts community, they all felt a surge of indignation. Such brazen talk, if not for Su Lai's junior status, they wouldn't have held back from intervening. Had his teacher, Chen Shangchun, spoken like this, they would have swarmed him for a beating long ago. After all, while the younger generation in Nanshan City's martial arts world might be experiencing a generational gap, the older generation was still very much present. Compared to Jinzhou City, they were in no way inferior. After all, Nanshan No. 1 High School was once the premier martial arts institution in Jinzhou Province. Many of its alumni had risen to become leaders within the local martial arts community. Seeing Nanshan No. 1 High School decline to its current state, only to be mocked by students from Jinzhou No. 1 High School, a school once far inferior, how could they not feel a twinge of anger? Right now, everyone was seething with suppressed anger. Seeming to sense the unease, Liang Meng stepped forward with a smile. "Gentlemen, there's no need for concern. Our school Shui Yan is more than capable of defeating this Su Lai." As the homeroom teacher of the special martial arts class, Liang Meng hadn't gone out to greet the Jinzhou First High School delegation. Instead, she remained behind to accompany these influential figures. Li Dashi nodded slightly upon hearing this. "I've heard of that girl Shui Yan. Breaking through to a 3-star martial artist at just 18 years old and awakening an S-grade psychic martial talent? With such potential, she stands out as one of the top talents in the entire province of Jinzhou." As the headmaster of the city's top-ranked Giant Rock Martial Arts Academy, he was naturally familiar with Shui Yan's reputation. After all, she's the daughter of the martial arts family, the Shui clan. "Such talent isn't surprising," Song Dongyang chimed in with a smile. "I also hold high hopes for that girl Shui Yan. Psychic-type martial talents are inherently unpredictable and mysterious, and Shui Yan possesses an S-rank one. That Su Lai is quite capable too, but his odds of winning still aren't great." Su Jian nodded slightly in agreement. The others, led by the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, likewise expressed their agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiyue's emotions gradually subsided, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the area. "Regardless, we must win this match." At that very moment, outside the gates of Nanshan First High School, Yi Xiao strolled leisurely toward the entrance, a grilled sausage in his left hand and a cup of milk tea in his right. He was late. All because he'd been solidifying his Earth-grade martial skill, the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Sword, until the wee hours of the morning. By the time he woke up, he was already a full hour late. But it wasn't a big deal, Yi Xiao thought to himself. After all, today was the day Su Lai was challenging the martial arts dojo. All the teachers were swamped with preparations. Who would have time to check attendance? Yi Xiao couldn't care less about Su Lai's challenge. Su Lai had specifically named Shui Yan as his challenger. What did that have to do with Yi Xiao? Besides, from what he remembered, Shui Yan seemed to be a few notches above this Su Lai. She probably wouldn't lose unless she wasn't even here. But that seemed impossible no matter how he thought about it. With that thought, Yi Xiao quickly finished his grilled sausage and milk tea, tossed the trash into a bin, and strode toward the school gates. Yet when he reached the entrance, his brow furrowed slightly. A dense crowd of reporters had gathered at the entrance, completely blocking the school gate. These were the paparazzi who couldn't get past the streaming media, the ones barred from entering the school grounds. They were already bored, and when they spotted Yi Xiao in his Nanshan No. 1 high school team uniform, their eyes lit up instantly. Like sheep among wolves, the paparazzi raised their cameras. "Hey, student. Are you a member of the No. 1 high school team? Hey, student. What do you have to say about Su Lai insulting the Nanshan No. 1 high school team like this? Hey, are you married?" Yi Xiao sensed trouble and tried to slip away quietly. But it wasn't that easy. Countless paparazzi instantly surrounded him. There was no escaping now. Yi Xiao scratched his head in irritation. He didn't want to be interviewed by hundreds of microphones. It was driving him crazy. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out. "Yi Xiao? Quick, give me your hand. I can get you out of here." Yi Xiao looked up to see a slightly overweight man with a general's belly, his face filled with urgency as he reached out his hand. Yes, this man was none other than Li Zhang'en. Chapter 17, Li Zhang'en. Yi Xiao stared at the unfamiliar chubby figure before him, his voice tinged with confusion. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "Me? I'm Li Zhang'en. 8th degree martial arts practitioner, official member of the school team, and just like you, part of the special martial arts class." With that, Li Zhang'en gave a sly grin. In martial arts, those who master the path become teachers. "You can call me Brother Zhang'en. You might not recognize me, but I know you. You're the hottest thing at Nanshan High right now. Who wouldn't know you? A few days ago, didn't you just beat the crap out of that jerk Qin Yu at the martial arts arena? And now rumors are flying that you're challenging our team's vice-captain, Zhang Hao. You're only at martial arts 6th Dan, right? Zhang Hao's already at the peak of martial arts 9th Dan, just one step away from the warrior realm. Holy cow, you're brave. Regardless of the outcome, I, Li Zhangyan, give you props for your guts. With that, Li Zhangyan chuckled and gave Yi Xiao a thumbs up. Brother Yi, I've got high hopes for you. Brother N, you flatter me, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. Since he was being friendly, and considering Li Zhangyan's positive attitude and willingness to help him escape the encirclement, Yi Xiao also addressed him as Brother Zhangyan. After all, it cost him nothing to say it, and Yi Xiao didn't care about such formalities. Besides, as Li Zhangyan had said, in the martial arts, one who excels becomes the teacher. After pinning Chen Hao to the ground and giving him a thorough beating, Yi Xiao was quite curious to see the expression on Li Zhangyan's face. Meanwhile, seeing Yi Xiao's willingness to cooperate, Li Zhangyan's eyes lit up instantly. A premeditated thought surfaced in his mind. This guy's situation is similar to mine. I absolutely have to pull him into my camp. Moments earlier, he'd been mortified by the mockery after his failed attempt to show off, so he'd slipped away to the school gate to lie low. Little did he expect to run into Yi Xiao, who was being hounded by paparazzi. Yi Xiao was all too familiar to him. In just a few days, he'd beaten up Zhang Yu, then provoked Deputy Captain Chen Hao. He was practically courting disaster. After all, crossing Chen Hao meant he'd likely be unable to survive in the special combat class. Everyone formed cliques, except for Shui Yan, that one-of-a-kind freak who stayed out of conflicts. Especially Chen Hao. In the special combat class, aside from Shui Yan, Chen Hao was the strongest. So practically the entire special combat class was essentially Chen Hao's henchmen. Yi Xiao's actions would likely make it impossible for him to survive in the special combat unit. Unfortunately, Li Zhangyan was in a similar predicament to Yi Xiao. He had a history with Chen Hao, so despite his considerable strength, he'd always been isolated by Chen Hao's clique. Thus, he desperately needed to form his own clique. Yi Xiao, being capable yet having offended Chen Hao, wouldn't be accepted by Chen Hao's circle, exactly the kind of person he needed. With this thought, Li Zhangyan spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Brother Yi, how about you recognize me as your big brother and become my first brother? How about tagging along with Brother N from now on? Live it up, eat well, drink well, I'll have your back. Remember, even before you transferred to the special martial arts class, you already beat up that jerk Shen Yu. Now you've crossed the school team's vice captain, Chen Hao. You're all alone in the class. Without someone to watch your back, you'll definitely get bullied. And Gu has some standing in the class. Just become my brother, and I'll protect you. What do you say? After saying this, Li Zhangyan stared wide-eyed at Yi Xiao, his eyes full of expectation. Yi Xiao froze slightly at the words. What the hell? When did I ever say I'd be Li Zhangyan's underling? And worrying about me getting bullied? Yi Xiao suddenly felt like laughing. Who was bullying whom was still up in the air. If anyone didn't believe him, he'd gladly pay their travel expenses to ask those ghost-faced mastiffs in the barren wasteland. He wasn't some pushover. Dare to bully him? They must be tired of living. He was about to retort, but before he could react, Li Zhangyan slapped him on the back with a hearty laugh. Silence means consent. From now on, you're my brother, Li Zhangyan's brother. If you ever need anything, Big Bro's got your back. After speaking, a grin spread across Li Zhangyan's face, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Yi Xiao froze for a moment. This guy sure knows how to make a connection. When did I agree to this? But then he remembered that Li Zhangyan was going to help him escape the reporter's encirclement, and since he didn't mind, he silently accepted it. Glancing at the reporters now completely surrounding them, Yi Xiao asked with a hint of confusion. Brother N, these reporters have us completely surrounded. If we want to get out, we'll have to resort to martial arts. But there are too many of them, and they're too close. If we use martial arts, we might accidentally hurt them. That would be trouble. How are you going to get me out? Li Zhangyan chuckled at this, his brow brimming with pride. His face beamed with confidence as he pointed proudly at his plump belly. Simple. Just this. With this? Yi Xiao froze slightly at the remark, staring at his general's belly with a look of disbelief. With NGE's belly, which rivals GG's in size? Li Zhangyan had been gloating moments ago, but upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, his face flushed crimson with rage, practically glowing red. This wasn't a big belly at all, it was clearly 8 separate abs fused together. What nonsense! How dare you say that? Brother Yi, it's not about a big belly, it's clearly my martial talent, Earth Escape. Li Zhangyan declared with bitter indignation. He, Li Zhangyan, possessed an A-grade martial talent, Earth Escape. This Earth Escape talent was nothing short of godly. As the name implied, it allowed one to travel through the earth. While it didn't significantly boost his combat prowess, it was absolutely unmatched for escaping danger and maneuvering. With this martial talent, escaping this place should be a piece of cake, right? Enough, cut the crap. As more and more microphones and cameras extended toward them, Li Zhangyan shouted at Yi Xiao, get beside me now. With that, he crouched down, extended his thick palm, and slammed it hard against the ground beneath him. In the next instant, the ground beneath him transformed, becoming fluid like water. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Yi Xiao immediately stepped forward. By then, half of Li Zhangyan's body had already merged into the earth. Spotting Yi Xiao approaching, he hurriedly said, grab my hand. Gripping Li Zhangyan's hand tightly, Yi Xiao nodded to him. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhangyan then pulled Yi Xiao straight into the earth. Meanwhile, the paparazzi, having lost their target, stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Nanshan First High School playground. Ripples spread across the ground in a corner. The next second, two figures sprang up from the earth. Chapter 18, the final half hour. He can actually travel underground. This earth diving technique is beyond belief. No wonder he has an A-grade martial talent. Yi Xiao stared at the rippling ground beneath his feet, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. So this is martial talent? Truly defying the heavens. If an A-rank talent is this absurd, who knows how powerful his own SSS rank talent would be? Recalling that he possessed the SSS grade martial talent's six-armed de jure, Yi Xiao instantly dismissed the earth escape technique as nothing special. Pretty impressive, huh, Yi? Li Zhengyan roared with laughter, a hint of pride in his voice. I think my martial talent's pretty decent too. Not only can I burrow through the earth to ambush others anytime, but it's also a perfect escape tool. But not everyone can awaken martial arts talent, that's something you can't envy. Li Zhengyan slapped Yi Xiao on the shoulder, restoring the ground beneath them to normal as he continued. No need to envy me. Big bro's got your back from now on. Yi Xiao nodded with a peculiar expression upon hearing this. He wondered what Li Zhengyan's reaction would be once he found out Yi Xiao's awakened martial talent was SSS tier. Probably use earth escape and awkwardly burrow into the ground. Ah, never mind. With that thought, Yi Xiao shook his head. Before long, Li Zhengyan restored the ground to its normal state. After finishing, he looked up at Yi Xiao. It's getting late. The match should start soon. Let's head to the martial arts arena, brother Yi. Su Lai vs Shui Yan. This match is one you can't afford to miss. Even though Su Lai is a jerk, he's ranked 7th at Jinzhou First High, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. As for Shui Yan, no introduction needed, we all know just how demonically talented she is. Watching a battle between two prodigies will be good for us too. Agreed. Yi Xiao nodded slightly at the words. The two immediately headed toward the martial arts arena. What neither of them expected, however, was that Shui Yan, the one everyone had anticipated, didn't show up. Meanwhile, martial arts arena. Su Lai stood on the combat platform, his expression brimming with impatience. He had been waiting here for half an hour, yet that so-called prodigy Shui Yan still hadn't shown up. Su Lai was already displeased with this outing, and Shui Yan's absence only served to infuriate him further. Only under the pressure from his teacher, Chen Changchun, did he force himself to endure. Otherwise, he would have stormed off long ago. On the viewing platform, Chen Changchun frowned slightly at the scene and asked with a hint of confusion, Principal Chen, what's going on? Where is your school's prodigy, Shui Yan? Chen Dongchuan's heart tightened at the question, yet his expression remained composed and calm as he replied in a level tone, Shui Yan has been delayed by an unexpected matter. She'll be here shortly. As he spoke, Chen Dongchuan glanced at his wristwatch. It would take another 30 minutes for Shui Yan to arrive. I need to stall a little longer. Chen Changchun's expression remained unreadable, his tone tinged with skepticism. Principal Chen, we've already delayed 30 minutes. What exactly is going on? Delayed by unexpected matters? This is such an important competition. Do you even believe your own words? Could it be that your school feels outmatched and is too afraid to send a student to compete? Cowardice, perhaps? Chen Changchun remarked sarcastically. It was no wonder Chen Changchun was suspicious. With such a crucial match underway, one side's prolonged absence was indeed cause for concern. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Qiyue and other high-ranking figures from Nanshan City's martial arts community were equally perplexed. They immediately summoned Chen Dongchuan to their side and used spiritual energy to seal off the area, preventing eavesdropping. Old Chen, what's going on? Zhou Qiyue said, his voice tinged with irritation. Hurry up and send Shui Yan out there. The whole province is watching. Nanshan City is about to lose all face. That's right, Principal Chen, hurry up. Stop dawdling, this is mortifying. The others chimed in as well. I, Chen Dongchuan stammered. Zhou Qiyue noticed the unease in Chen Dongchuan's expression and immediately understood. His gaze turned sharp as he fixed it on Chen Dongchuan, his tone growing stern. Old Chen, tell me straight what the hell is going on. Mayor, it's not that I meant to keep this from you, but I truly have my reasons. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Chen Dongchuan relayed the news that Shui Yan couldn't arrive on time to Zhou Qiyue and the others. After hearing Chen Dongchuan's explanation, Zhou Qiyue and the others turned as red as beetroots. Old Chen, why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhou Qiyue snapped angrily. It was well known that in martial arts duels, if one party failed to arrive within an hour, it was automatically considered cowardly flight. The thought of Nanshan City's martial arts community becoming a laughingstock across the entire province sent Zhou Qiyue's blood pressure skyrocketing. If today's match was truly lost, it wouldn't just be a black mark on his political career, it would be a stain on the entire martial arts community of Nanshan City. Seeing Zhou Qiyue and the others seething with fury, Chen Dongchuan wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously explained. Mayor, today's situation is truly a coincidence. This was truly unexpected. Shui Yan was supposed to arrive on time. But the flight she was on encountered a demonic disturbance, causing a delay that led to this situation. At most, another 30 minutes and Xueyan will arrive. We just need to hold on for another 30 minutes. Zhou Qiyue took a deep breath before looking at Chen Dongchuan with solemn determination. I only care about the outcome. Today's competition concerns the honor of Nanshan City. There can be no mistakes. Otherwise, neither you nor I nor anyone else will escape unscathed. Yes, yes. Chen Dongchuan replied cautiously. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, are all the martial arts students at Nanshan No. 1 High School just bunch of cowards? On the competition stage, Su Lai wore a sneer as he taunted the thousands of Nanshan No. 1 High School students below. What heavenly prodigy? What Xueyan? Nothing but empty titles. In my eyes, Xueyan is nothing but a useless fool. You just feel ashamed, so you're blowing her up out of thin air. Ha 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 ha. At these words, the expressions of both the high-ranking officials like Zhou Qiyue and the teachers nearby darkened. The students below the stage erupted in fury. Shut up. Don't you dare insult my goddess Xueyan. Who do you think you are? Xueyan would beat you like a dog. My goddess beats you like breathing 3 punches and she'll knock you flat. Su Lai heard this and laughed instead of getting angry. That I must ask you all, if your Snowyen is so formidable, why is she cowering on stage right now? The crowd below the stage instantly grew quieter. Su Lai's words were harsh, but undeniably true. Xueyan's persistent absence did indeed look like cowardice. On the podium, Chen Changchun sneered coldly at the scene. He took the microphone and spoke slowly. Our time is already limited, and visiting your esteemed institution represents a significant detour from our packed schedule. We had intended to bring my students here to test our skills against yours. Yet your star pupil remains conspicuously absent, as if avoiding the challenge. As everyone knows, in martial arts contests, if one side fails to appear within an hour, it is considered a forfeit. We have half an hour left. If Xueyan hasn't arrived by then, this match is won by Jinzhou First High School. His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it carried clearly to every ear present. At the entrance to the martial arts arena, Yishao had just stepped inside when he heard these words. Seeing the humiliated looks on the crowd's faces and Su Lai's arrogant demeanor on the combat platform, a peculiar sensation stirred within Yizhao's heart. Somehow, his swagger points were about to skyrocket. In this critical moment, as a student of Nanshan First High, stepping up to represent my alma mater and take down an outsider's prodigy, is that too much to ask? Chapter 19, The Team's Core, Zhao Han. 25 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Xueyan still hadn't arrived, the expressions of those present grew increasingly awkward. Old Chen, when the heck is she gonna show up? Zhou Qiyue's face turned ashen, his patience completely exhausted. How he wished he were decades younger, so he could step onto the martial arts platform himself. He'd beat Su Lai into a pulp, dousing his arrogant and insolent spirit. Alas, there was no elixir of immortality, it was simply beyond his reach. Chen Dongchuan felt equally anxious upon hearing this, but there was nothing he could do. He could only reply helplessly, soon. She'll be here very soon. Soon? How soon? In 5 minutes, they'll declare her a cowardly deserter. Once the referee blows that whistle, declaring Nanshan First High defeated without a fight, what will become of our reputation? Chen Dongchuan lowered his head, his weathered face flushing crimson with embarrassment. At his age, being scolded so many times today had left him feeling irritated. He just sent another message to Xueyan, but she hadn't replied. She was probably rushing here frantically and didn't have time to check her phone. Whether she could make it within 5 minutes was anyone's guess. What could he do about today's events? It was simply too many unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, on the martial arts stage, Su Lai's face darkened with impatience. Scanning the crowd, he sneered coldly, seems your Snowyen 1T be making an appearance today after all. I don't think we need to wait the remaining 5 minutes. What a waste, I actually believed the hype about how amazing this Xueyan was before coming. Turns out she's just a hype-driven fraud. I bet every student at Nanshan First High is a fraud too. Ha 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 ha. With that, Su Lai drew the long sword from his waist. A cold gleam flashed as he raised the blade, its tip pointing directly at all the senior martial arts students below the stage. He sneered, don't say I'm unreasonable. Whether Xueyan's late arrival today stems from cowardice or genuine delay, I won't dwell on it. I challenge everyone present. If even one of you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I'll admit defeat right here and return to Jinzhou. From then on, whenever I see any of you Nanshan No. 1 high school students, I'll kowtow to you. How about it? Doubt you dare, huh? Ha 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 ha. I reckon Nanshan No. 1 high school's past glory was just something made up by those before us. Su Lai finished speaking, his laughter booming with unrestrained arrogance. He had assessed them not a single student below warrior realm, with the strongest barely reaching the peak of martial arts 9th tier. He held the upper hand even against peers at the same level, let alone those below him. To him, the crowd below was nothing but a bunch of nobodies. A mere wave of his hand could wipe them out effortlessly. After all, he was a 3-star martial realm cultivator who had awakened an S-grade martial talent. Could he possibly be defeated by someone who hadn't even reached the martial realm? What difference was there between this and comparing Jack Ma and Li Xiaoyuan to see who was richer? Oh, you might not know Li Xiaoyuan, he was Su Lai's elementary school classmate. So, despite Su Lai's boundless arrogance, he still retained a shred of rationality. There was no way he could lose. I can't take it anymore. How dare that bastard be so arrogant? I'm going up there. Don't stop me. Let me handle this. Even if I can't beat him, I'll tear a chunk of flesh from his body. He dares insult our school. Brothers, this is beyond tolerance. Let's go. The students below the stage were seething with rage, many already flushed with fury. Insulting them personally was one thing, but insulting Nanshan No. 1 High School? That they absolutely could not tolerate. Nanshan No. 1 High School was their alma mater. No matter how flawed it might be, it was their shared home. Moreover, Nanshan No. 1 High School treated them well, and the atmosphere between teachers and students was harmonious. Su Lai's humiliation of the school had undoubtedly ignited their collective fury. The members of the school team seated in the center were the first to rise from their seats. As the elite martial arts students of Nanshan No. 1 High School, it was their duty to step up in this critical moment. Regardless of victory or defeat, they had to save face. Brother Hao, let me handle this. The speaker was a tall, slender boy. His name was Zhao Han, a core member of the school team. Holding a 9th degree martial arts cultivation, he had also awakened the B-grade martial talent, Sharp Claws, granting him astonishing attack power. He ranked among the top experts on the team. At that moment, he glared furiously at Su Lai on the stage, his eyes burning with rage. Chen Hao adjusted his glasses upon hearing this. His appearance was somewhat scholarly, like a bookworm. Yet his entire body was packed with explosive muscle, creating an extreme mismatch with his face as exaggerated as a professional bodybuilder. This was Chen Hao, deputy captain of Nanshan First High School's team. At the peak of martial arts' 9th dan, he stood but a step away from the warrior realm. He had also awakened the A-grade martial talent, rock-solid muscles, granting him terrifying muscular strength and unparalleled defensive prowess. He was the one who challenged Yi Xiao to a duel, Su Qian's new boyfriend. Han, are you sure you want to go up there? Chen Hao asked earnestly. Of course. I'll see just how much he's worth. Even if I die, I'll tear a chunk of flesh from him. Zhao Han declared loudly. His voice was so loud it momentarily drowned out the murmurs of the crowd. Su Lai froze upon hearing it, then burst into laughter. What did you say? You? Su Lai laughed heartily, as if hearing the world's greatest joke. You're a worthless 8th rank martial artist. What do you have to fight me with? These days, even the most worthless scum dare to challenge me. How laughable. Zhao Han's rage flared. He sprang to his feet, his form blurring into a streak of motion as he shot toward the combat platform. With a thunderous thud, Zhao Han's feet slammed onto the stage. After landing, he spun around and performed the martial artist's salute toward the VIP platform, bellowing. Zhao Han, core member of the Nanshan No. 1 High School team, requests to fight. I earnestly request the approval of our esteemed leaders and teachers. His roar was deafening, momentarily stunning everyone present. The surrounding area fell into complete silence. Principal Chen Dongchuan turned to look at Zhou Qiyue. Mayor Zhou, what do you think? Zhou Qiyue's expression shifted for a few seconds before he made a decisive call. Let him fight. Things have already gotten this bad. What else can we do? Even if Xue Yan doesn't arrive in time and we lose this match, we can't just forfeit without fighting. At the very least, we must not lose the fighting spirit unique to martial artists. After speaking, Zhou Qiyue let out a deep sigh, as if he had aged decades. He could see that Zhao Han on the field possessed considerable skill, but compared to Su Lai, the gap was simply too vast a bridge. Sending him into battle was merely to save face, to dispel the rumors of cowardice. With the matter settled, Liang Meng, the special combat class homeroom teacher, declared loudly, Zhao Han, we approve. Any other students wishing to challenge Su Lai may step forward. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire arena erupted in excitement. The same elderly referee who had presided over the previous school challenge tournament was officiating this match. Though hunched over, he was full of vigor. Blue team, Su Lai from Jianzhou No. 1 High School. Red team, Zhao Han from Nanshan No. 1 High School. Both sides, prepare yourselves. With a thunderous roar, safety barriers rose from the edges of the combat platform, enclosing both combatants within its confines. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 20, Su Qian, enraged by humiliation. As tension mounted on the stage, Yi Xiao entered the martial arts arena, followed by Li Zhangyan. He scanned the entire arena before finally locating his seat in the exclusive section reserved for the school team. It happened to be right next to Li Zhangyan. Yi Xiao? What took you so long? As a member of the school team, you weren't scared off by Su Lai, were you? No sooner had Yi Xiao sat down than an irritating female voice cut through the air. Yi Xiao lifted his gaze. When he recognized the speaker, a hint of irritation flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, it was that persistent ghost of a girl, Su Qian, again. Not far from his seat, Su Qian sat conspicuously. Thanks to Chen Hao, she too had secured a seat among the school team members. Her face was stern, her gaze filled with utter disdain as she looked at Yi Xiao. Brother Yi, is this your sister-in-law? Li Zhengyan, who had barely squeezed his butt into the seat, looked over at Yi Xiao with confusion upon seeing the scene. He knew of Su Qian, but had never seen her in person. So upon seeing Su Qian, he was momentarily bewildered, mistaking her for his brother's wife. Seeing Su Qian cling to him like glue, Yi Xiao felt an inexplicable irritation wash over him. Was she out of her mind? She'd already taken a beating, yet she still dared to come looking for trouble. Facing such a pain in the ass, he certainly wasn't going to indulge her. No. Yi Xiao shook his head expressionlessly. This is a moron. A sand coin? Li Zhengyan scratched his head, instinctively assuming it was some kind of pet name. But then he thought, what couple would call each other sandcoin? Su Qian knew instantly it wasn't affectionate, it was a straight-up insult calling her a sandcoin. Her face twisted into a twisted spiral as fury surged through her. You're the sand coin. You motherless. Yi Xiao saw this and raised his right hand, shooting her a sharp glare. A warning slap. The moment Su Qian saw Yi Xiao's raised hand, her face drained of color in terror. She recalled that miserable morning when she'd collapsed by the trash bin. The searing pain from that instant still lingered in her mind. The curse words in her mouth abruptly stopped. How dare you treat me like this? Who do you think you are? My boyfriend is Chen Hao, the vice-captain of the school team. You wait. Su Qian glared at him fiercely before running to Chen Hao and bursting into tears. Witnessing the scene unfold, Li Zhengyan pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. Damn it! So that girl is that Su Qian? The one who's been playing the field with multiple guys? Yi Xiao nodded. Yep, her. No wonder you couldn't stand her, Yi. Stay away from people like that, don't dirty your own eyes. Li Zhengyan ranted on, his eyes flashing with disgust. Just as he was about to say more, Su Qian walked over with Chen Hao. In an instant, they were beside Yi Xiao. Chen Hao's gaze was slightly cold. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, his body was solidly built with bulging muscles. Standing before Yi Xiao like a towering mountain, he looked down on them with an air of superiority. Yi Xiao apologized to Su Qian. With external threats looming today, we're all members of the school team. I don't want to lay a finger on you. Apologize, and this matter will be settled. Chen Hao declared arrogantly. But before Yi Xiao could speak, Su Qian couldn't sit still upon hearing Chen Hao's words. Apologize? Su Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't you say you'd break his legs? Brother Hao, you promised me you'd cripple him. I'm your girlfriend. He hit me, shouldn't you beat him 1,000 times over? Shut up. What the hell do you know? Chen Hao turned to Su Qian with a cold glare, his icy expression startling her. You think I don't know what you're up to? You're always using my name to lord it over others, causing me endless trouble. If it weren't for your passable looks, I'd have dumped you, you green tea, ages ago. Su Qian's face flushed crimson, then drained pale, nearly fainting from rage. Brother Hao, I've been so good to you, loving you with all my heart. How could you treat me like this? Why? With that, Su Qian lashed out, slapping Chen Hao across the face in fury. But before her hand could land, Chen Hao seized it and flipped it back, slapping her across the face. Ah! Watching Su Qian clutching her face as she collapsed to the ground, Chen Hao spoke in an icy tone, You dare slap me? What do you think you are? As for why? Ha! You think I don't know about your affairs? Including me, that makes at least a dozen men, right? The moment those words left his mouth, all the nearby students turned their heads in shock. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was also a bit shocked. Damn, this woman is something else. Over a dozen men? How does she handle it? Thank goodness the original owner never touched her or spent much money on her. Otherwise, just thinking about it now would make him sick to his stomach. Damn it! Just the thought of that woman dancing around in front of him made him irritated as hell. He had to resolve the Su Qian business today, before it became a bigger headache later. Li Zhengyan, seeing the scene unfold, pulled popcorn from somewhere and began munching away with relish while watching the drama unfold. Noticing Yi Xiao staring enviously without any snacks, he casually handed him a bucket. Brother Yi, want some? A black line appeared on Yi Xiao's forehead at the offer. He rubbed his temples and waved his hand. I'm not hungry. You eat it, Brother N. Seeing Yi Xiao decline, Li Zhengyan grew even more delighted. Clutching a bucket of popcorn in one hand, he immersed himself in the spectacle. When he noticed people around them staring, Chen Hao felt a pang of embarrassment. He whispered sharply at Su Qian, Enough. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'll tutor you in martial arts, let you wield my name to lord it over others, and you become my girlfriend to satisfy my desires. We each get what we want, no one owes anyone anything. Besides, Su Lai from Jinzhou No. 1 High School came to challenge our school today. With Captain Shui Yan absent, as the vice-captain, how could I possibly attack fellow teammate Yi Xiao in front of everyone? Use your brain. With that, Chen Hao turned away from her, fixing his gaze on Yi Xiao with the same haughty tone. But just because I'm not teaching you a lesson doesn't mean you can walk all over me. You hit my girl. You owe me an apology today. Why should I? Before Yi Xiao could speak, Li Zhengyan blurted out. He glared at Chen Hao, still clutching the popcorn bucket. Su Qian was clearly in the wrong. If my brother Yi Xiao hadn't held back that day, he'd be the one lying in the hospital now. Why should my brother apologize? Chen Hao didn't get angry at all, he just laughed, his tone still arrogant. An apology alone is already letting him off easy. Su Qian is my girl. You hit her, and that's like stepping on my face. This guy's got a screw loose. You can't reason with him. Brother Yi, don't bother with these two jerks. Don't be scared of him. We're both varsity team members. He wouldn't dare do anything to us, the school would discipline him if he did. Look at that dumbass, all brawn, no brains. Just listen to Brother N, let's not bother with this little brat. Li Zhengyan adopted a fiercely protective stance for his brother, firing off one retort after another before Yi Xiao could even speak. His relentless barrage left Chen Hao's face growing increasingly grim. He is pretty loyal, that one. Yi Xiao thought silently. If Li Zhengyan ever got into trouble, he could lend a hand and maybe even score some points for bragging rights. Li Zhengyan, if you dare speak to me like that again, I won't hold back. Who the hell do you think you are? Faced with such confrontation, Chen Hao couldn't take it anymore and was about to lash out. But at that moment, Yi Xiao spoke up. Apologize? Yi Xiao lifted his gaze to Chen Hao, sneering contemptuously. Apologize my ass. What kind of person do you think you are, demanding an apology from me? Must have trained your brain into atrophy. Chen Hao's rage boiled over at the words, and he lunged forward in fury. But Yi Xiao chuckled, hold on. What? Begging for mercy now? Chen Hao's face hardened as he clenched his fists. Too late. His gaze fixed on the combat platform, Yi Xiao ignored him entirely, merely pointing his index finger toward the area where the two combatants clashed. Zhao Han is about to lose, Yi Xiao remarked calmly. Chapter 21, Zhao Han instantly defeated. No sooner had Yi Xiao spoken than a sudden cry of agony erupted from the combat platform. The crowd turned to look. In the corner of the arena, Zhao Han's face contorted in agony as he clutched his abdomen, trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? Staring at Su Lai, who hadn't moved an inch, Zhao Han was suddenly at a loss. Just moments ago, the instant the referee blew the whistle, Zhao Han had launched his attack. A barrage of martial arts techniques rained down like a storm, unleashed without restraint across the battlefield. Yet faced with such an onslaught, Su Lai merely sneered in derision. He instantly transformed into an elusive afterimage, deftly evading every single one of Zhao Han's attacks. After the relentless barrage of martial arts techniques, faint cracks even appeared on the surface of the combat platform. Yet Su Lai remained unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. A single casual kick from Su Lai sent Zhao Han flying backward in an instant. Zhao Han's eyes widened in horror as his fighting spirit began to crumble. All the martial arts he had painstakingly cultivated for years couldn't even touch the hem of Su Lai's robe. How could he possibly fight this? The spectators erupted in a collective gasp. Unbelievable. Zhao Han is one of our school's top talents, yet against Su Lai, he couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. The gap between them is enormous. Remember, Su Lai is a genuine 3-star martial artist. Not to mention he's awakened an S-grade martial talent and mastered countless high-level martial arts. Just looking at the massive gap in cultivation levels, Zhao Han is only at the 8th stage of martial cultivation. How could he possibly stand a chance? No, Su Lai suppressed his cultivation. He lowered it to the 8th martial stage, matching Zhao Han's level. So his earlier performance had nothing to do with cultivation level? Exactly. It must be due to the massive gap in martial arts, martial talent, and combat experience. Which means Su Lai was deliberately toying with Zhao Han. Witnessing this scene, Chen Hao furrowed his brow slightly. This is trouble. At this moment, he had no spare thoughts for Su Qian's affairs. He had expected Su Lai to be formidable and Zhao Han to be defeated. But he never imagined Zhao Han wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair on Su Lai. As the vice-captain of the school team and the strongest student present, once Zhao Han was defeated, he would have to step in. After all, even though he wasn't exactly a saint, how could the vice-captain of the school team hide like a coward when an outsider came to humiliate their own school? Yet witnessing Su Lai's overwhelming power, a flicker of fear stirred within Chen Hao's heart. Yet seeing Yi Xiao remain utterly unfazed, maintaining an aloof, detached demeanor, an inexplicable rage surged within him. Yi Xiao, today the prodigy from the rival school is challenging us. If we lose, the entire Nanshan First High School will become a laughingstock. Don't you care at all? If you're a man, join me on the stage and fight Su Lai to the death. Then I might finally respect you. Yi Xiao frowned slightly at the words, his gaze turning cold. Don't try to morally blackmail me. Who said I don't care? Nanshan #1 High is my school too. After you lose, I'll step up to the stage myself. No need for you to stand here spouting nonsense. Besides, I don't even consider Su Lai a threat. He had intended to take the stage all along, but he didn't need anyone to morally coerce him into it. Regardless of whether his teacher Song Jiang had entrusted him with upholding Nanshan #1 High School's banner before his departure. He wasn't heartless either. Nanshan #1 High School had treated him well. With external threats looming, how could he stand idly by? Yi Xiao might seem unreliable at times, but he never faltered when it mattered most. Chen Hao, upon hearing this, didn't grow angry but laughed instead, thinking Yi Xiao was just saving face with empty words. Fine. Remember what you said. If I lose this battle and you don't step up, you're a coward. After this match, you'll voluntarily withdraw from the school team. Our team doesn't need cowards like you. And what if I do step up? Yi Xiao asked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Chen Hao replied earnestly, then I'll acknowledge you. Our debts will be settled, and I'll even apologize to you. What if I not only step up, but also pin Su Lai to the ground and beat the crap out of him? Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with even greater amusement. Peak 9th rank martial arts. Earth grade martial arts mastery. A physique rivaling a 2-star martial artist. While not exactly crushing, Yi Xiao was absolutely confident he could defeat Su Lai. Li Zhengyan, standing nearby, froze upon hearing this, then spoke with a hint of urgency. Brother Yi, don't be reckless. I'm not saying you're weak, but Su Lai is truly beyond our reach. Don't let your pride get the better of you. Su Qian sneered, you defeat Su Lai? That'd be an absolute embarrassment. If you can beat him, I'll drop out of school right now. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Chen Hao laughed bitterly. He declared, if you truly defeat Su Lai, I'll kneel before you and admit my mistake. From then on, I'll be your little brother. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Then we'll see. Just then, the atmosphere on stage shifted abruptly. Su Lai stared at Zhao Han, cowering in the corner, a cruel curve forming on his lips. Resting his long sword on his right shoulder, his eyes brimmed with excitement. With your pathetic skills, you actually think you can tear a piece of flesh from me? Utterly foolish. A worthless piece of trash truly lives up to its name. Even after suppressing my cultivation to match yours, you still couldn't scratch a single hair on my body. How laughable. Since you're a piece of trash, you'll wallow in the mud for the rest of your life. Worthless piece of trash. Shut up. Zhao Han roared with rage, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to rise despite the searing pain. As the core of the school team, he'd never endured such ridicule. Besides, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Grade B martial arts talent. Claw strike. Zhao Han tensed his body as a silver-white aura began swirling around him, swiftly coiling around his hands. In an instant, his hands were covered in a cold light, the original flesh-colored palms rapidly transforming into silver-white. Zhao Han lowered his stance slightly, arms slowly bending backward. The silver-white claws flashed with terrifying sharpness, sending waves of dread rippling across the combat arena. His eyes narrowed to slits, fixed intently on Su Lai as if sizing up prey. Take this. The words barely left his lips when Zhao Han stepped forward, his form blurring into a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Su Lai. His arm raised high, the silver claws, emitting a ghostly cold light, tore through the air, striking suddenly towards Su Lai's back. Just as the claws were about to pierce Su Lai's ribs, his figure vanished from the spot in the next instant. By the time Zhao Han reacted, Su Lai had already circled behind him, delivering a powerful, crushing kick. This kick, however, was no ordinary strike. A mysterious, eerie glow emanated from the tip of his foot, and a terrifying aura slowly spread out. Yellow-grade martial skill. Demon Shadow Kick. Before Zhao Han could even register what was happening, he instinctively raised his claws to block. The next instant, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Cracks echoed through Zhao Han's body as he flew backward headfirst, crashing heavily into a corner of the combat platform. Is this all Nanshan First High has to offer? You're not even fit to feed pigs. Ha 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 ha. Su Lai roared with arrogant laughter from atop the stage. Chapter 22, Chen Hao's innate martial skill. Witnessing Zhao Han's instant defeat, the entire arena fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He was supposed to stop at a draw. How dare he strike so viciously? The 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament is next month. With Zhao Han injured like this, he'll likely be unable to participate. Zhou Qiyue's face twisted with fury, his eyes blazing with rage. That kick likely damaged his bones. Get Zhao Han down and send him for treatment. Liang Meng shook her head slightly as she instructed the medical staff. Song Qingyang, Li Dashi, and Su Jian, the masters of the major martial arts academies, all sighed inwardly. They had anticipated this outcome, yet witnessing it unfold still brought an unavoidable pang of sorrow. Chen Dongchuan's face turned pale as he said weakly, "What's the point of continuing? There's no chance of winning. How much longer until Xu Weiyan arrives? Less than 5 minutes. She'll be considered a cowardly retreat." What Chen Dongchuan didn't know was that Xu Weiyan was already rushing here with every ounce of strength she had. At the same time, dozens of miles away, a private helicopter streaked across the sky above Nanshan First High School. Inside the cabin, a stunningly beautiful young woman frowned, her skin as fair as snow. Her pale violet eyes were filled with worry. A biting wind whipped her silvery waist-length hair, and her well-proportioned figure rose and fell with each beat of her heart. Her pair of fair, slender legs were slightly bent, creating a rather alluring sight. She was Xu Weiyan, the campus beauty of Nanshan First High School, captain of the school team, and leader of the special martial arts class. An 18-year-old 3-star martial artist, possessor of S-grade martial talent, and the eldest daughter of the martial arts family, the Shui clan. A true prodigy of heaven. At this moment, the young girl seemed deeply anxious, her beautiful brows and eyes clouded with worry. Of course she was troubled. Today, Su Lai came to challenge the dojo, coinciding with her return to the main branch of the Shui family to help consolidate martial arts training. Unable to return immediately, she had no choice but to have the other school team members step in for the time being. As the school team captain, she knew exactly what her team was capable of. Facing Su Lai, they wouldn't even last a breath. She'd heard of Su Lai's cultivation realm was roughly on par with hers before her breakthrough, and his martial talent was rated S tier, making him a rare genius. Before her breakthrough, even she would have struggled against Su Lai, with victory far from guaranteed, let alone the others. But now she was a changed person. Not only had her cultivation broken through, but she also possessed a deeper understanding of martial arts talent. If she faced Su Lai now, he'd be nothing but a punching bag. But the issue now wasn't whether she could defeat him, it was whether she could return in time. In 5 more minutes, she would be automatically declared defeated. The entire Nanshan martial arts world would be disgraced, and it might even implicate the Shui family. This absolutely could not happen. With that thought, she lifted her gaze to the driver and murmured, "Driver, how much longer until we arrive?" The driver quickly replied, "Miss, no more than 5 minutes. Please hurry," Shui Yan urged. "Yes, Mississippi." The roar of the helicopter's rotors grew fainter and fainter, and soon it vanished from the sky. Inside the training ground, the unconscious Xiao Han had been rushed to the nearest hospital for treatment. A momentary silence fell over the arena. Finally, the referee's voice broke the silence. "Is there anyone else who wants to step up?" The students who had been clamoring to compete moments ago now cowered, one by one. As their fervor faded and cold reality delivered a crushing blow, the courage of the students below the stage drained away. After all, Xiao Han, once fiercely formidable, now lay in the ambulance, barely clinging to life. Judging by the severity of his injuries, recovery would be a long, arduous journey. Next month's 100 Schools Alliance Challenge allocated 5 spots per martial arts high school, and Xiao Han's spot had already been secured. But now, with such severe injuries, his spot would undoubtedly be given to someone else. It was well known that even if one failed to achieve results in the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge and missed out on the opportunity for direct admission, merely having participated would grant an additional 30 points on the martial arts college entrance exam a year later. Losing this opportunity is tantamount to cutting off Xiao Han's path to rapid advancement. Moreover, with his current severe injuries, who could say if he might suffer lasting health complications that could affect his performance in next year's martial arts college entrance exam? Thus, the moment the referee posed the question, the entire arena fell deathly silent. Leaders like Zhou Qiyue wore grim expressions, observing the silent arena without comment. They understood that once the student stepped onto the stage, given Su Lai's temperament, he would undoubtedly hold nothing back. Most likely, he would meet the same fate as Xiao Han. Zhou Qiyue and the others understood this. Just as the arena fell so quiet you could hear a pin drop, Chen Hao suddenly stood up. With Shui Yan absent, as the team's vice-captain, he had to step forward. Deputy captain of Nanshan No. 1 high school team, Chen Hao. Requesting to fight. His face was tense, his heart pounding wildly. After all, he was facing Su Lai. The gap between them was simply too vast. But even if defeat was certain, he couldn't back down. With that resolve, Chen Hao stepped forward. Before leaving, he shot Yi Xiao a glance. "I hope you can live up to your words." With that, his body rapidly swelled as countless veins and muscles began to grow wildly. Within mere seconds, Chen Hao transformed into a 3-meter-tall, muscular giant. Each muscle was coated in a diamond-like sheen. Grade A martial talent. Rock-solid muscles. Gazing at Chen Hao, now as vast as a small mountain, Yi Xiao's eyes darkened slightly as he remarked with interest, "I never go back on my word." "Good." Chen Hao chuckled at the words, then crashed onto the combat platform like a cannonball. Terrifying muscles encased his entire body, while rock-solid, terrifying strength coiled within this frame. Chen Hao mustered his courage and flashed a grin at Su Lai. "Bring it on." With that, he leaned forward slightly, arms crossed, adopting a charging stance. Unlike Xiao Han, who relied solely on the innate attribute of his martial talent, claw, hacking wildly like a brute. Instead, he radiated a unique aura of momentum, as if wielding a special martial art. This was the innate martial skill developed by every martial artist once their martial talent reached a certain stage. Innate martial arts were akin to an alternative martial discipline. The higher the level of awakening in a martial artist's innate talent, the more powerful and numerous the innate martial arts they could develop. For instance, at the martial artist realm, where the awakening of martial talent is relatively low, the innate martial techniques developed possess lesser power, potentially equivalent to a yellow-grade martial art. Conversely, at the Grandmaster realm, where martial talent awakening is profound, the innate martial arts developed possess immense power, potentially matching a heaven-grade martial art. Moreover, based on the level of martial talent, the strength of innate martial arts developed by practitioners at the same realm also varies. For instance, with identical levels of martial talent awakening, innate martial arts developed from S-grade talent far surpass those from A grade. Rock-solid muscles. First martial skill. Mountain collapse. Chen Hao's imposing frame tore through the surrounding air, sending gusts of wind sweeping beyond the arena. He charged forward with the force of collapsing mountains, crashing into Su Lai like a colossal mountain range. Su Lai's pupils contracted sharply. "Not bad," he remarked with surprise. "Finally, you've managed to get me a little fired up. Developing the first martial skill from one's innate talent at 18 that shows some real promise. Then I should get serious too." Facing such an assault, Su Lai did not dodge. Instead, he lowered his body, gripping the long sword at his waist tightly. His gaze turned fierce, a cruel curve forming at the corners of his mouth. "You're not the only one who's unlocked their first martial skill. I have one too. Little do you know, even among the first martial arts, there are differences. Now you shall experience the might of the innate martial skill, solar sword body, and S-rank martial talent." As he spoke, Su Lai leaned forward slightly, sweeping his long sword behind him. The first martial skill of the sun sword body, blazing sun slash. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Lai sprang to his feet, his sword emitting a terrifying hum. Deep crimson flames engulfed the blade, surging with the momentum of 1,000 charging armies. It collided fiercely with Chen Hao's rock-solid physique, sending a blinding shower of sparks flying. Chapter 23, still a devastating defeat. Boom! Where their blades met, a biting gale sliced through the surrounding ground like a razor, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that raged in all directions. The surging sword energy of the blazing sun slash was terrifying indeed. Even Chen Hao's rock-hard muscles, though exceptionally resilient, bore countless wounds. A searing pain shot through him, turning Chen Hao's face pale, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, unleashing mountain collapse to counter Su Lai. "You're holding up quite well." Su Lai's eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched Chen Hao desperately brace against his blade with both hands. Suddenly, a sneer touched his lips. "But this ends here. Because now, I'm getting serious." With that, Su Lai's grip on his long sword tightened abruptly. The flames enveloping the blade surged violently. Carrying a torrent of blazing flames, Su Lai slammed the sword down with all his might. The razor-sharp, scorching sword energy, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, struck viciously against Chen Hao's silver-white, rock-hard body. Feeling this terrifying aura, Chen Hao's expression changed drastically. He knew he couldn't withstand such terrifying power, but retreat was now impossible. He could only brace his massive, rock-like frame and meet the searing, razor-sharp blade head-on. A thunderous boom echoed. Blazing flames engulfed the combat platform, and scorching shockwaves radiated outward across the surrounding area. Only after the flames had completely dissipated did the crowd glimpse the scene upon the platform. The arena now lay in utter ruin. Faint embers still flickered at the edges, the entire ground scorched to a charred yellow. Chen Hao lay collapsed in a corner, his rock-solid frame covered in sword wounds and scorch marks. His face contorted in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably, a distinct burnt odor emanating from him. Clearly, he was gravely injured. "I told you, even among innate martial arts, there are differences." Su Lai laughed as he approached Chen Hao, sword in hand. "Seems your injuries aren't severe enough." As he watched Chen Hao attempt to rise, a flash of disgust crossed Su Lai's eyes. He despised those who refused to admit defeat even when clearly outmatched. A waste is a waste. What's the point of pretending? If he could endure this much, Su Lai would cripple him today. "I'll forfeit your spot in the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge tournament a month from now." With that, under Chen Hao's terrified gaze, Su Lai swung his sword once more. Surging flames erupted from the blade as Su Lai raised the sword high above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow to Chen Hao. This strike carried a hint of lethal intent. If it landed squarely on Chen Hao, it would likely shatter his martial foundation. He wouldn't even be able to take the martial arts college entrance exam. This strike will sever your path to martial arts. Witnessing this scene, the crowd in the martial arts arena erupted in shock and fury. Zhou Qiyue's face darkened with fury as he abruptly rose to his feet. "Where are the referees? Stop him!" Chen Dongchuan, his eyes blazing with fury, roared at Su Lai's instructor, Chen Changchun. That strike was pure murderous intent. "Does your student intend to destroy Chen Hao's martial path? If Chen Hao suffers even the slightest harm, the entire martial arts community of Nanshan City will not let you off." As he finished speaking, Song Qingyang, Li Dashi, and others had already closed in on Chen Changchun, their spiritual energy surging, ready to subdue him at any moment. The referee, radiating the unique aura of a martial master, suddenly darted toward the combat platform. Chen Changchun's face darkened at the sight, cursing Su Lai like a fool dozens of times in his mind. Their challenge, though arrogant and overbearing, was not entirely unjustifiable after all. It wasn't illegal. Even Su Lai's earlier defeat of Zhao Han, though the latter suffered severe injuries, hadn't endangered his martial foundation. He could recover given time. But now Su Lai had truly gone all out against Chen Hao. If he truly destroyed Chen Hao's martial foundation, they were finished. They came to another school to challenge them, only to cripple their prodigy. Not only would the Yanxia legal system punish them severely, but the entire martial arts world of Nanshan City wouldn't let them off either. At this thought, Chen Changchun urgently shouted toward the combat platform, "Su Lai, get your ass down here." But even so, Su Lai, blinded by rage at that moment, still held his long sword high. Raging flames swirled around the blade, its tip poised to strike Chen Hao in the next instant. The strike was too swift for the referee to intervene. Helplessly, he watched the blade pierce toward the immobilized Chen Hao. No! The old referee nearly wept at the sight. During the last school challenge tournament, he had been disciplined for failing to stop Yi Xiao in time. Now this happened again, and he still couldn't stop it in time. He began to suspect someone was targeting him. If only it had been Yi Xiao. The referee thought bitterly. At least Yi Xiao is one of our own students. He wouldn't have gone all out. If that sword landed, he'd likely lose his job. Just as everyone thought Chen Hao was about to be crippled by Su Lai, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A thunderous rumble erupted from the martial arts arena's ceiling, instantly tearing open a massive crack. Amidst falling debris, a cloud of dust engulfed the sky. Through the gaping hole in the roof, countless brilliant golden beams suddenly descended, crashing down at Su Lai's feet. The beams swiftly intertwined, coalescing in an instant into a colossal pillar of light several zhang in diameter. Su Lai's pupils dilated violently at the sight. A bone-chilling coldness crept up his spine as an unprecedented sense of dread swept through his heart. No, this is bad. I have to get out of here. His hands gripping the long sword trembled slightly, his scalp tingling with dread. He forced down the tremor in his heart, thrust his feet against the ground, and burst backward dozens of meters. Only after reaching a safe distance from the massive golden beam did he breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes narrowed sharply as he scanned the surroundings, his voice tinged with frustration. Who's there? Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the crowd below the stage was utterly bewildered, erupting into a flurry of whispers. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? What the hell was that ridiculous beam of light? That terrifying aura, it must be some incredibly powerful martial art. That aura is insane. I've seen others use high-tier yellow-grade martial arts before, but nothing came close to this terrifying presence. It must be Earth-grade martial arts. Could it be Goddess Xu Weiyan? I heard she mastered an Earth-grade martial art right after breaking through to warrior rank. No way. I once witnessed Goddess Xu Weiyan using an Earth-grade martial art. It was ice attributed, definitely not this one. Besides, though Goddess Xu Weiyan's Earth-grade martial art is formidable, its oppressive aura pales in comparison to the terror before us. I know it. I've seen that martial art before. A member of the special martial arts class exclaimed excitedly. That martial art is called Heavenly Cluster Cloud Sword. It's a high-tier Earth-grade martial art. It's been kept in the scripture hall all these years, reserved exclusively for special martial arts class members to cultivate. Even our teachers aren't allowed to touch it. Its power is unmatched. In certain aspects, it even rivals some low-tier heaven-grade martial arts. Geniuses from previous special martial arts class cohorts have attempted it, but most couldn't even master the basics. Even Shui Yan only reached the proficient stage before giving up. It's so difficult to master that without extraordinary insight, even a lifetime of practice would yield no results. So it was eventually abandoned. And today, someone actually wielded the Heavenly Cloud Sword. Judging by that terrifying aura, their cultivation level must be quite high, at least surpassing Goddess Xu Weiyan's mastery stage. Who could it be? The pale-faced referee visibly relaxed upon seeing Su Lai stopped. Yet witnessing this scene, he too was momentarily stunned. The Tenshigumo sword? That terrifying aura, at least the mastery realm. On the podium, Zhou Qiyue's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. He turned to Zhang Dongchuan, his voice tinged with confusion. Earth-grade martial arts? Principal Chen, did one of Nanshan First High's teachers intervene? No. Chen Dongchuan was also momentarily stunned. Hearing Zhou Qiyue's question snapped him back to reality. He explained the matter of the Heavenly Cloud Sword to Zhou Qiyue, adding, "This Earth-grade martial art is exclusively for cultivation by students in the special martial arts class. Teachers are not permitted to practice it." Then what's going on? This oppressive aura, it seems the practitioner has already reached the great perfection realm. Zhou Qiyue pointed at the massive pillar of light on the combat platform and asked, "Could it be that Shui Yan, the one you mentioned, has arrived?" Chapter 24, Heavenly Cloud Sword. Yi Xiao makes his move. Liang Meng frowned slightly beside him, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It definitely isn't Xu Yan. Though she possesses extraordinary talent, she's only reached the proficient realm. This martial art is exclusively for special martial arts class students. As their homeroom teacher, I know them inside out. None of them could possibly master an Earth-grade martial art to perfection by the age of 18. Currently, in the entire province of Jin, only Qin Taisher from Jinzhou First High and Chu Xinglan from Xinghai First High have achieved mastery of an Earth-grade martial art by 18. But they practiced low-tier Earth-grade martial arts. The Heavenly Cloud Sword is a high-tier Earth-grade martial art. The difference in cultivation difficulty is not just a little. I have no idea how this happened. Chen Shangchun was equally bewildered by the situation. After this unexpected turn of events, he didn't know whether to feel joy or sorrow. He was glad that someone had stopped Su Lai. Saddened that an extraordinary figure seemed to have suddenly emerged. Amidst the chaos erupting on the martial arts field, The very man who had caused this commotion remained utterly unruffled. It's my turn to step forward. From the front row seats, a faint smile gradually spread across Yi Xiao's composed face. His long, crossed legs slowly came together as he rose, his tall, straight figure standing out prominently. Most spectators remained seated. A figure suddenly rose from the front row standing a full 185 centimeters tall, and those whose view was blocked naturally grumbled. Especially at this awkward and peculiar moment, when everyone was still searching for the master of that earth-grade martial art. Instantly, it provoked widespread anger. Hey! Who's that guy standing up in the front row? Don't you know you're blocking my view of the person I'm looking for? Shoo, keep your voice down. That's the special martial arts class section. That guy must be their leader. Mess with him, and with your build, you're asking for a beating. Screw the special martial arts class. Everyone's talking about it, what have I got to lose? Get the hell out of my way. Sit down. But seriously, that guy who stood up is so handsome. It's like he stepped out of an anime, totally a male lead material. Stop swooning over him. Even if you did, he wouldn't notice you anyway. I know that guy. His name is Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao? The guy who beat Zhang Yu to a pulp a few days ago, got special admission into the school team and the special combat class, and then challenged Chen Hao to a fight? Yep, that's him. Then why's he standing up? He's not seriously planning to confront Su Lai on stage, is he? Are you kidding? He's only at the 6th martial arts level at best. Even if he perfected 2 mortal grade martial arts, going up against Su Lai would be suicide. Does he really think defeating Zhang Yu makes him invincible? Let's be real, Zhang Yu was just a reserve on the school team, not exactly top tier. Now he's even lost to Chen Hao, the vice captain. What gives him the nerve to stand up? Who knows what he's thinking? Probably just trying to look cool. Now he's just made himself look like a clown. Ha ha ha. Could it be that Yi Xiao is actually a hidden powerhouse, just holding back like he did during the Zhang Yu incident last time? You read too many novels. Hidden strength? Forget beating Su Lai if he could even block a single move from him. A chubby kid with a mushroom haircut and thick-rimmed glasses from a regular class sneered, I'd eat this entire stage right here. You mean it? Someone asked. The chubby kid burst into laughter, dead serious. Dead serious. Hearing their exchange, the others joined in the mockery. Right now, they were only concerned with finding the owner of the Heavenly Cloud Sword who had time to care about Yi Xiao. After all, in their eyes, Yi Xiao was nothing but a clown trying to act tough. Seeing Yi Xiao rise to his feet, causing such a commotion, Li Zhengyan reached out with his thick hand and grabbed Yi Xiao's sleeve, his face filled with anxiety. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? I know about your wager with Chen Hao, but standing up there is Su Lai. A genius even Chen Hao can't match. I hate to admit it, but it's the truth. Neither you nor I could beat Chen Hao. Forget about that bet. Your safety is the most important thing. If you charge in to duel Su Lai on a whim, judging by his performance, you might not even be able to practice martial arts anymore. Take my advice, only take on what you can handle. We're no match for him, so stay out of it. Let's just wait for the master of the Heavenly Cloud Sword to show up. He'll save Chen Hao. We shouldn't meddle in anything else. Meanwhile, Su Qian watched Su Lai prepare to cripple Chen Hao, her worries deepening. She feared losing her protector if Chen Hao were crippled. Already irritable, she felt a surge of anger when Yi Xiao stood up, seemingly intent on showing off by stepping forward. Yi Xiao, what the hell are you playing at? What are you trying to prove, you good for nothing? Even brother Hao lost. What are you pretending to be? You're bringing shame upon the entire reputation of Nanshan First High. Stop wasting everyone's time. We still need to find the one who unleashed the Heavenly Cloud Sword. Hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't get angry, he just laughed. What if I am the one who wielded the Heavenly Cloud Sword? At this, the crowd froze in shock before erupting into uproarious laughter. They all stared at Yi Xiao as if he were a lunatic. They secretly sneered, thinking Yi Xiao had been driven mad by the provocation. Li Zhengyan was rendered speechless. Seeing that Yi Xiao didn't seem to be putting on an act, he didn't know what to say either. Yi Xiao, you've gone completely off your rocker. So you're the one who wielded the Heavenly Cloud Sword? Well, I'll be damned if I'm not a martial arts grandmaster. Su Qian couldn't help but sneer in mockery. On the podium, Zhou Qiyue and the other leaders noticed Yi Xiao slowly rising to his feet. Who is that? Zhou Qiyue asked in confusion. Song Qingyang, Li Dashi, Su Jian, and other martial arts academy masters all wore puzzled expressions. Seeing this, Liang Meng hurriedly replied, his name is Yi Xiao. He's also a member of the special martial arts class. His strength is roughly at the 6th level of martial arts cultivation, and he's mastered 2 mortal grade martial arts to perfection. Zhou Qiyue froze upon hearing this, then sighed. He believed this was another figure like Zhao Han. To stand up in this situation took commendable courage. But based on Liang Meng's description, he was no match for Su Lai. Rushing in recklessly might even cost him his martial path. With that thought, Zhou Qiyue addressed Liang Meng, go calm him down. He's no match for Su Lai. Don't let him make a futile sacrifice. Mayor, understood. Liang Meng understood immediately, though she felt a pang of helplessness. Yi Xiao was a promising young talent, and she didn't want anything to happen to him either. She descended from the podium, intending to head to the spectator seats to persuade Yi Xiao. But before she could reach the stands, an unexpected change erupted on the combat stage. Boom! On the combat platform, the dazzling golden pillar of light, several zhang in diameter, abruptly shattered into countless serpentine beams of dark gold. Countless dark gold beams intertwined like snakes, filling the air with a scorching heat akin to the blazing sun. Accompanied by terrifying spatial ripples, the dark gold beams interwove into a long, dark gold blade. This was the Amatsukagami sword. From the spectator seats, Yi Xiao gazed at the Amatsukagami sword suspended above the arena, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the next instant, the aura of a peak 9th rank martial artist erupted with thunderous force. He leapt into the air, his robes billowing as he landed lightly on the combat platform. Gazing at the sword suspended in midair, Yi Xiao slowly extended his hand. As if responding to his call, the sword emitted a terrifying ringing sound before slowly descending into Yi Xiao's hand, radiating an intense heat wave. Simultaneously, the blackness within his pupils gradually faded. Replacing them were dark golden eyes, the very symbol of scorching celestial flames. I said, I am the one who wields the heavenly cloud sword. Why won't you believe me? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiao gently stroked the blade of the dark golden long sword in his hand. He shook his head slightly, his dark golden eyes filled with resignation. Chapter 25, Heaven-Sent Genius. The prodigy Yi Xiao. In the spectator stands, most people were still sneering with scorn when Yi Xiao leaped onto the stage. But the moment Yi Xiao grasped the heavenly cloud sword, they all froze in disbelief. What the hell? How is the heavenly cloud blade in Yi Xiao's hands? Holy crap! What do you think? Can't you see? It's obvious. Yi Xiao must have summoned the heavenly cloud sword. Whoa! Is this real? I feel like I'm dreaming. We're both 18. I've been training like crazy just to master a single Earth-grade martial art. And now you tell me Yi Xiao, who's the same age as me, has already mastered an Earth-grade martial art to perfection. How am I supposed to live with that? And isn't Yi Xiao only at martial path stage 6? That aura, at least peak martial path stage 9. Just in terms of cultivation level, he's on par with Chen Hao. Who started this rumor? Peak 9th tier martial arts. Mastery of an Earth-grade martial art. That power far surpasses Chen Hao's. Even compared to Shui Yan, he's likely not far behind. The upcoming match will be quite the spectacle. Facing a mastery-level Earth-grade martial art, even if one's martial talent and cultivation are inferior to Su Lai, the odds of victory are still very high. On the other side, Li Zhengyan's eyes widened in disbelief, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Shouldn't Brother Yi be just like me, an ordinary student in the special martial arts class? How did he suddenly become so formidable? Could he have been possessed? Su Qian clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with regret. How could that be? How could he possibly have mastered the Amaterasu sword to perfection? If he's such a prodigy, why did he always seem so mediocre when we were together? Had I known Yi Xiao was this gifted, I never would have harmed him. It's all his fault. No, I have to do something. Compared to Chen Hao, Yi Xiao now outshone him by a world of difference. Mastering a fully perfected Earth-grade martial art at 18 is nothing short of astonishing. In terms of innate talent alone, he likely has no equal in the entire province of Jin. At this thought, the regret in Su Qian's eyes seemed almost tangible. No, she had to win Yi Xiao back. Even though she was entangled with over a dozen men in ambiguous relationships. Though she had been unfaithful first and even plotted against Yi Xiao. Though she never truly cared for Yi Xiao, always treating him like a pathetic suitor. But recalling Yi Xiao's pitiful, desperate pleas before his time travel, an inexplicable sense of superiority welled up within Su Qian. After all, Yi Xiao had loved her for so many years. All she had to do was lower her head slightly, and Yi Xiao would surely forgive her, overwhelmed with gratitude. Then he could tutor her in martial arts. With this thought, Su Qian smiled confidently before taking out her mirror to touch up her makeup. Yi Xiao? A piece of cake. Meanwhile, the leaders on the podium were all staring in stunned silence. Chen Dongchuan was the most obvious, his mind reeling in confusion. His face flushed with shock as he turned to Liang Meng, about to speak, only to find her staring back at him with equal bewilderment. Teacher Liang, are you certain this Yi Xiao is only a 6th rank martial artist? And he only knows 2 mortal grade martial arts? Then what's going on here? How did the heavenly cloud sword end up in his hands? The current situation clearly shows Yi Xiao wielding the Amatsukumo sword. As he spoke, Chen Dongchuan pointed at Yi Xiao standing on the platform, sword in hand, his voice brimming with astonishment and delight. If Yi Xiao truly had mastered the Amaterasu sword, today's match might still have a chance. Su Lai is formidable. A 3-star martial artist with S-grade martial talent who has even developed innate martial arts. But facing the fully mastered Amatsukumo sword? Victory was far from certain. After all, when Earth-grade martial arts reach a certain level, fighting beyond one's realm is no joke. Liang Meng froze upon hearing this, then stammered in bewilderment, "Principal, even though I'm his homeroom teacher, I genuinely have no idea. Perhaps he's been holding back, just like when he faced Zhang Yu last time?" Meanwhile, Zhou Qiyue's eyes grew increasingly bright. Silence. Zhou Qiyue cut off their conversation, a rare smile finally breaking through the perpetual storm clouds on his face. It seemed Su Lai was poised to sweep through Nanshan First High, trampling the school's reputation and the entire martial arts community of Nanshan City into the dust. Who would have thought Yi Xiao would suddenly emerge to disrupt everything? And judging by the situation, Yi Xiao seemed to have mastered the earth-grade martial art, Heavenly Cloud Sword, to perfection. For an 18-year-old youth to achieve such heights, he was nothing short of a prodigy. If he could defeat Su Lai, Yi Xiao might earn a spot in the secret realm opening in the outskirts of Nanshan City in 3 days. Originally, the province had only allocated one spot, which he had already given to Shui Yin. But with Yi Xiao proving so formidable now, it wouldn't make sense to deny him. He'd have to fight for it. After all, the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament was just a month away. He couldn't afford to let himself down. His gaze shifted to the combat stage. Let's continue watching. This youth named Yi Xiao is no ordinary talent. On the combat stage at that moment, Yi Xiao was flying high with exhilaration. Ding! Host detected engaging in system-compliant showboating behavior. Reward distribution in progress. Slamming the faces of thousands of students in the audience, awarding 500 show-off points. Leaving dozens of leaders on the podium speechless with shock, reward 500 show-off points. Infuriated the trashy girl Su Qian to the point of skyrocketing blood pressure and overwhelming regret, reward 500 show-off points. Detected a flicker of fear in Su Lai of Jinzhou No. 1 High School. Awarding 1,000 show-off points. Remaining show-off points, 7,300. Detected, host's accumulated show-off points are about to surpass the 10,000 threshold. Upon reaching this milestone, the random experience card feature will activate. A barrage of system reward notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. Yi Xiao sighed softly, inwardly lamenting how hard-earned these show-off points were. This elegant show of swagger had netted him a whopping 2,500 swagger points. Combined with his previous savings, Yi Xiao's remaining points now stood at 7,300. After enduring so much ridicule from others, he'd been waiting for this chance to fleece the system for more rewards. Fortunately, this reward was decent enough to barely quell a third of his pent-up fury. As for the remaining 2/3, Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards Su Lai, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. Think you can show off better than me? Then you'll be the one to placate it. With that thought, Yi Xiao slipped one hand into his pocket while gripping the Heavenly Cloud Sword in the other, strolling leisurely up to Su Lai. So you're the one called Su Lai? Just because Chen Hao couldn't beat you doesn't mean I can't. Look at that ass-kicking face of yours, you think I won't make you fly? Next, I'll teach you a lesson in humility. Observing Su Lai's visibly apprehensive expression before him, Yi Xiao smiled faintly, his tone gentle as he spoke. Chapter 26, Yi Xiao is a fake? He just hasn't used his full strength yet. Yi Xiao's words pierced Su Lai's heart like sharp blades. This bastard. Su Lai felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, but he forced it down. The youth before him was no ordinary talent. To master a fully perfected earth-grade martial art at 18 was truly terrifying. To be honest, if it were him, he absolutely couldn't have done it. Without a doubt, this was the strongest opponent he had encountered since arriving at Nanshan First High School. He couldn't afford to be careless. One slip-up and it would be all over. After all, winning this challenge would make everything else easy. But if he lost, his days ahead would likely turn sour. This guy's no pushover. I need to be careful. Su Lai repeatedly warned himself internally, determined not to let his emotions cloud his fighting ability. Absolutely cannot let his provocative words make me lose my mind. Win through steady control. Stay steady. Watching Su Lai linger without responding, still muttering to himself, Yi Xiao grew impatient. Who had time to waste with him? He had better things to do. After taking care of this guy, he still had to rush to register as a member at the local martial arts association and complete tasks to exchange for cultivation resources. After all, he'd been stuck at the peak of martial arts 9th rank for 2 days now. To break through to the martial artist realm, he'd need to consume vast amounts of cultivation resources rich in spiritual energy. He could afford the breakthrough pills now, but cultivation resources were what he desperately needed. With that thought, Yi Xiao first tossed the unconscious Chen Hao off the platform at his feet. Then, his right hand swiftly reached for the hilt of the Heavenly Cloud Blade. He raised the sword high, and a crescent-shaped blade aura several zhang wide rapidly coalesced at its edge. The space around Yi Xiao began to warp, distorted by the extreme heat emanating from the blade's edge. What the hell are you babbling about over there, acting like a senile old fool? First, take this blade. Yi Xiao's expression turned impatient. The next instant, the massive crescent blade aura descended with sudden ferocity. Accompanied by a piercing, wailing sound, the blade light tore through the surrounding air, radiating waves of scorching light as it surged toward Su Lai. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Feeling a shiver run through his very soul, Su Lai looked up and his scalp instantly tingled with dread. Damn it! You bastard, you're not playing fair. Su Lai snapped, his defenses shattered. But words were useless now. Su Lai drew the long sword at his waist and raised it high above his head as well. So what if it's Earth grade martial arts? So what if you're at the Great Achievement realm? You still haven't broken through to the martial artist realm. Without reaching the warrior realm, you're nothing but an insect. With realm suppression, the advantage is mine. Instantly, searing flames erupted from the blade's surface, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that spread rapidly. Now you shall taste the might of an innate martial skill born of S-rank martial talent. The first martial skill of the solar sword body. Blazing Sun Slash. Su Lai roared to the heavens. The colossal flames enveloping his sword instantly coalesced into a dragon, lunging ferociously toward Yi Xiao. The ferocious dragon clashed with the golden blade aura amidst surging flames. In an instant, both forces annihilated each other. Nothing special. Su Lai's face lit up with delight at the sight, his tense nerves instantly relaxing. He glared arrogantly at Yi Xiao, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. He roared with laughter, "Is this the power of a Great Achievement realm Earth grade martial art? I thought it would be much stronger. In terms of power, my innate martial skill, the Blazing Sun Slash, can rival a high-grade yellow-tier martial art. But compared to Earth-grade martial arts, it falls far short. Who would have thought it could block your Earth-grade martial art at the Great Achievement realm? And this isn't even my strongest move. I haven't used my second innate martial skill yet. Your Earth-grade martial arts must be fake. Ha 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 ha." Witnessing this scene, the crowd in the martial arts arena erupted into murmurs. The spectator stands below the platform were filled with a cacophony of voices. Wait, is that really the Earth-grade martial art Heavenly Cloud Sword at its peak? It doesn't seem that powerful. Exactly. Su Lai's Blazing Sun Slash is powerful, but it's definitely not Earth-grade martial arts level. How could they end up in a draw? Could Yi Xiao be holding back again? I think it's possible. Let's watch a bit more. Agreed. On the chairman's platform, Chen Dongchuan was utterly baffled. This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, since Yi Xiao has mastered the Amatsu Kagami sword to perfection, Su Lai's Blazing Sun Slash should be completely ineffective against it. Could it be that this kid is feigning weakness again? Highly likely. Recalling Yi Xiao's tendencies, Liang Meng nodded in agreement. After scrutinizing the scene for a few moments, Zhou Qiues suddenly smiled. "What is it, Mayor? Did you spot something?" Chen Dongchuan asked in confusion. "This kid is reluctant to expend the spiritual energy within his body," Zhou Qiues said with a smile. Using the Heavenly Cloud Sword once drains a massive amount of spiritual energy from his body. Yi Xiao is only at the peak of the 9th martial arts level. He'll likely be drained dry after just a few uses. I suspect he's holding back to conserve energy, thinking he can take down Su Lai without going all out. Now that he sees he hasn't defeated Su Lai, he'll likely unleash his full power. Upon hearing this, all the leaders nodded in agreement. On the martial arts platform, seeing Su Lai unscathed, not even a hair out of place, Yi Xiao rubbed his temple awkwardly. He'd gone way too easy on him, almost forgot Su Lai wasn't some weakling like Zheng Yu and his crew. He'd nearly made a fool of himself trying to show off. But luckily, there was still time to salvage the situation. With that thought, Yi Xiao took a deep breath. The languid look in his eyes gradually faded, replaced instead by an unprecedented sharpness. Golden waves surged within his dark gold eyes, and terrifying brilliant gold flames erupted from all around Yi Xiao, swiftly spreading across the entire surface of the combat platform. What's the rush? Is it real or not? Why don't you just try it and see? Yi Xiao leaned forward slightly, his gaze growing colder. His long sword swept behind him as he assumed a drawing and striking stance. A terrifying illusory sun appeared behind Yi Xiao. Under the scorching heat, the surrounding space began to warp faintly. An oppressive aura settled over everyone present. "One strike to finish you." With that declaration, Yi Xiao simultaneously tensed the muscles in his arms and legs, drawing his blade as he stepped forward. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed as the ground beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb. Amidst flying debris, Yi Xiao's figure vanished from his original spot. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Su Lai had intended to mock him. But as Yi Xiao leaned forward slightly and slowly drew his long sword, his expression changed. Danger! Extreme danger! Before he could react, a scorching wave of heat slammed into his ears. Such overwhelming pressure. Su Lai's pupils contracted sharply as a dark cloud swiftly overshadowed his mind. Yi Xiao. So had been holding back all along. Chapter 27, Su Lai's mind explodes. In Su Lai's line of sight, Yi Xiao, charging forward with his blade, seemed to transform into a blazing sun, savagely closing in on him. His form blurred into a streak of light. A brilliant golden aura continuously radiated from the blade, swiftly spreading to engulf all surrounding territory. Wherever it touched, the golden light engulfed everything like a flood. In that instant, Su Lai felt as though he'd been plunged into an ice cellar, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Gripping his long sword tightly, he raised his head, revealing a slightly pale face. The contempt and disdain in his eyes had vanished, replaced only by deep apprehension and fear. The youth before him was nothing short of a monster. He could clearly sense that Yi Xiao carried no aura of awakened martial talent within him. A person without even the awakening of martial talent possessed such terrifying comprehension. To master an earth-grade martial art through sheer willpower? Absolutely absurd. One must understand that martial arts of different grades have strict cultivation thresholds. Martial arts grades correspond directly to martial cultivation realms, categorized as mortal grade, yellow grade, earth grade, heaven grade, master grade, grandmaster grade. Generally, most martial artists at their current cultivation stage can only practice common grade martial arts. Martial artist realm practitioners can cultivate yellow grade martial arts and below. And so on, earth grade martial arts are typically mastered only by martial artists at the martial artist realm. Martial arts proficiency is divided into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, mastery, great achievement, and perfection. Without breaking through to the martial artist realm, even a prodigiously talented martial artist attempting earth-grade martial arts would almost certainly be stuck at a level below mastery. Thus, even Shui Yan had only cultivated her family's earth-grade martial arts to the proficient stage. Mastery remained a distant dream for her, let alone great achievement. True power could only be unleashed once martial arts proficiency reached the mastery stage or beyond. Thus, Yi Xiao's achievement of mastering an earth-grade martial art to the great achievement realm at the peak of martial path 9th tier was nothing short of astonishing. In terms of comprehension, even if you gathered all the prodigies in Jin province, none could match Yi Xiao's brilliance. Though Su Lai was a prodigy who had awakened an S-grade martial talent, barring premature demise, he too would surely become a formidable powerhouse in the future. But he hasn't fully matured yet. Now Yi Xiao was about to confront Su Lai, a 3-star martial artist, wielding a fully mastered earth-grade martial art. It might not be like using a cannon to swat a mosquito, but he absolutely holds every advantage. This terrifying aura, how could it be this powerful? Is this what a fully mastered earth-grade martial art feels like? Su Lai's heart trembled violently, his defenses crumbling as he murmured. No, I can't fall here. So what if it's earth-grade martial arts? So what if it's the great achievement realm? I'm a genius who awakened S-rank martial talent. You haven't even awakened martial talent, how could you possibly be stronger than me? It's fake. It has to be fake. Su Lai's resolve began to crack. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and disbelief. My sword is no less sharp. As the words left his mouth, Su Lai's gaze sharpened as he raised his own long sword high. I'll show you my most powerful strike. The second innate martial technique I've developed. Scarlet Flame Dragon. A colossal inferno erupted from the blade's edge, swiftly engulfing the surrounding sky and coalescing into a colossal crimson flame dragon. Facing Yi Xiao's overwhelming golden tidal wave, Su Lai swung his sword with all his might. In the next instant, the dragon roared toward the heavens, charging at Yi Xiao with a ferocious expression. Die! Su Lai roared furiously. Feeling the power of this strike, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, inwardly marveling. The force of this strike could likely rival a low-grade earth-tier martial art at the mastery realm. Yet against the heavenly cloud sword, a high-grade earth-class martial art at the great achievement realm, it still fell short. Even though Su Lai was an entire realm above Yi Xiao. Not bad power. Watching the crimson flame dragon before him, seemingly poised to devour anyone at any moment, Yi Xiao smiled faintly. But that's all it is, decent. Clang! The next moment, the heavenly cloud sword in his hand emitted a thunderous clang. Golden waves surged like a bursting flood, instantly engulfing the combat platform. What? This can't be. Neither Su Lai nor the crimson flame dragon had even a moment to react before being engulfed in an endless sea of golden light. After engulfing the arena, the golden light not only failed to diminish but surged even more violently. It swiftly spread beyond the stage, engulfing vast areas of the training grounds. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena was enveloped by boundless golden light. For a moment, the training grounds were as bright as day. Holy! I can't see a thing. Am I going blind? This is ING high-grade earth-class martial arts. It can't actually blind us, can it? Wah, mommy, I haven't even become a martial artist yet. I don't want to go blind. Stop crying. This light isn't harmful. We're all martial artists at worst, we're just dazzled. It'll pass soon. You must understand the true power of the heavenly cloud sword lies in the celestial fire concealed within its golden radiance. Once the golden light envelopes an enemy, that fire swiftly consumes them, burning them to ashes. But we'll definitely be fine. After all, Yi Xiaotian has mastered the Tsomyun sword to perfection. How could he possibly lose control of those heavenly fires? We just need to wait for the golden light to dissipate. Though I wonder how Su Lai is holding up, bearing the brunt of countless heavenly flames head-on. The spectator stands erupted in a cacophony of voices. After a brief loss of sight, panic swept through the crowd. But with Dang Ji's explanation, the crowd's emotions gradually calmed. On the VIP platform, gasps of shock echoed in succession. The golden light of the heavenly cloud sword had not affected them. After all, the dignitaries on the VIP platform were all masters, at the very least, peak martial artist level experts. It seems the outcome is already decided. That full power strike from the heavenly cloud sword at its peak state is beyond what Su Lai can block right now. Zhou Qiyue gazed at the combat platform engulfed in golden light and remarked with a smile. Mayor Zhou is correct. With such power, how could Su Lai possibly withstand it? Song Qingyang shook his head and chuckled softly. Li Dashi and Su Jian beside him both nodded solemnly in agreement. But after that strike, Yi Xiao will likely be incapacitated. After all, though his heavenly cloud sword technique has reached perfection, his cultivation base is too low, and the spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness is too scarce. He simply can't use it more than a few times. At Yi Xiao's current cultivation level, unleashing this strike is likely his absolute limit. Chen Dongchuan nodded in agreement. Mayor Zhou is correct. The fully mastered Amatsu Kagami sword is indeed formidable, but Yi Xiao has already exhausted himself after just one use. Before the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge tournament, we must urgently help him advance his cultivation level. Otherwise, in the Alliance Challenge a month from now, he'll be forced to use the Amatsukumo sword again like today. If he can take out his opponent in one go, that's manageable. But if he fails, he'll have absolutely no chance to fight back. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened with worry. Chapter 28, Instantly Defeating Su Lai. Alright, stop looking so gloomy. Seeing the group's dejected expressions, Zhou Qiyue smiled and said, "Didn't they just discover a D-grade secret realm in the outskirts of Nanshan City? That realm is rich in spiritual energy. A single day of cultivation there equals 10 days outside. Plus, it's filled with rare treasures and even undiscovered martial arts techniques. I'll give Yi Xiao a spot to enter and elevate his martial realm." Li Dashi frowned in confusion. But after that secret realm was reported to the provincial government, didn't they only allocate one entry slot? Didn't we already decide to give it to Xu Weiyan? Where would the extra slot come from? As the head of Giant Rock Martial Arts Academy, one of Nanshan City's 3 major martial arts institutions, Li Dashi was well aware of this soon-to-be-revealed secret realm. Zhou Qiyue sighed helplessly. In a few days, I'll pay a visit to the provincial government. Even if I have to put my old face on the line, I'll fight for another entry slot. Then let the two of them go together, as companions, into that secret realm. After all, the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge tournament is next month. It'll be a perfect chance for them to get acquainted beforehand. Rest assured, everyone. Hearing Zhou Qiyue's words, everyone relaxed. Chen Dongchuan exclaimed with excitement, "There's no need to dwell on trivial matters. Discovering Yi Xiao, this peerless prodigy, is already a tremendous blessing. With Yi Xiao, the young generation of Nanshan City's martial arts world, which has languished for so long, will finally rise again. In recent years, aside from Shui Yan, no other genius has emerged to represent Nanshan City in martial arts competitions. Thankfully, heaven has shown mercy, allowing us to discover Yi Xiao, this peerless prodigy." Chen Dongchuan chuckled with evident delight. At these words, everyone present broke into beaming smiles. Congratulations to all. Congratulations to the martial arts world of Nanshan City for gaining another peerless prodigy. For this 100 Schools Alliance Challenge tournament, Nanshan First High has gained another ace up its sleeve. Truly cause for celebration. It's just a pity Yi Xiao hasn't awakened his martial arts talent. Song Qingyang remarked with a hint of regret. If he had awakened martial talent too, even at AB rank, he might have been able to compete with those SS rank monsters from other provinces. Zhou Qiyue sighed softly upon hearing this, but then shook his head and said with resignation, "It's already quite remarkable. With Yi Xiao's level of comprehension, even in the talent-rich Yanjing, he would be considered a prodigy. No one is perfect. I'm already satisfied that Yi Xiao is such a prodigy. Whether or not he awakens martial arts talent no longer matters. Yi Xiao's future achievements will absolutely not fall short of Shuiyan's." As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the golden light enveloping the entire martial arts arena began to fade. The students in the spectator stands were once again bathed in light. Sensing this change, everyone understood what it meant. This battle, which had determined the honor of Nanshan First High School and indeed the entire martial arts world of Nanshan City, had finally drawn to a close. They hurriedly opened their eyes, their hearts pounding as they turned their gaze toward the combat platform. The vast combat platform now lay charred black, with only scattered embers still flickering. The protective barriers surrounding it had long since been overwhelmed, reduced to a pile of ashes the moment they came into contact with the heavenly fire. The ferocity of their battle was nothing short of terrifying. The entire arena had been utterly destroyed. But the crowd had no mind to concern themselves with the arena's condition. After all, that was the insurance company's problem. Their sole focus was the outcome of this contest. With that thought, the crowd rose to their feet, rushing to locate Yi Xiao and Su Lai. What they saw next was a sight they would never forget. At the very center of the arena, Yi Xiao stood unscathed, his body slightly turned to the side. His left hand gripped a blade, while his right hand remained tucked in his pocket. His eyes radiated pure laziness and contentment. At his feet lay Su Lai, his hair singed into an explosion-style quiff, his entire body billowing with black smoke. The students in the stands watched in stunned silence before erupting into unprecedented murmurs. What the hell just happened? Who won? Please don't let it be Yi Xiao. Otherwise, our Nanshan First High will become a laughingstock. Hey, sit down, you guys in front. We can't see a damn thing back here. What's going on? Students in the back rows, suddenly deprived of their view by those who had abruptly stood up, shouted in frustration. I see it. I see it. Someone's lying on the ground. Wait, the one on the ground is Su Lai. Holy crap. What am I seeing? It really is Su Lai. Su Lai got one shot by Yi Xiao? Slap me. Make sure I'm not dreaming. Quick. Su Lai really got one shot by Yi Xiao. Su Lai really lost. Su Lai lost. Su Lai lost. We, Nanshan No. 1 High School, won. We're not cowards. We, Nanshan No. 1 High School, won. Damn it, Su Lai, you said you'd call us dad if you lost. Now call us, you son of a. You think you swept Nanshan No. 1 High? Put. Go sweep the streets instead. You piece of trash Su Lai, get the hell back to Jianzhou. Get back to Jianzhou. Get back to Jianzhou. The students below the stage were boiling with rage. Their emotions were like a roller coaster ride. Today, Su Lai came to challenge their school, not only boasting he'd sweep every martial arts high school in Nanshan City, but also openly insulting them in Nanshan No. 1 High School. Their anger had already reached its peak. But as Zhao Han was beaten into a coma and the school team's vice-captain Chen Hao was defeated with ease, everyone's spirits plummeted to rock bottom. Su Lei's strength was undeniably formidable. With Shui Yan's delayed arrival, not a single person present could stand against him. They had believed this day would become a day of shame for Nanshan No. 1 High School, and indeed for the entire martial arts world of Nanshan City. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Xiao had suddenly emerged. Not only did he defeat Su Lei, but he did so with overwhelming dominance. At this thought, all eyes turned to the man standing lazily at the center of the combat platform. The next moment, someone began chanting Yi Xiao's name, and the rest joined in unison. Yi Xiao! Yi Xiao! Below the stage, Li Jing'an watched as the crowd chanted his brother's name, a look of pride and satisfaction spreading across his face. He stood up and boasted to the crowd with a smug look. This is my brother. I'm his older brother, Li Jing'an. Let me tell you, I knew this kid was something special from the very start. But if someone this talented is my little brother, just imagine what kind of powerhouse I must be. The Shaolin Society is officially established. Anyone interested in joining, come find me. After Li Zhangyan made this announcement, people actually came forward to join the society, and quite a few of them at that. After all, Yi Xiao had indeed called him Big Brother earlier, and many had witnessed it. Chapter 29, Su Lai, Unrepentant to the End. Cough, cough. On the martial arts platform, Su Lai lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. His Jinzhou No. 1 high school uniform had been scorched into scattered rags, and wisps of black smoke still curled from his body. Only his heaving chest proved he was still alive. He struggled to roll over, revealing a face darkened and caked with grime, looking like a deserter fresh from World War II. Yi Xiao. Su Lai's lips parted slightly, thick black smoke billowing from his mouth. I won't let you get away with this. His face twisted in anguish. I've never been beaten like this in my entire life. You just wait. My father is Su Wudi, headmaster of the Sunfire Martial Arts Academy, ranked among the top 10 in Jin Province. I will avenge this humiliation today. And it won't just be you, your friends and family will pay too. I'll make sure. Before Su Lai could finish, Yi Xiao, looking extremely impatient, stomped his right foot onto Su Lai's right cheek. Such a nuisance, Yi Xiao's eyes seemed to say as he applied slight pressure with his sole. The thick sole pressed firmly against his facial muscles, forcing the curse words on the tip of Su Lai's tongue back into his throat. Humiliated like this, Su Lai's already swarthy face darkened with rage, turning so black it looked like he was evolving into a dark-skinned person. He gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes as humiliation threatened to overflow. As one of the top 10 prodigies at Jinzhou First High School, he was among the strongest martial arts seniors. Moreover, his father, Su Wudi, was the headmaster of the Blazing Sun Martial Arts Academy and held a key position in the Jin Province Martial Arts Association. He was a renowned figure throughout the entire province. As both a prodigy and a super-rich second-generation heir, those weaker than Su Lai couldn't beat him, while those stronger than him would usually show him respect out of deference to Su Wudi. In all his years, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet today, he had been humiliated at Nanshan No. 1 High School, a place he had always looked down upon. He would not let Yi Xiao off the hook. The annual 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament was always held in Jinzhou, the provincial capital of Jinzhou Province. Once Yi Xiao arrived in Jinzhou to compete, as the young master of the Blazing Sun Martial Arts Academy, setting a trap for him would be a piece of cake. But for now, he'd better play it cool. Because he couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Xiao was somehow off. Otherwise, why did Yi Xiao only barely make it onto the stage after he'd mocked everyone on stage for so long? With this thought, Su Lai forced himself to suppress the discomfort on his face and attempted to soften his tone. Yi Xiao. I concede. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Looking down at Su Lai's blackened face beneath his feet, twisted and deformed from the brutal beating, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. As a man who possessed the physique of a two-star martial artist at the peak of the 9th martial realm, Yi Xiao had naturally heard Su Lai's words clearly. But what if he did hear? Did that mean he had to act on it? After all, he rather enjoyed the sensation of trampling Su Lai's face like strolling through Norwegian wood. Such a delightful experience. Yi Xiao was thoroughly enjoying himself. But he wasn't some psychopath who took pleasure in tormenting Su Lai. It was mainly because Su Lai was such a phony. The moment he arrived at Nanshan First High School, he began wildly provoking every teacher and student there, including leaders like Zhou Qiyue. He began shamelessly showing off in front of everyone. Anyone unaware might think Su Lai had bound the god-level show-off system to himself. As the system's divinely chosen, innate show-off saint body, Yi Xiao absolutely refused to tolerate anyone more pretentious than himself. Yi Xiao trampled Su Lai underfoot today, utterly trampling his dignity. The primary reason was to vent the pent-up anger of the entire Nanshan No. 1 high school community. It certainly wasn't because he got a ton of show-off points from tormenting Su Lai. And it certainly wasn't to hoard swagger points by toying with him like this. Absolutely not. You son of a... Seeing Yi Xiao feigning ignorance, Su Lai was furious. He forced down his rage, a flicker of hidden hatred flashing in his eyes. With the situation pressing in, he could only grudgingly say once more, "Fine, I admit defeat. And don't push your luck. Leave a little room for future encounters. If you dare lay a finger on me again, just wait until you get to Jinzhou next month. I'll make sure you regret it. My father is Su Wudi, the headmaster of the Blazing Sun Martial Arts Academy. Even your Nanshan City has a branch of my father's academy. Messing with me is like kicking a steel plate. Now move your foot off me. You admit defeat yet still threaten me." Yi Xiao sighed softly upon hearing this. He seemed to realize that having already won, keeping his foot planted on the other man's face was inappropriate. He also felt a hint of apprehension toward the formidable backing behind Su Lai. Yi Xiao slowly lifted his foot from Su Lai's face, though his movements were painfully deliberate. Seeing this, Su Lai's eyes lit up with delight, and the hatred in his heart toward Yi Xiao lessened slightly. "You know when to back down, you little bastard." Su Lai raged inwardly. "Now get your foot off this young master's face. Do this, and when you arrive in Jinzhou a month from now, this young master might spare you one broken leg. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're stuck in Jinzhou forever, never to return." At this thought, his heart began to leap with glee, as if he'd already decided Yi Xiao wouldn't dare touch him again. But Su Lai probably didn't understand Yi Xiao, and had misinterpreted his meaning. He moved his foot not out of concern for Su Lai's discomfort, but because another wicked idea had struck him. Staring at Su Lai's dust-covered, swarthy face, Yi Xiao's eyes twinkled with amusement as he spoke softly, "Is your father Su invincible?" "Yes." "Scared now?" Su Lai gritted his teeth, his dust-covered face brimming with smugness. "Get your foot off my face, you bastard." But Yi Xiao didn't flinch at the threat. Instead, he chuckled with interest. "What if I told you Gong O was my buddy?" Before Yi Xiao could finish, Su Lai couldn't hold back any longer. "Blowing your own horn has its limits. Do you take me for a fool?" Gong O is the headmaster of the Crimson Flame Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 major martial arts academies in Jin Province, and he's also the vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. "He's your buddy? I might as well claim I'm the head of Yinxia. If Gong O is your buddy, I'll castrate myself on the spot." Cough cough cough. Perhaps overcome by rage, Su Lai clutched his gravely wounded body and curled up on the ground, coughing violently. Between coughs, he slurred, "I'm warning you now, move your foot. Or you'll regret it." "My ass, I'll regret it." Yi Xiao's expression suddenly shifted. The lazy glint in his eyes faded, replaced by a look that bordered on sinister. "Still talking tough when death is upon you. For your despicable actions today, I will not let you off lightly. Don't believe me? Still want to castrate yourself?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Xiao charged forward, his right leg swinging high. A faint smile touched his lips as his leg muscles tensed instantly. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he kicked viciously toward Su Lai's groin. "Then I'll grant your wish." Chapter 30, This kick will make you barren. The outcome between the two on the stage was decided in mere moments. The crowd in the martial arts arena hadn't even processed what had just happened. But when a piercing scream erupted from the combat platform, they looked up. They saw Yi Xiao suddenly stomp down on Su Lai's face, beginning to trample him mercilessly. Far from being repulsed by this spectacle, the crowd watched with gleeful delight. Su Lai had humiliated them countless times before, with Zhao Han and Chen Hao being prime examples. At that moment, one lay in a nearby hospital, while the other was on his way there. Yi Xiao had delivered such a satisfying beating to Su Lai they were thrilled beyond words. Why would they ever try to stop him? At this moment, Yi Xiao, the conqueror of Su Lai, was nothing short of a hero in the eyes of the thousands of Nanshan First High School students watching below. "Way to go, Yi Xiao! You didn't let us down!" Someone in the stands leapt to their feet, cheering Yi Xiao with excitement. Once someone started, the rest of the crowd joined in. "Kick that bastard to death! He was so loud before, why isn't he screaming now? Su Lai, you little punk! You said you looked down on us Nanshan No. 1 High School. Now why are you lying on the ground unable to get up?" Yi Xiao, Senior. I'm Ning Ran, the class beauty from Senior 3, Class 6. May I have your contact information?" For a moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of praise, curses, and sarcastic remarks. Some flamboyantly dressed girls even found themselves stirred by Yi Zhao's overwhelmingly domineering presence today. Shy confessions of affection, carrying the purity of youthful love, drifted slowly toward Yi Zhao's direction. Had Gong Qingqing been present, jealousy would have surged through her eyes widening in fury as she pulled Yi Zhao close to shield him. She wouldn't tolerate anyone coveting what belonged to her. It wasn't just the students who were thrilled, the leaders on the podium were also in high spirits. The outcome was decided. Nanshan No. 1 High School had claimed victory. For years, Jinzhou No. 1 High School had been arrogant toward them, but today was the first time they had been thoroughly humiliated. Zhou Qiyue and the others were overjoyed beyond words. Their previously weary faces now radiated energy and vitality. And when they saw Yi Zhao trampling on Su Lai's face like crushing an ant, with a look of utter mockery on his face, they all instinctively pretended not to see. Such behavior clearly violated the rules, amounting to humiliating an opponent. After all, Su Lai had already been defeated. By the rules, the referee should have stepped in to separate them, and both sides should have ceased hostilities. But hadn't Su Lai broken the rules first? Hadn't Zhao Han and Chen Hao both been subjected to his relentless humiliation? Returning the favor in kind, wasn't that perfectly justified? Besides, Yi Zhao was the greatest contributor to this victory. They had already decided to reward him handsomely. How could they possibly spoil Yi Zhao's celebration? Even Chen Changchun remained silent upon witnessing this. After all, they'd already lost. This challenge had become a laughingstock. He knew Su Lai wasn't to blame. No one could have predicted the emergence of a dark horse like Yi Zhao. But Su Lai's series of mindless actions today still infuriated him to no end, so he too chose to ignore him now. Suffering this humiliation will teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Chen Changchun thought bitterly to himself. Yet just as everyone had resigned themselves to the outcome, the scene on the martial arts platform abruptly shifted. The foot that had been crushing Su Lai's face slowly lifted. The crowd assumed Yi Zhao had suddenly taken pity and refused to torment Su Lai any longer. Yet the next moment, a meaningful smile spread across Yi Zhao's face. He then gathered all his strength, raised his right foot high, and delivered a vicious kick straight to Su Lai's groin. "You insolent brat, dare you!" Chen Changchun, watching from the podium, paled visibly. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead as he shouted a stern rebuke. Though he had no idea what had triggered Yi Zhao's sudden outburst. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Chen Changchun understood that Yi Zhao was likely serious. A faint metallic sheen glinted from the tip of his foot, clear evidence that some martial art had been unleashed. Su Lai was already gravely wounded. How could he possibly dodge now? Had that kick landed elsewhere, it might have been manageable. But if it landed squarely on that spot, it would likely leave him unable to father children. Damn it, he couldn't let that happen. After all, Su Lai wasn't just any student at Jinzhou First High School. His father was Su Wudi. Su Wudi had only Su Lai as his sole heir. If anything happened to Su Lai at his hands, he wouldn't be returning to school in Jinzhou. One kick like that, and Su Lai would be crippled if not dead. If Su Lai gets hurt, I won't escape blame either. No, I have to save him. With that resolve, Chen Changchun's muscles tensed slightly as a surge of powerful vital energy spread throughout his body. The spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness surged like a tide, rapidly circulating through every meridian and vein. He took a step forward, and the terrifying aura of a peak martial artist-level warrior rippled out. His leg muscles tensed slightly as he bent his slightly stooped frame. He prepared to launch himself forward, crashing onto the combat platform like a cannonball. In an instant, he streaked onto the platform and struck Yi Zhao with devastating force. Half a breath's time was sufficient. Chen Changchun's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, "Go!" With that thought, he hesitated no longer and charged forward with thunderous force. But in the next instant, the situation shifted abruptly. The air, which had been flowing slowly, suddenly stalled, becoming excruciatingly sluggish. A terrifying pressure suddenly crushed down on his shoulders, forcing Chen Changchun to double over. His stride halted abruptly, immobilized completely. What? Chen Changchun's face flushed crimson as the immense force pinned him down, unable to lift his head. Instinctively, he channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body, swiftly activating one martial art after another, each with considerable mastery. His physical attributes, agility, and speed surged to insane levels in an instant. His upper garments, unable to withstand the violent transformation, ripped apart. They scattered like a swirling snowstorm, drifting through the air as bulging muscles, hard as steel, were exposed. How is this possible? Chen Changchun's face twisted with terror. No matter how he channeled his spiritual energy, he couldn't even move a finger against this terrifying force. Even when he tapped into his martial talent, it proved utterly useless. Stop struggling. Zhou Qiyue approached slowly from behind him. A terrifying aura surged from his body, the unique Han Yuan Qi of a grand martial artist gradually spreading out. With your half-baked skills, you actually tried to make a move right under my nose? You truly don't hold me, Zhou Qiyue, in any regard. Zhou Qiyue's eyes grew colder as he lifted Chen Changchun, who was drenched in cold sweat, as easily as one might pick up a small chick. Staring into Chen Shangchun's terrified eyes, Zhou Qiyu chuckled coldly. Chen Shangchun, let me tell you this, you're going nowhere now. Su Lai's actions today were utterly despicable. Even if Yi Xiao kills him, I'll take responsibility for it. You really think we're pushovers? Or do you think all us old-timers in Nanshan City's martial arts world are dead? Chapter 31, Massive Rewards. You're going nowhere today. With that, Zhou Qiyue's eyes darkened slightly as he tossed Chen Shangchun to the ground like a piece of trash. You. Humiliated, Chen Shangchun was overcome with rage and tried to retort. But at that moment, Song Qingyang, Li Dashi, and the others had already surrounded them upon hearing the commotion. They stared coldly at Chen Shangchun, who lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies radiating a murderous aura. As masters of Nanshan City's most formidable martial arts academies, their prowess spoke for itself. Vast surges of vital energy began to rise from their bodies, releasing waves of overwhelmingly powerful auras that radiated from every one of them, showcasing their terrifying strength. They're all grandmasters. What the hell kind of game is this? Chen Shangchun couldn't help but wryly smile at the sight. Though he was a renowned martial arts master in Jin Province and the homeroom teacher of the special martial arts class at Jinzhou No. 1 High School. But let's be honest, he was essentially just a martial artist at the peak of the martial master realm. Glancing at the figures before him, every single one possessed greater combat prowess and higher status than he did. With so many heavyweights bearing down on him, Chen Shangchun was truly at a loss. As for Su Lai's situation, there was nothing he could do about it now. On the martial arts platform, a fierce gust of wind suddenly howled in, its force so great it instantly extinguished the scattered embers flickering nearby. A chill of impending doom gripped his heart. Su Lai instinctively looked up, his scalp prickling as his pupils contracted into slits. A foot gleaming with a metallic sheen was rapidly descending toward his groin. No! Su Lai's face drained of color at the sight, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had assumed Yi Xiao would show some restraint and spare him. But now it seemed he'd been deluding himself. Yi Xiao clearly intended to take his life. If that kick truly connected with his manhood, it would likely spell a painful farewell to life. At this thought, Su Lai's terror became utterly uncontrollable. There were so many beauties in Jinzhou, and he hadn't had his fill yet. If his second brother became a useless wreck, he might as well be dead. Tears welled in Su Lai's eyes as his desperate need to win overpowered his pride. He immediately begged for mercy. Yi Xiao. No, Yi. Yi father. I swear I'll never threaten you again. Please spare your son's pathetic life. I beg you. I don't want to be castrated. Su Lai wailed at the top of his lungs, trembling uncontrollably with fear. But Yi Xiao paid him no mind, delivering another powerful kick with full force. The metallic gleam of his boot tip was mere inches from Su Lai's second brother. Su Lai even felt a chill between his legs. The force of the incoming kick had already soaked through his clothes. No! Nothing unexpected happened. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd in the martial arts arena, Yi Xiao ignored Su Lai's desperate eyes. His right foot, empowered by the mortal-grade martial art, Iron Arm, Mastery Realm, slammed viciously into Su Lai's younger brother. Ah! The excruciating pain surging through his lower body twisted Su Lai's face in agony, as faint traces of blood seeped through his trousers. The vast arena echoed with Su Lai's piercing, sky-shaking wail. You. Su Lai's face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. He could distinctly feel something was about to be lost to him forever. His lips trembled as his fingers pointed shakily at Yi Xiao, hatred nearly spilling from his eyes. Yi Xiao! Su Lai cried out. I won't let you get away with this. Just you wait. Yi Xiao brushed the dust off his immaculate clothes and smiled innocently upon hearing the words, fine, I'll be waiting. His neat, immaculate appearance stood in stark contrast to Su Lai, who lay sprawled on the ground like a beggar. You. Su Lai's vision darkened at the words, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washing over him. Already gravely wounded by the heavenly cloud sword, his consciousness was fading. Now, his second brother had been caught off guard by a brutal kick, and Yi Xiao's taunts only added fuel to the fire. He was so enraged that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Talk big, huh? I thought you were something special. You don't take a beating well, do you? Yi Xiao shook his head, his voice tinged with boredom. Just then, the familiar system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Host's pretentious efforts have been recognized. Pretentiousness reward granted. Jinzhou's prodigy Su Lai displayed arrogant insolence, recklessly insulting Nanshan City's martial arts community with malicious showboating, inciting widespread outrage. It takes a villain to tame a villain. As the innate show-off saint body, you have successfully made Jinzhou's prodigy Su Lai realize that there are always people better than you in skies beyond skies and who truly reigns supreme in the realm of show-off. Su Lai now harbors extreme fear toward the host, his martial heart utterly shattered, casting a shadow over his martial path. Reward, 2,000 show-off points. You have successfully instilled fear and regret in Chen Shangchun, the head teacher of Jinzhou No. 1 High School's special martial arts class. He now deeply regrets ever coming to Nanshan No. 1 High School. Reward, 200 show-off points. You've successfully let thousands of martial arts students at Nanshan No. 1 High School witness your heroic presence. As someone who loves showing off, you've finally gained a massive fanbase. Reward, 500 show-off points. You've made martial arts heavyweights like Zhou Qiyu, Chen Dongchuan, and Song Qingyang in Nanshan City realize what a true prodigy looks like. Talent is scarce at Nanshan #1 High School. Those who cherish talent above all else are deeply impressed by you. Reward, 1000 show-off points. Ding! Host's accumulated show-off points have surpassed 10,000. Random experience card feature activated. Remaining show-off points, 11,000. Yi Xiao listened to the system notifications echoing in his mind, unable to hide the delight in his eyes. Not only had he racked up a massive haul of swagger points today, but he'd also unlocked a new system feature. Moreover, his accumulated swagger points had surpassed 10,000, with a whopping 11,000 points remaining. He felt utterly unstoppable. But when Yi Xiao thought about the astronomical costs of advancing his martial cultivation, his raised eyebrows drooped in disappointment. Just advancing to the martial artist realm required spending 5,000 swagger points on a realm-breaking pill. And that didn't even include the future costs of adding new martial arts techniques. He couldn't just keep relying on the Heavenly Crow sword to instantly defeat opponents without learning any new martial arts, could he? That was utterly unrealistic. After all, even if he defeated the enemy before him with the Heavenly Cloud sword, what if another wave arrived shortly after? His current spiritual energy reserves wouldn't suffice for a second use of the Amaterasu sword. A single activation drained nearly half his spiritual energy. Using it again could cause my spirit sea to crack. Then I'd be like a deflated balloon, unable to store any spiritual energy at all, no different from a useless. Take how he just used the Heavenly Gathering Cloud sword against Su Lai. Though Yi Xiao had dispatched Su Lai with a single, effortless strike, appearing utterly unburdened by the task. But the agony behind it was known only to him. That single strike had evaporated over half the spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness, leaving him nearly unsteady on his feet. Yet to maintain his towering image before others, Yi Xiao forced himself to endure. Had Su Lai been even slightly stronger, had he not been instantly defeated, the outcome might have been entirely different. The one lying on the ground might not have been Su Lai, but him instead. Chapter 32, Divine Tier Spirit Martial Arts. Blood Blade Crimson Prison. It must be understood that without the Heavenly Cluster Cloud sword today, Yi Xiao would have been no match for Su Lai. After all, the gap in cultivation levels was undeniable, and his other martial arts couldn't match Su Lai's either. And he possessed an S-tier martial talent. Meanwhile, his own SSS-grade martial talent, Six-Armed Ajura, still held no clues. You must reach the martial artist realm to unlock it. Therefore, one cannot always rely on the Amatsukumo sword. The most crucial thing is to enhance one's own core strength. Realm, martial arts, martial talent all must be cultivated swiftly. Moreover, he still lacked a suitable spirit weapon. At this thought, Yi Xiao sighed inwardly. With demons and monsters reawakening and alien races invading, human firearms had become useless. Martial artists had become the last line of defense against demons and alien races. Because martial artists lacked suitable weapons, spirit weapons came into being. Spirit weapons were crafted by martial artisans exclusively for martial artists, encompassing various types like blades, spears, swords, and halberds. Spirit weapons were generally ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 10, corresponding to the cultivation levels from Martial Path segments to Martial Emperor. Each tier suited practitioners of different ranks. For instance, Tier 1 spirit weapons suit martial artists at the Martial Path stage, while Tier 2 spirit weapons are suited for those at the Martial Emperor realm. Of course, high-tier martial artists may also wield lower-tier spirit weapons. Due to their exorbitant cost, even a common Tier 1 spirit weapon can easily cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. As for second, third, or even higher-tier spirit weapons, their prices are astronomical, reaching levels where they are essentially priceless. Ordinary families couldn't afford spirit weapons at all. In fact, even Qishue pills and other medicinal aids for martial artists' cultivation were luxuries beyond their reach. Thus, the entire Nanshan First High School had fewer than 10 students possessing spirit weapons, excluding the young masters and ladies from martial clans. Spiritual weapons themselves possessed formidable attributes and power, and could be used in conjunction with martial arts techniques. Take the long sword Su Lai wielded earlier, for instance. It was a second-tier spirit weapon, suitable for martial artists at the second-tier realm. The blade itself was incredibly sharp, its edge carrying blazing flames. Originally, Su Lai's innate martial skill, the Blazing Dragon, lacked the power of an earth-grade beginner martial art. However, this second-tier spirit weapon perfectly complemented the Flaming Dragon, enabling such devastating damage. Just as Yi Xiao was lost in thought, the system alert that had paused briefly sounded again. The crisp ding snapped Yi Xiao back to reality. Ding! Host's performance detected as exceptional. Luck at its peak. Random reward mechanism triggered. As this is the host's first activation of the random reward mechanism, reward quality is increased by 1,000 times. Random reward selection in progress. Congratulations! Host has obtained the divine grade spirit weapon Blood Blade Crimson Prison completely broken. Blood Blade Crimson Prison, legendarily the primordial blade of the Blood Blade deity Zhang, one of the mightiest beings of the ancient heavens. Bloodblade Crimson Prison has slaughtered countless beings, its blade shrouded in blood mist that obscures the sky. It ranks among the most lethal spirit weapons across all races of the multiverse. However, the Bloodblade deity Zheng perished in the Great War of the Heavens 1,000 years ago. Its primordial blade Bloodblade Crimson Prison was damaged in that battle, becoming a flawed artifact. Its current quality is equivalent to that of an ordinary long sword. Bloodblade Crimson Prison completely broken has been placed in the system space. The host may retrieve it to the real world at any time. The familiar system notification sounded once more, but Yi Xiao remained largely unmoved. He figured the reward was probably just some flashy points. Though he desperately needed them, his lack of excitement remained unchanged. But upon hearing that the random reward mechanism had been triggered, and the reward was indeed a divine-grade spirit weapon, Yi Xiao's composure vanished instantly, replaced by utter shock and wild elation. Divine-grade spirit weapon? Truly a god-tier spirit weapon. Yi Xiao's eyes darkened slightly as his heart pounded wildly within his chest. Divine-tier spirit weapons existed beyond the realm of ranks 1 through 10. They were transcendent entities. For divine-tier spirit weapons corresponded to the realm of martial godhood. Consider this, even across all the heavens and myriad races, the number of divine-grade spirit weapons that might still exist could be counted on 2 hands. And the Yanxia Empire possessed not a single one. After all, the martial myth realm, also known as the legendary martial god realm, had never been attained by anyone in all of Yanxia. And divine-tier spirit weapons, which are on par with martial gods, are impossible to exist on Blue Star when not even a single martial god has been born here. Therefore, the Bloodblade Crimson Prison before them is the sole divine-tier spirit weapon of the entire human race. And it's a slaughter-oriented spirit weapon with maxed-out offensive power. It was truly like driving on the highway at midnight, striking it rich. Yet before Yi Xiao could revel in his fortune for long, the jarring words imperfect pierced his eardrums like a dagger. What the hell? Defective. Staring at the red highlighted imperfect on the system panel, Yi Xiao felt like crying. He knew it, he was only at the martial path realm now, hadn't even broken through to the martial artist realm yet. How could the system possibly grant him a complete god-tier spirit weapon outright? But a disabled person is still a person, right? A flawed divine-grade spirit weapon is still a divine-grade spirit weapon. Even if it's only equivalent to an ordinary long sword now, it must have something special about it. As if echoing Yi Xiao's words, the system prompt sounded once more in his ears. Detected host doubts regarding divine-tier spirit weapon Bloodblade Crimson Prison incomplete. Hidden information of Bloodblade Crimson Prison revealed. Spiritual weapon information. Name, Bloodblade Crimson Prison. Original tier, God tier. Current tier, ordinary weapon. Condition, 100% damaged, completely broken. Description, the primordial spirit weapon of Zhen, the Bloodblade deity, one of the mightiest beings across all heavens. Once ranked among the 10 supreme spirit weapons of all races across the multiverse. After becoming completely damaged, it fell into obscurity, its glory lost forever. Zhang once used this blade to slaughter billions of beings and obliterate dozens of planes. Its blade soaked in endless blood, containing a blood essence as deep as an abyss. When drawn, all living things tremble, and the surroundings become a crimson hell. Evaluation, after complete destruction, it's just a restricted knife. Worthless. Not even as good as a butcher's knife. Hidden attribute, through countless slaughters, this blade has awakened sentience. It can repair itself by slaughtering living beings and consuming their vital blood essence. It can also be repaired by devouring other spirit weapons. Repair progress, 0%. As repair progress increases, it gradually restores the power of the Bloodblade Crimson Prison. Higher repair percentage yields greater restoration. It can be repaired? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the news. Then doesn't that mean, as long as I keep slaughtering enemies, draining their life force, and feeding their spirit weapons to the Bloodblade Crimson Prison, it will eventually return to its peak power? Yi Xiao thought excitedly. But just as his thoughts churned, an aged voice snapped him back to reality. Yi Xiao, are you alright? Yi Xiao shook his head slightly at the question and lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. He noticed that the old referee had appeared before him at some point. He stared at Yi Xiao with obvious concern. What happened to you up there just now? Why were you crying one moment and laughing the next? Chapter 33, Yi Xiao's Moment of Glory. Yi Xiao snapped back to reality, his cool, handsome face softening with gentleness. He offered a warm smile. I'm fine. That is, if one chose to ignore Su Lai lying half dead on the ground, bleeding from between his legs after being beaten by him. Yi Xiao's jade-like demeanor could easily be mistaken for that of a gentle nobleman. He must control himself in the future. He nearly got labeled a lunatic. Ah. Good, good. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. After scrutinizing Yi Xiao for a few moments to confirm he was unharmed, the referee finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Earlier, seeing Yi Xiao suddenly crying and laughing like a madman below the stage, he'd feared the Heavenly Crow sword had backfired. After all, attempting Earth-grade martial arts at the Martial Path segment realm was pushing it too far. One misstep could easily trigger backlash. Right now, Yi Xiao was the golden goose of all Nanshan First High School, incredibly precious. Across all of Nanshan City, only Shuiyan and Yi Xiao held any real potential to achieve results in this 100 Schools Alliance Challenge tournament. That's why the referee grew concerned upon seeing Yi Xiao's enigmatic demeanor. Seeing that Yi Xiao was unharmed, merely exhausted from expending too much spiritual energy, the referee's worries dissipated, and he promptly turned his attention to the task at hand, blowing his whistle sharply. This match was about to conclude. Third match. Red team, Yi Xiao from Nanshan First High School versus Blue team, Su Lai from Jinzhou First High School. Yi Xiao wins. The moment the words left his mouth, the referee solemnly raised Yi Xiao's hand high and bellowed the verdict. Clap clap clap. For a moment, the martial arts arena fell suddenly silent, then erupted in thunderous applause. Countless senior martial arts students from Nanshan No. 1 High School rose to their feet, their faces beaming with pride as they applauded enthusiastically. Leaders like Zhou Qiyui on the podium, smiles playing at the corners of their mouths, clapped vigorously. Yi Xiao truly hadn't disappointed them. We won? We actually won. We defeated Jinzhou No. 1 High School. We finally avenged our previous defeat. Amazing. I thought Su Lai was going to take us down single-handedly. This was so hard, wah. Ah. Brother Yi is amazing. Yi God, I'm your number 1 fan from now on. Yi Xiao. I wanna have your baby. That's ridiculous. How can a man have kids? I don't care. I'm having one anyway. In the audience, Li Zhengyan grinned so hard his face twisted, now gloating triumphantly to his henchman behind him. See how awesome your big bro Yi Xiao is. He took down Su Lai in one move. Brother Yi is the best. Brother Yi is truly a prodigy. Brother Yi's gotta crack the top 10 in this 100 Schools Alliance challenge. Top 10? That's too low. He'll be in the top 5 for sure. Dozens of new recruits, recently lured into the Showan society, nodded dumbly before loudly echoing the praise. Ha ha ha, of course. Brother Yi is truly a prodigy beyond compare, but have you ever considered one thing? Li Zhengyan stroked his chin, his rotund belly jiggling as he chuckled. He's so talented, yet he still calls me, Li Zhengyan, big brother. Think carefully about the reason behind that, Ha ha ha. The younger members froze upon hearing this, but soon grasped Li Zhengyan's meaning. Could it be that Brother N was even more formidable than Brother Yi, a wolf in sheep's clothing? The realization dawned on them. If even the formidable Yi Xiao acknowledged Li Zhengyan as his big brother, then everything suddenly made sense. They slid to their knees before Li Zhengyan, clutching his legs and wailing. Brother Li, you're so powerful. Please train us in martial arts. Brother N, my mom just gave me 300 for breakfast this morning, I'll give it all to you. Please take me under your wing. Brother N, I heard you don't have a son. I want to take care of you in your old age. The younger brother's pleas grew increasingly absurd, drawing strange looks from those around them. Yet Li Zhonglun found it quite flattering. Of course I can teach you. But Li Zhengyan puffed out his chest smugly, puckering his lips and making a pinching gesture with his fingers. You know what I mean. We get it. We get it. The younger brothers froze at the implication, then instantly realized he meant tuition fees. So they eagerly unbuttoned their collars, their faces hungry as they emptied their pockets of every last coin. It's truly disgusting. From nearby, waves of fragrance drifted over. Su Qian fiddled with her meticulous makeup, carefully touching up her face while sneering. Getting so cocky over a few pennies? What a loser. Look at your pitiful state, your family must be struggling to make ends meet. Penniless. A flicker of contempt crossed Su Qian's eyes as she shot Li Zhengyan a disdainful glance. None of your business, you jerk. Li Zhengyan didn't even glance at her, choosing to ignore her completely. Su Qian was instantly speechless. Just as she trembled with anger, ready to explode, Chen Hao hobbled over. After slowly taking his seat, Chen Hao let out a deep sigh, his face filled with desolation. Seeing Chen Hao covered in bandages, Su Qian's eyes fluttered slightly, a wave of disgust rising within her. What a useless piece of trash. I thought you were some kind of big shot, Chen Hao. He got taken down instantly by Su Lai the moment he stepped onto the stage. Now he's limping off like a stray dog, covered in injuries. Compared to Yi Xiao, it's like night and day. At this thought, regret nearly overflowed from Su Qian's eyes. She looked at Chen Hao and declared haughtily, Chen Hao, I don't think we're right for each other. Let's break up. You're not good enough for me. Yi Xiao is 100 times better than you. Chen Hao burst out laughing in anger at her words. Already battered from being instantly defeated by Su Lai, he was already feeling miserable. Now this was mocking him out of nowhere. Who wouldn't be furious? Break up? Chen Hao's eyes turned cold as he sneered, fine. Except I'm the one who's breaking up with you. Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to dump me? I've wanted to ditch a green tea like you for ages. What? Now that Yi Xiao's true talent's been exposed, you regret dumping him? Are you pathetic or what? You don't stick around when the sun's setting, but when it rises again, who do you think you are? You. Face reality. Yi Xiao wouldn't give you the time of day. As he spoke, Chen Hao scanned her from head to toe, his gaze growing increasingly amused. You second-hand trash. You. Su Qian's eyes reddened at his words, her delicate frame trembling with rage so violently her fingers shook. How dare you speak to a girl like that? If you weren't a girl, I'd have beaten you to death already. You. Chen Hao stood up, his face twisted with disgust, and limped away from Su Qian. Su Qian was left standing there, frozen in place. When she finally realized Chen Hao had left, her face turned ashen, her expression growing increasingly vicious. You all just wait. Chapter 34, A silver-haired beauty falls from the sky? The sun was setting, its rays growing faint as it sank below the western horizon. Before anyone realized it, evening had arrived. The martial arts arena remained brightly lit. This challenge ended in utter defeat. Jinzhou First High School's scheme against Nanshan First High School was utterly ruined by the intervention of Yi Xiao, the so-called wallflower. They had intended to crush Nanshan First High's confidence before the 100 Schools Alliance challenge. Instead, they had only brought trouble upon themselves. Not only had they severely injured Su Lai, the prodigy, but they had also boosted Nanshan No. 1 High School's morale. After the referee announced the match result, Zhou Qiyue released Chen Changchun, who had been kneeling on the ground. Once freed from restraint, Chen Changchun said little. Instead, he immediately rushed onto the stage, hoisting Su Lai, whose lower body was still dripping blood, looking like a dead dog, onto his back. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy. Empowered by his peak martial master cultivation and numerous martial arts techniques, he sprinted all the way to the school gate and boarded the hospital ambulance. Joke, how could he not be in a hurry? If he didn't get medical attention soon, Su Lai would truly become a eunuch of the modern era. As Su Lai's teacher, he'd be implicated too. Just as Chen Changchun was leaving, he angrily fired off a few parting shots. Don't think defeating Su Lai means Nanshan No. 1 High School will dominate this 100 Schools Alliance challenge. Let me tell you straight, Su Lai is only ranked 7th among the martial arts students at Jinzhou No. 1 High School. We've got plenty more geniuses. Our school team captain, Qin Taisher, has also mastered an earth-grade martial art to perfection. He's even broken through the 6-star martial artist realm and awakened an unrivaled SS-grade martial arts talent. SS-grade martial talent, do you even grasp what that means? He's the only one in the entire province of Jin. He could even skip the Alliance Challenge's direct admission and still get into Yenjing Martial Arts University through the regular martial arts college entrance exam. And let's not forget the prodigies cultivated by other martial arts high schools over the years. None of them are pushovers either. Zhu Xinglan from Shanghai City, Wu Jing from Fengyun City, Zhu Gahan from Lantian City. And countless other prodigies, none of them pushovers. And you think Yi Xiao and Shui Yan can compete with us? See you in Jinzhou at the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge in a month. But whether they could actually win was beside the point. Yi Xiao felt he needed a break first. The heavenly cluster cloud sword had drained him terribly, and combined with the other martial arts he'd used, less than 10% of the spiritual energy in Yi Xiao's spirit sea remained. He was now nearly drained of strength, desperately wanting to lie down and rest. Even when Zhou Qiyue and numerous other martial arts leaders from Nanshan City came to praise him and promise rewards, Yi Xiao dismissed them with only a few perfunctory words. He was simply too exhausted. Noticing his exhaustion, Zhou Qiyue and the other leaders graciously allowed him to retire first. But the rewards he deserved would not be withheld. He could go directly to the principal's office tomorrow. They would be waiting for him there. After thanking the leaders of Nanshan City's martial arts community, Yi Xiao strode toward the exit of the martial arts arena. The passageway leading to the exit was packed on both sides with crowds of students from Nanshan First High School. Without exception, they were all fans who had just been won over by Yi Xiao. The deafening cheers nearly shattered his eardrums. Yi Xiao blocked his ears with spiritual energy and strode toward the exit without looking back. Along the way, he inevitably found himself repeatedly groped by infatuated female juniors driven by lustful desires, who took every advantage they could. But he simply had no energy to deal with such trivial matters now. Thus, Yi Xiao made his way to the school gates. Just as he was about to hail a cab, an unexpected commotion erupted. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky above. Yi Xiao looked up to see a luxuriously decorated helicopter hovering in the sky. Simultaneously, the cabin door slowly opened. A slender figure with waist-length white hair leaned against the door, seemingly poised to leap down. The spot she aimed for was precisely where Yi Xiao stood. Yet Yi Xiao regarded it indifferently, as if he hadn't heard a thing, showing not the slightest surprise. Looks like I'll be using the heavenly cluster cloud sword less often. The spiritual energy consumption is simply too great. I'm so exhausted I'm seeing things. Yi Xiao sighed softly, pressing his fingers to his temples. His eyelashes cast faint shadows as he suddenly drifted into a daze. A helicopter appearing at the school gate in the middle of the night? Absurd. I was even thinking a stunning beauty would fall from the sky and land right on top of me. But that's impossible. I really need to get some rest soon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Xiao's phone buzzed with a ride notification. The pickup location was still dozens of meters away. Home. Yi Xiao tucked his phone away and started to step out. But a sudden whistling sound overhead caught his attention. What was that sound? Yi Xiao looked up again, gazing into the night sky above. A stunningly beautiful girl with waist-length silver white hair was plummeting straight toward the spot where he stood. Get out of the way! A cold voice rang out from above, tinged with a hint of panic. Yi Xiao's spiritual energy was already depleted, and with the suddenness of the attack, there was no way he could dodge. With a loud thud, the two collided head-on. A tremendous force slammed Yi Xiao to the ground. The stunningly beautiful girl, propelled by that very force, ended up pinning Yi Xiao beneath her, as if performing a wall slam. Snow Yan, now lying atop Yi Xiao, felt her mind go blank. Her pale violet eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. How could someone be here? Shui Yan's lovely face was covered in question marks. She simply couldn't understand. She had scanned the area below with her senses while still on the helicopter and confirmed it was empty. So where had Yi Xiao suddenly appeared from? In truth, ever since Yi Xiao had drawn the SSS tier martial talent, 6-armed Azura, last time, the system had activated a function shielding him from others' detection. This feature would automatically deactivate once he reached the martial artist realm and awakened an SSS grade martial talent. That was why Shui Yan couldn't detect Yi Xiao's presence. But Yi Xiao couldn't be bothered with Shui Yan's inner turmoil. He was in a foul mood right now. Hey, sis, if you're thinking about something, could you get off me first? You didn't crush me to death, and now you want to crush me flat? He felt the faint throbbing of his wounds. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful young woman before him, Yi Xiao's eyes grew cold as he spoke with a faint, mocking smile. Though the girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing any woman he had ever seen. Even Gong Qingqing paled in comparison by more than a shade. But that was no excuse for her inexplicable collision. After all, battling Su Lai today had drained nearly all his spiritual energy, leaving him exhausted as a dead dog. So exhausted that he'd even postponed meetings with leaders like Zhou Qiyue until tomorrow. Finally able to go home and rest, he was waiting obediently for a taxi at the school gate. Only to be nearly crushed to death by some girl who fell out of the sky for no apparent reason. Who wouldn't be furious if this happened to them? Yi Xiao wasn't some useless fool who'd lose his mind at the sight of a woman. Piss him off, and it doesn't matter how pretty you are. Even if flowers bloomed on your face, he'd still deliver a deliberate punch to teach you a lesson. Chapter 35. Hey, lady, I need compensation. Ha! Hearing a cold voice from beneath her, Shui Yan's gaze drifted downward. The next second, their eyes locked in a face-to-face stare. Done looking? Unable to endure the searing pain in his chest any longer, Yi Xiao spoke in a bitterly cold tone. Yes, I've had enough. Hearing this, Shui Yan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. A blush instantly spread across her coldly beautiful face, gradually covering her entire cheeks. Hurriedly rising from Yi Xiao's embrace, her cascading silver white hair swayed in the breeze, gently brushing his face like a cat's tail. The delicate fragrance of orchids filled his nostrils, and for a moment, Yi Xiao's restless heart grew calmer. I'm sorry. I clearly surveyed the surroundings before making that emergency landing. I confirmed no one was around before jumping. I truly didn't notice you. Shui Yan bowed her head slightly, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Beneath thick, dark bangs lay a pair of pale violet eyes tinged with a hint of apology. She stood tall with her gracefully proportioned figure, speaking with a hint of awkwardness. As a martial arts fanatic, Shui Yan was usually absorbed in her training and rarely socialized with classmates. Combined with her ethereal, aloof beauty, she radiated an aura that kept others at arm's length. To others, she was the very image of an unattainable flower on a high ridge. Her peers often felt inadequate around her and dared not approach. Her naturally aloof personality further disinclined her toward excessive social interaction. Consequently, she didn't even have a single friend to talk to at school. This isolation contributed to Shui Yan's somewhat reserved nature. Though outwardly she appeared like a block of ice, giving off an aura of keep your distance. Her inner self was surprisingly simple and pure. Simply put, she was the icy school beauty on the outside, but a pure, innocent sweetheart on the inside. I'm truly sorry, she said, bowing slightly with an expressionless face. Yet the blush slowly spreading across her cheeks betrayed the turmoil within. This was her first time being so close to a boy. And it happened while she'd accidentally bumped into him. So familiar. Yi Xiao studied her carefully upon hearing this, but remained silent. Only his eyes swirled with thought. He recognized this stunningly beautiful girl before him. In truth, it wasn't merely recognition, it was an overwhelming familiarity. But it was the kind of familiarity reserved for the most familiar strangers. For though he had never met her in person, thanks to Nanshan High School's relentless publicity campaign, her photos were plastered everywhere across the entire campus. She was the kind of face you couldn't escape, whether you looked up or down. Rumors even circulated that after the school plastered her photos everywhere, the demand for toilet paper in the school store skyrocketed exponentially. Indeed, the girl before him was Shui Yan, the most renowned prodigy of Nanshan No. 1 High School, a high mountain flower famed for her icy beauty. Her admirers could form an entire army. But Yi Xiao couldn't care less. So what if she was a prodigy? So what if she was the school beauty? What did it matter to him? Since she'd injured him, she'd pay the price. Besides, he'd long heard that Shui Yan was the eldest daughter of the Shui family, a martial arts dynasty in Nanshan City, whose wealth ran into the billions. Compensating him with some martial arts resources seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, he'd nearly been knocked to pieces. His waist still throbbed with pain. With that thought, Yi Xiao forced himself to rise, a dark gleam flickering in his eyes. He sighed meaningfully. Apologies? Miss Shui, you really have a sense of humor. Don't think just because you're the Snow family's eldest daughter and the school team captain, I'm some ordinary student who'd be afraid of you. If apologies were enough, what would the police be for? You're lucky you hit me today. If it had been an ordinary person, what do you think would have happened after taking that blow? Answer me. Shui Yan replied, her voice tinged with shame. They'd end up in the hospital. That's the best case scenario. Yi Xiao declared with righteous indignation, as if he were justice incarnate. If I'd been an elderly person, you'd have knocked me to pieces with that sudden impact. Shui Yan grew increasingly flustered as she listened, her usual aloof and indifferent demeanor completely gone. She felt deeply ashamed, for the collision was entirely her fault. It was her failure to detect Yi Xiao's presence that had caused the accident. But Shui Yan's thoughts weren't on Yi Xiao at that moment. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the brightly lit martial arts arena in the distance. She still had a crucial matter to attend to. This matter concerned the honor of Nanshan First High School and indeed the entire martial arts community of Nanshan City. It was her scheduled duel with Su Lai. 15 minutes had already passed since the scheduled time for the duel with Su Lai. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, she was, as expected, late. The consequence of her tardiness would be a ruling of cowardly retreat. Shui Yan could already envision the outcome of her absence. Su Lai would utterly destroy the entire Nanshan No. 1 high school team. Then the entire martial arts community of Nanshan City would be branded with shame. At that point, the entire Shui family would likely face dire consequences. She couldn't bear to imagine that scene. Now, she only wanted to reach the martial arts arena as quickly as possible. If Su Lai was still there, she wanted to see if they could have one more match. Her martial arts had made tremendous breakthroughs since then. If she could truly fight him again, it would be an absolute rout. That was why Shui Yan had recklessly jumped off the plane, accidentally colliding with Yi Xiao, who was waiting for the bus. Her thoughts racing, Shui Yan, still in a hurry to reach the martial arts arena, said anxiously, "Classmate, this is my fault. But I have an urgent matter to attend to right now. Whatever compensation you want, I'll agree to it." As she spoke, Shui Yan frantically pulled out a black card and placed it directly into Yi Xiao's palm. "There's 500,000 yenxia currency in here. There was originally 3 million, but I used some of it a few days ago to give pocket money to my relatives' children. I'll give you 500,000 now. The remaining 2.5 million, I'll transfer to you once I've resolved this matter. How does that sound? Alright, let's exchange contact information first." Without waiting for Yi Xiao's consent, Shui Yan snatched his phone. She then entered her own phone number into his contacts list. Feeling the soft, bone-like touch of Shui Yan's jade-like hand and the smooth black card in her palm, even someone as thick-skinned as Yi Xiao felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. This is so embarrassing." Though he said this, Yi Xiao's hand was quite honest. The black card slipped naturally into his pocket. What a display of wealth and power. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder so many ambitious young men in my past life sought out wealthy women. They're truly generous with their money. Even though he nearly got run over, he scored 3 million for free and got Shui Yan's contact info. Not bad at all. Later, he could list Shui Yan's contact details with a price tag on the campus website, another substantial income stream. With this money, he'd be one step closer to advancing to the martial artist realm. But you can't get blood from a stone. The Shui family is immensely wealthy. Is it right for me to take just this small portion? At this thought, Yi Xiao's eyes darkened slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. Of course it wasn't right. Chapter 36, Yi Xiao, what are you doing to me? Just as Yi Xiao was deep in thought, Shui Yan called out urgently in a low voice, "You've taken the money and I've given you my contact information. I have urgent business to attend to. I'll be leaving now." Just as Shui Yan thought everything was settled and turned to leave, Yi Xiao spoke up again to stop her. "You're not going anywhere. Who said you could leave? Then what exactly do you want?" Shui Yan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She turned her head, her voice tinged with irritation. Even clay figures have their limits, let alone the revered eldest daughter of the Shui family. She might be a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid, nor did she lack temper. Yes, Yi Xiao had been injured when she collided with him. But hadn't she already offered 3 million yuan as compensation? Even if Uncle Hat were involved, 3 million yuan far exceeded the scope of compensation. 3 million isn't enough? Do you think she's an ATM machine? Facing Shui Yan's bewildered gaze, Yi Xiao spread his hands and said with a thick skin, "I don't want this money anymore." "Then at least give me back my black card." Anger tinged her delicate features as Shui Yan stared at Yi Xiao's hand clutching the black card, her fist tightening beneath her sleeve. "Then what exactly do you want?" What do I want? Yi Xiao froze at the question, then fell deep in thought. That was a good question. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, his gaze happened to lift to Shui Yan, her face flushed with fury. Her slender waist bore the fruit of pregnancy, and her snow-white, long legs shone like jade. But Yi Xiao paid little attention to these superficial details, his gaze swiftly gliding past them. His gaze immediately focused on the celadone green long sword at her waist. Given the Snow family's immense wealth and influence, could this sword be a spirit weapon? Yi Xiao's eyes locked onto the sword at her waist as he silently pondered this thought. As if to resolve Yi Xiao's uncertainty. At that very moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Detected a second-tier mid-grade spirit weapon, Xingyun sword. Well now, this long sword really is a spirit weapon. And a second-tier mid-grade spirit weapon at that. The Shui family sure is loaded. If this spirit weapon were put up for auction, it could easily fetch nearly 10 million. Most practitioners at the Middle Star martial realm couldn't even afford this Xingyun sword. It seems I've underestimated just how wealthy martial arts clans truly are. Yi Xiao thought silently. The Xingyun sword is a mid-tier second-grade spirit weapon. If I were to feed it to my god-tier spirit weapon, the Bloodblade, Crimson Prison, wouldn't that be splendid? It might even restore some of my divine-grade spirit weapons power. So should I really extort a naive little girl just to boost my own power? After glancing at Shui Yan's furious expression, Yi Xiao felt a flicker of hesitation. He'd already taken 3 million from her. After all, that money didn't just blow in on the wind. Even someone as saintly as me still finds it hard to bring myself to do it. Just then, the system alert sounded again. Notice, Bloodblade Crimson Prison can devour the Azure Cloud Sword for repair. Estimated repair rate after complete absorption, 1%. 1% repair effect. Strength enhancement, Bloodblade Crimson Prison's blade hardness and sharpness reach mid-tier level 2. Bloodlust, by slaying enemies and staining the blade with blood, it devours the enemy's life force to rapidly heal its own wounds. Hint: eager to advance to the martial artist realm, you seem destined to take on demon-slaying quests from the martial artist's guild to gather the resources needed for advancement. Restoring your own wounds through slaying enemies, this ability seems crucial to you. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the words. The earlier words were instantly cast aside. Ahem. It's merely a second-tier mid-grade spirit weapon worth nearly 10 million, a priceless item beyond market value. Yi Xiao shook his head silently. Surely the wealthy and powerful Shui family wouldn't mind. At worst, once he grew stronger. When the Shui family or Shui Yan faced trouble, he would simply lend a hand. After all, he was confident he could stand atop this martial arts world. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Xiao's gaze toward the long sword at the girl's waist grew increasingly intense. As if he were gazing upon a breathtakingly beautiful, naked siren. He desperately needed this Xingyun sword. He knew that to advance to the martial artist realm, he would need a realm-breaking pill and a large quantity of spirit-infused treasures. By expending his show-off points, he could ascend to the martial artist realm. This process consumed immense resources. In fact, the resources required for Yi Xiao's advancement alone could have supported dozens of peak 9th-rank martial artists in reaching the martial artist realm. But it was all worth it. Because martial artists who ascend through the system reach the most perfect state of the martial artist realm. Other martial artists inevitably damage their foundational cultivation to some degree when advancing major realms. Even the most prodigiously talented martial artists cannot entirely avoid leaving behind some latent injuries. But Yi Xiao would not. Through the system's flawless advancement, his martial foundations not only remained unscathed but grew even stronger. In other words, within the same realm, Yi Xiao is invincible. Not only is his spirit sea more expansive than other martial artists at the same realm, but his physical strength also far surpasses theirs. For instance, as a 1-star martial artist, Yi Xiao could rival those of 3 or 4 stars. Moreover, these 3 or 4-star martial artists weren't ordinary practitioners, they were the absolute elite geniuses within their own tier. This disparity only grows wider with each major realm advancement Yi Xiao achieves. At the pinnacle of martial cultivation, he could even leap across entire tiers to fight opponents of higher realms, truly terrifying. At present, Yi Xiao's potential is already sufficient for him to ascend to the martial artist realm. The only thing lacking is a large quantity of spirit-infused treasures. These treasures were not easily acquired, as many were priceless and unavailable on the market. Most of these treasures are gathered by the Martial Arts Association. To obtain these treasures, one must join the Martial Arts Association as a member. By completing quests to earn merit points, which can then be used to acquire them. Yi Xiao intended to do just that. He had already made up his mind. After meeting with Zhou Qiyue and other leaders tomorrow, he would apply for membership at the Martial Arts Association. Then he would take on quests to earn merit points and exchange them for rare treasures. But first, he needed to acquire the Xingyun sword and have it devoured by Bloodblade Crimson Prison. The Bloodblade Crimson Prison's awakened attribute, Bloodlust, activated at 1% repair, would perfectly aid him in swiftly and efficiently completing commissions. Most commissions involved hunting down groups of low-level demons. With Yi Xiao's current strength, eliminating these low-level demons wouldn't pose a life-threatening danger. But injuries were inevitable. A demon bites here, another claws there. He might not even complete a few quests before needing to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, a setback in the most unexpected place could spell disaster. But with the bloodlust ability, he could sustain himself through combat, slaughtering demons while rapidly healing my own wounds, always maintaining peak condition. This ability was practically tailor-made for him. At this thought, the fiery intensity in Yi Zhao's eyes burned ever brighter. His gaze locked onto the Qingyun sword at Shui Yan's slender waist, his breathing unconsciously quickening. He must get his hands on this sword. Meanwhile, on the other side, seeing Yi Zhao fix his gaze on her waist like a starving ghost spotting food, the lust in his eyes nearly boiled over. Shui Yan instantly recoiled in fright, momentarily forgetting her status as a formidable martial artist. Her voice trembled with panic as she demanded, What are you doing?" He gazed into the girl's eyes, wide and frightened like a startled fawn. Yi Zhao's eyes held a smile as he replied meaningfully, "I'm here to want you." Chapter 37, Not enough I want your spirit martial arts too. Want you. Yi Zhao's suggestive voice lingered in Shui Yan's ears. Want me? Following Yi Zhao's burning gaze, Shui Yan's eyes drifted downward. Then she saw her own slender waist and a pair of long, straight, fair legs. Ha! What was he doing? Why is he staring at my legs and waist? And saying take me? Suddenly, an absurd thought began to take shape. Could it be he's taken a liking to me? Trying to take advantage of me to do something inappropriate? The thought sent a shiver of shock through her, and her ears flushed crimson. How could this be? Though she'd never been in a relationship herself, she'd certainly seen others do it. Those kinds of things were only meant for married couples. Was he actually trying to use his injury to blackmail her? Absolutely not. What does he take me for? As for the Qingyun sword at his waist, she naturally ignored it. After all, who in their right mind would ignore a stunning beauty to stare at a piece of iron with such hungry intensity? Snapping back to her senses, Shui Yan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her lovely face flushing crimson with anger. Rogue! I absolutely refuse to agree to this. I want the spirit weapon at your waist. Yi Zhao suddenly spoke up. Shui Yan's eyes widened slightly at his words, the anger on her face momentarily faltering. Ha? You want my spirit weapon? You mean this one at my waist? As she spoke, Shui Yan drew the Qingyun sword from her waist and looked at Yi Zhao with confusion. Yes. Yi Zhao stared at her with a peculiar look in his eyes, his tone slightly off. What else would it be? This is the most valuable spirit weapon you have on you right now, isn't it? Of course I'd compensate with the most valuable item. What else did you think I'd want from you? Yi Zhao shot her a puzzled glance. I thought you wanted me to. Before she could finish, Shui Yan covered her mouth, her eyes darting nervously. Yi Zhao looked at her questioningly. Want you for what? Nothing. It's fine. Shui Yan waved her hands frantically at his words, her waist-length silver-white hair swaying gently with her movements. Her flustered demeanor resembled a pure white fairy, innocent and easily deceived, who had strayed into the mortal world. If it's nothing, Yi Zhao extended his hand toward her, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world, then hand it over to me. Oh. Shui Yan nodded blankly at his words, then promptly drew the Qingyun sword from her waist. Just as she was about to hand it to Yi Zhao, Shui Yan suddenly realized something. Wait. Shui Yan froze in confusion. Why would I give him my own spirit weapon? The 3 million clearly covered his compensation in full. Why was she going along with his wishes? This Qingyun sword was a mid-tier second-grade spirit weapon. If sold on the open market, it could fetch nearly 10 million, a staggering price. While she wasn't short on money, why give it away to Yi Zhao for nothing? She might be a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid. At this thought, Shui Yan furrowed her brows slightly, abruptly pulling away from Yi Zhao. Her eyes held deep wariness. Why should I give you my spirit weapon? She demanded. This 3 million far exceeds your medical expenses. Don't be greedy. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price. You know my strength and my background. As she spoke, Shui Yan pointed the sword's edge at Yi Zhao, her tone growing colder by the second. At that moment, Shui Yan had reverted to her former icy demeanor from their school days. In her eyes, Yi Zhao was now nothing more than a greedy, incompetent troublemaker. Yi Zhao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant martial arts arena. Seeing Yi Zhao ignore her, Shui Yan felt a pang of confusion and followed his gaze toward the training grounds. The once brightly lit arena now lay in darkness. It was clear the competition inside had concluded. Snow Yan, the campus beauty, let me be honest with you. Long before you arrived, Su Lai had already left. Yi Zhao observed the girl before him, her face suddenly turning pale, and smiled with a hint of amusement. Left? Shui Yan's face turned deathly pale at the words, her body trembling slightly. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. She hadn't made it in time after all. Nanshan First High had undoubtedly lost, bringing shame upon the entire martial arts community of Nanshan City. By now, Su Lai must be strutting his stuff aboard the high-speed martial arts express bound for Jinzhou City. Everything was ruined. At this thought, Shui Yan's eyes gradually dimmed. Why are you looking so downcast? As if reading her thoughts, Yi Zhao's lips curved into a faint smile. You think Nanshan number 1 high school lost? Isn't it? Shui Yan lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with doubt. Nanshan number 1 high school didn't lose? How could that be possible? She hadn't been there, but could anyone really defeat Su Lai? Others might not know the true depth of her school's team, but as captain, how could she not? With the mediocre skills of those on the school team, they'd be lucky to even scratch Su Lai. If even the varsity members weren't qualified, then the other martial arts students certainly weren't either. As for defeating Su Lai? That was pure fantasy. Gazing at Yi Zhao's smiling face before her, Shui Yan's eyes grew cold. I admit I was wrong to injure you today. But that doesn't justify you constantly provoking me. I'm forfeiting that 3 million. Consider it compensation for your medical expenses. Now get out of my sight immediately, or I won't be so polite. No sooner had she spoken than Shui Yan turned to leave, showing no intention of lingering. Wait. The voice came from behind her. Shui Yan frowned slightly, about to ignore him. But Yi Zhao's next words made her feet freeze in place. Who told you Nanshan First High lost? In fact, not only did we win, but we crushed them. I swear on my martial artist's heart I'm not lying. Shui Yan froze for a moment upon hearing this, then turned to face Yi Zhao, her eyes filled with confusion. It was no trivial matter for a martial artist to swear by their Dao heart. Under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth, lying while swearing by one's martial spirit would cause a heart demon to take root, severely hindering one's future path in martial arts. What exactly happened? Shui Yan asked, her confusion evident. Yi Zhao responded with a faint smile, though it looked more like the grin of a shady merchant. Want me to tell you what happened? Simple enough. Yi Zhao pointed at the Qingyun sword in Shui Yan's hand. Hand it over, and I'll tell you. Shui Yan's expression shifted constantly, as if wrestling with an internal conflict. Forget it. Give it to him. After all, she didn't need this one anyway. Besides, she was genuinely eager to learn the truth. With that thought, Shui Yan hesitated no longer and tossed the Qingyun sword toward Yi Zhao. With a solid thud, Yi Zhao caught the sword firmly in his grasp. Excellent, Yi Zhao declared, his eyes gleaming as he examined the exquisitely crafted blade. Finally in my possession. Seeing this, Shui Yan pressed urgently, now you can tell me, right? Seeing the young woman before him, clearly naive and flush with cash. Yi Zhao, having received his payment, felt it would be rude to tease her further. Thus, he began to slowly explain the reason behind it all. Chapter 38, Blood Qi Anomaly. With her mind swirling with questions, Shui Yan arrived at the martial arts arena. Gazing at the vast, pitch-black arena before her, Yi Zhao's earlier words began echoing in her ears. What he meant was, at the school's most critical moment, after Su Lai instantly defeated both Zhao Han and Chen Hao, a student named Ji Xiao, who had joined the school team less than a day ago, instantly defeated Su Lai. And with just one move? Shui Yan still found it hard to believe when she recalled Yi Zhao's words. But he had sworn on a martial artist's vow of truth, proving the story was indeed real. This thought left Shui Yan momentarily dazed. When had such a formidable fighter joined their school team? As the team captain, how could she have been completely unaware? Defeating Su Lai? She could manage that with ease now. But defeating him in a single strike? That was still a stretch. After all, Su Lai wasn't just some weed by the roadside that anyone could trample underfoot. As she pondered this, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Shui Yan? Liang Meng, clutching a stack of books, stared at Shui Yan in surprise. When did you get back? Shui Yan snapped back to attention at the sound. Recognizing her homeroom teacher, Liang Meng, she promptly bowed politely. I just got back, Shui Yan replied. Her silver white hair cast a shadow over her delicate features. Her head bowed, a hint of guilt flickered in her eyes. I'm sorry, Teacher Liang, I didn't make it back in time. It's all my fault. As she spoke, Shui Yan's head drooped even lower. Liang Meng smiled gently at the sight. After gently straightening Shui Yan's posture, she began to comfort her with care. This young lady was the school's treasure, the eldest daughter of the martial arts Snow family. How could he possibly scold her? Besides, today's incident wasn't Shui Yan's fault at all. The mistake lay entirely with Su Lai arriving at the wrong time. As Shui Yan's emotions gradually calmed, a flicker of confusion crossed her dark purple eyes, as if she'd remembered something. Teacher Liang, who exactly is Yi Zhao? I heard he defeated Su Lai with ease? Liang Meng paused slightly at the question, then slapped her forehead. I forgot you haven't been at school these past few days, so you wouldn't know what happened. Teacher, let me tell you. As Liang Meng recounted the events, Shui Yan's expression grew increasingly bewildered. Earth-grade martial arts? Great achievement realm? 18 years old? Could these terms even be connected? Once Shui Yan had fully processed all this information, she reached a conclusion. With the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge approaching, Nanshan First High School had suddenly produced a prodigy. Except for being slightly lower in cultivation realm, he was in no way inferior to her. Teacher Liang, where is this Yi Zhao now? Shui Yan asked, her voice tinged with excitement. She had once cultivated the advanced earth-grade martial art, Heavenly Cloud Sword, but her comprehension had been insufficient, leaving her only at the proficient stage. With a master of the Great Achievement realm readily available, why not seek his guidance? She could offer generous compensation, surely Yi Xiao wouldn't refuse. Where? Speaking of which, you just came from the school gate. Didn't you see Yi Xiao? At this time, you should have just crossed paths with him. Shui Yan froze at the words. She recalled the youth who had just swindled her out of 3 million yuan and a mid-tier second-grade spirit weapon. She blurted out instinctively, was he tall and handsome? With a mischievous smile. Oh, right, he also has a tear mole at the corner of his left eye. All the details matched perfectly, it had to be him. Upon hearing this, Liang Mang nodded immediately. It's him. Hearing this, Shui Yan instantly grew flustered and angry. That bastard. He's utterly despicable. Her coldly beautiful face flushed with shame and fury, her well-proportioned figure rising and falling with each breath. He swindled me out of 3 million credits and a mid-grade second-tier spirit weapon. And toyed with me for so long. Gazing at the moonlit night sky, Shui Yan clenched her delicate fists, her pale violet eyes burning with resolve. No way. I'll make him teach me the Heavenly Cloud Sword no matter what. An old residential neighborhood. Yi Xiao unlocked his bedroom door and dragged his weary body over, collapsing onto the small bed. Gazing at the dilapidated ceiling, his eyes gradually grew heavy. Once I get into martial arts university, I'm definitely moving into a villa. With this thought, Yi Xiao quickly drifted off to sleep. He slept for over 10 hours straight. When sunlight streamed through the window and onto the bed in the bedroom, Yi Xiao rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them. After freshening up, he sat on the edge of the bed and activated the Pretend to be God system. Open character panel. Ding. Character panel opened. Name, Yi Xiao. Realm peak of martial arts 9th tier. Vitality 99100. Physical constitution 125 132 star martial artist level. Martial talent SSS ranked hardening martial talent 6 arm de jure unlocked. Upon advancing to martial artist realm, unlocks first form. Martial arts. Shadow/mortal grade, mastery. Iron arm mortal grade, mastery. Heavenly cloud blade high earth grade, mastery. Spirit weapon, blood blade crimson prison completely incomplete. Repair progress, 0%. System features, fortune wheel, random experience card. Remaining show-off points, 11,000. Gazing at the pale blue system interface, Yi Xiao gradually fell into deep thought. This challenge orchestrated by Jinzhou First High School had truly yielded unexpected rewards. Not only had he amassed a massive haul of show-off points, but he'd also unlocked a new feature, the random experience card. But what Yi Xiao valued most was the god-tier spirit weapon stored in his system Space Blood Blade, Crimson Prison. Though it was a completely damaged version, even a kitchen knife could hold its own against it. But it could be repaired. Right now, he'd even gathered spirit weapons for the Blood Blade Crimson Prison to devour. With that thought, Yi Xiao slowly placed the Qingyun sword on the table. Gazing at its azure-hued blade, Yi Xiao's eyes darkened slightly. He had much to do, but his foremost task was to repair the Blood Blade Crimson Prison. System, retrieve the Blood Blade Crimson Prison from the system space. Ding! Extracting Blood Blade Crimson Prison completely damaged. With a crisp system notification, a crimson cross-shaped glow suddenly burst into Yi Xiao's vision. Boundless blood energy erupted, flooding the bedroom like a torrent. The blood energy spread across the walls, causing layers of plaster to peel away instantly, leaving them decayed and aged. It felt as though decades had passed in that single instant. Watching his home on the verge of destruction by the blood mist, Yi Xiao urgently called out to the system. System, stop it now. Ding. Executing host command. A blinding white light flashed, and the overwhelming blood mist in the bedroom vanished without a trace. When the light faded, Yi Xiao slowly opened his eyes. There, on the table, appeared a long, jet black blade no one knew when it had materialized. A blood-red eye was embedded in the hilt. At that moment, an eerie blood mist swirled around the blade, covered in strange patterns. Blood Blade Crimson Prison severely damaged extracted successfully. So this was, the Blood Blade Crimson Prison? Gazing at the eerie, jet black blade before him, and the blood-red eye on the hilt that never ceased to stare at him, Yi Xiao couldn't help but think. Chapter 39, Repair Progress 1%. Blood Blade Crimson Prison. The blood aura emanating from the blade of Blood Blade Crimson Prison gradually dissipated. The crimson eye on the hilt slowly closed. As the terrifying blood-soaked aura dissipated from the bedroom, the pitch-black blade on the table fell silent. Not bad, Yi Xiao murmured, stroking his chin as a faint smile touched his lips. He picked up the Qingyun sword beside him and slowly placed it upon the Blood Blade Crimson Prison. With waves of pulsing undulations, the Qingyun sword was gradually consumed. The runes on the Blood Blade Crimson Prison's black blade twisted incessantly. The blood-red eye at its hilt trembled faintly before settling into stillness. It seemed that once this eye opened, a terrifying transformation would occur. Simultaneously, the spirit weapons list on the system panel updated. Spirit weapon, Blood Blade Crimson Prison slightly damaged. Repair rate, 1%. 1% repair effect. Strength boost, Blood Blade Crimson Prison's blade hardness and sharpness reach mid-tier level 2 quality. Bloodlust, by slaying enemies and staining the blade with blood, it devours the enemy's life force, rapidly restoring its own wounds. Perfect. With this Bloodlust ability, I'll breeze through those martial association commissions. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up with delight as he gazed at the sinister blade in his hands, a faint smile curling his lips. He casually swung it a few times, unleashing fierce gusts of blade wind that shook the already decaying bedroom walls, causing plaster to flake off. Damn it! When he realized what he'd done. Surrounded by the devastated bedroom, Yi Zhao instinctively let out a curse. Better not mess around too much. I'll end up tearing the whole place apart. I'll test its power after I complete the commission. For now, I need to study the new system features. Random experience card. At this thought, Yi Zhao's eyes lit up as he immediately opened the system panel. Staring at the 5 golden characters random experience card, Yi Zhao asked in confusion. System, explain the random experience card. Random experience card function, 1 card granted weekly. Contents encompass a wide variety of experiences. Maybe a realm experience card, martial arts experience card, or other items may also be rewards like world-class chef or pilot mastery. Expires in 1 month. Ding. Host, would you like to draw your first random experience card? Yi Zhao nodded slightly. Draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a triple combat power card 1. Remaining duration, 1 month. A crisp card drawing sound echoed in his mind. Accompanied by a gentle fireworks effect, an exquisitely crafted card glowing with a reddish light landed in Yi Zhao's hand. Triple combat power card? Crumple the card in your hand to triple your combat power for 1 hour. That powerful? Yi Zhao stared at the crimson card in his hand, his voice filled with astonishment. This triple combat power card would triple his combat strength upon use. Yi Zhao quickly calculated that if he unleashed the Earth-grade martial art, Heavenly Cloud Sword, his combat power could instantly surge to the terrifying level of an 8-star martial artist. What did an 8-star martial artist mean? Consider that in many top martial arts universities, an 8-star martial artist could already be a core member of the freshman team or even the vice-captain. Such strength was undeniably terrifying. It even rivaled some lower-ranked teachers at Nanshan First High School. This is quite the treasure. Who knows what unexpected uses it might have in the future? Yi Zhao smiled faintly before tucking the triple combat power card into his pocket. Feeling exceptionally content, he stretched comfortably. Gazing at the azure sky outside the window, Yi Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, time to head back to school. Once I'm done with school matters, I'll immediately register as a member of the Martial Arts Association, take on commissions, and break through to the martial artist realm as soon as possible. Senior 3, Class 7. It was break time, and the classroom was buzzing with chatter. Just 1 day had passed since Su Lai's challenge to the martial arts dojo, and the buzz was at its peak. Rumors about Yi Zhao were growing increasingly fantastical. It had even reached the absurd point of trampling on Tianjin province and punching Yanjing. At that moment, a large crowd of students from other classes had gathered outside the door of Senior 3, Class 7. They chatted in small groups, yet their eyes remained fixed on the window seat at the back of Class 7. That was Yi Zhao's seat. Without exception, they had all come to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure known as Yi Zhao. Crushed Jinzhou's prodigy Su Lai in a single move. Turning the tide of a losing battle. Mastering Earth-grade martial arts by 18. A martial genius rivaling Shui Yin in fame. These terrifying labels constantly stirred their nerves. Yi Zhao had become the star of Nanshan High School, one with a particularly large female fanbase. Today was the day Yi Zhao was to be transferred to the special martial arts class, and he would eventually come to pack his books. Though no one knew when Yi Zhao would arrive, they were certain he would eventually show up. With that thought, the crowd grew even more animated. So excited. We'll get to see big shot Yi Zhao in just a bit. Yeah. Yesterday my seat was too far from the combat stage, I couldn't get a good look at big shot Yi Zhao's heroic figure. Today I'm definitely getting a proper view. I didn't come yesterday. Rumor has it brother Yi Zhao is incredibly handsome, is that true? Of course it's true. He's even more handsome than our current campus heartthrob. Holy crap. Now I'm even more excited. The clamor reached his ears as Yi Zhao slowly approached the entrance of Senior 3, Class 7. Seeing the dense crowd outside the classroom, he immediately sensed trouble. What's going on? Yi Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. But then he remembered he still needed to pack his things. After completing these tasks, he still needed to register as a member at the Martial Arts Association to take on assignments. He decided it wasn't worth his time. With that thought, Yi Zhao frowned slightly and tapped the person standing at the very edge of the crowd blocking the doorway. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy waiting for big shot Yi Zhao? The person tapped was a chubby kid. He turned with an irritated expression, snapping back impatiently, tap me again, and don't blame me for beating you up. But turning around proved to be his undoing. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. There stood Yi Zhao, the very person he'd been obsessing over, staring back at him with a cold expression. Beat me? Yi Xiao said indifferently. Yi boss. The chubby kid's body went limp with fright, his tongue stumbling as he stammered, "It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? I'm your biggest fan. Everything I said earlier was just nonsense," he pleaded, on the verge of tears. By now, the crowd gathered outside Senior 3, Class 7 had spotted Yi Xiao and began surging forward. "Big shot Yi Xiao, give me your autograph." "Big shot Yi Xiao, could you share some of your cultivation insights?" Bro, can you carve something on my butt?" I wanted to say definitely win. "Brother Yi Xiao, are you looking for a girlfriend?" "I know so many things." As these increasingly absurd requests piled up, Yi Xiao's frown deepened. He had important matters to attend to and couldn't be bothered with such pointless nonsense. With that thought, Yi Xiao's voice turned cold. "You have 10 seconds to get out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." Chapter 40. Your dad's the richest man in Nanshan City. Seeing Yi Xiao wasn't joking around. No sooner had he finished speaking than, in less than 10 seconds, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. The classroom doorway instantly became deserted. No wonder Zhang Yu and Su Lai's miserable state was still fresh in everyone's minds. Fearing they'd meet the same fate, everyone fled at breakneck speed. "Stop skipping class and running around all day." Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly at the scene before entering Class 7 of Senior 3. The once noisy classroom instantly fell silent as Yi Xiao entered, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Clearly, they had all heard his earlier words. Now, they all watched Yi Xiao with a mix of fear and curiosity. But Yi Xiao paid them no mind. Under their cautious gazes, Yi Xiao efficiently gathered his belongings and walked straight out of Senior 3, Class 7. They were no longer part of the same world, there was no need to dwell on it. Yi Xiao thought to himself. 10 minutes later. At the entrance to the Special Martial Arts Building. After swiping the unique token reserved for school team members, Yi Xiao entered the Special Martial Arts Building. Following the information on the token, he soon arrived at the door of Martial Arts Training Room C402. Unlike regular martial arts classes, the Special Martial Arts class didn't have fixed classrooms. Every special martial arts student had their own private training room. Moreover, they enjoyed an extremely high degree of freedom. Except for certain particularly important classes, they could move about freely. They were even permitted to leave campus. Yi Xiao raised the token in his hand. With a soft beep, the iron gate of the training room slowly swung open. He stepped inside. What met his eyes were numerous advanced training weapons and high-tech devices for measuring martial artists' physical metrics. But Yi Xiao didn't linger long. After stowing his personal belongings, he prepared to leave the training hall. Just as he was about to step out the door, a familiar, cheeky male voice called out. "Hey, Yi!" A shaved head suddenly poked through the thick iron door. "It feels like ages since we last met." The words barely left his mouth when a rotund little fatso emerged, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. Yi Xiao looked closely and realized it was indeed that dimwit Li Zheng'en. No wonder. Among all the martial arts students at Nanshan First High School, Li Zheng'en was probably the only one who dared to speak to him like that. "Brother Yi, you should have told me you were this good. Even Shin Hao couldn't beat Su Lai, but you took him down in one shot. You're definitely a brother I can count on, you're incredible." Li Zheng'en strode over, laughing heartily as he slapped Yi Xiao's shoulder hard. "If I'd known you were this good, I would have made you my big brother. How about you be the big brother from now on, and I'll be the second brother?" As he spoke, Li Zheng'en stared at Yi Xiao with a look of nervousness, his eyes darting around uncontrollably. He looked as if he was terrified Yi Xiao might agree. He'd finally gotten to be the big brother, and he'd even established the Shaoen society. Li Zheng'en hadn't had his fill yet. He genuinely loved this feeling. But he also regarded Yi Xiao as a true brother. No matter Yi Xiao's choice, he could accept it. "What are you saying, brother N? Of course you're still my big brother. What I value is your character, Nga, not your strength." Saying that now really breaks my brotherly heart. Yi Xiao said with a smile. He could see right through Li Zheng'en's true intentions. At the very least, when a friend is in trouble, Li Zheng'en will step up and help. He doesn't care about titles anyway, let him be. And let's not forget, Li Yonglun is a magnet for hatred, the kind who never holds back with his sharp tongue. Anyway, I can't exactly go around showing off to earn swagger points. But if he walks alongside him, he'll have no choice but to act cool. Seeing Yi Xiao's understanding nature, Li Yonglun was genuinely touched. "You're a true brother. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Rest assured, big bro won't let you down. From now on, you'll be under my wing." Yi Xiao joked, "Starve you 9 meals out of 10? What nonsense." Li Zheng'en lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride in his voice. "What, starving 9 times in 3 days? Let me tell you the truth. My family has money to burn, my dad's the richest man in Nanshan City. Follow me, and you'll be eating gold every day. Brother Yi, if you ever need anything, just come find me." Hearing Li Zheng'en's words, Yi Xiao automatically ignored the wealthiest part. But considering what he needed to do next, he genuinely did need someone to help. So Yi Xiao spoke up, "Brother, I've got some questions for you." "Go ahead, brother Yi. There's nothing I don't know." Li Zhangyan's face lit up at the words, pounding his chest in assurance. As the elder brother, he felt deeply unsettled knowing Yi Xiao had far surpassed him in martial arts. If he didn't do something about it, he felt uneasy. I'm in a hurry to register as a member of the Martial Artists Association, but I hear the process is slow. Do you know any faster way? Yi Xiao said helplessly. He asked casually, holding little hope for a solution. After all, Li Zhangyan seemed like an ordinary student in every way. Setting aside his status as a school team member. Aside from being a bit overweight and a bit of a jerk, Li Zhangyan didn't seem any different from anyone else. But just as Yi Xiao was about to take back his words, Li Zhangyan broke into a lecherous grin. He, brother Yi, you found the right person. My dad just donated 100 million to the Nanshan Martial Arts Association last month. Getting you a membership is a piece of cake. You won't believe it, but once we get to the Martial Arts Association, they'll treat us like royalty. Yi Xiao merely smiled faintly at this, sighed, and said helplessly, Brother An, cut the nonsense. I'm not joking. Come with me now. I've already called the butler. He'll be here with the car any minute to take us straight to the Martial Arts Association. Yi Xiao. 10 minutes later. After declining the grape offered by the maid-costumed beauty once more, Yi Xiao stared at the mountain of expensive pastries piled on the table and the beauties in cheongsams busily pouring tea around them. Yi Xiao's expression stiffened slightly, his mind turning to mush. What the hell is going on here? Is Brother N really the son of Nanshan City's richest man? Yi Xiao murmured in bewilderment. All he remembered was arriving at the school gate with Li Zhangyan. Just as Yi Xiao was about to hail a cab, an ultra-stretched Maybach pulled up in front of them. Then an elegantly dressed elderly man stepped out, addressing Li Zhangyan as young master repeatedly. He promptly took them both, stepping on the gas pedal and driving straight to the entrance of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. Contrary to his expectations, there was no hostile reception or staff looking down on them. Instead, a beautiful female council member with a sweet smile guided them to the VIP reception room. What followed was an array of expensive pastries and a succession of elegantly dressed beauties attending to their every need. The Martial Arts Association membership cards, which normally required several days to process, were ready in just 1 hour. They only needed to wait a short while in the VIP lounge. Thinking of this, he turned to Li Zhangyan, his tone tinged with doubt. Is your father really the wealthiest man in Nanshan City? Of course. After popping another grape offered by the sweet-looking maid, Li Zhangyan nodded in response. Didn't I tell you that a long time ago, Brother Yi? My father is Li Gang, the wealthiest man in Nanshan City, chairman of the Li Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 41, Joining the Martial Arts Association. Before long, the gracefully slender female counselor glided over. She respectfully handed Yi Xiao a black membership card. Mr. Yi, this is your membership card. Welcome to the Martial Arts Association. Yi Xiao took it with a casual flick of his wrist, his eyes glancing over it briefly. Several neatly written characters stood out on the card. Bronze level member, Yi Xiao. Issuing authority, Nanshan Martial Arts Association. The photo turned out pretty well. It actually captured my handsome face in full. Gazing at the exceptionally handsome portrait on the card, a youth who seemed to have broken through the dimensional barrier, Yi Xiao silently nodded. But what do the characters below mean? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Director Chen, my brother just became a member and isn't familiar with the rules yet. Could you give him a quick rundown? Seeming to notice Yi Xiao's confusion, Li Zhangyan called out in a loud voice. Certainly, young Master Li. Director Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this, then turned to Yi Xiao with a smile. Mr. Yi, allow me to briefly explain. Every martial artist who joins the Martial Arts Association and becomes a member receives their own identification card. Based on the member's strength and contributions, these cards are divided into different tiers. Generally, they are categorized as bronze, silver, gold, jade, and so on. Each tier is further subdivided into low, medium, and high levels. Higher tier members enjoy more exclusive benefits, access to more high-quality commissions, and earn more merit points. At higher tiers, members may even command the armies of martial arts associations across the land. Beyond these, there are countless other perks I won't list here. In short, the benefits are truly exceptional. Director Chen bowed slightly, her smile sweet as she spoke. Your current membership tier is Advanced Bronze, granted based on your peak martial arts 9th rank cultivation. As is widely known, when a demonic beast is slain, its crystal core retains the aura of the warrior who killed it. To advance to silver rank, you must reach the martial artist realm and possess the experience of independently slaying a second-tier combat-type demon. You must submit a second-tier demon crystal core bearing only your own aura. Upon reaching silver rank, you will gain access to numerous privileges such as selecting one martial arts manual of earth rank or lower from the Martial Arts Association's library at no cost. Of course, if you can slay a second-tier demon while still in the martial path stages, the association may grant advancement on a case-by-case basis. After speaking, Counselor Chen shot Yi Xiao an encouraging glance. At just 18 years old, you've already reached the peak of martial arts 9th tier. With such astonishing talent and innate aptitude, you are undoubtedly a rare genius martial artist. We hope you advance to silver grade membership soon. That day surely won't be far off. Gazing at the refined, handsome youth before her, Director Chen's eyes brimmed with expectation. Having served at the Nanshan Martial Arts Association for so many years, she had certainly seen her share of prodigies. But in recent years, the younger generation of martial artists in Nanshan City had gradually declined, and she hadn't seen a proper prodigy in a long time. Today, encountering Yi Xiao, this local prodigy, naturally filled her with extraordinary delight. After all, it had been years since she'd seen anyone reach the advanced bronze rank at 18. May the young man before her swiftly advance to silver rank and bring honor to his peers in Nanshan City. Free to choose any martial art? Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the suggestion. But upon hearing that a crystal core was required as proof, his spirit sank again. After all, advancing to silver required the crystal core of a second-tier demon beast. Yi Xiao sighed inwardly. He had thought that possessing the strength of a second-tier martial artist would suffice. Though he possessed the strength of a martial artist, where on earth could he find a second-tier demon beast to slay? Thank you, Director Chen. Yi Xiao nodded slightly, his voice tinged with regret. But then, as if remembering something, Yi Xiao's eyes flickered. Right, hadn't he killed over a dozen ghost-faced mastiffs when he rescued Gong Qingqing last time? The thought made his heart leap with excitement. Counselor Chen, didn't you say that killing a second-tier demon at the Martial Path segment realm would allow one to be promoted to silver-tier membership at your discretion? Yi Xiao inquired with a smile. Director Chen froze at the question, looking puzzled. Well, yes, that is correct. Is there something you're unsure about? Of course not. I simply wish to apply for silver-tier membership. Caught off guard by Yi Xiao's sudden question, Director Chen was momentarily flustered. But upon hearing Yi Xiao's response, her brows furrowed slightly. An answer that seemed to be on the tip of her tongue surfaced in her mind. Perhaps this prodigious youth named Yi Xiao felt he was being underestimated. He likely believed that reaching the peak of martial arts 9th tier at such a young age made him a rare genius. He was but a step away from the martial artist realm, though the gap between these two realms was vast. But perhaps pride had taken root in this long-celebrated prodigy. He likely believed he could handle second-tier demons, which were equivalent to the martial warrior realm. But this was utterly preposterous. After all these years, Director Chen had never seen a martial artist capable of crossing an entire realm to kill a second-tier demonic beast. So even if Yi Xiao's talent was truly monstrous, conventional wisdom still suggested he was just putting on a brave face. With this thought, Director Chen looked at Yi Xiao with disappointment. Mr. Yi, please don't tease me. Yi Xiao remained silent. Instead, he slowly retrieved a dozen or so reddish-brown, shimmering objects from his system space. Extending his right hand, he handed them to Counselor Chen. Recently, while hunting demons in the bone wastes, I had exceptional luck. I encountered over a dozen ghost-faced mastiffs and took the opportunity to eliminate them. Now I happen to have over a dozen crystal cores from second-tier demonic ghost-faced mastiffs. I wonder if these are enough for me to upgrade to silver-tier membership. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Director Chen casually took the items from his hand. At first, she paid it little mind. But when she recognized the reddish-brown objects in her hand as genuine ghost-faced mastiff crystal cores, the professional smile on her face suddenly froze, quickly giving way to profound shock. They really are ghost-faced mastiff crystal cores. Director Chen exclaimed in astonishment. And not just one. Director Chen counted them clearly. Yi Xiao had handed her a full 11 ghost-faced mastiff crystal cores. It was well known that while ghost-faced mastiffs were low-tier second-stage demons, their attack power surpassed that of some mid-tier second-stage demons. Yi Xiao, currently only at the peak of martial arts 9th tier, had suddenly produced 11 ghost-faced mastiff crystal nuclei and claimed he'd casually taken them down. It was utterly astonishing. Suddenly, a peculiar thought flashed through Director Chen's mind. Could these 11 ghost-faced mastiff crystal cores possibly be purchased by Yi Xiao? Chapter 42, slapping Director Chen in the face. After all, for a youth who hadn't even reached the martial artist realm to single-handedly kill 11 ghost-faced mastiffs was nothing short of terrifying. She cautiously replied, Mr. Yi, these are indeed crystal cores from second-tier demonic ghost-faced mastiffs. But what? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. Well, Director Chen didn't want to completely humiliate Yi Xiao, so he phrased it more diplomatically. Are you certain those ghost-faced mastiff crystal cores weren't purchased? Director Chen didn't voice the words, but Yi Xiao was sharp enough to see right through her implication. Are you certain they weren't bought? Yi Xiao asked with a hint of amusement. Beside him, Li Zhang'an couldn't contain himself any longer. He stood up abruptly with a thud. Director Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you implying my brother Yi Xiao is lying? Let me tell you, my brother has the skills. He's not just bragging. Li Zhang'an was furious. He had gone to great lengths to bring Yi Xiao here to register as a martial arts association member, only to be looked down upon? His brother had already taken down Su Lai. Dealing with a few ghost-faced mastiffs should be a piece of cake. This Director Chen is getting worse with age. What kind of training did he receive? Later, when I have time, I'll have my dad mention this to the association's leadership. Let them learn what it means to have daddy's boy credentials. Watching Li Zhangyan's furious outburst, Yi Xiao gently rubbed his temples. Faced with Director Chen's skepticism, he wasn't particularly upset. After all, by conventional standards, it was nearly impossible for someone at the martial arts division realm to kill a second-tier demon. At least not within the confines of Nanshan City. Before awakening the system, he wouldn't have believed it either. Seeing that Yi Xiao had grasped her meaning and that Li Zhangyan was now angrily confronting her, Director Chen felt a wave of awkwardness and panic wash over her. She shouldn't have spoken like that. Even if Yi Xiao was bragging, her years of professional training forbade such behavior. This time, she had truly overstepped. Just as Director Chen was about to apologize, Yi Xiao suddenly said, "If you don't believe me, you can examine the residual energy imprint on the crystal core. See if it matches mine." At this remark, everyone present including Li Zhangyan and Director Chen froze in surprise before quickly regaining their composure. Director Chen hastily beckoned to the maid-costumed beauty beside him. "Xiaoyan, bring the testing equipment over immediately." The girl named Xiaoyan nodded in response, setting down the grapes she was feeding before hurrying off. Before long, she returned with a spherical device resembling a globe. "Here you go." After handing the testing device to Director Chen, Xiaoyan withdrew. After placing the 11 ghost-faced mastiff crystal cores into the device, Director Chen turned to look respectfully at Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, please place your hand here." She spoke cautiously, afraid of provoking the two powerful figures before her. Even now, she still couldn't believe these crystal cores were obtained by Yi Xiao hunting down demons. Not only did she find it hard to believe, but the dozen or so exquisitely beautiful young women watching also seemed skeptical. Yet they all kept their heads bowed, their expressions giving nothing away. After all, if Yi Xiao truly possessed such prowess, how could they not know? Apart from that prodigy young miss from the Wu Daoshui family, they had never heard of such a formidable genius. The news of Yi Xiao's crushing defeat of Su Lai hadn't spread widely yet, so their ignorance was understandable. Yi Xiao shook his head slightly before placing his slender, knuckle-bony hand on the testing device. The next second, accompanied by gasps of astonishment, an exceptionally bright golden light suddenly filled the reception room. Ignoring the dazzled gazes of the beautiful girls around him, Yi Xiao fixed his eyes on Director Chen, who stood frozen in place. Seeing Director Chen frozen like a statue, Yi Xiao felt an inexplicable amusement. "Director Chen, can you promote me to silver tier membership now?" Director Chen stiffened at the words, turning his head with a forced look. Staring at the handsome youth before him, who was smiling and joking, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he managed, all right. Ding! Host's pretentiousness detected. Host successfully broadened the horizons of the narrow-minded martial arts association's Director Chen and others. Showed them what true genius looks like. Reward, show-off points 1000. After stepping out of the reception room, Li Zhangyan threw his arm around Yi Xiao's neck and chuckled. "Way to go, Yi! I knew you weren't bragging. Taking down 11 ghost-faced mastiffs single-handedly? That's incredible. You're truly my brother." Yi Xiao chuckled and shook his head. "Just basic skills. All right. You're still such a pain in the ass, humble." Li Zhangyan feigned anger. The next second, as if remembering something, he reached out his hand toward Yi Xiao. "Oh, right. Let me see your silver tier membership card. I've never seen one in my life." Yi Xiao slowly pulled a silver-white license from his pocket and handed it to Li Zhangyan. Holding the silver-white card aloft, Li Yong'un remarked with a hint of envy, "So this is a silver tier membership card? It's really beautiful. I'm only a bronze level member now. When will I ever advance to silver?" He shook his head slowly. "I'm so jealous." "Oh, right." As if suddenly remembering something important, Li Zhangyan turned to Yi Xiao with excitement. "Brother Yi, didn't you tell me you wanted to get your hands on some rare treasures?" "Well, the association just received a new shipment recently. My father has been sponsoring the Nanshan Martial Arts Association, so I can request some special privileges. Any items exchanged for merit points at the Martial Arts Association, we can get them all at a 20% discount." At this point, Li Zhangyan's tone turned slightly wistful. "If the Martial Arts Association didn't prohibit purchasing items with cash, I would have bought up all those rare treasures and gifted them to you, brother." Seeing Li Zhangyan's self-reproachful expression, Yi Xiao suddenly smiled. "It's fine, brother N. You've already helped me so much. Let's go check on the commission first." Li Zhangyan lifted his bulging belly and gave a slight salute. "Roger that." 10 minutes later. Martial Arts Association Mission Hall. Yi Xiao and Li Zhangyan pushed open the exquisitely decorated doors and stepped inside. The moment they entered, a cacophony of voices flooded their ears. Breaking! Bronze Advanced Mission. A pack of mid-tier level 1 demons man-eating dogs has suddenly appeared near Jingda Elementary School. Bronze Advanced members and above are requested to eliminate them. A fish-type demon has appeared in Wuming Lake at Guyue University suspected to be a second-tier low-grade demon, the giant-toothed snakefish. Mission difficulty, Silver Tier low level. Silver Tier members, please proceed to suppress. Out-of-province S-rank fugitive Li Zhanghe suspected to have fled into northern Tianjin province. High probability of hiding in Nanshan City. If members spot Li Zhanghe, gold rank and below members evacuate immediately. Notice: Li Zhanghe is an alien spy possessing the strength of an 8-star warrior. As this involves alien conspiracies targeting Yanxia, successfully capturing him alive will reward 3,000 merit points and the honorary title Sword of Dawn. Amidst the cacophony of announcements, Yi Xiao began surveying the mission hall. The hall was packed with people of all shapes and sizes. There were boisterous uncles, haughty youths, and beauties of every kind. Most gathered in small groups, discussing the commission boards and debating which tasks offered the best rewards. Of course, there were also lone wolves, each radiating an air of aloofness and an aura of confidence. Others avoided them, not out of contempt, but out of fear. Those who dared to operate alone were typically high-level veterans who disdained teaming up. But Yi Xiao paid little attention to all this. Within moments, Yi Xiao and Li Zhang'an approached one of the task boards. "Good morning. Are you here to pick up a commission too?" They turned toward the source of the voice. A cute girl with short hair and glasses beamed at them. Chapter 43: The Zhang Siblings. Behind the short-haired girl stood 3 other youths, boys and girls around their age. Counting the girl with short hair, there were 2 boys and 2 girls in total. They appeared to be just barely 18, all wearing identical school uniforms. They were clearly students from a nearby martial arts high school who had come to the Martial Arts Association for training. That's right. Seeing the pretty girl, Li Zhang'an's face instantly broke into a broad smile. "Hey, ladies, are you here to take on commissions and earn merit points too?" Li Zhang'an asked with a bright smile. Yep. Except for my brother, we're all rookies." The short-haired girl giggled mischievously at this, pointing to the group of teens behind her. "My name is Jiang Xiaodai, from Hongya Martial Arts High School. They're all my classmates. We're all third-year martial arts students at Red Leaf Martial Arts High. We're here to take on this mission mainly to broaden our horizons, hunt down a few demons ourselves, and gain some real combat experience. Honestly, with our current skill level, the school wouldn't have let us come. Luckily, my brother stepped in. My brother is the captain of the school's martial arts team and a senior bronze member of the Martial Arts Association." "Pretty impressive, huh? Red Leaf Martial Arts High School?" Behind Li Zhang'an, Yi Xiao froze upon hearing this, then began to ponder. He knew of this Red Leaf High School. Like Nanshan No. 1 High School, it was one of Nanshan City's martial arts institutions. But compared to Nanshan No. 1 High School, its strength fell far short. Not only were its teaching resources vastly inferior, but the strength of its martial arts students was worlds apart. To put it plainly, the strength of their respective school teams alone placed them on entirely different levels. After all, even though Nanshan No. 1 High had declined somewhat over the years, that decline was measured against the strongest martial arts high schools across all cities in Jin Province. Therefore, within Nanshan City, Nanshan No. 1 High School remains the undisputed top dog. This dominance even extends to a clear hierarchy of contempt among the students themselves. As she spoke, a youth of average build stepped out from behind Jiang Xiaodai. His features were resolute, a hint of arrogance lingering between his brows. Beneath his school uniform embroidered with red maple leaves, a faint chill emanated from him. This was Jiang Xiaodia's older brother, Jiang Xiaokang. He was also the captain of the Red Leaf Martial Arts High School team, a martial artist at the 8th rank, and an awakened user of the B-grade martial talent, Frostbite. "Xiaodai, do you know these two?" Approaching Jiang Xiaodai, Jiang Xiaokang glanced at the unfamiliar faces of Yi Xiao and the others, his tone tinged with confusion. "I don't know them either, bro," Jiang Xiaodai chuckled awkwardly, scratching her ear. "But won't we get to know them soon? Aren't we going to take on a high-level bronze grade commission? More people mean more safety. They seem about my age, probably students from a nearby martial arts high school too. So I thought I'd ask them." After speaking, Jiang Xiaodai stuck out her tongue and gave an embarrassed smile. Jiang Xiaokang frowned slightly at her words, his tone turning cold. "Jiang Xiaodai, who gave you permission to go off on your own? Didn't I tell you? Once we're at the Martial Arts Association, don't wander off. Be careful not to provoke the wrong people." "Brother, I wasn't wandering off." Jiang Xiaodai felt a pang of hurt at his words. After all, she'd only been trying to complete the commission more efficiently. After all, hunting a high-tier first-stage demon with just the 4 of them was quite challenging. Before she could say more, Jiang Xiaokang cut her off abruptly. "Even though your brother is formidable at Red Leaf Martial Arts High, within the Martial Arts Association, he's still just a high-level bronze-tier member. There are plenty of martial artists stronger than your brother. Some of them have seriously weird tempers. Mess with them and you'll be in big trouble. Don't go out alone anymore. This isn't school. Got it? I heard you." Jiang Xiaodai lowered her head slightly, sounding somewhat dejected. "Brother, I know I was wrong." Seeing Jiang Xiaodia's dejected expression, Jiang Xiaokang sighed helplessly. He didn't want to scold his beloved little sister. But she always acted so familiar with strangers. That behavior might be fine elsewhere, but this was the mission hall, a place where all sorts of people gathered. Remember, the members here are all cutthroat types. Years of battling demons and monsters had warped some members' personalities into strange, even eerie forms. Last time they came to pick up a commission, Zhang Xiaodai had accidentally provoked an old man at the martial artist realm. During the mission, they nearly got killed by that old man's underhanded schemes. Fortunately, they sought help from the Martial Arts Association in time, preventing the old man from finishing them off. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaokan looked at Zhang Xiaodai and sighed softly, alright, but this is a one-time exception. Seeing Zhang Xiaokang's tone soften, Zhang Xiaodai flashed a smile again, completely forgetting the pain once the wound healed. Sigh. Zhang Xiaokang felt a headache coming on at the sight, but he said nothing more. He then turned to Li Zhengyan and Yi Xiao, who stood slightly apart, and bowed formally with clasped fists. My sister has made a fool of herself. I am Zhang Xiaokang, captain of the Red Leaf Martial Arts High School team. May I ask how you two brothers prefer to be addressed? As he looked at the two men before him, Zhang Xiaokang felt his astonishment deepen. During his earlier conversation with Zhang Xiaodai, he had already begun observing Yi Xiao and Li Zhengyan. The chubby youth closest to him possessed an 8th rank martial arts cultivation, a level that rivaled his own. As for the exceptionally handsome youth with the tear mole at the corner of his eye, Zhang Xiaokang couldn't even begin to fathom his depth. Even when their gazes accidentally met, for some inexplicable reason, the youth's calm stare felt like plunging into an ice cave. For some inexplicable reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this youth might not be human at all but rather a terrifying demon in the guise of a beautiful person. After all, he, Zhang Xiaokang, was the captain of the Red Leaf Martial Arts High School team. Among all the martial arts high schools in Nanshan City, he was a talent to be reckoned with. Even when compared to his own school's team members, though not Snowyen, who was in a league of her own, he was confident he could defeat anyone except the core members like Chen Hao. Yet here stood two peers, one matched him blow for blow, while the other remained utterly inscrutable. This slowly shattered the pride that had once anchored Zhang Xiaokang's martial spirit. My name is Li Zhengyan. This is my buddy, Yi Xiao. Li Zhengyan's face flushed with pride as he tilted his head back and declared, we're both members of the Nanshan No. 1 high school team. Seeing they were from Red Leaf Martial Arts High, he instantly grew proud. Ever since Yi Xiao had beaten Su Lai to a pulp, his old rival Chen Hao had become much more subdued. He'd been itching to show off for ages. Today, he'd run into this Zhang Xiaokang, who claimed to be the captain of Hongye Martial Arts High's team. How could he not show off a little? Though glancing at the guy across from him, he probably couldn't beat him. But didn't he have Yi Xiao? With Yi Xiao by his side, what did he have to fear? So you're the prodigy of Nanshan First High's team? My apologies. Zhang Xiaokang's expression darkened upon hearing this, thinking to himself, just as I suspected. Given the age of these two and their formidable skills, he had long suspected they were the prodigies from Nanshan No. 1 High School. But since they weren't wearing Nanshan No. 1 High's uniform, he hadn't dared to confirm it just yet. Chapter 44, Is Yi Xiao a fraud? As these thoughts crossed his mind, an idea began to take shape in Zhang Xiaokang's heart. Bringing Zhang Xiaodai along to hunt demons for this commission was meant to expose them to more dangerous situations for training. But Zhang Xiaodai was only at the 5th level of martial arts cultivation. The other two, though members of the Red Leaf Martial Arts High School team, were merely at the 6th and 7th levels. Apart from himself, an 8th rank martial artist, there was little guarantee of safety. These two before him were formidable, one matched his strength, while the other's power was utterly unfathomable. If he could recruit them to his team, wouldn't Zhang Xiaodai's safety be assured? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaokang spoke up. Brother Yi, Brother Zhengyan, we're about to take on a bronze advanced commission. May we ask if you'd join us? The mission involves hunting 3 high-tier first-rank demons, the blood monkeys of shadowy darkness. The location is the shallow layer of the dark forest outside the city, with a reward of 300 merit points. Your strength is formidable. Having you with us means an extra layer of protection. Once completed, we'll split the merit points 70-30. You take 70%, we take 30%. How does that sound? Li Zhengyan scratched his head at this. Don't ask me about this stuff. Ask my brother Yi. I'm just bringing my brother here to familiarize him with the process. We'll be leaving soon. I've got other business to attend to tonight. The thought of Director Chen suspecting Yi Xiao today left Li Zhengyan seething with anger. Tonight, he was rushing to report it to his father. He was determined to get Director Chen docked a few months' pay to reflect on his professional ethics. My buddy Yi Xiao is way more skilled than me. He's already taken down over a dozen of those second-tier demonic beasts, the ghost-faced mastiffs. You guys can team up with old Yi. With him around, safety won't be an issue unless you run into something truly unnatural. But my brother's used to going solo and doesn't like teaming up with others. Plus, your cultivation levels are lower than his. By the time you finish one commission, he'd have wrapped up several already. But you'll have to ask him yourself. Li Zhengyan gestured toward the handsome youth behind him. Besides, I have to go now. The housekeeper is waiting for me. With that, he gave Yi Xiao a nod before heading toward the exit. Before long, he vanished from everyone's sight. As everyone's gaze turned to him, Yi Xiao, who had previously remained aloof and uninvolved, now found himself compelled to speak. Want me to join your team? The youth glanced at the members of the Red Leaf Martial High and suddenly smiled. It was merely a simple smile, yet it held an extraordinary charm. The beautifying effect granted by his martial talent, six-armed Ajura, was growing stronger by the day. What had once been merely passable looks were now becoming increasingly exaggerated under the constant refinement of this ability. Now, he resembled a succubus, radiating irresistible charm at every moment. That exquisitely handsome visage held astonishingly devastating power. In an instant, Jiang Xiaodai and another female team member found themselves flushed with embarrassment. They'd seen handsome guys before, but someone so stunning he looked like he'd stepped out of an anime? Never. Jiang Xiaokang and another male team member watched the scene unfold, their expressions darkening. For the two bashful girls were, respectively, the former's younger sister and the latter's girlfriend. Both now regretted inviting Yi Xiao to join their team. However, considering safety, Jiang Xiaokang forced down his discomfort and politely nodded. "Brother Yi, would you be willing to join our team?" Jiang Xiaokang asked. Yi Xiao shook his head slightly and replied helplessly, "I'd rather not. My schedule is tight and my tasks are demanding. Your commission is too low level, only high bronze. Joining you would be a waste of my time. I don't mean to sound arrogant, but the time it would take to complete this mission with you would be enough for me to finish several, even a dozen, commissions of the same level. Besides, I'd be better off using that time to take on a higher level commission and earn more merit points. What's more, your commission location is in the Dark Forest, where only 2 commissions are currently available. One is hunting the shadowy blood ape, and the other is hunting the second-tier intermediate demon, the mad demon giant ape. If I joined your party, I'd be forced to head straight to the Dark Forest, leaving me unable to take on many other high-reward quests. So I must decline." After speaking, Yi Xiao glanced at them apologetically. He hadn't lied, that was simply the truth. The Dark Forest posed lower danger but correspondingly offered fewer quests and earned fewer merit points. After much deliberation, he ultimately declined the invitation. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time slaying more demons in the barren wastes? The quests and rewards there were far more plentiful. Though the danger level was high, Yi Xiao wasn't particularly afraid anymore. Besides, he was here to grow stronger, not to play the hero. Why should he feel obligated to accept every invitation? But while Yi Xiao thought this way, others didn't share his perspective. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaokang's already sour expression darkened further. In his eyes, Yi Xiao was just putting on airs, clearly looking down on him. In an instant, rage overrode his reason, causing him to speak without restraint. "Brother Yi, your words are a bit harsh, don't you think?" Jiang Xiaokang snapped, his face darkening. "If you look down on us, just say so. Why all this pretense? And what about our commission being too low level, wasting your time? This is a high-level bronze commission. We're hunting a high-tier first-stage demon. Don't you fear tripping over your own words? Or are you perhaps a silver-tier member? I may not be a peerless prodigy, but I'm no incompetent fool either. At Nanshan First High, only a handful of geniuses consistently outperform me. I've never heard of any Yi Xiao. You might be stronger than me, but I doubt it's by much." Jiang Xiaokang's fiery words drew a crowd of onlookers in an instant. Numerous martial artists gathered around, clearly eager for a spectacle. "What's going on here?" a newly arrived martial artist asked in confusion. "Looks like Jiang Xiaokang from Hongyan Martial Arts High is arguing with someone. The guy across from him seems to be a member of Nanshan First High School team. I know Jiang Xiaokang, he's the captain of Red Leaf Martial Arts High's team, a talented youngster." "Who's the guy across from him?" "Not sure. I've studied the top talents on Nanshan No. 1 High's team, but I've never seen this kid before." "So this kid isn't some prodigy? Then why is he acting so cocky? This arrogant? He said the advanced bronze commission level is too low, that it's a waste of his time. Claims he can handle silver level commissions. Whoa! That's just plain arrogant. I'm 30 years old and I'm only a junior silver member. He really doesn't know his place. He's just some greenhorn fresh out of school, stuck in his own little world with zero perspective. He'll piss himself the moment he faces a second-tier demon." Ha 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 ha. As the crowd grew larger, Jiang Xiaokang suddenly felt a pang of regret. Chapter 45, The Fierce Battle Martial Arts Hall, Shangyi. Jiang Xiaokang didn't want to draw too much attention. If he happened to cross some big shot, he'd be in for a world of trouble. Now that he'd become the center of attention, it was all because Yi Xiao was putting on airs without the strength to back it up. If Yi Xiao truly possessed that kind of strength, it would be one thing, then he'd gladly apologize. But it was painfully obvious he was just putting on airs, all bluster and no substance. Perhaps Jiang Xiaokang's curse had come true. Just then, a booming voice cut through the air. "Ha ha ha ha. Who the hell was bragging that the Advanced Bronze Commission was a piece of cake? Step the out here. I, Shangyi, want to see just how much strength you have, barking like a dog here." The crowd turned to see several burly middle-aged men, their muscles bulging, grinning cruelly as they strode toward Yi Xiao and his group. As these men made their entrance, the onlookers in the mission hall collectively sucked in their breath. Whoa! Isn't that Shangyi, the senior disciple of the Frenzy Warrior Martial Arts Academy? Shangyi is the strongest disciple at the Frenzy Warrior Martial Arts Hall. Rumor has it he's already reached the 3-star martial artist level and even awakened AB grade martial talent rock armor. Look! The ones following Chang Yi are all senior disciples from the Frenzy War Martial Arts Academy to at least Warrior Realm level. The Fierce Battle Martial Arts Academy is a Tier 3 academy, ranking in the upper middle tier among all martial arts academies in Nanshan City. The Mad Warrior Martial Arts Academy has nearly 100 apprentices, and its master, Zhao Tai, is a formidable 3-star martial master. Including Chang Yi, they're all silver grade members of the Martial Arts Association. And Chang Yi is even an intermediate silver member. Rumor has it Chang Yi is a bloodthirsty maniac who revels in torturing and killing the weak. He just covers his tracks so well, no one's ever caught him. That kid from Nanshan First High School is in for a world of trouble messing with this bunch of lunatics. The clamor of whispers disrupted Yi Zhao's thoughts. Bunch of idiots. Yi Zhao's brows furrowed slightly at the remark, a hint of savagery rising in his eyes. First, he faced the questioning of Zhang Shaokong, who had rejected him. Now, he was being provoked by these complete strangers. His previously decent mood instantly soured. The atmosphere around him grew oppressive. Chang Yi, accompanied by several disciples from the Fierce Warrior Martial Arts Hall, strode arrogantly up to Yi Xiao and Zhang Shaokong. Oh. Didn't get a good look from afar earlier, turns out you're just a pretty boy. Gazing at the handsome, aloof youth before him, Chang Yi's eyes first flashed with astonishment, then filled with endless lecherousness. Years of killing had altered Chang Yi's sexual orientation. He had grown tired of women and now preferred handsome young boys. He'd toyed with many handsome youths, but one as exquisite as the one before him was truly unprecedented. For a moment, the fire in Chang Yi's eyes burned even brighter. Kid, I was planning to snap both your legs and cripple your martial arts foundation. But I'll give you a chance instead. A lecherous grin spread across Chang Yi's face. Just come back with me like a good boy, let me have my fun for a while, and I'll let you go. With that thought, Chang Yi extended his rough, calloused hand, reaching out to touch Yi Zhao's face. Seeing the youth seemingly frozen in terror, the smugness in Chang Yi's eyes deepened. In his eyes, the youth had been cowed into submission, a lamb led to the slaughter. But his assumption was utterly wrong in the most spectacular way. Yi Xiao was no lamb for slaughter, he was a devil who chose his prey. Just as everyone thought Yi Xiao was about to yield, the situation took a sudden, unexpected turn. Looking for death. Seeing Chang Yi's actions, a sharp, icy glint flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. He didn't know if it was his own excessive kindness or if his deceptively delicate features were to blame. Even a little cutie like Chang Yi thought he was easy to bully. Now he would give these fools a painful lesson they wouldn't soon forget. With that thought, Yi Zhao's gaze grew icy as the muscles in his legs tensed rapidly. Common grade martial art, iron arm mastery. Waves of boiling spiritual energy seeped from his pores as veins began to climb across his bulging muscles. A faint metallic sheen appeared on Yi Zhao's legs and swiftly spread outward. In an instant, it covered his entire thigh, transforming it into a steel-like iron leg. Just as Chang Yi's palm was about to touch his shoulder. In that instant, Yi Xiao moved. Before Chang Yi's stunned eyes, the youth suddenly raised his leg high. A faint smile touched his lips before unleashing a fierce straight kick. It struck Chang Yi's abdomen with pinpoint accuracy. There was no time to react, nor could he possibly react. Chang Yi's stomach caved in instantly, his face turning as pale as paper. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed through the mission hall as Chang Yi's body flew backward instantly. After crashing through a pile of tables and chairs, he collapsed in agony, grimacing in pain amidst the splinters. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Yi Xiao slowly lowered his raised leg. Is that all you've got? Yi Xiao remarked with a playful smile. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the mission hall erupted in gasps. How is this possible? Chang Yi is a triple-star martial artist. What level is this kid? How could he possibly kick him flying with one blow? Witnessing this scene, someone exclaimed in shock. I saw spiritual energy coiling around that kid's leg, like it was wrapped in steel. I wonder what martial art he used. Don't make such a fuss. What just happened was an accident. Chang Yi simply didn't react in time to the sneak attack, which is why he got knocked flying. But regardless, for this kid to kick Chang Yi flying at such a young age, that alone shows he's incredibly strong. Beside the task panel, Zhang Xiaokong's pupils contracted sharply as his heart began pounding violently. When he first saw Chang Yi appear to confront Yi Xiao, Zhang Xiaokong had felt a tinge of schadenfreude. But after Yi Xiao sent Chang Yi flying with a single kick, he felt utterly sick to his stomach. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaokong's lips trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he have repelled Chang Yi? Zhang Xiaodai and the other Red Leaf High students nearby were equally stunned. They knew Yi Xiao was formidable, as evidenced by Zhang Xiaokong's earlier reaction. But they never imagined Yi Xiao was this formidable, capable of kicking a clearly senior-looking man flying with a single blow. It was utterly terrifying. Amidst the buzzing discussions among members in the mission hall, Chang Yi rose from the pile of splintered wood, his face consumed by rage. He never imagined Yi Xiao would dare attack him, much less actually injure him. To be kicked flying by a mere 18-year-old brat today in his 30-plus years, Chang Yi had never felt so utterly humiliated. Thinking this, Chang Yi touched his still aching abdomen and gritted his teeth, saying, "Very well. Kid, you won't be leaving here alive today. Chapter 46, Changyi? Just a worthless piece of trash. With that, Changyi channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body. The aura of a 3-star martial artist erupted instantly, sending the scattered wood shavings flying in a gust of force. He clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Yi Xiao. A faint red starlight swirled around his knuckles, radiating a terrifying aura. It was clearly a martial art of considerable rank, cultivated to a remarkable level. Those who recognized the art gasped in astonishment. That's the ancestral martial art of the Mad Warrior Dojo, a yellow-grade beginner technique, the Red Star Fist. That's right, someone confirmed. It's the Red Star Fist. And as far as I know, Changyi has been cultivating the Red Star Fist for 10 years now, reaching the realm of great accomplishment. Even if that youth managed to repel Changyi just now, showing some skill, it was still a sneak attack. At his age, he's likely only at the 8th or 9th martial arts level at best. No way he could match Changyi. That punch will either kill him or leave him skinned alive. Ignoring the murmurs around him, a cruel smile spread across Changyi's lips. Boy, you'd better brace yourself for this punch. Changyi chuckled coldly, his face twisted with fury and humiliation. If you don't handle it well, you might just die. The next instant, Changyi lunged forward, charging toward Yi Xiao. A blinding red glow flared from his fist as he roared and charged forward. Changyi's relentless attack not only startled the surrounding members but also alerted the supervisor stationed here. The supervisors were personnel tasked with maintaining order in the mission hall, specifically preventing casualties from conflicts between members. In truth, they had been monitoring the situation since Changyi first emerged to provoke trouble, but they hadn't taken it seriously at all. In their eyes, Changyi was vastly superior to Yi Xiao. This was merely a minor incident of bullying the weak, requiring no intervention. After all, as long as casualties didn't occur within the mission hall or under their watchful eyes, they wouldn't give it a second glance. In fact, when conflicts erupted between martial arts association members outside their jurisdiction, they couldn't care less how the other party was killed. This had turned the demon-infested zones outside the city into dark territories where martial artists slaughtered each other. Changyi, calm down. Changyi, stop this at once. Seeing Changyi unleash his full fury on Yi Xiao, the task hall supervisors who had been monitoring from the sidelines immediately moved to intervene. Some supervisors had even reached Yi Xiao's side, attempting to shield him from the blow. Changyi was no pushover, he was actually quite skilled. Among the supervisors present, most were no match for him. Now, facing Changyi, whose mind was clouded by rage, the supervisor named Xinhua, who had positioned himself in front of Yi Xiao, instantly grew solemn. Even as a 4-star martial artist, Xinhua remained cautious against Changyi's full power strike. Seizing the moment as Changyi charged forward, Xinhua channeled his spiritual energy, determined to forcefully block the blow. But before doing so, he turned to look at Yi Xiao. Your name is Yi Xiao, correct? Xinhua's tone softened slightly as he reassured him, don't be afraid. I won't let Changyi harm you. Even if Changyi is far stronger than you, I won't let him hurt you in the mission hall. After speaking, Xinhua gave Yi Xiao a reassuring look, signaling that there was no need to fear. The crowd watching the supervisor close in immediately began murmuring. Holy crap, the supervisor's stepping in. This is gonna get messy. Yi Xiao's got some serious luck. With the supervisor involved, Changyi can't touch him now. You're right. That kid just dodged a bullet. If the supervisor hadn't intervened, Changyi would have crippled Yi Xiao for sure. But even if he's safe now, once he leaves the Martial Arts Association and heads to the demon-infested wasteland outside the city, who knows what'll happen. You gotta know, everyone at the Mad Warrior Martial Arts Hall from apprentices to the master is utterly despicable. And they're fiercely protective of their own hit one, and the whole clan comes after you. Yi Xiao's really screwed himself over by provoking them. Just as everyone assumed Yi Xiao would be forcibly protected by the supervisor, an unexpected and shocking scene unfolded. Yi Xiao's brows were slightly furrowed, his jade-like face as cold as ice. He turned to Xinhua, a flicker of anger dancing in his eyes. No need for your intervention, Mr. Supervisor, Yi Xiao said coldly. That good-for-nothing doesn't even register on my radar. One move from me is all it takes to knock him down for good. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Xiao sidestepped Xinhua and charged straight toward Changyi, who was racing toward them. Hey, Yi Xiao! Xinhua called out urgently, don't let your temper get the best of you. You're much younger than Changyi. It's normal you can't beat him. It's no shame to bow your head for now. Train hard in the future. With your talent, you'll surpass him someday. Yet Yi Xiao showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, his stride grew even more resolute. To the onlookers, it looked like he was knowingly walking into a tiger's den. Seeing this, the onlookers froze in shock before bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Is Yi Xiao out of his mind? With the supervisor's protection, he actually wants to go head-to-head with Changyi? That's suicide. Talk about youthful arrogance. Kids these days just don't have their heads screwed on right. Does he really think a few honors from school make him a match for us old-timers who've battled demons for decades? What a joke. Right now, it's this kid who refused the supervisor's protection. Per the Martial Arts Association's bylaws, the supervisor can't intervene in disputes between two individuals. Haha, Yi Xiao's gonna get blasted into mincemeat by Chang Yi now. I bet 2 seconds, no, 1 second before Yi Xiao gets obliterated by Chang Yi's red star fist. I'll bet less than a second. Ha 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 ha. The crowd's mocking laughter rang out with particular glee, sounding especially jarring throughout the entire mission hall. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yi Xiao stride toward Chang Yi with reckless abandon, Zhang Xiukon's face nearly split from laughter. This little cutie. What a show-off. Actually thinks he can block Chang Yi. Zhang Xiaokong clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could barely stand upright. He'll be humbled once he gets beaten into mincemeat. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaodai, watching from the side, looked concerned, a hint of unease flickering in her beautiful eyes. For some reason, a sense of dread always lingered in her heart. She hurriedly tugged at her brother's sleeve, her voice trembling with fear. Brother, stop laughing. I'm scared. Could you ask the supervisor to save Yi Xiao? We don't really have any grudges between us. There's no need to wish for each other's death. And I have this bad feeling. Zhang Xiaodai pressed her hand over her heart, where it was pounding wildly. She looked at Zhang Xiaokong. If we end up at odds with Yi Xiao, I just feel this sense of dread. Zhang Xiaokong's cheerful laughter abruptly halted. His expression twisted slightly as he looked at his beloved younger sister. Impossible. Zhang Xiaokong's eyes were bloodshot, his voice filled with intense hatred. Xiaodai. He looks down on me like that, how could I possibly let him off? I'll see just how long this so-called genius wastes my time. How many seconds he can last under Chang Yi's fists. Chapter 47, A Battle Without Suspense. This kid. Seeing Yi Xiao refuse to heed his warnings, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Xinhua's eyes. Since you insist on courting death, I shan't interfere. Xinhua shook his head slightly and sighed. He immediately ceased his concern for Yi Xiao, allowing him to walk toward Chang Yi. This was Yi Xiao's own choice. Xinhua couldn't interfere, nor did he wish to. Arrogance demands the capital to back it up. Without that capital, one must pay with their life. At that moment, in the mission hall, seeing Yi Xiao reject the supervisor's protection and stride toward him with a cold expression, he even looked ready to fight to the death. Chang Yi was overjoyed at the sight. This little cutie. He actually came out on his own. Chang Yi's eyes lit up with delight as he burst into maniacal laughter. If the overseer had been protecting you, I wouldn't have dared to kill you. Now that you're without the supervisor's protection, let's see how you survive. In truth, Chang Yi hadn't completely lost his mind. When he saw the overseer shielding Yi Xiao, he had already begun to hesitate. No matter how arrogant he wasn't foolish enough to engage in a shootout with the supervisor. After all, the supervisor was a public official under the Martial Arts Association. Attacking them would be far more serious than Yi Xiao's pre-transmigration assault on police officers. Minor offenses meant jail time, while severe ones would result in being purged from the Martial Arts Association. Chang Yi had almost stopped in his tracks. But now, Yi Xiao had actually refused the regulator's protection. How utterly foolish. How laughably foolish. Chang Yi laughed inwardly. Such situations were recorded in the Martial Arts Association's insignia. If both parties in a conflict refuse the regulator's intervention and insist on fighting to the death, as long as other members remain unaffected and the aftermath is cleaned up after the battle, then even if casualties occur on both sides, the regulator will not pursue the matter further. After all, this was a high martial arts world where fighting and killing had become commonplace. At this thought, Chang Yi grinned savagely. Kid, you're utterly foolish. Let's see who comes to save you today. A piercing voice suddenly echoed through the air. His bloodshot eyes glared as he swung massive fists blazing with crimson light. He charged recklessly toward Yi Xiao, who stood nearby with an expression of calm detachment. Poof. Watching Chang Yi, his face twisted in fury, charging toward him. Yi Xiao let out a cold laugh. In the eyes of the crowd, his pace remained steady, his expression still calm. Yet the aura swirling around him steadily intensified, growing ever more potent. Gradually, the aura surrounding Yi Xiao reached its peak. A powerful wave of energy swept through the surrounding area. He's actually at the peak of the 9th martial realm. A martial artist among the onlookers exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, wait, are all the members of Nanshan No. 1 high school team this strong? I heard people say that besides Shui Yan and that Chen Hao, no one else at Nanshan No. 1 high school has reached this level. Yeah, where did this guy come from? Feeling Yi Xiao's revealed cultivation level, many martial artists began to feel uneasy and doubtful. But this state of affairs didn't last long before someone who couldn't stand it anymore interrupted. Why are you all so concerned with his cultivation level? Even if he's a genius, even if he reached the peak of the 9th martial arts realm at 18. So what? A martial artist retorted with disdain. Remember, Chang Yi is a 3-star martial artist. Just in terms of cultivation level alone, he's an entire realm above Yi Xiao. And that's not even counting Chang Yi's awakened great martial talent, rock armor, and his numerous martial arts techniques of considerable caliber. How could Yi Xiao possibly win? What does he have to win with? No need to overthink it. Yi Zhao's fate against Cheng Yi is already sealed. It's a dead end. At this point, the martial artist smirked smugly, as if everything were already under his control. But then, someone voiced a doubt. What if Yi Zhao turns the tables and kills Cheng Yi? Just what if, I mean, what if? What if? The warrior chuckled confidently. That scenario is utterly impossible. If Yi Zhao truly managed to defeat Cheng Yi, the warrior's tone grew slightly somber. Then I'll distribute every last penny I own to everyone here. With that, he burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. But that's impossible. Ha 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 ha. You're absolutely right. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Those around him burst into laughter upon hearing this, not taking the wager seriously at all. In their eyes, Yi Zhao was as good as dead at that moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon sensing Yi Zhao unleash the aura of peak 9th tier martial arts cultivation, Zhang Xiaokan's eyelids twitched in shock. This guy is actually at the peak of the 9th martial arts realm. No wonder I couldn't detect a single trace of his aura earlier. Zhang Xiaokan's face drained of color as he muttered, still shaken. I, Zhang Xiaokan, who prided myself as the top prodigy of Hongyan Martial Arts High School, trained relentlessly for years just to reach the 8th rank of martial arts. And this Yi Zhao, clearly the same age as me, has already reached the peak of the 9th martial arts realm. Thank goodness I didn't engage him earlier, otherwise, I'd be in serious trouble. Watching Yi Zhao's tall, slender figure, a flash of ferocity crossed Zhang Xiaokan's eyes. But a faint smile tugged at Zhang Xiaokan's lips, his expression subtly twisted. Even if you truly surpass me, you may indeed be called a prodigy. But against Cheng Yi, you're still dead meat. I refuse to believe you can leap over one major realm and then two minor realms. Defeating Cheng Yi, a 3-star martial artist, at the peak of the 9th martial realm. It's utterly impossible. After Zhang Xiaokan's furious roar, his chest heaved violently. Beside him, Zhang Xiaodia's beautiful eyes began to tremble slightly at his words. For some reason, after Yi Zhao revealed his cultivation level, her heart began to race wildly beyond her control. An overwhelming sense of foreboding instantly washed over her. Brother, let's go. I'm so scared. Zhang Xiaodia's voice trembled slightly, as if she had been startled by something. Zhang Xiaodai. Zhang Xiaokan's eyes instantly turned fierce. For the first time in his life, he roared at Zhang Xiaodai. His gaze was fierce, tinged with a hint of madness. He stared at Yi Zhao, who stood facing Cheng Yi not far away, his expression unwavering from start to finish. Ignoring the terrified Zhang Xiaodai, a vicious curve spread across his lips as he spoke, his voice thick with murderous intent. If you want to leave, then leave on your own. I'll see Yi Zhao beaten to a pulp right here with my own eyes. Brother. Facing this man who seemed utterly unfamiliar, Zhang Xiaodai lowered her head in terror at his words. Though she couldn't persuade Zhang Xiaokan, she couldn't possibly leave alone either. With that thought, Zhang Xiaodai curled up in a corner. Watching Cheng Yi's hysterical, unceasing roars and Yi Zhao's lips gradually curling into a smile, Zhang Xiaodai silently thought to herself. If none of this had ever happened, how wonderful that would be. At the same time, watching Cheng Yi steadily advance toward him, Yi Zhao suddenly smiled. But it was a smile tinged with contempt. As if the notoriously infamous Cheng Yi before him were nothing but a colossal joke. Chapter 48. Is this Yi Zhao even human? I didn't intend to use the heaven-following cloud sword. Because that would waste too much of my spiritual energy, slowing down my accumulation of merit points. And for a worthless piece of trash like you, Yi Zhao's gaze was as cold and piercing as a frozen pond. I never intended to lift a finger. After all, it would only waste my time. But, gazing at Cheng Yi's face twisted in fury, Yi Zhao's lips paused briefly before curling into a cruel smile. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. The moment the words left his lips, Yi Zhao's aura shifted abruptly. His originally black pupils gradually faded, replaced by a dark golden hue symbolizing boundless authority. Surging dark gold flames began to emanate from Yi Zhao's body, swiftly coiling around him. In an instant, a terrifying, gigantic sun appeared as a phantom behind Yi Zhao. The terrifying heat warped the surrounding space violently. He raised his right arm high, and boundless dark golden flames surged toward him like a flood. The dark golden flames intertwined like countless serpents, gradually weaving into an object radiating a blinding halo. In less than a breath, a terrifying long blade entirely dark gold, its blade engraved with serpentine secret patterns, suddenly materialized. This was the heaven-following cloud sword. Gazing at the dark gold blade suspended in the air, Yi Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile as he took a step forward. Hum. In that instant, the heaven-following cloud sword suspended in midair began to tremble violently. After emitting a thunderous clang, it settled steadily before Yi Zhao. Gazing at his familiar old companion, Yi Zhao reached out with practiced ease. The moment both hands gripped the hilt tightly, the entire mission hall shook violently. A terrifyingly powerful, suffocating wave of energy swept wildly outward in all directions. Feeling this terrifying fluctuation, the crowd that had been laughing wildly suddenly fell deathly silent. Behind Yi Zhao, a terrifying, gigantic sun appeared as a shadowy image, alongside the dark gold long blade radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The martial arts masters of higher realms were somewhat better off, nearly stunned by Yi Xiao's overwhelming aura without suffering much impact. But for the lower-tier martial artists present, things were far less pleasant. The sheer terror of a fully mastered Earth-grade advanced martial art was overwhelming. For a moment, they even sensed the breath of death. Cold sweat instantly soaked their clothes, and their legs began to tremble faintly. What is this thing? How can it be so terrifying? One martial artist, horrified by the sight, pointed tremulously at the dark old long sword. I'm a 2-star martial artist, you know. Yet beneath this blade, I feel like nothing more than an ant. Like one he could crush at any moment. Someone paled and speculated, could it be some high-tier spirit weapon in the blade category? No, it's not a spirit weapon. This aura feels more like a martial art. An elderly martial artist, his hair and beard entirely white, stared in shock, swallowing instinctively. This elder was a 7-star martial artist. Though already 70 years old, his vital energy still surged powerfully within him. Having spent nearly 60 years navigating the martial world, his experience was vast. The martial artists present naturally held the old man's words in high regard. All eyes turned to him, their expressions filled with confusion. Someone quickly asked Old Chen, "Do you know what technique Yi Xiao used?" Old Chen nodded upon hearing the question, then shook his head slightly. He sighed, "I only know it is a martial art. And a highly advanced, large-scale, lethal martial art at that. And from my observation, its rank is likely at least Earth grade. Having just studied Yi Xiao's movements, judging from my years of experience, Yi Xiao has mastered this Earth grade martial art to the realm of great perfection." At this point, Old Chen's eyes filled with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "This lad is only 18 years old, yet he has mastered an Earth grade martial art to perfection. Such talent I dare not imagine it. Across the entire province of Jin, he stands among the most exceptional geniuses." Upon hearing the phrases Earth grade martial art and peak mastery, the onlookers all shuddered. And upon hearing 18 years old, their already pale faces drained of color in an instant. Their minds were reeling. Earth grade martial arts? Great achievement realm? 18 years old? How the hell could those words even be connected? What were they doing at 18? If memory serves, most were probably clutching a mundane grade martial arts manual, struggling to master it. After countless days and nights of grueling practice, they barely managed to master a single mortal grade martial art by graduation. The sweat they poured out during that time could have formed a river as vast as the Yellow River. And now you tell them Yi Xiao is only 18. He's already mastered an Earth grade martial art, something only martial masters can cultivate? And that's while stuck at the martial path segment stage, where only common martial arts can be cultivated. This utterly shattered their worldview. "Master Chen, is this for real?" Someone asked cautiously, their face showing confusion. Of course they were confused. After all, even Shuiyan Nanshan City's renowned top prodigy couldn't achieve such feats. This news was simply too shocking to believe. "It's as good as certain," Old Chen replied earnestly. "My eye for such things rarely fails me." Whoosh! At these words, the surrounding crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Since Old Chen had spoken so decisively, they couldn't help but believe him after all. That terrifying aura couldn't be faked. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. "If Yi Xiao is this terrifying, doesn't that mean Chang Yi is in grave danger?" The murmur of voices abruptly fell silent. They suddenly realized someone was about to get seriously unlucky. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaokong had also heard Old Chen's numerous deductions. In that instant, his heart plummeted to the depths. This can't be possible? Recalling Yi Xiao's icy, frosty face and his piercingly cold gaze, Zhang Xiaokong's eyes glazed over and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. How could he be such a demonic genius? Zhang Xiaokong's eyes were vacant as he spoke helplessly. "We're both 18, yet Yi Xiao not only far surpasses me in martial arts cultivation. Even in martial arts, I can't hold a candle to him. I'm clearly a once-in-a-lifetime genius myself. But how did he manage to master an Earth-grade martial art to perfection? How is that even possible? This can't be. It's utterly impossible." The faintly despairing voice reached Zhang Xiaodie's ears. Seeing her brother, his eyes hollowed out by the blow, a pang of pain shot through Zhang Xiaodie's heart. Gazing at Yi Xiao's upright figure, her eyes flickered with hesitation before hardening into resolve. "I must protect my brother. Even if it means exposing the location of those heavenly treasures." Chapter 49, Chang Yi reduced to ashes. Merely brushing against the aftereffects of the heavenly cloud sword left the onlookers gasping for breath. How much more so for Chang Yi, who faced its full fury head-on. Seeing this while still charging forward, Chang Yi's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his spine instantly turned to ice. What the hell is this thing? How could it possess such terrifying aura? Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the Yamatsu Kagami, Chang Yi felt as if needles were piercing his back. He couldn't comprehend why Yi Xiao, who had seemed like a lamb led to slaughter moments ago, would suddenly bare his fangs. Though he sensed the sheer terror of this power, Chang Yi's footsteps didn't falter for a moment. Fake stuff. It's all fake. Bloodshot eyes glowed in Chang Yi's face, his already coarse features twisted into a frenzied grimace. He was ashamed of his earlier fear. Ridiculous. How could he possibly be intimidated by this brat? Though Yi Zhao's unknown long blade was terrifying, in his eyes it was surely nothing but a paper tiger. Arrogant as Chang Yi was, he refused to believe someone as young as Yi Zhao could possess such power. In Chang Yi's eyes, he himself was already a rare genius. Even if Yi Zhao's talent surpassed his own, it couldn't be by much. As for the Yi Zhao before him now, he was undoubtedly bluffing. Some special trick must be creating this powerful aura. A flash of arrogance flickered in Chang Yi's eyes at this thought. After all, he was the senior disciple of the Mad Warrior Martial Arts Academy. His martial prowess had reached the rank of a 3-star warrior, standing head and shoulders above the rest of the disciples. He had even awakened a great martial talent, mastering numerous martial arts to perfection. In the martial arts circles of all Nanshan City, Chang Yi was a figure of considerable stature. Now 30 years old, he had forged his own reputation. Yet now, he's actually been intimidated by a kid who hasn't even grown any facial hair yet. How could this be? He couldn't afford such humiliation. Chang Yi was accustomed to bullying the weak and acting tyrannically. Rarely did anyone dare provoke him. Those who crossed him had mostly met their end in the demon-infested wasteland. The few exceptions had been secretly disposed of by Zhao Tai, the master of the Mad Warrior Martial Arts Academy. To be fighting some greenhorn today as a prominent figure in Nanshan City's martial arts circles. How could he possibly feel the slightest bit of fear? That brat had dared to humiliate him today. If he didn't avenge this humiliation, how could he ever hold his head high in Nanshan City's martial arts circles again? I refuse to believe you possess such strength. I'll tear you limb from limb. Martial talent, rock armor. Chang Yi roared furiously, his chi and blood surging to new heights. His powerful muscles rapidly petrified, covered in dense layers of rock. He swung his massive fist, radiating crimson light, charging toward Yi Zhao like a mountain. Kill! Chang Yi roared. Ignorant! Gazing at the slightly deranged Chang Yi, Yi Zhao raised the heaven-following cloud sword in his palm, its blade pointing directly at the sky. Endless serpentine golden light coiled and swirled upon the blade, gradually coalescing into a terrifying radiance bright enough to eclipse the sun. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation so overwhelming it made everyone's scalps tingle descended upon them. If that's all you've got. Gazing at the stubbornly defiant Chang Yi, Yi Zhao's eyes grew utterly cold. He leaned forward slightly, sweeping his long sword behind him into a draw-and-slash stance. The blade of the heavenly cloud sword gleamed with golden light behind him, the killing move clearly prepared. Then die! A cruel curve spread across Yi Zhao's lips as he swung his blade toward Chang Yi with sudden ferocity. As the blade swung, a colossal burst of golden light erupted from its edge. Endless golden light surged forth. With the force of 1,000 armies, it surged like a torrent, relentlessly engulfing everything in its path. How could it be this powerful? This can't be. Facing the golden tidal wave that swept in like a natural disaster, Chang Yi, caught in its path, instantly paled. Before the vast golden tide, his robust frame seemed as insignificant as an ant. The crimson glow on his fist shrank to the size of a firefly. For the first time, his relentless stride faltered, his face contorted with boundless terror. Only now did he finally realize all of this was real. He truly felt the bone-chilling fear of death and the utter helplessness against Yi Zhao. I refuse to believe it. Chang Yi snarled, his face contorted in fury as he screamed wildly, "This has to be a trick. I'll kill you." The words barely left his mouth when Chang Yi had already closed the distance to less than 5 meters from Yi Zhao. Gazing at the strikingly handsome youth mere inches away, the lust in his eyes had vanished completely, replaced only by boundless terror and rage. Raising his massive fist, now glowing crimson, Chang Yi let out a terrifying roar, "Die, you bastard!" The next instant, the red star fist, radiating immense power, slammed out, hurtling straight toward Yi Zhao's face. Just as the fist was a mere step away from Yi Zhao, a terrifying golden wave, as devastating as a natural disaster, surged forward with overwhelming force. "With your measly strength, you dare challenge me?" Standing less than half a meter away, Yi Zhao stood before Chang Yi, his body untouched by the chaos. His handsome face remained impassive, yet a flicker of contempt shone in those mesmerizing dark gold eyes. "Useless," Yi Zhao remarked indifferently. He turned away from Chang Yi without another glance and walked off slowly. Yi Zhao. Seeing Yi Zhao treat him with such utter contempt, not even deigning to spare him a glance, Chang Yi's eyes bulged with fury as he swung his red star fist, ready to pounce. But by then, it was too late. A golden tidal wave surged over him like a torrent, violently knocking him to the ground. "You!" Poor Chang Yi, sprawled on the ground, couldn't even utter a second syllable. The next instant, he was swallowed whole by the terrifying golden wave. The celestial fire concealed within the golden wave instantly incinerated him, leaving not a trace of his remains. But it didn't end there. After swallowing Chang Yi, the golden wave surged even more fiercely. Like a beast unleashed from its chains, its eyes blazing crimson, it spread outwards, engulfing all surrounding territories. Witnessing this scene, fear gripped everyone present, whether it was Elder Chen, Zhang Xiaokan, and the other martial arts association members watching, or Shenhua and the other supervisors. They could keenly sense the sheer terror emanating from this golden torrent. Even someone as powerful as Elder Chen, a 7-star martial artist, would suffer severe injuries if confronted directly by this golden torrent. Though not fatally wounded, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. Much less those present whose martial arts cultivation fell short of Chen Lao's. Especially Jiang Shaokang. After witnessing Chang Hao being swallowed by the golden torrent and his life force vanishing instantly, his face instantly drained of color, turning ashen, and his once proud back bent low. But before he could process it, the golden torrent surged toward him like a tidal wave. In less than a single breath, the entire mission hall was suddenly engulfed by the golden torrent. Chapter 50, We're Not Dead? When that terrifying, natural disaster like golden torrent struck, most of the lower-tier martial artists were terrified, their faces drained of color, bodies trembling uncontrollably. They felt utterly doomed, convinced this torrent could obliterate everything in its path. After all, even someone as powerful as Chang Yi was as insignificant as an ant before this golden torrent. He hadn't even lasted a single exchange before being utterly annihilated, leaving behind not even a complete corpse. At this thought, their faces turned as pale as paper, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Before the golden torrent engulfed them, one after another begged for mercy. Yi Xiao. Please, stop. The earth-grade martial arts you unleash, those with higher cultivation might withstand it, but we lowly ones are doomed. Yes. Yes. Stop now. We were blind to your true worth earlier. Please spare us. No. I still have a bright future ahead. I don't want to die. Someone, save me. Someone wailed in despair, too terrified to stand upright. Yi Xiao. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill us all? Stop this damn nonsense. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Most of us here are martial arts association members, and many are even regulators. If you kill or cripple us, you'll face relentless pursuit from the Martial Arts Association and the Yanxia authorities. Others tried to threaten Yi Xiao into stopping. Yi Xiao. We've done nothing to you. Why are you attacking us? It was that bastard Cheng Yi who provoked you. But now he's dead, why won't you stop? We mocked you a few times, but that doesn't deserve death. If you need to vent, I'll find you another target. Others tried to explain right from wrong, hoping Yi Xiao would reconsider. Upon reflection, they admitted their own fault. Their relentless mockery had indeed provoked him. But when faced with life and death, they weren't stumped. An idea surfaced just in time. Find someone with the deepest grudge against Yi Xiao to serve as a scapegoat. Let Yi Xiao kill him instead. All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Shaokang, cowering on the ground in terror. As the collective gaze settled on him, Jiang Shaokang froze in confusion, unable to grasp their intent. But the next second, he understood. Yi Xiao. Everything that happened today is all because of that bastard Jiang Shaokang. Kill him if you must. Yeah. Jiang Shaokang's just a pretentious jerk with no real skills. Just kill him already. Jiang Shaokang, you bastard, just die already. It's all your fault we're getting dragged into this. Hearing the torrent of verbal abuse, Jiang Shaokang's face flushed crimson with rage, momentarily forgetting his fear. You all. Jiang Shaokang was so enraged he couldn't speak. Powerless to retaliate, he sat on the ground, speechless with despair. Truthfully, such actions stemmed from human nature. After all, life comes first. They genuinely didn't want to die. But there was no time for second thoughts. A deafening roar echoed across the wilderness. They looked up to see a colossal golden torrent, like a ravenous beast, charging madly toward them. Without the slightest surprise, the golden torrent effortlessly swallowed them whole. In an instant, the curses, pleas for mercy, and wails vanished completely. The entire mission hall was engulfed by the golden torrent, transformed into a vast sea of gold. The numerous martial artists submerged within the golden torrent all temporarily lost their sight. Many martial artists of lower cultivation levels, knowing they were powerless against this golden torrent, waited in despair for death to come. Those of higher cultivation, however, closed their eyes tightly, their chi and blood surging violently throughout their bodies, determined to endure the blow head-on. If these high-level martial artists were allowed to leave, they would surely find a way to kill that bastard Yi Xiao. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Just as everyone had prepared themselves, the dreaded attack they had imagined failed to materialize. On the contrary, those submerged in the golden torrent not only faced no assault but felt a soothing warmth enveloping their bodies. The golden torrent flowing through their limbs and bones did not attack them, instead, it nourished their meridians. What was happening? Wasn't Yi Xiao going to attack them? This thought simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds, leaving them utterly perplexed for a moment. Just as their confusion deepened, the situation took an unexpected turn. The terrifying golden torrent, as devastating as a natural disaster, finally began to slowly recede. Within a few breaths, the golden torrent that could have swallowed the entire mission hall vanished completely. Only a few scattered, deep scorch marks remained on the floor, testifying that what had just occurred was no dream. And precisely where those scorch marks lingered was the spot where Cheng Yi had stood moments before. As for where Cheng Yi had gone? That question could be answered by the lingering scent of ashes in the air. Stop spacing out. Everyone's okay. Although Yi Xiao unleashed a large area destructive martial art, it was under his own control. Yi Xiao never intended to harm any of us. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. The resounding cry snapped the dazed crowd back to their senses. The moment they snapped out of it, they began checking their injuries. Upon discovering not a single hair had been harmed on their bodies, they finally realized Yi Xiao had never intended to attack them at all. They had simply overreacted. Truthfully, it wasn't entirely their fault. With Chang Yi's foolish mistake as a cautionary tale, who wouldn't be terrified by that overwhelming golden torrent? Some had even pulled out paper bills, preparing to write their last wills. Turns out it was all a big misunderstanding. Damn it, putting them through all that fear and anxiety for nothing. As everyone began to realize the truth, Shenhua's tense expression gradually relaxed. The voice that had spoken earlier belonged to Shenhua, the very same supervisor who had previously sought to counter Chang Yi on Yi Xiao's behalf. In truth, when the golden torrent engulfed the sky, he too had believed Yi Xiao had gone berserk. He believed Yi Xiao intended to drag everyone present into the vortex of his terrifying martial arts. But clearly, he had misjudged. The moment he submerged into the golden torrent, finding himself unharmed and even pleasantly refreshed, he understood everything. It turned out Yi Xiao merely intended to exploit the Martial Arts Association's bylaws to legally eliminate that fool Chang Yi. He hadn't let rage cloud his judgment and descend into indiscriminate slaughter. Realizing this, Shenhua's impression of Yi Xiao improved considerably. Shenhua had initially assumed that the security task hall under his command would witness a large-scale bloodbath today. The outcome would be Chang Yi dead, Yi Xiao hunted down, and Shenhua stripped of his position. Additionally, a large number of Martial Arts Association members would perish. Among them would be many innocent martial artists who had no idea what was happening. After all, the mission hall was vast, and those who had mocked Yi Xiao at the time were only a small fraction. Not only did none of that tragedy occur, but they had legally eliminated Chang Yi, a thoroughly corrupt cancer. Thinking of this, Shenhua's impression of Yi Xiao soared to new heights. Chapter 51, a vast treasure trove of heavenly treasures. Moreover, Yi Xiao had mastered what appeared to be an earth-grade martial art at such a young age, utterly unheard of. Combined with his status as the core member of Nanshan First High School's team, his future was undoubtedly boundless. He couldn't afford to provoke such a promising talent like that good-for-nothing Chang Yi had done. Not only should he avoid provoking him, but he should actively cultivate a relationship. With that thought, Shenhua turned to his subordinate and said, "You know how to report today's incident, right?" The subordinate paused slightly before understanding. "Leader, I understand. Everything that happened today is entirely Chang Yi's fault. Chang Yi has committed countless misdeeds in the past, and today he openly attempted to take a life in the martial arts hall. Yi Xiao couldn't stand by and watch, so he stepped in to subdue that beastly creature Chang Yi. He truly is a young hero." This subordinate recommends that not only should Yi Xiao bear no responsibility today, but the on-site repair costs should also be waived entirely. Shenhua nodded slightly, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. "Well said. But that is not enough." Shenhua added, "Chang Yi has committed countless atrocities, including murder and arson. He shall be formally designated a criminal. Yi Xiao killed the criminal Chang Yi, punishing evil and promoting virtue. Award him 500 merit points. We mustn't let Yi Xiao lose faith in us." "Understood," the subordinate replied respectfully. Tap tap tap. Heavy footsteps echoed slowly. Zhang Xiaokong, cowering on the floor, looked up at the sound. There stood Yi Xiao, a smile in his eyes, a smile like death itself, advancing step by step toward him. "What are you afraid of? I'm no monster. I won't eat you." Yi Xiao halted a meter before Zhang Xiaokong. Staring at Zhang Xiaokong, whose face grew paler by the second, Yi Xiao felt a sudden sense of boredom. "I thought you were a tough nut to crack. Turns out you're just another pushover after all." Yi Xiao's expression was listless as he murmured faintly from the corner of his mouth. "Yi Xiao, I." Zhang Xiaokong felt caught between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't fathom Yi Xiao's intentions. After humiliating him like this, who knew if Yi Xiao would eliminate him just as he had eliminated Chang Yi? Though killing him would violate Yanxia's laws and draw the entire martial arts world's pursuit. But this man before him, who could say if he was a madman? At this thought, Zhang Xiaokong's desire to submit and beg for mercy reached its peak. He had to survive. He was the top prodigy of Hongye Martial High School, with a future full of promise. He couldn't throw his life away here. Sacrificing a bit of dignity for survival was nothing at this moment. Clinging to life and fearing death was no shame. After all, dignity is precious, but life is priceless. Having convinced himself, Zhang Xiaokong opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Yi Xiao. But before he could finish, a whooshing wind swept toward him. Zhang Xiaokong looked up to see a long, straight leg rapidly approaching his face. Before he could even change his expression, searing pain erupted across his face. "Aya!" With a thunderous crash and a piercing scream, Zhang Xiaokong vanished from his spot. Slammed dozens of meters away by the immense force, he crashed heavily into the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Xiao watched the scene unfold, stretching lazily with satisfaction before striding over to stand before Zhang Xiaokong. Yi Xiao. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Jiang Shaokang pleaded in agony. Let you go? What are you thinking? Watching Jiang Shaokang clutching his face, writhing in agony, Yi Xiao smiled faintly. I'm going to kill you. Who told you to speak ill of me? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Xiao raised his right foot and slammed it down hard onto Jiang Shaokang's chest. Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, the foot pressed down relentlessly, crushing Jiang Shaokang so he couldn't even lift his body. The pressure intensified, turning Jiang Shaokang's face an ashen blue. It seemed as though he might die at any moment from his internal organs being crushed. The scene sent a collective gasp through the crowd. Yi Xiao stomping Jiang Shaokang so hard, is he trying to kill him? I think so. Jiang Shaokang's face has lost all color, he's probably about to die. But if Jiang Shaokang dies, won't Yi Xiao get into trouble too? Jiang Shaokang was just talking big. Killing him would be illegal. If Jiang Shaokang dies, Yi Xiao will go to jail. The crowd's voices grew increasingly heated, their commotion making Yi Xiao feel slightly irritated. He shook his head, pushing the distracting thoughts aside, and immediately focused his attention on Jiang Shaokang. Sensing Jiang Shaokang's growing despair, Yi Xiao felt a twinge of guilt. Sorry about this, Jiang Shaokang. A flicker of amusement crossed Yi Xiao's eyes. I certainly won't kill you. After all, you did mock me, but it's not worth killing you over. Besides, killing you would be illegal, and I'd be finished too. But after you've spoken to me like that, how could I just do nothing? Torturing you a bit lets me earn some bragging rights. Why not? With that thought, Yi Xiao feigned anger, pressing down harder on Jiang Shaokang's body with his foot. Die like this. Watching Jiang Shaokang's face turn ashen and his eyes fill with despair, Yi Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile. Don't worry. Death is just another beginning. In 18 years, we'll be heroes again. So don't be afraid. Seeing Yi Xiao's determination to finish him off, Jiang Shaokang's mental state finally collapsed. Ding! Detected, Jiang Shaokang, the top prodigy of Hongyan Martial Arts High School, had his Dao heart shattered by the host. Reward, show-off points 1000. Hearing the familiar system notification, Yi Xiao's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Even the gaze he cast toward Jiang Shaokang softened slightly. Thanks a million, you money gods. Without you lot, I wouldn't have gotten this many points to show off. Now you're of no use to me anymore, Yi Xiao said with a smile in his eyes. I'll just let you sleep soundly. At this point, Jiang Shaokang had been completely drained of value, now nothing but a useless shell. But he couldn't just kill him outright, knocking him unconscious would suffice. With that, Yi Xiao prepared to stomp Jiang Shaokang unconscious. The muscles in his leg tensed rapidly, aiming to grant him a deep sleep in an instant. Though Yi Xiao had no intention of killing Jiang Shaokang. To others, this act was Yi Xiao declaring Jiang Shaokang's death. They believed that with that kick, Jiang Shaokang would inevitably bleed out on the spot and die right there. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaodai, Jiang Shaokang's younger sister, was the first to lose her composure. She stumbled forward, throwing herself at Yi Xiao's feet to shield Jiang Shaokang beneath her body. Her face twisted with terror as she looked up at Yi Xiao, tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't kill him. I know a hidden place where countless rare treasures lie, only the two of us know about it. If you spare my brother's life, I'll tell you everything. Then all those treasures will be yours. Chapter 52, Shear the wool while you can. Countless treasures? And it's unclaimed territory. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the words. If this news was true, wouldn't he finally have the resources to advance to the martial artist realm? Why bother with those damn tasks, wasting time and effort? He could just go grab those heavenly treasures himself. With this thought, he lowered his gaze toward Jiang Xiaodai, intending to ask her for specifics about the divine treasures. But as Yi Xiao's gaze shifted, his eyelids began to twitch slightly. You're saving your brother? Are you sure you two are biological siblings? Why do I feel like these two are sworn enemies? Jiang Xiaodai was now clinging to Jiang Shaokang's body, sobbing softly. Her delicate frame trembled intermittently, her eyes still glistening with tears of fear. Brother! Brother! She shook Jiang Shaokang's body, calling his name over and over. The force of her shaking caused Jiang Shaokang's head to jerk violently, as if his entire body and internal organs were about to be shaken apart. Brother! I've been shaking you for so long, why won't you wake up? Jiang Xiaodia's voice cracked with tears, clearly growing desperate. She'd been shaking her brother for so long, yet he showed no sign of response. But what Jiang Xiaodai didn't realize was that shaking him like this, even if he wasn't dead, was pushing him dangerously close to death. What a model little sister. Her brother wasn't quite dead yet, but he still knew to deliver the final blow. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xiao silently prayed for Jiang Shaokang in his heart. But remembering he had business to attend to, Yi Xiao slowly spoke up. Stop shaking him. If you keep this up, he'll be dead for sure. Jiang Xiaodai froze for a moment before snapping to attention, rushing to examine her brother's face. Jiang Shaokang's face, already deathly pale, had turned so ashen it resembled a ghost's. His body, which had been warm moments ago, was steadily growing cold. Only the occasional rise and fall of his chest hinted at the faint glimmer of life still lingering within Jiang Shaokang. Wah! Seeing this, Jiang Xiaodai scrambled off Jiang Shaokang's body in a panic. After hastily adjusting him into a comfortable position, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. It should be fine now. But Jiang Xiaokong's face remained deathly pale. The surging vital energy unique to martial artists flickered weakly like a firefly's glow. Clearly, Jiang Xiaokong was on the verge of being played to death. Originally, Jiang Xiaokong had only been injured though severely and it hadn't been life-threatening. Now Jiang Xiaodai was nearly killing her own brother. Your brother Jiang Xiaokong is nearly dead. Yi Xiao pointed at Jiang Xiaokong, whose face resembled that of a corpse, forcing back a smile as he spoke. He wasn't going to die before, but now that you've shaken him like that, he's not far from death. Jiang Xiaodai turned ashen-faced, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head. I never meant to kill my brother. I know, Yi Xiao said, tilting his head back and spreading his hands with a smile. But so what? Your brother's already got one foot in the grave. Only I can save him now. You know what you must do. Jiang Xiaodai instantly understood Yi Xiao's meaning. It seemed Yi Xiao had agreed to the deal exchanging intelligence for Jiang Xiaokong's life. Realizing this, Jiang Xiaodai spoke urgently. I know. Just save my brother first, and I'll tell you the exact location of the hidden treasures. Her eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. She had expected Yi Xiao to agree immediately, but to her surprise, he slowly shook his head. No. No one pays after the work is done. You must give me the exact location first. Otherwise, I won't lift a finger. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaodai glanced at her brother, who was barely clinging to life, and her resolve shattered instantly. Yi Xiao, how could you be so ungrateful? Ingrate? Go ahead, tell me how I'm being ungrateful. Yi Xiao asked in surprise. Jiang Xiaodai retorted furiously, today, seeing you all alone, I kindly invited you. Wasn't that a gesture of goodwill? Now not only have you injured my brother, he's nearly dead, but you refuse to heal him. How is that not ungrateful? With that, Jiang Xiaodai pointed an accusing finger at Yi Xiao. After hearing Jiang Xiaodia's outrageous words, a huge question mark instantly appeared on Yi Xiao's face. How many times did your brother curse me? When Chang Yi arrived, he even personally led the way, as if he wanted to make sure I didn't survive. How the hell is that ungrateful? Damn it, this girl looks like a decent person, but turns out she's a fighter. No wonder she's siblings with that idiot Jiang Xiaokong. With that thought, Yi Xiao took a deep breath and plastered on his familiar fake smile. This is ingratitude? Yi Xiao laughed bitterly. What exactly have you ever done for me? Didn't you invite me solely for your own benefit? You dare say you didn't invite me for your own safety? Besides, I never needed your invitation. You don't seriously think people will be eternally grateful just because you ask them, do you? We're nothing but strangers. What nonsense are you spouting? At this point, Yi Xiao's expression turned slightly cold. Besides, I already refused your team invitation, yet your idiot brother kept provoking me. Not only did he provoke me, but he also led that big dummy Cheng Yi straight to me, as if he wanted to make sure I didn't survive. And you call that a favor? As for your brother, my words may sound arrogant, but every word is true. Just tell me, do I have the strength to complete a bronze tier commission? If you have doubts, ask the late Cheng Yi, he should know whether I possess that strength. If you still don't believe me, look at this. With that, Yi Xiao pulled out a silver-white credential and held it up for Jiang Xiaodai to see. Can you see it clearly? A silver membership card. Jiang Xiaodai murmured, her lips trembling slightly. No wonder he could take down Chang Yi. Reaching the segmented realm in martial arts and still obtaining a silver membership card, what a terrifying monster he must be. Jiang Xiaodai thought in shock. Seeing Jiang Xiaodia's stunned expression, Yi Xiao's lips curved upward as he continued, yes, a silver membership card. You think a silver tier member like me couldn't handle a silver level commission? Ridiculous. It's just Jiang Xiaokong being narrow-minded, thinking that because he can't do it, no one else can either. Little does he know that this world is full of talented individuals, many far more capable than him. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaodai could no longer contain herself and blurted out, I agree. I'll reveal the location of the hidden treasures to you right now. After I give them to you, you must save my brother. Seeing Jiang Xiaodia's resolve crumble, Yi Xiao's smile turned slightly amused. In truth, he had already acted. The golden light of the heavenly cloud sword could not only slay foes but also heal wounds. While speaking just now, a sliver of golden light had already flashed from Yi Xiao's fingertip, stabilizing Jiang Xiaokong's life. The fleece comes from the sheep. Seeing how wealthy the Jiang siblings appeared, a new idea suddenly sprang to mind. Since he wasn't going to die anytime soon and had wasted so much of Yi Xiao's time, why not fleece him a little more? Gazing at the first-tier spirit weapons hanging at the Jiang siblings' waists, Yi Xiao grinned like a bandit and declared, I've changed my mind. If you want to save your brother, you must first reveal the location of the heavenly treasures you've hidden. Pointing at the long swords at their waists, Yi Xiao declared with utter certainty, I also want your spirit weapons. Chapter 53, A Rich Harvest. Upon hearing this, the anger in Jiang Xiaodia's beautiful eyes gradually faded. I agree. Jiang Xiaodia's lips twitched slightly. With that, she removed the spirit weapon from her waist, her face flushed with fury. I swear by my martial heart the place where the heavenly treasures are hidden lies within the dry well at the heart of the dark forest. Now you should finally step in to save my brother, shouldn't you? After handing Yi Xiao the spirit weapon from Jiang Xiaokong's body, Jiang Xiaodai slowly closed her eyes. She had conceded. She didn't want to look at Yi Xiao one more time. She only wished Yi Xiao would heal her brother and leave this place of sorrow swiftly. Facing Yi Xiao, she felt utterly powerless. Damn it, you can't win an argument with him, and you can't beat him up either. What the hell is the point? Go home, child. Go home. At least you understand reason. Unlike your brother, who hasn't uttered a word even now. Sigh. Yi Xiao smiled faintly at the remark, casually pointing at Jiang Xiaokong sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. A casual hellish joke slipped out. So far, he had secured 2 spirit weapons of at least mid-tier first-grade quality. Plus, he'd pinpointed the exact location of hidden treasures. It felt incredibly satisfying. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt exhilarated beyond measure. As for whether Jiang Xiaodai might lie about the location of the hidden treasures, he wasn't worried. After all, the oath bound by the martial heart guaranteed that at least her words were truthful. Whether Jiang Xiaodai was withholding any information from him, however, Yi Xiao could not yet know. Yi Xiao. You. Just then, Yi Xiao heard Jiang Xiaodia's furious voice ringing in his ears. He turned to see her face twisted with fury as she pointed frantically at Jiang Xiaokong, who was barely clinging to life. Yi Xiao, don't just take my money and do nothing. Seeing Jiang Xiaodai on the verge of breaking down, Yi Xiao finally composed himself. Getting paid for a job was only fair, even if the person being saved was a jerk. Yi Xiao understood the code of the martial arts world well. After carefully stowing the 2 newly acquired spirit weapons, he walked slowly toward Jiang Xiaokong. Looking down at Jiang Xiaokong, his face ashen on the floor, Yi Xiao suddenly smiled. This fellow looks like a pickled garlic clove. Ha ha ha. After the jest, Yi Xiao turned his serious gaze toward Jiang Xiaokong on the ground. Tian Song Yun sword. A faint tremor ran through his fingertips, and a wisp of dark golden flame began to swirl around them. Go! Yi Xiao murmured softly. The moment the words left his lips, the dark golden flame transformed into a streak of light. Trace a graceful arc through the air, and in an instant, it vanished into Jiang Xiaokong's body. A dark golden glow flickered across Jiang Xiaokong's skin, pulsing faintly. A faint black mist began to diffuse from his body. Awaken! Yi Xiao commanded in a calm voice. With a sound like shattering jade beads, Jiang Xiaokong's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He lay sprawled on the ground, his chest heaving violently as he greedily sucked in the surrounding oxygen like a newborn infant. After several breath cycles, the pallor that had covered his face gradually gave way to a healthy flush. Jiang Xiaokong's consciousness slowly returned, and his cloudy eyes regained their clarity. Where am I? Clutching his still throbbing head, Jiang Xiaokong staggered to his feet. But his body hadn't fully recovered yet. He lost his balance and stumbled back to the ground. Ow! Damn it! I've saved the person. You guys do whatever. I'm outta here. He glanced at Jiang Xiaokong, clutching his forehead and screaming in agony, and Jiang Xiaodai, who let out a long sigh of relief. Yi Xiao slowly shook his head, no longer bothering with them, and turned to leave. The dry well in the dark forest? Recalling Jiang Xiaodia's words, a bizarre scene involuntarily flashed through Yi Xiao's mind. At the heart of the deep, pitch-black forest, ancient trees twisted and intertwined, their massive roots piercing deep into the soil. Beneath the canopy of shadows, countless pairs of eerie, dark green eyes flickered and glowed throughout the woods. The cold moonlight finally pierced through the clouds, bathing the dark forest in its glow. In an instant, countless terrifying demons revealed themselves, each bearing fangs and snarling with monstrous expressions, as if poised to devour any living soul in the next moment. And there, nestled within this place, lay the dry well. This is dangerous. Yi Xiao thought to himself as he walked toward the quest board. Though most demons dwelling in the dark forest were of low rank, the highest level ones were merely martial artist realm, and they were rarely encountered. But their sheer numbers are overwhelming. They could slowly wear you down until you were finished. When the time came, speed would be crucial. Grab those heavenly treasures and run. Yi Xiao pondered silently. He couldn't trust Jiang Xiaodia's words entirely. Who knew what she might be hiding? Like, say, a terrifying third-tier demon lurking in that dry well, just waiting for us to walk right into its trap. But as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Xiao slowly shook his head. Impossible. With my current strength, plus the triple combat power card, venturing into the dark forest should be a breeze. After all, with the triple combat power card active, calling myself the strongest below martial master wouldn't be an exaggeration. Most demons wouldn't stand a chance against me. And even if I encounter a third-tier demon, I can always run away if I can't beat it. No need to worry at all. So barring any unforeseen complications, this operation is practically a sure thing. With that thought, Yi Xiao's mood lifted considerably. He then slowly turned his gaze toward the mission panel. Hello, this is Yi Xiao. I'd like to accept several silver-tier commissions in the dark forest. Yi Xiao said calmly to the receptionist at the task counter. Oh. Recognizing Yi Xiao, the receptionist froze for a moment before frantically starting to work. No wonder she was flustered. First, he humiliated the prodigy Jiang Shaokong by rubbing his face in the dirt. Then he reduced the senior disciple of the fierce warrior martial arts hall, Zhang Yi, to ashes. A pure, unadulterated killing machine. Who among the people present didn't feel a deep sense of dread toward Yi Xiao? Besides, couldn't she see the mess Yi Xiao and Chang Yi had left in the mission hall? Xinhua, the supervisor, showed no sign of urgency. Instead, she watched Yi Xiao with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Even when Yi Xiao went to raid the Jiang siblings, Xinhua pretended not to notice, acting as if he hadn't seen a thing. Who couldn't see that Xinhua had recognized Yi Xiao's talent and didn't want to antagonize him? Thinking of this, the receptionist's smile grew sweeter, though it felt slightly forced. After all, the Yi Xiao standing before her had just moments ago seemed poised to kill everyone present. Mr. Yi Xiao. After review, your membership level is Junior Silver. This tier allows you to accept commissions for eliminating second-tier beginner demons. However, there are few such commissions available in the Dark Forest, as a batch was recently hunted down. The monthly quota for such hunts has already been met. Perhaps you could take on a Junior Silver commission elsewhere. Ha! Seeing Yi Xiao's slightly irritated expression, the receptionist's legs began to tremble. Why is he looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? The receptionist thought tearfully, unable to hold back her frustration. Chapter 54, Promotion to Senior Silver Member. Mr. Yi. Yi Xiao. May I ask if you have any complaints about Aru? Hearing the receptionist's slightly tearful voice, Yi Xiao snapped out of his daze. No. You're doing a good job. A faint smile touched Yi Xiao's handsome face as he forced a cheerful expression. This smile seemed to dispel some of the menacing aura that had been lingering around him. Oh. How incredibly handsome. The receptionist screamed inwardly at the sight. After all, as a staff member of the Martial Arts Association, she had undergone professional training. Maintaining absolute composure was her most fundamental skill. But now, struck by this sudden visual assault, she found herself momentarily thrown off balance. She immediately covered her flushed face, no longer daring to look at Yi Xiao. Yet Yi Xiao remained completely oblivious to the receptionist's flustered state. He was still preoccupied with the earlier incident. As a Junior Silver member, I can only accept Junior Silver commissions when working solo. Consequently, the highest level commissions I can currently accept are those involving the hunting of second-tier, basic-level demons. Now that I'm venturing deep into the heart of the Dark Forest, most of the demons I encounter are second-tier. Most of them are second-tier beginner demons, while second-tier intermediate and advanced demons are relatively rare. While gathering those rare treasures, I'll inevitably have to kill some demons. I was planning to use the triple combat power experience card to take down a batch of second-tier demons and earn merit points. Seems that won't be possible now. With that thought, Yi Xiao sighed softly. Oh well, if it can't be done, it can't be done. Getting that batch of heavenly treasures is enough. Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, a familiar, resonant voice suddenly called out. Brother Yi. Xinhua approached with a hearty laugh, grasping Yi Xiao's hand firmly. Under Yi Xiao's puzzled gaze, Xinhua declared with a broad smile. Brother Yi, you're a hero. That scoundrel Chang Yi, relying on his decent skills and the backing of the Mad Warrior Martial Arts Academy. Over the years, he's committed countless heinous acts. We just couldn't take him down without evidence. Today, by engaging him in a life or death battle and successfully eliminating this cancer, you've done a tremendous service for our Nanshan City Martial Arts Association. Brother Yi, I must reward you. With that, Xinhua took Yi Xiao's basic silver membership card and gently swiped it over an exquisitely crafted spherical object. As the orb glided over the card, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in his ears. 500 merit points credited to membership card. These 500 merit points are your reward. Its value is roughly equivalent to the reward for slaying a high-tier second-stage demon. I hope that when Brother Yi rises to great heights in the future, he will remember our Nanshan Martial Arts Association. With that, Xinhua chuckled like an old fox. He wasn't some scatterbrain giving away money. He saw Yi Xiao's talent was simply too extraordinary and wanted to curry favor by doing this. After all, a hand that takes is bound to feel indebted. Having accepted his favor, perhaps Yi would remember his kindness when he rose to prominence. 300 merit points. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the mention, and even his gaze toward Xinhua softened considerably. Merit points were a valuable commodity. Not only could they be exchanged for rare treasures at the Martial Arts Association, but also for martial arts techniques, even artificially enhanced martial talents. 300 merit points were more than enough to exchange for a decent mid-tier yellow-grade martial art in the Martial Arts Association's scripture hall. It was undeniably tempting. With that thought, Yi Xiao grinned like a fox. Nanshan City is my hometown. How could I ever forget it? Well said. Xinhua nodded appreciatively, patting his chest emphatically. Because of those words, Brother Yi, tell me anything you need, I'll help. Anything at all? Yi Xiao's lips curved slightly at the words, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. As long as it doesn't break the law, your brother Hua will definitely help you. Brother Yi, whatever it is, just ask. Don't hold back. Shinhua's face radiated generosity as he spoke with the air of a true big brother. Watching Shinhua's earnest expression, a mischievous grin spread across Yi Xiao's face. You said it, so don't go back on your word. Exit of the Nanshan City Martial Arts Association Task Hall. Standing amidst the bustling traffic, Yi Xiao stretched lazily. Nearby, at the school gate, a steady stream of fresh-faced college students, suitcases in hand, poured out. Only then did Yi Xiao recall today was a holiday. Nanshan University, just an ordinary university, not a martial arts one? Looks like this kind of university is just like the ones in my previous life. But in this high martial arts world, martial arts universities are the best path forward. Gazing at the Nanshan University gate across the street, Yi Xiao murmured with a touch of wistfulness. And is today a holiday? No wonder so many college students are heading home with suitcases. But it's none of my business anyway. Why am I even thinking about this? Yi Xiao yawned and rubbed his sore eyes. He'd been training like a madman these past few days, and it had completely worn him out. And just now, when he killed Chang Yi, he had to use the Heavenly Cloud Sword again, draining a huge amount of spiritual energy. He was utterly exhausted at this moment. But the moment he thought of what Shinhua had just given him, Yi Xiao couldn't suppress the smile that spread across his lips. Shinhua had told him he could ask for anything. Yi Xiao immediately told him about the Dark Forest's shortage of basic silver commissions. Upon hearing this, Shinhua immediately waved his hand. A cascade of privileges followed. Originally, the Dark Forest had a monthly quota for basic silver commissions. Now that it was the end of the month, these commissions had long been completed. But such a minor problem was hardly enough to trouble Shinhua. Well, truth be told, Shinhua had reported the matter to his superior. Coincidentally, that superior was one of the members of the Presidium present on the day Yi Xiao utterly humiliated Su Lai, and had always held high expectations for Yi Xiao. Thus, numerous privileges began pouring in. First off, Yi Xiao's junior silver tier commissions now had no quantity restrictions. For instance, one such commission hunting 3 second-tier novice demons had a total quantity cap of 200. Why the limit? Because the Dark Forest's demon population was already balanced, humans could manage it perfectly well. Rashly disrupting this equilibrium could potentially trigger a demonic surge. Despite this, the Martial Arts Association leader still directly granted the special permission. This time, Yi Xiao went to the Dark Forest to hunt demons. The commission had no limit on the number of kills, however many he completed, he would receive the corresponding merit points. Moreover, considering Yi Xiao's crushing defeat of Su Lai and subsequent killing of Chang Yi, the leader dramatically elevated Yi Xiao's membership rank. He was elevated from junior silver member to senior silver member. When the leader made this decision, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. It must be noted that among all martial artists in the entire quest hall, the number of high-level silver members did not exceed 10. The vast majority were venerable elders like Old Chen, renowned for decades of cultivation. But how old was Yi Xiao? He'd actually been promoted to senior silver member? Chapter 55, Yi Xiao's Irresistible Charm. This news was simply too shocking to believe they couldn't bring themselves to accept it as true. After all, the criteria for advancing to high-level silver member were notoriously difficult. One must either reach the 7-star martial artist realm or higher, or single-handedly slay a fully powered second-tier high-grade demon beast. But what realm was Yi Xiao at? Nearly the peak of martial arts 9th tier. And yet he had directly attained high silver membership? This was outrageous. Even if he cultivated a fully mastered earth-grade martial art, his combat prowess would still fall short compared to martial artists at the 7 stars level or above. The gap in cultivation levels is simply too vast. Yi Xiao is currently only at the peak of the 9th martial realm. Even with higher martial arts rank and cultivation level, this gap is nearly impossible to bridge. Even Yi Xiao was surprised by this decision, as he truly lacked the strength of a high-star martial artist at this moment. But this was a blessing. Why turn down a gift? He accepted it without hesitation. Besides, once he secured the rare treasures from the Dark Forest's dry well, his time to ascend to the martial artist realm would come. Moreover, due to the system's nature, advancing to the martial artist realm wouldn't compromise his martial foundation. The martial realm he would break through into would be flawless and perfect, utterly crushing all others at the same level in every aspect. Against 3 opponents at the same level, he could take them all on without breaking a sweat. After breaking through to the martial artist realm, he would then pour all his cultivation points into it. At the very least, he could reach the 7-star martial artist realm. By then, even facing ordinary martial artist realm opponents, I'd be more than a match. I could even defeat them. Thus, accepting the privilege offered by that martial arts association leader was entirely justified. What others thought about it was none of his concern. Yi Xiao couldn't care less. Besides, with the leader having spoken, nothing could change the situation now. Even before reaching the martial artist realm, I'm already a high-level silver member. I recall Shui Yan is only a junior silver member. This is absolutely amazing. Thinking this, the handsome youth suddenly smiled as he watched the bustling street. Soft strands of hair swayed gently in the breeze, his exquisitely handsome features glowing radiantly in the sunlight. The single-tear tattoo beneath his eye added an extra touch of allure, making him resemble an anime protagonist who had broken through the dimensional barrier. It seemed his SSS-tier martial arts talent and the six-armed Azura's beauty-enhancing function had grown even stronger. Such a stunningly handsome youth was rarely seen in everyday life, let alone witnessed smiling. In an instant, many passing college students stopped in their tracks, pulling out their phones to take secret photos. Especially the pretty female students. Upon catching Yi Zhao's sudden smile, their faces flushed and their eyes darted nervously. Their starstruck expressions made it seem like they'd encountered some celebrity. Look! Jai, there's a super hottie over there. He looks even better than our school's heartthrob, Wei Zhan. 10 meters behind Yi Zhao, under a shady spot, stood 4 or 5 pretty girls. One of them, a fashionable girl with big, wavy hair, spotted Yi Zhao and started frantically shaking a tall, ponytailed beauty named Jai beside her. "Anan, you're trying to trick me again, aren't you? You always say there are hot guys, but you never deliver." Jai, her eyebrows furrowed in displeasure, retorted. "Besides, how handsome could he be? He couldn't possibly be hotter than that Wei Zhan. Even though Wei Zhan's character isn't great, he's a jerk, he's still pretty good looking." Hearing this, Anan instantly felt a bit put out. "Hey! Don't doubt me, this is the real deal. Just look where I'm pointing and you'll see." But the beauty named Jai was clearly too savvy to fall for such tricks. Seeing her best friend so uncooperative, Anan grew anxious. "Jai, you'll really regret it if you don't look. Please, just take a look. I promise you'll forget all about Wei Zhan from now on." As she spoke, she grabbed Jai's arm and began shaking it, her face pleading. Fine, I give in." Jai gently pressed her forehead, casting a helpless glance at her best friend Anan. "I guess I'll take a look." After rolling her eyes at Anan, Jai slowly turned her gaze to where Anan was pointing. She was determined to see what kind of hottie could have her bestie so smitten. "I'll see just how handsome this guy you're talking about really is." The words had barely left her mouth when Jai spotted Yi Zhao smiling not far away. The sight of Yi Zhao's unrealistically handsome features made her ears instantly turn bright red. Holy crap! How can someone be this stunning? Is this level of good looks even real? Good heavens, could I possibly be seeing an angel who's fallen to earth? Jai's lovely face was burning hot like a steamed crab. She shyly covered her face with her hands, peeking timidly through her fingers. Her bright, beautiful eyes held nothing but Yi Zhao at that moment. In her 20-plus years of life, she had never once used the word stunning to describe someone's looks. Today, she'd finally met someone who fit that description, this young man before her. Because this youth's looks and aura were truly formidable. With that thought, she slowly turned her head to look at her best friend, Anan. Her eyes sparkled with laughter, and the corners of her mouth turned up in a smile she couldn't suppress. "My dearest friend. You're such a gem." Overwhelmed with emotion, she couldn't hold back any longer. She wrapped her arms around her best friend Anan's slender waist and winked at her, whispering, "That guy is absolutely perfect. I'd guess he's barely 18. Look at him, so clueless he's probably never even dated before. He's so handsome. Once he gets to college, those steaming girls will surely corrupt him. Before he gets taken, let's get his number. Then we can develop a relationship. If we really snag him, it'll be so damn satisfying, you know? Then we'll lock him up at home, not letting him go anywhere, and make him cry every day. At this point, Jai and Anan exchanged a knowing glance, their faces lighting up with mischievous grins. Just then, a rather effeminate voice drifted over. "Jai? Anan? What are you doing here?" The two girls turned toward the source of the voice. A few meters behind them stood a man with handsome features, yet an undeniably effeminate air. He was Wei Zhan, widely regarded as both the campus heartthrob and top scholar at Nanshan University. "Wei Zhan, what are you doing here?" Jai's slightly impatient tone made Wei Zhan frown. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Wei Zhan's brows knitted tightly at her words, his tone turning slightly sarcastic. "If I weren't here, you'd all be fooled by this guy." Chapter 56, Wei Zhan's clownish behavior. In truth, Wei Zhan wasn't particularly close with the two, they merely belonged to the same club. As the undisputed campus heartthrob of Nanshan University and the student council president, Wei Zhan had no shortage of admirers. But to maintain his aloof heartthrob persona and target the wealthiest heiresses on campus, he'd never accepted any of them. Yet Wei Zhan didn't want to lose his pool of potential partners, so he kept stringing them along. This greatly satisfied his vanity. In Wei Zhan's memory, he recalled Jai and Anan once mentioning he was quite handsome. Ever the supremely confident Wei Zhan, he naturally assumed both girls were into him. Even though they'd barely exchanged a few words, in Wei Zhan's eyes, Jai and Anan had long become his exclusive possessions. He wouldn't tolerate anyone else coveting what was his. At this thought, a flash of anger flickered in Wei Zhan's eyes. Earlier, as he passed by, he had witnessed Anan and Jai gushing over Yi Zhao. Not only did they approach him for his number, but the lewd remarks he overheard earlier sent his blood pressure skyrocketing. What total steal! What take him home? He absolutely wouldn't stand for it. He was just some good-looking poor kid. He had good grades, a decent family background, and was pure-hearted. Besides being a tiny bit better looking than me, what else does that brat have that I don't? Glaring at the handsome youth in the distance, Wei Zhan thought bitterly to himself. The two girls beside him frowned simultaneously upon hearing Wei Zhan's words. Is this guy crazy? He's definitely got issues. And In and Jia exchanged glances, both seeing disgust in each other's eyes. They weren't even close to Wei Zhan. How dare he speak to them in that tone? Did he really think being some so-called campus heartthrob gave him free rein to act however he pleased? They weren't part of that crowd of suck-ups at school. They came from well-off families themselves, local rich kids. Who didn't know this so-called aloof heartthrob was a player and a jerk, trying to climb the social ladder while stringing others along? With that thought, Ainin shot back first. What we choose to do is none of your business, Mr. Wei, is it? If Mr. Wei has the time, he should go handle that freshman girl incident from yesterday. Because of you chatting with that freshman girl late last night, her boyfriend came all the way to our department to make a scene. Jia burst out laughing at this and chimed in, exactly. Exactly. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Wei Zhan's eyes as he turned his head away, feeling uncomfortable. Indeed, a burly man had come looking for trouble yesterday. With so many girls on the hook, he flirted with them every night, and it was inevitable that some would get caught. He couldn't even remember this girl's name, but he just enjoyed playing around like this. He'd merely chatted with her late into the night about the origins of life. Was her boyfriend really that petty? He remembered when the girl's boyfriend showed up, a burly guy who'd trained in mixed martial arts. The moment he saw him, the big guy lunged forward and they started wrestling. Luckily, he was at the first level of martial arts cultivation, otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance. At this thought, Wei Zhan's face flushed with pride. He, Wei Zhan, was a martial artist. He wasn't on the same level as ordinary people. Though his martial talent was extremely low, and after years of cultivation, he had only reached the first level of martial arts. He couldn't even get into the lowest tier martial arts high school, so he had to attend a non-martial arts university like everyone else. But you must understand, out of 100 people, perhaps only one possesses martial arts cultivation talent. His talent for martial cultivation might be poor, but it wasn't entirely absent. Having reached the first stage of martial cultivation, he could barely be called a martial artist. At a non-martial arts university like Nanshan University, everyone around him was an ordinary student. So he looked down on the ordinary people around him, always holding himself in high regard. After his family pulled strings, selling cars and houses to finally secure him a junior bronze membership card from the Martial Artists Association, Wei Zhan became utterly arrogant. He carried that card everywhere he went, constantly flaunting his status as a Martial Arts Association member. It was precisely through his association with the Martial Arts Association and his fairly handsome looks. Wei Zhan was elected president of the Nanshan University Student Union and became the undisputed campus heartthrob. Recalling his Martial Arts Association membership, Wei Zhan instantly grew arrogant. Glancing at the two beauties before him, Wei Zhan smirked. That whole thing was a misunderstanding. That girl was just a fan who wanted to ask me about the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. Maybe the timing wasn't right, but she was the one who called me. It had nothing to do with me. You know, I'm different from the other guys at school. I'm a junior bronze member of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association, a real martial artist. As he spoke, Wei Zhan deftly pulled out a bronze-colored credential and waved it before them. The bronze-colored card was exquisitely crafted, with a copper star inlaid on its outer edge. This bronze star held great significance, signifying the status of a junior bronze member of the Martial Arts Association. Here, this is my membership card. What do you think? Never seen one before? Seeing the two women remain silent, Wei Zhan assumed they were stunned by his status. He promptly smoothed his blonde hair and let out a smug laugh. But contrary to his expectations, the two women showed no sign of awe. Instead, their eyes flashed with contempt. No real talent, yet loves to show off. Honestly, I hate people like that the most. Jai and Ainin exchanged glances, each seeing the same look of disgust in the other's eyes. It should be noted that while their family backgrounds weren't exceptionally wealthy, they were still quite well off. Both families had martial artists among their elders, though not at the highest levels, merely third or fourth tier practitioners. In fact, Ainin's uncle was a fourth-rank martial artist and held intermediate bronze-level membership in the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. Compared to ordinary people, a junior bronze member was indeed a big shot worthy of respect, but that depended on the context. Typically, one needed to reach the second level of martial arts to apply for junior bronze membership. After all, the difference between the first and second ranks is minimal compared to ordinary people. It's the second rank that truly marks the gap. Someone like Wei Zhan, who's only at the first level of martial arts cultivation, yet bribed his way into becoming a junior bronze member. And he kept flaunting it as a point of pride. They naturally looked down on him. At this thought, the two women felt a wave of disgust wash over them. Ignore him. He's such a pain. Let's hurry and find that angel. I need to get his contact info. After shooting Wei Zhan a disdainful glance, Jai suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed cheerfully. Why was she so happy? Of course she'd get to be up close with Yi Xiao right away. Anin's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Yes. Yes. Without another glance at Wei Zhan, who was still trying to act cool, the two headed straight for Yi Xiao, who was nearby. Angel, we're here. That poor kid might be good looking, but he's clearly just a pretty face. He's nothing compared to me. I'm a martial artist, a junior bronze member of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. In terms of strength, status, and standing, every single one of us crushes that poor kid. Let me tell you. Wei Zhan continued ranting and raving, but received no response for a long time. Only after the two had walked several meters away did Wei Zhan open his eyes, suddenly snapping out of his reverie. Great! So all that ranting was for nothing. Watching the excited silhouettes of the two women and Yi Xiao's unrealistically handsome features, Wei Zhan felt an endless surge of rage. Staring intently at Yi Xiao's handsome face, he gritted his teeth and spat out. So what if he's just an ordinary person with a pretty face? What's so special about that? I'm a junior bronze member of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. A level you'll never reach in your entire life. Just wait till I show my membership card and make you women tell me how scared this kid is of me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wei Zhan strode purposefully toward Yi Xiao's location. He was going to show off. He was going to use his junior bronze status to scare the crap out of him. But what Wei Zhan didn't know was that this unrealistically handsome youth before him was no ordinary person. He was the sole 18-year-old senior silver member of the Martial Arts Association in Nanshan City. Chapter 57, You Want to Keep Me? For 100 grand a month. The sun in July this year felt unusually warm. Gentle rays pierced through treetops, spilling across streets and alleys. At the crossroads, the handsome youth stared at his phone, the constant chirping of cicadas ringing in his ears. Wow, this boss sure knows how to play the game. Even sent a private car to pick me up. After glancing at the message on his phone, Yi Xiao's eyes crinkled slightly at the corners, his gaze brimming with satisfaction. He stretched lazily, the screen tilting slightly in his long, slender fingers. Several messages appeared scattered across the screen, all sent by the supervisor, Xinhua. The gist of these messages was that Yi Xiao needed to head to the Dark Forest to complete a large batch of commissions. To reach the Dark Forest, one must first go to the corresponding high-tech station and board the high-tech mini-train. The Dark Forest, like the Bone Wasteland, was a demon-occupied zone, a non-human controlled area beyond Nanshan City's defenses. To reach demon-occupied zones like the Dark Forest, one must first go to a specific high-level martial arts station. There, martial artists with assignments in the same location board the micro-high-tech shuttle train together to reach their respective mission points. Without the high-tech mini-train, travelers risk encountering demons and facing accidents along the way. The closest high martial arts station with direct access to the Dark Forest for Yi Xiao was Green Mountain Station. The drive from here to Qingshan Station takes at least 2 hours. The Martial Arts Association leadership is quite considerate and thoughtful. In theory, the Martial Arts Association provides dedicated vehicle transportation benefits for all silver tier and above members. However, due to limited vehicle availability, this privilege is typically reserved for gold tier members. But because he held Yi Xiao in high regard, he specially dispatched a Maybach to escort him to Qingshan Station. Moreover, Xinhua, the supervisor himself, personally drove to escort him, a gesture that truly showed great respect. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao glanced at the time on his phone. By now, Xinhua should be almost here. Slowly tucking his phone away, Yi Xiao stretched lazily, his face radiating contentment. Gazing at the bustling street filled with endless streams of traffic, his gaze gradually settled into calmness. Barring any surprises, I should break through to the martial artist realm today. Just as his mind began to drift into emptiness, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, a sweet yet distinctly nervous voice suddenly rang out. Little brother. Are you alone? Yi Xiao furrowed his brow slightly at the words and slowly turned to look behind him. Two girls with rather sweet looks stood behind him, now looking at him with shy expressions. Faced with these unfamiliar, pretty girls, Yi Xiao was a bit baffled. What's up? You two, sisters? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. Didn't you have something to do? Hurry up. Upon hearing this, Anan promptly shoved her best friend Jai forward, then hid behind her with a mischievous grin. I pushed forward before Yi Xiao, Jai's lovely face flushed crimson. Her delicate hands clasped beneath her skirt hem, revealing her palpable nervousness. She tried several times to speak, but seeing his devastatingly handsome face mere inches away, nervousness choked her words. Seeing Jai's helpless state, Anan stepped forward. My bestie gets shy, she can't speak when she sees a handsome guy. Especially one as impressive as you. But we've got thick skin. I'll do the talking. Anan leaned in playfully, giggling as she spoke. Though she claimed to be thick-skinned, the faint blush on her pretty face gave her away. The moment she saw this angelic-looking, harmless as a lamb boy, her heart couldn't stay calm. After composing herself, Anan parted her pink lips. Judging by your appearance, you can't be much older than 18, right? Am I right? Anan batted her eyelashes and flashed Yi Xiao a mischievous grin. I just celebrated my 18th birthday. I am 18. So, is there something you need? Yi Xiao's eyes darkened slightly as he spoke slowly. Xinhua hadn't arrived yet, so he had no choice but to wait here. It had been pretty quiet, but now he was unexpectedly approached by two unfamiliar girls. Judging by their demeanor, they couldn't possibly be after me physically, could they? The thought made Yi Xiao's eyes instantly grow wary. He was a Sigma man except for his martial prowess at the pinnacle, everything else was just ordinary. It wasn't surprising Yi Xiao thought this way. Ever since the passive effect, beauty enhancement, of the SSS tier hard Qigong talent, six-armed Ajura, had taken effect. Theoretically, he was now practically indistinguishable from a succubus. These past few days, wherever he went, people kept staring at him, men and women alike. Sometimes he wished he could just turn this effect off. Otherwise, people would inexplicably grow jealous and come looking for trouble. But unfortunately, this thing couldn't be turned off. Moreover, as the six-armed Ajura awoke further, the effect would only intensify. Got something on your mind? Of course I do. Anan froze at the question before bursting into a flamboyant laugh. You're still single, right, little brother? I am single. So what? Yi Xiao replied indifferently. Well then, that's just perfect. Hearing the answer she'd hoped for, Anan jumped up in delight. She grabbed Jiayi's hand and pulled her close to Yi Xiao, her face brimming with mischief. Judging by your outfit, you probably don't have much money. After glancing at Yi Xiao's attire, Anan smiled and spoke. As everyone knows, in this high martial arts world plagued by demons and invading alien races, there are only two paths to a decent life. One is to have money. Money can solve many problems. The other is to become a powerful martial artist. With true strength, money becomes just a number. We sisters may not be martial artists, but we have money. And little brother is so handsome, he looks utterly obedient. As she spoke, Anan leaned in, her pink lips hovering mere millimeters from Yi Xiao's ear, her tone utterly seductive. Can I have your contact info? Let your sister take care of you from now on. Little brother. Damn it. What the hell is this old hag doing? Could you please stay away from me? A suggestive breath suddenly brushed against his earlobe, instantly turning it crimson. Caught off guard by this scene, Yi Xiao's impassive expression finally shifted, replaced by a hint of panic. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his previously icy aura dissipating considerably. He looked genuinely startled. Who knew you were unexpectedly innocent? Ha 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 ha. Let big sis give you a hug. Come on, ha 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 ha. Witnessing this, Anan and Jiayi exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into suggestive laughter. As they laughed, the waves beneath their chests swayed wildly, making Yi Xiao flush crimson. These two crazy women. Watching the two women before him, their laughter causing their curves to sway, Yi Xiao suddenly felt awkward. Though he carried himself with an aloof demeanor, both in his past life and present existence, he'd been consumed by his career. He'd never had time to get entangled with women, lacking such experience. Suddenly confronted with this scene, he felt no particular urge to act, only an inexplicable awkwardness. He desperately wanted to punch these two crazy women flying across the room who asked them to make him feel so awkward. Didn't they see all the people staring at them? Mostly girls, but also some men with strange expressions. Wait, something was off. Why did he sense a hint of envy in the eyes of those watching the two women? Was he really that desirable? Why were so many people eyeing him like that? Yi Xiao slowly shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. His gaze sharpened instantly, and he stopped paying attention to Anan and Jiayi. He glanced at his messages. Shenhua said he'd be there soon. As long as he ignored them, they'd eventually calm down. All he needed to do was wait quietly for Shenhua, then hop in the car and drive off one smooth, seamless move. He didn't need to give them another thought. With that thought, Yi Xiao turned his back. He began to earnestly admire the scenery along the roadside, not giving the two another glance. Oh, how unique! Anan covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly. Little brother, you're not a martial artist. As an ordinary person, you could work your whole life and still earn less than the pocket money your sister gives you. So just go along with us, sisters? We won't treat you badly. Saying this, Anan shot a meaningful glance at the flushed Jiayi, signaling her to speak up. Jiayi trembled slightly, her eyes shy as she stammered, 10,000. If you agree to be our boyfriend, I'll give you 10,000 a month. Chapter 58, Silver Star Maybach. The moment those words left her mouth, the onlookers collectively gasped in shock. The men in the crowd were the first to react. Hearing the two girls' offer, envy nearly spilled from their eyes. Damn, that kid hit the jackpot. He actually caught the eye of a rich woman. Damn it. I'm dying of jealousy. Both rich women are so gorgeous, and they're both after him. 100 grand a month. Damn it, my salary's only 8,000 a month. Why can't I get lucky like that? Look at that kid's cheap clothes, he's clearly broke. That rich lady is throwing money around 100k a month? That kid's gonna be swept off his feet. Wah! Sis, stop looking at that kid. Look at me instead, I'm way better at pampering people. Look at you? Ha 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 ha. Look at yourself. If you actually dated her, you'd be the one paying the rich ladies. Why? Because you're ugly. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. You really think I don't have connections in Nanshan City? Unsurprisingly, most of the men in the crowd envied Yi Xiao. However, the even larger number of girls present reacted quite differently to the scene. Watching an N tease Yi Xiao, they clench their delicate fists, their beautiful eyes blazing with jealousy. Hey, handsome. Don't agree to them. So what if they have a little money? Sis has money too. Come to me, handsome. I'll give you 200,000. That boy looks like he was sculpted by God himself, such an authoritative face. Damn it. Seeing those two ladies act like that. I'm so jealous. It's all because I don't have money. The onlookers buzzed with chatter, discussing the entanglement between Yi Xiao and the two women. But they didn't notice at all that behind them, an enraged man was striding toward them. You little punk! You bastard, you dare steal my woman! Wei Zheyan's eyes blazed with fury. His fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, and a dangerous aura radiated from his entire body. Pushing through the crowd as he rushed toward Yi Xiao, he bellowed, "Anan! Jiai! Stay away from that penniless brat!" Within mere breaths, Wei Zheyan stood before Yi Xiao and the other two. Gazing at Yi Xiao's stunning looks, a flash of jealousy flickered in Wei Zheyan's eyes. How infuriating! Wei Zheyan raged inwardly. So what if this poor kid looks a tad better than me? How dare he win the hearts of an NNGI? I'm a martial artist. A member of the Martial Arts Association. In status, standing, and strength, who among us isn't superior to that punk? Those two ES must be blind. Instead of fawning over me, they go licking up to that useless pretty boy. At this thought, Wei Zheyan could no longer contain his rage. Glaring at the handsome youth mere inches away, Wei Zheyan gritted his teeth and snarled. Poor boy, those two are way out of your league. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire atmosphere froze. Onlookers turned their gaze toward Wei Zheyan. What's going on here? Is this guy their rich girlfriend's boyfriend? Did he come to catch them cheating? A middle-aged woman with wavy short hair chattered excitedly. No clue. But judging by how furious he looks, probably. One of these girls must have taken a fancy to the young guy. Then her boyfriend found out. A bespectacled middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and analyzed the situation with great authority. The onlookers nodded in agreement, suddenly finding his reasoning plausible. They began to sympathize with Wei Zheyan. Young lady, cherish your boyfriend. You can't just fall for every guy you meet. That's right. Life is about mutual understanding. Take this auntie's advice. Go back with your boyfriend. An older woman pleaded earnestly. Yeah. Hurry up and go back with your boyfriend. As for that cute guy, leave him to us older ladies. Some young ladies were full of mischievous ideas. How awful. Hearing the increasingly outrageous remarks, Anan and Jiai couldn't sit still any longer. Their eyebrows furrowed in anger as they stood up to explain. It's not what you think. After their earnest explanations, the crowd finally understood. Turns out this furious Wei Zheyan had absolutely nothing to do with the girl at all. Realizing this, the crowd turned their criticism toward Wei Zheyan. She's not your girlfriend or anything. What business is it of yours what she does? Exactly. You're just jealous, aren't you? The barrage of harsh words made Wei Zheyan frown deeply. He was clearly so outstanding, why couldn't he measure up to this useless piece of trash before him? The surging rage could no longer be contained. He stormed to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs. Yes. I have nothing to do with these two women. But why aren't they chasing after me? Why are they chasing after this useless piece of trash instead? Wei Zheyan pointed angrily at Yi Xiao, snatching his membership card as he declared proudly. My name is Wei Zheyan. I'm the student union president of Nanshan University. And I'm also a martial artist. A junior bronze member of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. With my prestigious status and standing, they ignore me and go after some penniless kid instead. What a bloody joke. After speaking, Wei Zheyan turned to the crowd with eager anticipation. He wanted to see them go wild with shock and awe upon learning he was a martial artist and association member. After all, the status of a martial artist was highly coveted in this society. It far surpassed the prestige of passing the civil service exam in his previous life by a mile. To be fortunate enough to become a member of the Martial Arts Association was a blessing beyond measure. Even the lowest tier junior bronze membership was something to bring honor to one's ancestors. Becoming a martial artist meant transcending social class, entering the upper echelons of society, and being utterly distinct from ordinary folk. After all, this is a high martial arts world where power ultimately rests in the hands of martial artists. And indeed, reality matched his expectations perfectly. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire crowd gasped in shock. This boy is actually a martial artist. And a junior bronze member of the Martial Arts Association. Holy crap! That's an incredible status. What an honor to the family. You know, becoming a martial artist and an association member is way more prestigious than passing the civil service exam by a mile. If I were those two girls, I'd go after this boy. Win him over and break through the class barrier. Brother! How about giving your little sister a chance? The onlookers, hearing this, all turned their admiring gazes toward Wei Zheyan. Many girls, upon hearing he was a martial artist, even began batting their eyelashes at him. Except for a few stubborn looks-obsessed individuals still defending Yi Xiao, nearly everyone else sided with Wei Zhan. Even the looks they cast at an NNJI now carried a hint of contempt. As if to say they were blind to quality, falling for Yi Xiao a pretty face with no substance. After all, Wei Zhan was a member of the Martial Arts Association. Even if he was only a low-level member. But in ordinary circumstances, that still made him a big shot. As for higher-ranking members? They dared not even dream of such things. They might occasionally encounter the lowest-tier Martial Arts Association members like Wei Zhan. But the higher ranks like Advanced Bronze or even Silver-tier members. Those were beyond their reach, true heavyweights. Rather than chasing unrealistic dreams, they should seize the present. If they could get their hands on Wei Zhan, wouldn't that be a way to leapfrog social class? At this thought, the young women and middle-aged ladies fixed even more fervent gazes upon Wei Zhan. Now you know how formidable I am. Seeing the adoring, even reverent stares directed at him, Wei Zhan immediately let out a smug, triumphant laugh. He ran a cocky hand through his yellow hair while shooting Yi Xiao a defiant look. Kid, see the gap between us now? If you still harbor any delusions of a toad trying to eat a swan, I wouldn't recommend you get beaten into a cripple. You should know the law shows some leniency toward martial artists. Beating you into a cripple would be quite entertaining. But he failed to notice the gasps echoing from the street hundreds of meters ahead at the intersection. Out of his line of sight, a jet-black Maybach was speeding toward them. The luxurious, elegant body bore a sun emblem and 3 striking silver stars. Those in the know who witnessed this scene suddenly paled with shock. They excitedly shouted to those around them, "A big shot is coming! A big shot is coming!" The surrounding crowd descended into chaos. For the sun symbolized the Martial Arts Association, and the 3 silver stars represented the high silver rank. Unsurprisingly, this Maybach belonged to a high silver ranked member. Its arrival here could only mean one thing: it had come to pick up a legendary high silver ranked member. Just who could this important figure be, to actually come to their place? Chapter 59, Arrogance Comes at a Price. Hearing Wei Zhan's arrogant words, and Jia couldn't hold back any longer. Wei Zhan, what gives you the right to act so high and mighty? How you got that Martial Arts Association membership? Do you think we don't know the truth behind it? Anan frowned, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Exactly. You only got that so-called membership by bribing your way in. Otherwise, how could someone at the first level of martial arts possibly join the Martial Arts Association? You got it through underhanded means, so just keep showing off your strength in everyday life. Now you dare mess with us? You must be out of your mind. We don't owe you anything. The 2 women's scornful words swept through the crowd like a sudden storm, instantly sparking gasps of shock. In an instant, the gaze of the crowd toward Wei Zhan shifted. Many eyes now held a hint of contempt, as if silently mocking the illegitimacy of his position. So he's a fraud after all. No wonder he looks so weak. I thought this Wei Zhan was some martial arts prodigy. But come to think of it, what martial arts prodigy would attend a non-martial arts university? Ha ha ha. Exactly. He bribed his way into the Martial Arts Association. What a disgrace to the martial arts. I knew that kid had a shady look about him. Turns out he's just a phony trying to look important. But amidst the mockery, there were still voices supporting Wei Zhan. After all, no matter what, Wei Zhan was still a martial artist. Even if he was only at the first level of martial arts cultivation, and even if he'd obtained his position through bribery. His status as a martial artist was undeniably real, and his membership in the Martial Arts Association couldn't be faked. So even knowing Wei Zhan's credentials were tainted, many still flocked to him like flies to honey, eager to ride his coattails. Damn it! Those 2 ES. Seeing the 2 women not only refused to speak for him but instead side with that penniless wretch, relentlessly exposing his past. Wei Zhan, already seething with rage, exploded in fury. These 2 ES. They were fishy D raised in his own pond. How dare they treat him this way? Wei Zhan seethed inwardly. Especially that damn poor bastard. At this thought, Wei Zhan shot Yi Xiao a vicious glare, his teeth grinding in fury. It's all this bastard's fault. If it weren't for that pretty boy, those 2 ES and NNJI would never have treated him like this. Truthfully, they never had any feelings for Wei Zhan. He was just deluding himself. How dare this good-for-nothing poor kid, who had nothing going for him except his looks, compete with him, a noble martial artist. Damn it! With that thought, Wei Zhan spat viciously, his eyes instantly turning fierce. So you think you're handsome, you poor kid? Wei Zhan cracked every joint in his body, his entire frame echoing with loud pops. The muscles in his arms tensed rapidly, veins bulging beneath the surface. That slightly ferocious expression made it abundantly clear what he was about to do. That was, "Today, I'm going to tear your face apart." The words barely left his mouth when, under the horrified stares of the crowd, Wei Zhan's aura abruptly shifted. With a furious roar, he scanned the room before striding toward Yi Xiao. Everyone whose gaze met Wei Zhan's found themselves breaking out in cold sweat. It felt like being locked in the gaze of a predator, ready to devour them whole at any moment. Is this what a martial artist is? It was utterly terrifying. A lingering fear crept onto everyone's faces, the fear of overwhelming power. If even the lowest tier martial artist at the first stage was this terrifying, what about those masters at higher martial realms? They dared not even imagine. Moreover, Wei Zheyan's sudden burst of aura certainly wasn't without purpose. It was most likely aimed at teaching that authoritative-looking youth a lesson. Judging by Wei Zheyan's vicious expression, that youth was probably going to be beaten into a cripple. After all, though the youth was handsome and seemed well-bred, not like someone from a humble background. But being so young and poorly dressed, he probably didn't have much of a background. At this thought, the onlookers silently prayed for Yi Xiao, hoping he wouldn't be beaten to death. Meanwhile, Anin and Jai, watching Wei Zheyan charge furiously toward Yi Xiao, were suddenly overcome with panic. Wei Zheyan, what are you doing? Anin cried out anxiously. What kind of skill is it for a martial artist to bully an ordinary person? Jai followed closely behind. With us two here today, you won't lay a finger on this boy. As they spoke, they pulled Yi Xiao behind them. They acted as if they'd taken full charge of the boy, completely oblivious to Yi Xiao's utterly bewildered expression. What the hell is going on? Yi Xiao stared at the two women, their faces flushed with anger, and Wei Zheyan, whose face was twisted with rage and radiated a murderous aura. Yi Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes filled with confusion. After deciding to ignore the couple earlier, he had immersed himself entirely in restoring his spiritual energy. Consequently, he remained somewhat oblivious to the events that unfolded afterward, including Wei Zheyan's actions. But as the rather intense gossip around him reached his ears, he gradually pieced it together. Oh, so this is because I accidentally destroyed this guy's fish pond, and now he's furious and wants to take it out on me. And he's blaming me for that? You're a sea god with zero charm, yet you're blaming others? Unbelievable. Once Yi Xiao fully grasped the situation, his enthusiasm waned. Facing a greenhorn who'd just reached the first stage of martial arts cultivation, he simply couldn't muster the interest to fight. Unless the fool was ignorant enough to walk right into his line of fire and court death. For now, these two troublesome girls had conveniently intercepted Wei Zheyan. It was like two headaches colliding. Negative times negative equals positive, canceling each other out. He really didn't want to fight right now, especially after expending so much spiritual energy to kill Changyi with the heavenly cloud sword earlier. All he wanted now was to quietly recover some spiritual energy, preparing for the upcoming journey into the dark forest. All he needed to do now was wait for Xinhua to arrive with his private car. But the speed at which it was arriving. Sigh. With that thought, Yi Xiao sighed helplessly. This is taking way too long. When the hell is it going to get here? But despite his complaints, Yi Xiao could do nothing but wait. Just as Yi Xiao was about to immerse himself in restoring his spiritual energy once more, an unusually shrill curse pierced his eardrums. ING hell. You poor bastard, are you even a man? What kind of man hides behind a woman? If you've got the balls, step the F out and fight me. You're not stepping out because you're scared, are you? Let me tell you, you're nothing but a piece of trash. A coward. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's body stiffened slightly. Slowly turning around, he met Wei Zheyan's furious gaze. His eyes instantly turned dangerous. His earlier intention to continue restoring his spiritual power vanished instantly. Why, all of a sudden, did his fists feel so hard? Chapter 60, This kid's a martial artist. You dare insult me? As if unable to believe his own words, Yi Xiao pointed at his own face and asked uncertainly. After all, the last person who'd spoken to him like that, Changyi, was already dust. To put it bluntly, at least Changyi had some real skill when he provoked him. How the hell did you, a measly first-tier martial artist, dare provoke him? Yi Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. Damn it! Not only do I dare curse you, but I dare hit you too. Wei Zheyan snarled, his face twisted in rage as he pointed a finger at Yi Xiao's nose, spewing profanities. If you've got the guts, come out from behind Anin and Jai. What kind of man hides behind women? You think you can take me on? I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you. With that, Wei Zheyan spat viciously on the ground, his face dripping with contempt. You've got some nerve. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yi Xiao's eyes as his expression darkened instantly. Alright, I get it now. So he's just a narrow-minded fool. Yi Xiao was no pushover. If others could lord it over him and he still had to endure it, what the hell was the point of cultivating high martial arts? You want to test your skills against me? I hope you don't regret it. With that thought, Yi Xiao slowly pushed the two women's hands aside and stepped out from behind them. With each step radiating overwhelming pressure, he approached Wei Zheyan, who still wore a face twisted with rage, at a deliberate pace. Hey, don't go. Seeing Yi Xiao break free from their protection and stride toward Wei Zheyan, Anin's expression instantly darkened. Handsome, calm down. You can't beat him. He's different from you, he's a martial artist. An ordinary person couldn't possibly beat him. Don't go. Seeing this, Jai also hurriedly said. Exactly. Just stay behind us. We'll protect you. Both my family and Anin's have connections. As long as you stay behind us, Wei Zheyan won't dare touch you. The urgent pleas from behind caused the youth's stride to falter abruptly. The two women's eyes lit up instantly, and smiles spread across their faces. That's more like it. As a delicate young man who couldn't lift a finger to help, wasn't it better to just hide behind his sister? After all, Wei Zhan might not be much of a person, but at least he's a martial artist. How could you, an ordinary person, possibly go up and spar with him? Don't be ridiculous. They thought Yi Xiao was scared. Realizing the gap between herself and Wei Zhan, she wanted to retreat. But pride was holding them back, leaving them in a state of hesitation. At this thought, the two women's smiles grew wider. It's just a matter of pride, right? We'll help you solve it. Just as the two women finished crafting their words and were about to speak softly, the young man spoke up. I can't beat him? His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he were scoffing at every word of the statement. The next second, under everyone's stunned gaze, the boy smiled with amusement and said, How ridiculous. He's a martial artist? Does that mean I can't be one too? Mind you, I never claimed I wasn't a martial artist. Besides, what kind of loser is a measly first-tier martial artist anyway? Strictly speaking, this guy doesn't even qualify as a martial artist. Just a useless loser. What's there to be surprised about? The youth shook his head slowly, a hint of resignation on his face. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly enough for everyone to hear. The onlookers surrounding them had been mocking Yi Xiao for suddenly charging at Wei Zhan. Suddenly, upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the air fell silent. Yet within seconds, even louder laughter erupted from the crowd. Whether they had despised Wei Zhan before or fawned over him, they now all sided with him. Simply because the youth before them was too arrogant. Claiming he was a martial artist, yet dismissing Wei Zhan, a martial artist at the first level, as a worthless failure. Seriously, this kid must have read too many novels. Did he really think becoming a martial artist was that easy? Countless people spent their entire lives dreaming of becoming martial artists, yet never achieved it. Sure, Wei Zhan bought his Martial Arts Association membership, but he was still a martial artist. Who the hell do you think you are, some wet behind the ears brat, spouting off like this? This kid's a little cutie, right? A young man burst into laughter upon hearing Yi Xiao's words. A measly first-rank martial artist isn't worthy of the title? He's probably never even seen a real martial artist. You think martial artists grow on trees? Truth is, you'll never become one in your lifetime. Another woman with a large head and ears sneered coldly upon hearing this. This kid probably doesn't even know what a martial artist is. He's probably just spouting nonsense because Brother Wei got to him. Ha 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 ha. He claims to be a martial artist? If this kid were truly one, I'd devour the entire Nanshan University. As she spoke, the woman flashed Wei Zhan a flirtatious glance, her eyes brimming with provocation. Seemingly hoping to catch his attention, she aimed to climb the social ladder and become a martial artist's wife. But it was obvious Wei Zhan hadn't given her the time of day. Because she was just too ugly. You're right. That little punk's words are almost laughable. Ha 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 ha. With looks like that, I thought he was some noble young master. Turns out he's just a penniless fool. Let's just treat him like a clown. Keep watching, everyone. Ha 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 ha. The onlookers, hearing the young man and woman's words, immediately chimed in. They stared at Yi Xiao in the center of the crowd, laughing wildly. For a moment, the entire street was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's outrageously arrogant words, An and Jia both lowered their heads, their faces flushing crimson with embarrassment. The hands they'd reached out to pull Yi Xiao back instinctively retracted. Sigh, this boy just wasn't their type after all. Gazing at the boy before them, still radiantly handsome, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes. They liked handsome guys, but they couldn't possibly like a little cutie. He was undeniably handsome, but his intelligence clearly had some flaws. He was most likely a little cutie. They had all tried to dissuade him just now, yet he was still determined to go. With his half-baked skills, how could he possibly stand up to Wei Zhan, a martial artist? He'd just make a fool of himself. At this thought, An and Jia's eyes gradually darkened. This is absolutely hilarious. Even Wei Zhan, one of the protagonists of this commotion, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Yi Xiao's words. Watching Yi Xiao steadily advance toward him, he sneered. Someone like you? I could crush you with one hand. If you're really a martial artist, I'll kneel down and call you dad. With that, Wei Zhan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. Pointing his finger at Yi Xiao as he laughed, he prepared to deliver a few more taunts. You poor little. Boom. But before he could finish, a terrifying shockwave swept through the entire street. Wei Zhan's mocking expression froze abruptly, even the finger pointing at Yi Xiao stopped moving. You've got to be kidding me? He's actually a martial artist. Staring at Yi Xiao, whose entire body radiated terrifying vital energy like a demon god, Wei Zhan's lips trembled slightly as he spoke. Upon witnessing the unique aura signature of a martial artist, there was no doubt the youth before him was not only a martial artist, but one whose rank far surpassed his own. At that moment, his scalp prickled with cold, and a bone-chilling sense of impending doom swept over him. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Wei Zhan trembled all over, thinking tearfully. Chapter 61, Kneel and acknowledge me as your father, and I'll let you go. It wasn't just Wei Zhan who was speechless with fear. Everyone on the street who witnessed the scene now looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Staring at the youth whose entire body pulsed with terrifyingly surging chi and blood, they couldn't help but rub their eyes. But no matter how hard they rubbed, all they could see was the terrifying scene of that youth's blood and chi swirling around his entire body. Add to that Wei Zhan's terrified retreat, and the answer was painfully obvious. This kid was definitely a martial artist, and not just any martial artist. Judging by Wei Zhan's exaggerated reaction, he was at least several streets away from being a martial artist. Is this real? He really is a martial artist. Judging by his stance, he seems far more formidable than Wei Zhan. Do you think this kid might be a third or fourth tier martial arts expert? Witnessing this scene, someone exclaimed in shock. The moment those words were spoken, the street erupted like a boiling oil cauldron. Fingers pointed toward Yi Xiao in the center of the crowd as people chattered and argued incessantly. Just as the commotion reached its peak, someone knowledgeable finally stepped forward. How could it be fake? That kid's chi and blood are skyrocketing, there's no way it's fake. A scrawny, monkey-like youth rolled his eyes in disdain. My sixth uncle used to work security at the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. He took me to meet many important figures. One of them was Li Fei, the master of our local Dachao Martial Arts Hall. That's an 8th rank martial arts master, a senior bronze member of the Martial Arts Association. His strength and status are truly terrifying. But judging by the terrifying aura emanating from this youth, he seems to be even more formidable than that Li Hall master. As he spoke, an absurdly terrifying thought suddenly flashed through the skinny monkey boy's mind, yet at this moment, it felt unexpectedly plausible. His lips trembled slightly as he shouted in utter shock. Could this guy be the legendary 9th rank martial arts grandmaster? But how old could he possibly be? At these words, every person present wore a look of utter disbelief. To put it plainly, Nanshan City was merely a third-rate provincial town. Not only martial artists, but even the strength of demons and monsters here was significantly weaker compared to other cities. As for ordinary folks like them, they never even saw martial artists in person. At best, they caught glimpses of so-called big shots on TV. Someone like Wei Zhan, a trashy martial artist at the first stage of martial cultivation, was probably the strongest martial artist they'd ever see in their daily lives. So while the martial realm was one of the initial stages of martial cultivation, it wasn't actually that impressive in practice. But to the people here, he was undoubtedly a top-tier martial artist. If someone in their family managed to break through to the martial artist realm, they might even get their own page in the family genealogy. Thus, when the skinny monkey boy shouted the words martial artist realm, the entire street suddenly fell silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Not a word was spoken. Every pair of eyes fixed on the youth radiating overwhelming aura. As expected, a confrontation between the youth and Wei Zhan was inevitable. They were eager to see just how terrifying this youth's strength truly was. Didn't you say you'd cripple me? Why aren't you talking now? Heavy footsteps drew nearer. Though merely the sound of feet hitting the ground, they carried an inexplicably intimidating pressure. How did things escalate to this point? Wei Zhan nervously lifted his head toward the source of the voice. Not far away, a youth approached him step by step, his face adorned with a warm smile. With each step, the youth's vital energy surged. By the time he stood before Wei Zhan, the surging vitality coursing through his entire body had reached a terrifying intensity. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped him. Wei Zhan felt as though he were facing a monstrous blood beast, poised to devour him whole in the next instant. He now understood, the youth before him was undoubtedly a martial artist whose power far surpassed his own. In the youth's eyes, he was no different from an insect. To offend such a formidable figure today over 2 worthless whores was utterly foolish. He knew full well that young prodigies were fiercely proud. Once their pride was wounded, the consequences were unimaginable. If he didn't apologize now, he might be crippled in a moment. Yet with so many watching, he couldn't afford to lose face. With that thought, Wei Zhan forced a calm expression onto his tense face and said, "Brother, you've got some skill there. Today's incident was all a misunderstanding. Blame those 2 stinking women. Don't take it to heart. How about I treat you to a meal to make it up to you?" Yi Xiao glanced at Wei Zhan, whose legs were shaking uncontrollably, and a playful smile spread across his face. A misunderstanding? That's not what you were saying when you were cursing me earlier. Yi Xiao reached out and gave Wei Zhan a light pat on the cheek, chuckling as he did so. Enough with the apologies. Didn't you say you wanted to spar with me? Now that I've got time, stop holding back. Let's go, come on. This damn guy. After being slapped on the face, Wei Zhan felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. So what if I insulted you a few times and threatened to beat you into a cripple? To humiliate me like this over such a trivial matter? It's ridiculous. He raged inwardly. But remembering that heroes don't take losses lying down, he forced himself to swallow his anger. With that thought, Wei Zhan forced a strained smile onto his face and said with great composure, "Brother, you're mistaken. We're all martial artists, harmony should be our priority. Who said we're brothers?" Before he could finish, Yi Xiao cut him off casually. "You're just a lowly first-tier karami who hasn't even reached the martial ranks. You're lecturing me on principles? Do you even deserve to hear them?" If I weren't a martial artist today, would you still be speaking to me so politely? Don't even think about it, you'd have attacked me outright. Hearing this, Wei Zhan couldn't help but stammer out an explanation. Nonsense. Would I ever do such a thing? I admit I looked pretty scary just now, but my intentions were good. I never meant to hurt anyone. His words came rapid fire, his voice trembling with fear, dreading that Yi Xiao might suddenly lash out at any moment. Yet Yi Xiao clearly didn't believe him. After hearing Wei Zhan's words, he merely smiled faintly. If you don't want to engage in a satisfying spar with me, that's fine too. But you must meet one condition. Yi Xiao said with a smile. Really? Hurry up and tell me, what's the condition? Wei Zhan's eyes lit up at the suggestion, thinking Yi Xiao had been swayed by his own truth. He was suddenly overjoyed. Didn't you say that if I were a martial artist, you'd kowtow and call me father? Yi Xiao bent down slightly, his 6'2" frame towering over Wei Zhan. With a playful smile, he said. If you do it, I'll let you off. After all, you humiliated me for no reason. If I didn't do something about it, how could I possibly justify it? Now, bow down and acknowledge me as your father. Gazing at Yi Xiao's warm, gentle smile, Wei Zhan felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 62, You're a premium silver member? Bro, this is a bit much, don't you think? Wei Zhan forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm considerably older than you. Isn't this a bit much? I told you, I was just joking earlier. Be more magnanimous, don't take it so seriously. Just as Wei Zhan was about to continue his whining, Yi Xiao's brows furrowed deeply. Seeing Wei Zhan's hypocritical facade, his fists clenched tightly. Your incessant whining is unbearable. Where do you get all this talk? Yi Xiao snapped impatiently, shut up or get hit. With that, Yi Xiao raised his knuckled palm, gathering force as he aimed it toward Wei Zhan's face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Wei Zhan's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, his face twisted with shock and rage. At that moment, Wei Zhan felt like he was about to explode with rage. With so many people watching, taking that slap would be utterly humiliating. He'd already humbled himself this much to this brat, what more did he want? But Yi Xiao couldn't care less. Every slap deserved was coming. Go tell your insurance company. Yi Xiao's cold voice echoed in Wei Zhan's ears, momentarily sounding to him like a wail from hell. Before he could dwell on it, a powerful slap landed with a resounding smack. As the massive palm rapidly closed in on his right cheek, Wei Zhan's once handsome features contorted into a mangled mess. No! Damn it! He twisted his body frantically, trying to dodge the blow. But how could a mere first-tier martial artist like him possibly evade the speed of Yi Xiao, a peak 9th-tier martial artist? With no room for resistance, he could only watch helplessly as the palm strike slammed into his face. Smack! Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, including an Yi Xiao's palm slammed hard against his face. With a deafening thud of flesh colliding, Wei Zhan's face contorted instantly, his form vanishing from the spot. Accompanied by a pained whimper, his body traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing unerringly into a street corner trash bin. Wei Zhan, flung into the trash bin, let out a pained yell before grabbing the rim with his hands. But because he didn't use his strength properly, he accidentally tipped the trash can over, spilling himself out along with the kitchen scraps. You just wait for me. Wei Zhan brushed a banana peel off his face, revealing a swollen, pig-like visage. He glanced at his filthy clothes, then at the crowd of onlookers stifling their laughter. An indescribable wave of humiliation washed over him, echoing relentlessly in his heart. As the student council president and campus heartthrob of Nanshan University, he'd never endured such humiliation. Among the onlookers were many of his classmates. How could he possibly face them on campus now, looking like this? Especially those two ES and an NGI. The thought made him dart his gaze toward their direction. There they were, his prized fish in the pond, now staring at him and laughing so hard tears streamed from the corners of their eyes. Ha ha ha, is this really Wei Zhan? I'm dying of laughter. He's always been such a show-off. Serves him right. Let's see how he struts around school now. Hearing their mocking words, a surge of rage erupted within him so intense it made him forget the pain. Damn it, you really think I'm scared of you? Wei Zhan scrambled to his feet, clutching his face as he bellowed at Yi Xiao. The iron rod hidden at his waist shot out of its sheath, gripped firmly in his hand. The meager reserves of spiritual energy within him surged forth, instantly coating the tip of the rod with a layer of energy. This was the only mortal-grade martial art Wei Zhan knew, his mastery barely reaching the proficient realm. This was his most powerful strike. Against ordinary people, even a boxing champion like Taishan could be knocked into a state of mental impairment with a single punch. But unfortunately, he was facing Yi Xiao. I'll kill you. After the roar of encouragement, Wei Zhan raised his iron staff high and charged madly toward Yi Xiao. Within mere breaths, his figure had already streaked before Yi Xiao. Staring at Yi Xiao, who stood frozen as if petrified by fear, Wei Zhan's face twisted with confusion. This kid isn't moving at all. Could he have been scared into stupidity by me? Could it be that this guy was a fraud, faking all that earlier bravado? The thought sent a wave of wild excitement surging through Wei Zhan's eyes. I'll see if you're a fraud. He leapt forward suddenly, swinging his iron rod with all his might toward Yi Xiao. Die! Boom! A thunderous impact echoed as Wei Zheyan's iron rod struck Yi Xiao's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. From the point of impact, a terrifying shockwave instantly rippled outward, causing both men's robes to flutter wildly. Dust swirled wildly across the street, billowing toward the onlookers. Beneath this cloud of dust, the crowd found themselves momentarily unable to open their eyes. I won? Seeing the iron rod land squarely on Yi Xiao's shoulder, Wei Zheyan exclaimed excitedly. This blow was no light strike enhanced by martial arts techniques, it carried the force of 1,000 pounds. Even a first-tier demonic beast would be finished without a chance to defend against such a blow. But he was overestimating things. 1. You've got to be kidding me. Ugly as hell, yet you dream big. Yi Xiao chuckled lightly, enscathed and even slightly amused. Mocking Wei Zheyan's overconfidence, he casually brushed the iron rod off his shoulder. Wei Zheyan instinctively tried to stop him, but the next second, a tremendous force slammed him and the iron rod hard onto the ground. How is this possible? Wei Zheyan lost that easily? He didn't even get a scratch. The crowd watched in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief. Wei Zheyan's earlier strike had been terrifyingly powerful even from a distance, they still felt the lingering dread. Yet despite such a terrifying blow, Yi Xiao didn't even flinch, he took it head on. And he emerged unscathed, as if to say, your full power strike is nothing but a tickle to me. Such terrifying power at such a young age, just who was this youth? If that's all you've got, you're in for a world of pain today. Gazing down at Wei Zheyan sprawled on the ground, Yi Xiao began cracking his knuckles. The crisp crack 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 sounded almost melodic. But to Wei Zheyan, whose fear had reached its peak, it sounded like death itself singing right in his ear. Wait! Wei Zheyan tossed the iron rod aside, trembling violently as he begged, you can't hurt me. Why not? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Because I'm a member of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. As he spoke, Wei Zheyan fumbled for a bronze-colored membership card from his chest pocket. He held it aloft frantically. The association's charter forbids internal conflict between members of the same major rank. You can't touch me. Even if you're a high-level bronze member, you can't touch me, it's illegal. If you lay a finger on me, just wait for the regulators to come knocking. I'll report you to the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. As if clutching at a lifeline, Wei Zheyan grew increasingly animated in his protest. But when Yi Xiao pressed a silver, luxurious credential against his face, his surging momentum vanished instantly. Who said I'm a bronze-level member? Read it yourself. Yi Xiao said with amusement. Yi Xiao. Wei Zheyan stared at the silver-white card, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Nanshan City Martial Arts Association, Senior Silver Member. After reading it, his eyes instantly went blank, as if his entire life had lost meaning. So now we're not even in the same league, huh? Yi Xiao asked with a grin. So, may I now beat you to a pulp? Chapter 63, Xinhua, you dare touch Yi Xiao? I. Staring at the youth's still gentle smile, Wei Zheyan shuddered in terror, his words stumbling out. Just as Wei Zheyan was about to make excuses, the distinctive, expensive roar of a V8 engine suddenly echoed through the air. V-room. Everyone turned to see an onyx-black Maybach speeding toward them. The jet-black body radiated opulence, adorned with an engraved sun and 3 silver stars. With a masterful drift, the Maybach came to a smooth halt at the curb. The door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. No sooner had he stepped out than he hurriedly scampered toward Yi Xiao. Look! That's the Martial Arts Association's special vehicle reserved for transporting important figures. Someone in the crowd exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. And it's a Maybach. Rumor has it only silver-tier members are eligible to ride in one. And not just any silver-level member, there are 3 silver stars on it. 3 silver stars signify a high-level silver-grade member, it must be a high-level silver-grade member. Hearing this, someone froze, then responded in shock, so, it's here to pick up a high-level silver member? So there's an undercover agent among us, someone who's actually a silver-tier big shot. The room erupted in uproar at this revelation. After all, martial artists who reach silver-tier membership are the absolute elite in Nanshan City. Having such a relative in the family was like having ancestral graves spewing green smoke. It meant you could walk sideways like a crab and still be respected. Yet no one suspected Yi Xiao. They simply assumed some big shot had been lurking in the crowd watching the spectacle, grew bored, and called for a private car. After all, Yi Xiao looked far too young, so young that no one dared associate him with a high-level silver-tier member. To qualify as a high-level silver member, one must at least reach the 7-star martial artist realm or higher. So despite Yi Xiao's formidable demeanor, in their eyes he was at best a high-tier martial arts practitioner. No one dared believe that this 18-year-old youth before them could possess the strength of a 7-star martial artist. After all, openly speaking, not a single prodigy of such extraordinary talent existed in the entire province of Jin at that age. Wait! Before they could finish, the well-connected skinny monkey-like youth suddenly paled, having spotted something. That man is Xinhua. The skinny monkey boy's fingers trembled slightly as he exclaimed excitedly to the others. Xinhua is one of the senior supervisors of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. He holds immense authority. Even if they send a special vehicle, they'd normally dispatch ordinary staff. Why would they bother Xinhua? And judging by how flustered he looks, he seems terrified of angering that person. Who on earth could possibly warrant such treatment from him? As if struck by a sudden realization, the skinny kid's expression changed dramatically. He quickly looked in the direction Xinhua had run. Could it be? As his gaze shifted, the skinny kid indeed saw Xinhua sprinting toward Yi Zhao's location. Witnessing this scene, the skinny monkey boy swallowed hard. No way. It's Xinhua. Staring at the man whose face betrayed urgency yet retained an air of authority, Wei Zheyan exclaimed in astonishment. How could such a busy man be here? A sudden thought flashed through his mind, a notion that seemed absurd, yet oddly plausible in this moment. Could it be? Did Xinhua come specifically to pick up this kid? After quickly glancing back at the Maybach, particularly fixing his eyes on the 3 silver stars, Wei Zheyan felt his vision go dark. The 3 silver stars on the Maybach perfectly matched the status of a high-level silver member. That damn Xinhua really was here to pick up this kid. At this realization, Wei Zheyan, already shaken to his core, felt his entire world turn bleak. 18 years old. High-level silver membership. A silver star Maybach for dedicated transportation. Senior supervisor Xinhua personally came to pick him up. What kind of monster have I gotten myself mixed up with? Wei Zheyan screamed inwardly. Sure enough, Xinhua walked straight up to Yi Xiao. My apologies, Brother Yi, for keeping you waiting. Xinhua solemnly performed a martial artist's bow, his tone tinged with apology as he explained. I encountered an elderly woman attempting to extort 300,000 yuan from me along the way. I had to handle the situation, which caused some delay. I hope you'll forgive me. No problem. I didn't wait long anyway. Yi Xiao smiled innocently, appearing at first glance to be a gentle, handsome youth. By the way, what did you do with that super strong old lady who tried to extort money? I locked her up in jail. Xinhua perked up at this, chuckling as he replied. You know how it is, penalties for scammers have gotten much harsher lately. Especially when they target state officials like me, they deserve severe punishment. So how many years did they lock her up for? 999 years. Question mark. Seeing Yi Zhao's bewildered expression, Xinhua assumed he thought the punishment was too lenient and shrugged helplessly. I'd love to lock her up for a few thousand or even 10,000 years, but 999 years is the absolute maximum. Yi Xiao gave an awkward chuckle. Impressive. You flatter me. Xinhua chuckled. Well, let's go then. Wait, something's off. Only then did Xinhua notice someone lying at their feet. Confused, he asked, Brother Yi, who's this? Your friend? A peculiar smile spread across Yi Zhao's face. Under Wei Zheyan's terrified gaze, he recounted everything that had happened to Xinhua in meticulous detail. As Yi Xiao recounted the details, Xinhua's expression darkened visibly. So you're Wei Zheyan, huh? Xinhua grabbed Wei Zheyan by the collar like a chicken, his eyes blazing with fury. Have you had enough of living? How dare you, a mere novice at the first level of martial arts, insult Mr. Yi, a high-level silver member? I didn't know before. Wei Zheyan stammered timidly. Does that excuse you to insult others at will? Xinhua's face flushed crimson with rage at the words, and in an instant, he delivered a powerful blow, sending Wei Zheyan crashing to the ground. Poor Wei Zheyan's face, already battered from Yi Zhao's powerful strike, was now swollen like a pig's head. It had started to subside, but Xinhua's passionate slap instantly inflated it to the size of a year-old pig. MMMPH. Wei Zheyan tried to speak up and make excuses, only to find his lips swollen like sausages, unable to utter a sound. He truly looked utterly miserable. And you call yourself a martial artist? Xinhua shook his hand, inwardly cursing Wei Zheyan's thick-skinned audacity while angrily declaring. If it weren't for Brother Yi's saintly character, scum like you would have died countless times already. Do you know about Chun Yi from the Mad Warrior Martial Arts Hall? He got himself chopped into dust by Brother Yi just for crossing him in the mission hall. Just yesterday, Zhao Tai, the headmaster of the Mad Warrior Martial Arts Hall, was still wandering around the mission hall with a mournful face, collecting the ashes of his prized disciple. Chapter 64, Cripple Wei Zheyan. Wei Zheyan, sprawled on the ground, grew increasingly horrified with each word, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Staring at the boy who still looked as harmless as ever, a wave of intense regret washed over him. Big bro, no, my own brother. You're my own brother. If you were this badass, you should have told me sooner. He wailed inwardly over and over. If I'd known you were this awesome, I could have just handed those 2 girls over to you. Who'd dare compete with you? Just treat me like a fart and let me go, okay? Wah? Wei Zheyan tried to beg for mercy, but his mouth, swollen like an Italian sausage, wouldn't let him make a clear sound. All he could manage was a series of muffled grunts, which soon began to irritate Xinhua. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Xinhua's tone suddenly turned grave, his face as cold as frost. Since you started this mess, you should be the one to clean it up. Xinhua was beyond furious. How dare this useless piece of trash provoke the genius he intended to invest in? It was utterly outrageous. In his eyes, Yi Xiao hadn't beaten Wei Zhan to a pulp, merely reducing him to a pig's head was already showing him considerable leniency. Otherwise, Wei Zhan would have ended up in pieces, just like that wretch Chang Ye's pitiful fate. Since Yi Xiao had shown him such leniency, he naturally owed Yi Xiao the courtesy in return. After all, this idiot named Wei Zhan had truly infuriated him. First, he provoked Yi Xiao by courting death. Second, he was a complete waste of space himself. He applied for a junior bronze membership at the first level of martial arts cultivation and actually got approved? Who on earth approved him? It seemed a rotten apple had infiltrated the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. He would conduct a thorough investigation upon his return. With that thought, Xinhua hesitated no longer. He gathered his spiritual energy at his lips and bellowed to those around him. Everyone, I am Xinhua, senior supervisor of the Nanshan Martial Arts Association. Today, Wei Zhan has acted with audacious arrogance and utter contempt. He has publicly and unjustifiably insulted Yi Xiao, a senior silver member of our martial arts association, and even attempted to resort to violence. Pointing to the handsome youth standing to his side, Xinhua fixed Wei Zhan with a piercingly cold stare. Not only has he violated our association's charter, but he has also tarnished our reputation. It's utterly despicable. And Wei Zhan, with his mere first-tier martial realm cultivation, has actually become a member of our association? What a colossal joke. You must know that the minimum requirement for membership in our association is the second level of martial arts cultivation. The corruption behind this speaks for itself. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Xinhua casually tossed Wei Zhan to the ground and picked up his bronze membership card. From this day forward, you are no longer a member of our association. Xinhua's eyes were cold as ice. Flames surged from his palm, instantly incinerating the membership card. For maliciously attacking a senior silver-tier member of my association, your cultivation base shall not be spared either. Before the words had fully faded, under Wei Zhan's horrified gaze, Xinhua stomped his foot directly onto the man's spiritual sea. No! Witnessing this, Wei Zhan's eyes bulged in horror, yet the vast gap in cultivation left him utterly powerless to resist. The next second, as expected, that terrifying foot crushed down upon his spiritual sea. Crimson blood spilled from Wei Zhan's lips. The agony was more excruciating than the pain he'd endured last year when applying ointment to his hemorrhoids. He collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog, feeling the entire world spinning violently before his eyes. He feared he might pass out from the agony at any moment. Ugh! After Wei Zhan let out his final wail, his eyes, filled with regret and terror, closed. I shouldn't have provoked him. Why did I have to provoke him? As consciousness faded, tears of regret trickled from Wei Zhan's tightly shut eyelids. If given another chance, he would avoid Yi Xiao like the plague. But there's no such thing as a regret pill. The next second, his head lolled to the side as he passed out. Done. After examining Wei Zhan's body, Xinhua nodded with satisfaction. I blew his spirit sea to smithereens. Well, Yi, are you satisfied? Satisfied. Yi Xiao gave a slight nod, his eyes remaining calm. Let's move quickly. We have urgent matters to attend to. Wei Zhan's fate was merely a minor interlude to him, barely stirring a ripple in his heart. Had Wei Zhan not provoked him without cause, Yi Xiao wouldn't have bothered to intervene. He was busy preparing for the dark forest, he had no time to spare. Understood. Xinhua's expression grew solemn at the words. Pointing to the Maybach Park not far behind them, he spoke respectfully, please. Meanwhile, the onlookers erupted into chaos. Is this real? Am I dreaming? That kid is actually a high-level silver member. No doubt about it. Xinhua is a real big shot, no way he'd fake this. That's terrifying. How old is he even? Sigh, the world's so unfair. We can't even become martial artists, yet this kid's already a big shot. Am I the only one noticing Wei Zhan? He looks like he's not feeling too great. Yeah, only you. Why are you even paying attention to that jerk? Relax, he won't die. Worst case, he just can't be a martial artist flaunting his power anymore. Hee hee, who cares about him? What if that youngster took a fancy to me? Then. Ugh, look at you daydreaming. Keep imagining. The clamorous voices grew louder and louder, echoing wildly down the street. The situation had escalated far beyond what the onlookers had anticipated. Out of nowhere, they assumed it was just a romantic dispute. A girl cheating with a young hunk, the wronged lover coming to settle the score. But then it escalated into martial artist Wei Zhan beating up ordinary guy Yi Xiao in an action-packed showdown. Then, in a stunning twist, Yi Xiao suddenly revealed himself as a martial artist to a high-level silver-ranked member whose power utterly dwarfed Wei Zhan's. Now even Xinhua, the Martial Arts Association's overseer, had arrived driving a 3 silver-star Maybach specifically to pick up Yi Xiao. At this thought, their worldviews were about to shatter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anan and Jiayi were equally overwhelmed with excitement. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! And Anne's face flushed crimson as she gripped her best friend's arm tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Jai, that boy, he seems like some kind of super powerful big shot. Do you think he'll be mad at us for openly offering to support him earlier? I don't think so. Jia Yi blushed bright red at the thought. He seems like such a nice guy, and he's so handsome. He probably wouldn't do anything to us. And even if he did want to do something to us, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. After saying that, Jia Yi suddenly realized the deeper meaning in her words. Her face flushed like the evening sunset, and she quickly covered her mouth. Oh my, oh my, oh my. You're head over heels in love. Anan pinched Jia Yi's cheeks playfully, giggling. But? And Anne's tone suddenly dropped, her expression wilting. The gap between us and him is just too wide. We'll never be able to afford to keep him. Sigh. At this thought, the two women exchanged a knowing glance before sighing in unison. Watching the luxurious Maybach speed away, accelerating until it vanished at the end of the street, the disappointment in their eyes was palpable. If we ever meet him again in the future, how much will he have grown? Probably to a height where we couldn't even catch sight of his back. The two women exchanged another glance before sighing with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 65, The Grand Finale. The setting sun bled crimson, its slanting rays casting a scarlet glow across the sea. On the elevated bridge spanning the sea, a Maybach raced at high speed. Ruthlessly trample Nanshan University's campus heartthrob Wei Zhan, shattering his spiritual foundation into ruins. Reward, 500 show-off points. Manifest divine power before the entire Nanshan University crowd. Reward, 500 show-off points. Another batch of swagger points added to the tally. Not bad overall. Sitting in the backseat of the Maybach, Yi Xiao listened to the system's notification chime, his mood lifting considerably. Brother Yi, will reach Qingshan Station in 30 minutes. Shenhua spoke slowly while adjusting the steering wheel. Once you're done with your business, give me a call. I'll come pick you up. Yi Xiao gave a slight nod. He fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. Shenhua sensed the mood and wisely kept quiet, focusing intently on driving. However, as they drove along, the towering broadcast tower in Nanshan City suddenly began broadcasting. It is now 6 p.m. Beijing time. Nanshan City News brings you the latest updates. A mysterious realm has been discovered in the northern suburbs of Nanshan City. Demons frequently rampage near its entrance, while inner rays of light indicate the emergence of treasures. The Nanshan Martial Arts Association has dispatched personnel to suppress the disturbance and report it to the martial arts headquarters. Leaders of Xinguang City Martial Arts Association have arrived for friendly exchanges, discussing cooperative matters. Demons are gathering in the barren bone wastes, potentially forming a beast tide. Our city's martial arts association is currently. The female anchor's voice was cool and captivating, causing Shenhua in the driver's seat to curve his lips upward. Yet Yi Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Secret realm? A secret realm in Nanshan City? Secret realms were independent microcosms teeming with demons and monsters, even alien races. Though fraught with endless peril, they also held boundless opportunity, potentially harboring high-grade spirit weapons, martial arts manuals, and other treasures. If one could enter, wouldn't it be a huge payoff? Yet such secret realms are rarely accessible. How could he possibly enter? At this thought, Yi Xiao sighed helplessly. Forget it. Shenhua watched the scene, puzzled, but seeing Yi Xiao had no intention of explaining, he simply resumed driving. At this moment, the Nanshan City News was still reporting. Shenhua had intended to focus solely on driving, but the next report completely blew his mind. Breaking news alert. Several days ago, Chen Shangchun, a renowned instructor from Jinzhou No. 1 High School, Jinzhou Province's premier martial arts institution, arrived at Nanshan No. 1 High School with the team's core member, Su Lai, to challenge the school. After defeating multiple prodigies, he was defeated in a single move by Yi Xiao of our city's Nanshan No. 1 High School and has now fled back to Jinzhou. Su Lai is a renowned prodigy at Jinzhou No. 1 High School, ranking among the top martial artists in all of Jinzhou Province. In recent years, our city's martial arts high schools have been in decline, consistently suppressed by Jinzhou No. 1 High School with no respite. The fact that Nanshan No. 1 High School's prodigy Yi Xiao defeated Su Lai clearly indicates that our city's martial arts high school is awakening. After hearing the broadcast from the Nanshan City News, the leisurely expression on Shenhua's face vanished, replaced by utter shock. The name, age, and strength all matched. So it was Yi Xiao who had recently routed Jinzhou No. 1 High School when they came to challenge them. No wonder Nanshan No. 1 High School suddenly produced such a prodigy besides Shuiyan. So Yi Xiao was the one who crushed Jinzhou's prodigy. With that realization, he shifted his gaze to Yi Xiao's face. Yi. Brother Yi. Shenhua's lips twitched slightly, and his hand gripping the steering wheel tightened unconsciously. Your full name is Yi Xiao, right? No need to ask. Yi Xiao stretched lazily, his face radiating languor. That's me. I thought you already knew. Shenhua chuckled with a simple smile. I had my suspicions, but never got around to asking. But it's not too late to know now. Brother Yi truly is a prodigy. Flattery, flattery. Yi Xiao replied politely. Yet to Shenhua, this gesture spoke volumes of Yi Xiao's humility. Such formidable prowess at such a young age, coupled with such humility and caution. If he doesn't meet an untimely end, he's bound to achieve great things. No, I must treat him even better from now on. For this assignment, I'll give him extra merit points. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Xiao grew more and more pleasing to Xinhua's eyes, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. Thus, as each man harbored his own thoughts, the Maybach sped toward Qingshan Station. 30 minutes later, Qingshan Station came into view. After bidding farewell to Xinhua, whose face still bore traces of reluctance, Yi Xiao boarded the high martial arts special train. The moment he stepped aboard, a cacophony of noise flooded in. Yi Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't care for noise. He quickly found his seat, put on his headphones, and began listening to music. He shut himself off from the world, no longer paying attention to his surroundings. The train roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped away from Nanshan Station. Watching the buildings vanish rapidly outside the window, a flicker of longing crossed Yi Xiao's eyes. He wanted to survive in this world. Not merely survive, but thrive better than anyone else. As the buildings outside the window gave way to endless desert, Yi Xiao drifted into a dream. I will become a martial arts legend. In the final second before losing consciousness, he silently vowed within his heart. When Yi Xiao awoke, the high-speed train had already arrived at the station. Gazing at the pitch-black forest beyond the window, a fiery gleam flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Finally here. Time to get off. He swiftly disembarked with the surging crowd of martial artists. The first sight that greeted him was the martial artists' supply station. It housed hospitals, shops, hotels, and every conceivable facility. While it served those like him who were on missions, its primary purpose was to support the garrison stationed in the dark forest. He swiftly exited the waiting hall and passed through the dense protective barriers. What met his eyes was an endless expanse of pitch-black forest. This is the dark forest. After checking his gear, Yi Xiao said eagerly, no time to waste. Let's go now. But just as he was about to step into the dark forest, a grating, duck-like voice pierced his eardrums. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A little brat dares to come to the dark forest. What's the world come to? No adults left? Yi Xiao felt a surge of irritation at the words, then glanced back over his shoulder. Two men in their 20s stood behind him. One was plump, the other lean, both wearing malicious grins. The powerful aura emanating from them clearly indicated they had both reached the martial artist realm. Both 3-star martial artists? Yi Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. This is interesting. The two men, one plump and one thin, froze upon hearing this, then burst into laughter the next moment. You know we're both martial realm practitioners and you still haven't run? Don't you know what we're going to do to you? Ha 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 ha. Boom. But before they could finish speaking, a powerful aura erupted. So overwhelming was that aura that it instantly crushed any thought of resistance in both of them. The aura fluctuations of a high-star martial artist. And at least a 7-star martial artist. The fat and thin men exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. They'd really stepped on a steel plate today. Once I dispose of them, I'll head to the heart of the dark forest to ascend to the martial realm. Then, I'll dominate the 100 Schools Alliance Challenge Tournament. With the system's aid, martial legend is within reach. Watching the two cowering figures clinging to each other in terror, Yi Xiao's eyes burned with unbridled ambition. He would become a martial legend, then conquer all realms and worlds.